The leveling system in PvZ2 is regarded as the worst thing that has been added to the game. And I agree, but on one normal day earlier this year, a light bulb sparked in my mind. What if I max out a singular plant and try to beat the entire game using only that one plant? And that was the beginning of this insane journey. This video is a combination of all the plants that we tested this year, so sit back, relax, and I hope you enjoy the video. Oh, and of course, we have to start with... Can a max level Peashooter solo the entirety of PvZ2? Now, Peashooter, we all can agree, is the face of Plants vs. Zombies. But, and it hurts me to say this, it kinda sucks. And this suckiness leads to it never being used. Which made me realize, why not use the crazy leveling system to make the most basic plant overpowered enough to stand on its own ground? And although the leveling makes the Peashooter extremely powerful, there are still some hurdles that hard counter it. So let's see if I was able to get over these hurdles with some sneaky solutions. But before we start, let me lay down the basic rules of this challenge. Rule number 1, I can only use Peashooter with the one exception on night ages. Rule number 2, no power-ups, Zen Garden, or buying plant food. Rule number 3, skip all levels where we are forced to use other plants to beat the level, such as sun producers on sun production levels. And lastly, rule number 4, pre-placed plants are fine, but I'll try to shovel them to the best of my ability. Alright, let's begin. Ancient Egypt and Pirate Seas are a little too easy. And out of respect for your time, here's all the levels at once. There's really only 2 levels in total here that I panicked a little bit on. And the first one was day 16 of Pirate Seas, where we have to defend these 2 spring beans in the middle with many barrel roller zombies rolling towards them. But with the safety precaution of plant food, they're pretty easily dealt with. The second level that was a little scary at first was similarly day 24, where we again protect 2 spring beans. But this time I started off with planting 4 Peashooters each behind them, who were easily able to take care of everything. And now while all these play out, I should mention that although I'm calling this a challenge, it's not really a challenge. It's more of a test. It's a test to see how much of PvZ2 can actually be beat with just a Peashooter. And you'll see later on what I mean by this. And with that, all the levels are beat. Next up, the Wild West. Day 1, we sniped some cowboys as Peashooter literally 2 shots to basic zombies. Day 2 was very similar. Day 3 introduces the piano zombie who struggles to even make it to the second column. Day 4 would normally be skipped because it literally gives us 2 Peashooters to work with, but I decided to play it out. And honestly, it was pretty fun. And somehow with only 2 Peashooters, this level was strategically beat. The only kinda close calls were the last waves as they almost contained too many zombies, but we're able to handle them. Day 5, no threats were seen, and on the last flag of the level, I made use of plant food to speed up the process. Day 6, I prepped some defenses. Day 7 contained a fair amount of these semi-tanky zombies, but even they couldn't make it past the second column. Day 10 had zombie chickens who actually impressed me because they were able to overwhelm the Peashooter's attack speed and get some solid hits off. But since these Peashooters literally have 900 health, this wasn't a problem. That's almost 1/3 of a walnut. And while I'm on the screen, let me show you its other crazy stats. It costs 25 sun, has a recharge of 2.5 seconds, and it does 110 damage per shot. Although all of these are impressive, the craziest of these is probably the sun cost. I know I'm not using sun producers, but even if I did have them, it wouldn't make any difference since the sun dropping from the sky is literally enough sun production for me to be constantly placing Peashooters. Day 11, we had the limit of 500 sun and we beat it by only using 125. Day 13 was a little weird because I had 3 layers planted and felt secure, and then suddenly this guy took a leap of faith, which scared me, but then he landed and just died. El Bozo. Everyone, please make fun of him in the comments. Day 14 again, only the chickens were able to do some damage while the others were decimated. Day 15, we could lose 2 plants and we lost 0. Day 16, I heavily overprotected this walnut. Day 17, I protected some flowers with no difficulty. Day 18, too many defenses were prepped. Day 19, we could only lose 2 plants and use 2000 sun. We lost none and used 500. Day 20, again, should be skipped and will not count under the rules, since the game literally gives us 1 Peashooter to work with, but I decided to test its limits. The first couple of waves were pretty easy as I quickly maneuvered the Peashooter, but once bucket heads were added, it got a little dicey, but even with their insane health, I was able to beat them. Then came the last wave with the chicken wrangler zombie. And I'm gonna be honest, this is impossible because of the amount of chickens that are spawned and the lack of lawnmowers. And again, this technically doesn't count under the rules, so let's keep going. Day 21, we had to protect flowers with 1750 sun, and again, this was very easy. easy. Day 23, we protect more flowers, and we're only allowed to lose 2 plants, and we lost none. Day 24, we're tasked to protect these 3 walnuts, so I moved them all into the same row and placed 5 Peashooters behind them to ensure their safety. And that was all of Wild West. Next up, Frostbite Caves. Frostbite Caves is actually a little scarier than most other worlds, because it has those random winds that freeze your plants, but those don't exist on day 1, so we beat it pretty easily. On day 2 though, they do come in, and the strategy to counteract these, since we can't use any fire plants, is to plant your Peashooters 2 to 3 lanes forward, so when they do get frozen, you can just quickly place another Peashooter behind to break the ice. In day 2, this worked pretty well. Day 4, we saw the snowball throwers, but no windstorms, so it was beat using only 2 columns of Peashooters. Day 6 was a little more wind heavy, so many columns of Peashooters were used, as well as some plant food to get me out of tough spots. Day 7 had windstorms, but less of them, so I only needed 2 columns of Peashooters. Day 9 had 3 flags, no wind, and dodo zombies, who were taken care of with 0 threat. Day 11 had 4 flags as well as windstorms, which is a pretty intense combo, but with the ice breaking strategy and then some shoveling and replanting, it becomes very possible. Day 12, defenses were prepped. Day 13, we had to protect flowers, but since they were way in the back, it was pretty easy. There was the Garg who carries 3 imps, but 1 plant food was enough to deal with it as well. Day 15, we had to protect these pepper poults, who ironically ended up protecting our Peashooters from the storms, which allowed us to defend them with ease. Day 17, there were some pre-planted plants, who I shoveled quickly after breaking them out of the ice, and beat the rest of the level with only Peashooters. Day 19, funnily had these frozen plants in the back, who had to just stay frozen because there was no way for me to unfreeze them. Day 20 was one of those windstorm heavy levels that had a lot of shoveling and replanting, but nothing too crazy. Day 22, I quickly shoveled these guacodiles, and also I haven't really mentioned them, but these weasels are kind of annoying, but nothing the Peashooters couldn't handle. Day 23, we protected these charred guards, and the game very sneakily sends these guys in, who are launched back by the charred guards, and then destroyed by the Peashooters. Day 26 had 4 flags, and again 2 permanently frozen Shroom in the back, who had to just stay frozen forever. Day 27 was a little weird, because I had to protect these Rotobagas, but there were no windstorms, so it was actually extremely easy. Day 28, I prepped some defenses up front in case of windstorms. And that ends off Frostbite Caves. And next up, we face a true challenge in Lost City. Days 1 and 2, there is no sign of Shovel Zombie, so they are both quickly beaten. But day 4, the literal first zombie is the Shovel Zombie. And of course, I did some brainstorming as to how I was supposed to beat this guy, and the only solution I could come up with was stalling them long enough until the last big wave is set in, and then feeding them to the lawnmowers. As you can see, when there's more than 2 on the screen, they get very overwhelming, and ended up reaching the lawnmowers before the last wave. But since these were the only ones sent this level, we ended up winning. Day 6, on the first attempt, I barely missed this 1 Shovel Zombie on the last wave, but on the second attempt, I was able to stall just well enough to where all the Shovel Zombies could be destroyed by the lawnmowers. Day 7, I was able to perfectly stall the shoveling zombies over the course of 3 flags on my first attempt. By day 10, I started using this weird staggered placement of Peashooters before any shovel zombies cave in. I don't really know if this even does anything special, but it seemed to be working, so I kept on using it. Day 11 was actually pretty easy, because there were only 2 shovel zombies in the entire level. Day 15, I stupidly panicked at first, because I thought, how was I supposed to stop the shovel zombies from getting to these guys? But then I realized that they can actually just do the damage themselves, and even if they did reach that key, they would just be thrown backwards instead of eaten. Day 17 had some tent carrying imps who aren't a problem, and 4 shovel zombies, which 3 of them appeared on the last wave, so they were stalled and beat fairly easily. Day 19 again only had 2 shovel zombies in total, so it was beat pretty easily. Day 20 has a Z shape made out of gold tiles, which always reminds me of that Bloons Tower Defense 5 map. Aside from that, it got pretty hectic towards the end of the level, but my stall was good enough to get us through this level as well. Day 23 was a lot of Indiana Jones, and then 3 shovel zombies on the last wave, which made this level no challenge. Day 24, on the other hand, is where the game makes it fully impossible. There is no way I can stop the shovel zombie from trampling the flowers. So in this test, Lost City Day 24 is one of the levels that is not possible using only Peashooter. But I'm going to keep going, as there are still many other worlds and obstacles still left to put up against a Peashooter. Day 25 was basically the same as Day 23 in regards to the shovel zombies, with 3 being sent on the last wave. Day 26, only 2 were sent, again on the last flag. Day 27 was a little more hectic, with a lot of turquoise skull zombies, but we still beat it. Day 29 had a fair share of Gargs, but nothing we couldn't beat. Day 30 was very scary at first sight, because it heavily limited the space I could work with to stall the zombies. But as not many were sent, it actually ended up being pretty easy. And that ends off Lost City. And next up, the Far Future. Far Future was literally on par with Ancient Egypt and Pirate Seas, so here's all of it in 50x speed. Far Future served as a break from the intensity of Lost City, also a time to recuperate my thoughts before the insanity that was the Dark Ages. That was all of the Far Future. Next up, Dark Ages. In the Dark Ages, like I said, there would be an exception, and that is Goldbloom, since the sun it produces at level 1 is equal to the rate the sun drops from the sky in the other worlds. Night 1 of Dark Ages was pretty easy, as only the basic zombies were sent. Night 2 was very similar to Night 1, but just more bucketheads. Night 3, still no sign of Jester, so again, pretty simple. Night 5 is where the havoc starts, as this Jester in the bottom middle lane went super speed tornado mode after catching the peas from the Peashooter, which allowed it to get very far and take the lawnmower, and right after, another Jester was sent in the same lane. So, I was forced to restart this level. On my second attempt, I placed the Peashooters very carefully and would shovel them as soon as the Jester appeared, so that the Jester couldn't go tornado mode, and I could strategically stall them out until the last wave, very similarly to the shovel zombie. And with the strategy, this bottom middle Jester was stalled very effectively, and the rest of this level was beat. Night 6 was a little scary because the Jester was sent in every lane, and it became very overwhelming, to the point where they reached the lawnmowers before the last wave was sent. But thankfully, this last wave didn't consist of any Jesters, so I was spared on the first attempt of this level. Night 7 was one of the few levels with no Jesters, so it was beat very easily. Night 9 though was the most annoying level of this entire run. It was a combination of potion buffs and Jesters. The potion buffs weren't too annoying, but the gravestones that kept spawning were the most annoying, because they were the only thing allowing the Jesters to spawn whenever the necromancy ability took effect. Too many times, either I didn't have enough Peashooters placed, or a Jester would rampage through my Peashooters, and then a second Jester would spawn from a gravestone after the lawnmower was already used. This cycle of repetitive failed gravestone destroying continued throughout 9 attempts, and then finally, on the 10th attempt, I was able to beat it. I would place a substantial amount of Peashooters just for the gravestones while semi-stalling out the first zombie, and whenever the graves would spawn, I would use a plant food on the lane that had 2 gravestones. And with this kinda simple but effective strategy, I was able to finally take down Night 9. But after Night 9, and I'm not gonna lie to y'all, it gets ugly for the Peashooter. Night 11 is impossible because of this single gravestone, because the Peashooter can't hit it and it just spawns 2 zombies that easily defeat us. Night 12 is also impossible because neither my Peashooters nor the Puff Shrooms can hit the Jesters, so the Puff Shrooms get annihilated. Night 16 is actually a level that is possible, so we beat it using the stalling strategy. Night 17 was also an impossible level, solely because too many Jester were sent in a spread amount of time period and very close to my defenses, because the game would spawn gravestones and then instantly necromancy, not even giving me a chance to defend or stall. And this was the last level of Night Ages that we played. Pretty atrocious to be honest, but next up, 2 much simpler worlds, Neon Mixtape Tour and the Jurassic Marsh. I combined these 2 worlds because I'm super speeding through them, as no levels really posed any threat. Neon Mixtape Tour only had the zombies with the mics who whipped the plants, but they weren't much of a threat either. There was one dinosaur that was kinda annoying in the Jurassic Marsh, and that was the Ankylosaurus, who on one of the levels kept knocking my Peashooters off the map. With these minor problems, both of these worlds were too easy in my opinion. I feel like they should have posed some type of problem being so far into the game, but hey, whatever makes my life easier, I can't truly complain about. And next up, Big Wave Beach. On day 1 of Big Wave Beach, I was really thankful for the Peashooters range, because in the only Torchwood challenge, these levels were taking upwards of 5 to 10 minutes, but with the Peashooter, it was closer to only about 1 to 2 minutes. On day 2, we only had 3 columns to work with, but as only basic zombies were sent, there were enough. Day 4 was the exact same as day 2. Day 6, we were restricted to 2 columns, so this time I actually made use of the pre-placed lily pads. Day 7, we only had the lily pads to work with, and towards the end of the level, I went to plant food this bottom lane Peashooter, which also plant fooded the lily pad, and realized, wait, I could have been doing this for the previous levels as well. One mini rule I added for this is that a Peashooter has to be on the lily pad for me to plant food it, just to make it a little more Peashooter focused. Day 9 had 4 flags and only a few tiles to work with, but a couple plant foods shifted the tide towards our side and we beat the level. Day 11 introduced the surfer zombies, who seem worthless in the face of Peashooter because they basically die instantly. On day 12 I prepped some defenses. Day 15 is also another level that is impossible when using just Peashooter, mainly because of these snorkel zombies, who make the potato mines explode instantly. Day 17 had octo zombies, who are usually really scary to see, but put up against these Peashooters, they were actually very easy to deal with. Day 19 was nothing special, I just planted Peashooter in all the available spots, which was more than enough to deal with the entire level. Day 20 was a little scary because we almost got overwhelmed in the top lane, and also a Garg with 2 back-to-back octo zombie were sent, but 2 well-timed plant food were enough to help us through this level. Day 22 is an easy level because the game gives us 3 whole columns for our Peashooters, which I quickly make use of, and also some Peashooters on lily pads, and these are enough to fend off the zombies. Day 23 is always one of the more fun levels in these challenges because you get to use the banana launchers in your defense, which is a fun little change of strategy and pace. But day 25 we're back to normal and given 3000 sun to defeat a certain amount of zombies in a certain amount of time, and the extremely high damage and low sun cost of the Peashooters easily complete these challenges as well as the rest of the level. Day 27 seems intimidating at first, but we're given a plant food pretty early on, which we quickly make use of because this fisherman is sent, and later another plant food finalizes their defense for the rest of the level. The fishermen are still scary, but not nearly as much as they were against the Torchwood. Day 28 is a frightening level where we can only lose 5 plants, but we actually ended up beating it without losing any. Day 29, some measly defenses are prepped, and the 4 plant food given to us is very helpful in getting the other much needed defenses down, which help us beat the entire level. Day 30 was the day we lost the Torchwood challenge, but contrasting to that, the Peashooters made this seem not like a challenge at all, as all the fishermen and octo zombies get easily destroyed. And that was all Big Wave Beach. Next up, Modern Day, and I'm so very much excited to see the shovel and jester zombies again. One major thing that I like about Modern Day is the freedom it gives you in placing plants. There's close to no obstacles blocking tiles, so you basically have the entire map to work with. Of course, in exchange, the zombie lineup is much more chaotic and random. Day 1, some far future tanks spawned very close to my defenses, and I got a little close, but I was able to plant food fast enough to negate the use of a lawnmower. Day 2 had big wave beach portals spawning octo zombies, and normally this would be the worst portal, but with Peashooter we want more of these rather than any Lost City or Dark Ages portals. With no challenges this level, we easily took it down. Day 4 only contained Far Future and Neon Mixtape Tour zombies, which if you remember were 2 of the easier levels, so these 3 columns of Peashooters were easily able to fend them off. Day 5 included zombies from Neon Mixtape Tour and Lost City, which had me a little scared because the number of shovel zombies could truly range anywhere from 0 to 10, and chances are there would definitely be some, but as the level reached the last wave, we actually ended up seeing 0. A dub's a dub. Day 7 introduces the newspaper zombie, who I was confident the Peashooters could beat, but they beat them so easily that I was kind of astonished and felt very confident in beating this level as well, but that's when the game hit me with karma and spawned a Dark Ages portal, and out came a jester, who quickly caught the peas and went on a rampage. So I also quickly shoveled the peas in its lane, but as I did that, another jester spawned as well as an octo zombie, who completely messed up my stall strategy. And then, as I tried to stall again, another jester spawned, but thankfully these were the only ones in this lane, so the lawnmower took care of them. Lastly, all we had left was this portal that spawned in the middle lane, but knowing it was going to spawn 3 jesters, I was able to counter it pretty easily, and we ended up barely beating the level. Day 10 was thankfully much more lenient with the zombies and only sent Far Future and Jurassic Marsh ones. Some Gargantuars seemed to be making it kinda far, but I knew the Peashooters would be able to handle them, and they did so without the help of any plant food. Day 11 was another easy level with Far Future and Wild West zombies. These football pushers are pretty tanky, but so slow that they aren't a real threat. The only non-threat this level was this prospector zombie who somehow leaped over my Peashooters and ended up killing one. I could kinda respect it, unlike that one back in Wild West. Day 12 first sent in a dragon imp, and then the very next zombie was a shovel zombie, and then some umbrellas with another shovel zombie, and then some chickens with some more shovel zombies. And after the lawnmowers took care of those 4, the game decides to send in 3 more in those exact 3 lanes, almost like it was plotting against me. So I ended up losing on my first attempt, and the second attempt, I won't lie to y'all, was the luckiest attempt I think I've ever had. I literally felt overwhelmed by the first shovel zombies and had just given up, expecting to go into the 3rd attempt, but somehow it worked out in a way that all the shovel zombies got killed by the lawnmowers, and so we ended up beating this level with pure luck. Day 15 is that one copycat level from Jurassic Marsh. It's literally the same challenge on the same day 15, and they even send the one Gargantuar in the middle lane, just like they do in Jurassic Marsh. Knowing how this level works is pretty easy to beat. Day 17 is completely annihilated by these 3 columns of Peashooters. The newspaper, balloon, arcade, tomb raiser, and coffin zombies stood absolutely no chance. Even this poor raw zombie at the end. Day 18 had a good variety of zombies, and the funniest were these bulls. who would just be about to start running and immediately die. Except for this one at the end, who actually ended up making it pretty far. But other than that, this level was pretty easy. Day 20 has some gold tiles that I don't really make use of since I don't need the sun. And the zombies sent are mainly from the Wild West, Neon Mixtape Tour, and the Jurassic Marsh, all being fairly simple to beat. Day 21 introduces the All-Star Zombie, who is very scary because it makes it pretty far, so you always end up sacrificing a Peashooter to stop its movement. Besides the All-Star, there were a couple annoying high damage dealing zombies towards the end, but they're also beat pretty easily. Day 23 was a much simpler level with mainly big wave beach zombies, which the Octos are dealt with normally, and then I would end up using plant food to kill the deep sea gargs. Day 24 is mainly just focused on the imp hunt mechanic, but the Peashooter's 900 health is enough that they don't die from the explosive imps, making it a pretty simple level. Day 26 saw a lot of Peashooter deaths with the combo of the All-Stars and the Neon Mixtape Tour Gargs, but I was quickly replacing them, so none made it to the lawnmowers. Day 29 was the most I was impressed from the zombie side, because this Garg, Microphone Whipper, Balloon, and Raptor combo, but I was still able to beat the rest of this level pretty easily. Day 30 seems a little scary at first, but the recharge on the Peashooter is so fast and the damage is so good that it actually ends up being pretty easy. The last level of the entire challenge, Day 31, starts with an early gesture, so I'm forced to stall it for the rest of the level, which I'm barely able to pull off because the second gesture was also sent in. And with no other threats, this level was beat. And that's the end. From all the levels, not including the skipped ones, Peashooter only lost to 5 of them, which I think is pretty impressive. And next step is Lightning Reed. Some people dislike it, and others, like me, love it. Now you might be wondering why people dislike it. I mean, it can literally hit multiple zombies at once, and it looks cool. But for the power to hit multiple targets, it trades off its damage, making it awful against tanky zombies such as gargantuars and bosses. But what if I was to upgrade it to max level, where its damage is literally 6 times higher than normal? Would it still struggle? Well, let's find out. But before we begin, let me quickly go over the rules. Only Lightning Reed, no power-ups or Zen Garden, skip all levels that force the use of another plant, pre-placed plants are fine, and lastly, coins earned throughout the challenge can be used to buy plant food, but no replaying levels to farm coins. Okay, let's begin. Like usual, if the plant is half decent, it'll easily wipe Ancient Egypt, and that's exactly what happened. So here are all the levels at once. While these play out, I can quickly explain to you the basic strategy behind Lightning Reed if you're unfamiliar. You want to start off by placing 1 Lightning Reed each in both of these lanes, preferably in the back, because this placement allows the Lightning Reeds to cover all 5 lanes, since they can attack in their own lane and adjacent lanes. That's all there really is to the strategy, and with that, all of Ancient Egypt was beat. Ancient Egypt was actually so easy that I wanted to add a challenge within the challenge for Pirate Seas. Can 2 Lightning Reeds solo the entirety of Pirate Seas? And as the first level plays out, I'll show y'all the stats of the max level Lightning Reed. Its sun cost goes from 125 to 50 sun. The recharge stays the same at 5 seconds. The health increases from 300 to 900. The damage again increases from 10 to 60. And of course, you can multiply this damage by the number of zombies the Lightning Reed ends up hitting. And just like that, the first level was pretty easily beat using only 2 Lightning Reeds. Day 2, we get the same exact result as no tanky zombies have been involved yet. Same with Day 3. Day 4 gets a little spooky as some bucket heads are sent in, and they actually make it further than expected. But as I had some plant food stocked up, I let this bottom lane bucket think it was the main character, and then at the last second hit him with the Wrath of Zeus. Day 5 sent in even more bucket heads, but as they were mainly in the middle lanes, both of the Lightning Reeds were able to team up and easily take him down. Same exact situation on Day 6. Day 7 threw a curveball with the barrel roller, who I originally thought would be the scariest, but the roller ends up dying because of the Lightning Reed's multi-hit, and then leaves the barrel sitting there with no pusher, in return making them an easy enemy, and we beat Day 7. Day 9 was definitely the scariest level so far, as most of the pressure was put on the top lane Reed. It handled itself pretty well up until the very last zombies, who I could have plant fooded defeat, but as lawnmowers are allowed, I just let them handle it. Day 10 was much easier as the tanky zombies were middle lane focused. There were also imp cannons, which the cannons themselves are pretty tanky, but as they stay in the back, they aren't too difficult to deal with. Day 11 was an easy level. Day 14, I got too excited about it being a prep your defenses level that I forgot about the 2 Lightning Reed rule, so I prepped some defenses. Day 15, we had to protect some flowers, and we did it easily. Day 16 is always an exciting level, but if it was possible with potato mines, it's 100% possible with lightning reeds. Day 17, the situation shifted a little, as this parrot yoinked one of my lightning reeds. But thankfully, this was the last wave of zombies, and I used my plant food to destroy all the unreachable zombies. The lawnmowers could have done the job as well,
but I wanted to end them with my own hands.
Day 22, again, prep some defenses. Day 23 was theoretically the most impossible looking level so far because of these flowers being so far forward, but for some reason the game doesn't send any tanky zombies, so it ended up being one of the most simple levels. Day 24, I learned something new, and it was that the parrot tries to go for the spring bean, but then the spring bean ducks down, which makes the parrot do a 180 and go back to the zombie. This makes the spring bean a little better in my mind, but only a little. It's still awful because I ended up dying to these imps. On the second attempt, however, I made sure to use all my plant food, which helped the lightning reeds beat the level by themselves. And that was basically every level in Pirate Seas beat with only 2 max level lightning reeds. Pretty impressive. Next up, the Wild West. We'll be speeding past most of the Wild West as again, it wasn't really interesting, and without the 2 reed limitation, most levels were just easily beat. Oh, we're gonna make a little stop here on day 14 just to see all the chickens get fried for the pain they put me through last time. Feels good. Feels good. Back to speeding. Not much to say either, besides that the bulls in the Wild West weren't too scary, but for some reason they amp up a little bit when we get to modern day, making them much scarier. And here we are. If you remember, I mentioned bosses in the intro, and this one we fight because a lightning reed shows up in the conveyor belt. The only problem is that there are 6 other plants in the conveyor belt as well, making the chances of me getting the lightning reed 1 in 7. And luck did not seem to be on my side because after placing the first reed, the second one took a whole 30 seconds. And in that 30 seconds, I lost a lawnmower and only did this much damage to the final boss. Because again, lightning reed is awful against high health enemies. But thankfully the 3rd and 4th reeds came in at an okay pace, but then the boss hit me with this. And in this situation, all I could do was plant food and save one of the reeds, which I was able to, but the reed actually has a very small plant food animation, so my timing had to be pretty spot on. And feeling a little overwhelmed by everything that had just happened, I completely forgot to keep planting and shoveling plants to leave room for new reeds. And this was basically the end of this attempt because the boss pulled out the rocket move again, and I saved the one that didn't have a lawnmower behind it, and as a guard was approaching, I panicked and spam bought 2 plant food to potentially take it out, but sadly I was too late and it took out the reed, breaching the house, meaning I just wasted 2,000 coins as well. But this didn't feel completely impossible, so I gave it another attempt. Again, the pace we were getting the reeds was atrocious, and as I finally got down 3 reeds, the boss pulled out this move again, forcing me to save only 1 again. And stupidly, I thought, oh, it's already done me dirty. It won't do it again, right? Wrong. It sent rockets into these 4 tiles, and you might be thinking, well, that isn't bad because it isn't hitting the lightning reed. And you'd be correct because that's exactly what I thought as well. So I quickly shifted my focus to the full conveyor belt to make some more room, but as I was distracted, the 4 rockets dropped, and just as it dropped, the boss snuck in a singular rocket right onto my reed, which I didn't notice at all because it was so well timed and hidden. And so this took out this reed, and I managed to get another one, but as Zomboss sent a wave of Gargs to take my mowers, and then another wave of Gargs to take me down, this level was starting to feel a little less possible, but still not impossible. So I tried again, and for some reason, this attempt was so different from the previous 2. I was getting the reeds at a pretty good pace, as well as the rockets were taking out any of my defenses, and just like that, the boss was surprisingly beat. Frostbite Caves, Lost City, and Far Future were so embarrassingly easy that I'll be super speeding past all of them. While we breeze through these, I'll quickly ask, if you're enjoying the video so far, consider subscribing. Only about 4% of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed, so it'd be a big help if you did. It's free and you can always unsubscribe. And that was all of those. Next up, the Dark Ages. Night 1 starts, and normally I use Goldbloom to supplement Sun since none falls naturally, but I had a thought. Would it be possible to beat Dark Ages without the need of a Goldbloom? Because most levels have Sun Graves, and even if they don't, we still have 100 Sun to work with. This is where the ultimate challenge for Lightning Reed came in. Could it beat Dark Ages without the use of a Goldbloom and only 2 Lightning Reed per level? This level, I started off by placing too many as a challenge hadn't come to mind, but right as it did, I shoveled the extra reeds. The toughest zombies this level were Coneheads, so I beat them with 0 problem. Night 2, you'll notice that I was still bringing in Goldbloom as I had no faith in Lightning Reed to complete this challenge. Night 2 had some Bucketheads who were dealt with using plant food. Same with Night 3, 5, and 6. Night 7, however, Torchwood threw in a tankier zombie into the mix, the Knight, who was sent in pretty low numbers this time, so the plant food abilities were still enough. Night 9, things escalated as speed and health potions were introduced, and everything was fine for most of the level. Then right before the final wave was about to be sent in, this Knight caught 2 speed potions, and I plant fooded to save my reed, but the Cloud had other plans, and the Knight ate my reed within seconds, taking my lawnmower. And now we had the final wave to deal with, using only this one lightning reed. Thankfully, the game decided to make this the least threatening final wave ever, and perfectly, all the zombies were lined up for my reed to hit them all. And even more perfectly, the lane with no lawnmower was dealt a conehead who was easily beat, and with that, Night 9 was surprisingly beat. Night 11 was another crazy one because it starts with this gravestone in the back, and I was actually wrong in the last video when I said the sun graves don't spawn zombies, because someone in the comments told me that they actually do spawn them. So this was number 1 priority to get rid of, and I could have just put a reed adjacent to the grave and then shovel and replant the reed, but that didn't feel right. So I went with the option of waiting till there were only a few zombies on screen and then plant food the reed, praying that the Cloud hit the grave, which it did. And just as I thought I was safe, Night 11 sends another menace, the Wizards, who basically had a free pass to sheepify both of my reeds, forcing me to let the lawnmowers deal with this wave of zombies. And then as upcoming waves brought wizards, I was just using my plant foods to deal with them. And then the final wave sent a wizard in every lane. And I won't lie to y'all, these wizards rage baited me hard enough, taking into account all the previous plant solos, that I completely threw out the 2 reed challenge from this point forward. And now the only challenge remaining was the no gold bloom one. So let's see if that's still doable. Night 12 made us protect these puff shrooms and gave us too many plant foods, so it was very easily beat. Night 15, I prepped some defenses. Night 16 was another tough one, as the knights produced by the kings protected these annoying wizards, letting them sheepify basically all of my reeds. So I was forced to mower launch this lane, so some of my lightning reeds would be freed, and with this, we beat Night 16. The start of Night 17 was pretty satisfying with these gravestones, and it was beat with the army of reeds. Night 19 was the last level of the Dark Ages, and these magnet shrooms were pretty easily defended as they heavily helped the reeds by magnetizing the helmets off the zombies. That was all the Dark Ages without the need for gold bloom. Next up, Neon Mixtape Tour and Jurassic Marsh. I'm super speeding through these 2 as well because again, they're very easy, especially Neon Mixtape Tour. Jurassic Marsh had like 2 levels in the entire world that took 1 lawnmower each, and the rest felt like nothing. And that was all of those 2. Next up, the Big Wave Beach and Modern Day. With these last 2 worlds, I'll only be showing you the few interesting levels that I came across and not mentioning the others to save us all some time. If you're interested in seeing the other levels, I'll be posting the full gameplay of this on my second channel, Perpetualer Prince. I know, very creative name. But anyways, Big Wave Beach had this day 15, which includes the snorkel zombies and potato mine ready to explode, which we have to defend. And the normal lightning reed can't hit the snorkel zombie when it's underneath, but luckily its plant food can. So I was actually able to beat this level pretty easily by spamming plant food. There was day 23 in which we protect these banana launchers, and it's a little scary because the fishermen stay way in the back, which protects them from lightning reeds in most situations. So I was using the banana launchers to take care of them, and with that, day 23 was B. Day 30 also has the same concept as day 23 and can be a little suspenseful, but it was also B. Modern Day has day 18 in which these bulls make it really far and then launch their imps right into the lawnmowers, which was a little scary, but after this, the level got pretty easy. Day 30 of Modern Day was probably the most butt-clenching level because it was already extremely scary in the early stages of the level with the constant bombardment of high-class zombies. And as we reached the end, this Garg was the only thing left, with me being basically out of sun and the recharge not really favoring me, allowing the Garg to just smash the reeds and make a path. But it paused for a second to launch the imp it was carrying. I completely ignored the imp and heavy focus on the Garg, but it just kept pushing through. And just as I was out of sun and couldn't plant any more reeds, and also I couldn't launch this mower because I'd used my mower launch on this early Garg, I thought it was over. But then out of nowhere, this mower drove across the lawn, defeating the Garg. I was confused, but then remembered there was an imp launch that triggered the mower perfectly, which saved me. And that was basically all the challenging levels of Modern Day. And as the last day plays out, let's look at how many levels the Lightning Reed lost to. And it was 0. Yep, Lightning Reed was able to beat every level it was put up against. Pretty impressive. Now, does this make it a good plant? Well, I don't know. That's up to you to decide. And next step is... Electric Peashooter, one of the most powerful plants in this game as well as in Garden Warfare 2. But there usually comes a problem with strength in this game, and that's cost. So let's see if a max level Electric Peashooter with its high cost is able to solo all of PvZ2. Alright.
Let's annihilate everything.
The challenge starts off with these two basic zombies and me planting my first electric Peashooter in the middle lane, which very quickly annihilated the zombies and also the two zombies in the adjacent lanes. But then there were 5 more zombies sent in each of the lanes, and this one electric Peashooter could get the top 4 lanes, but the bottom lane for some reason it couldn't reach, so I had to place another one there. But with these two, day 1 was very easily beat. Day 3, we first have to shovel the cabbage pole and the 2 sunflowers, and then place 2 electric Peashooters in these 2 places. And honestly, this is the optimal placement for the electric Peashooters because it allows them to get all 5 lanes. The only problem is that there has to be a zombie walking into the lane that the electric Peashooter is placed in for the electric Peashooter to shoot. But that aside, day 3 was also beat. Day 7 for some reason starts us off with 550 sun, and even with this high cost we're able to get down 5 electric Peashooters within this level and easily take it down. Day 8 again, we have to shovel this walnut, iceberg lettuce, and 2 potato mines. And while the next couple of levels play out, let me show you the stats of the max level electric Peashooter. Its sun cost goes from 200 to 150, so not much of a difference. Its recharge rate goes from 5 seconds to 3 seconds. Its health, like many other plants, goes from 300 to 900. And then here's where things get a little tricky with its damage, because the electric Peashooter's orb that you see flying out and the bolts that come out of it act as 2 different damage sources. The orb goes from 5 damage to 50 damage, and then the bolt goes from 20 damage to 29 damage. And since it's mastery 200, you can multiply this damage by 2. And then its plant food power goes from 350 damage to 500 damage, and also the number of orbs shot with the plant food power goes from 3 to 5. And with the plant food power, there's like these small orbs that come out of the bigger orb, and their damage goes from 20 to 40, and also the number of small orbs goes from 6 to 14 per big orb. And for the plant food power up, the velocity of the orbs is also faster by 1.4 for the bigger ones, and for the smaller ones 1.8. There's a lot of stat buffs with the electric Peashooter being max level, and there's actually 3 more things. The amount of zombies zapped per orb goes from 2 to 4, and at level 1 the bolts that come out of the orbs usually hit every 0.5 seconds, but at max level they hit every 0.4 seconds. And lastly, there's a range increase for the bolts going from 1 to 1.25, which means there's a 25% increase in range. Wow, that was a lot of explaining. But aside from that, day 9 was beat. Days 10, 12, 13, and 14 were all beaten very easily. Day 15 was a nice level because we had to protect these 3 sunflowers, and they provided us with extra sun to plant more electric Peashooters, but I ended up only using 5 of them, and this was enough to beat day 15 as well. 16 and 17 went by quickly. Day 18, we have our first prep your defenses level. Day 19 had a 16 plant limit and 2 mold colonies in the back, and these challenges aren't much of a threat, so I was slowly able to get down more electric Peashooters as the level went on. And lastly, I ended it off with using a plant food on one of the electric Peashooters. Day 20 was another nice level in which we had to protect these 4 sunflowers, which allowed me to quickly get down 5 electric Peashooters, making this final wave a very non-threatening horde of zombies. Day 21 had 1 flag and a lot of gravestones, and it's pretty cool seeing the orb and the lightning bolts hit the gravestones. And these 2 electric Peashooters were able to carry most of the level, and by the end I had 4, which helped me take down the rest of day 21. Day 22, an 18 plant limit and 1 column of mold colonies, and this 1 coffin zombie in the middle was being annoying because my electric Peashooters couldn't hit it, so I had to plant a 3rd electric Peashooter just to take care of it. And by the time the final wave was sent, I had 4 placed down, which could take down most of the zombies, but I planted a 5th one just in case, and we beat day 22. Day 23, we see our first Gargantuar in the top lane, which I took out using a plant food power up, but it launched its imp, so the electric Peashooter in that top lane had to take care of that imp by itself, beating day 23. And here we were, the last level of Ancient Egypt, another prep your defenses level. So of course, I prepped my defenses. And that was all of Ancient Egypt beat with just an electric Peashooter. Next up, Pirate Seas we're actually going to super speed through because it was a very easy world with no complications at all. There were some levels in which we had to protect flowers from being trampled on, and those can be dangerous for the electric Peashooter if we can't get them down fast enough, but we're able to beat those in this world. And that was all of Pirate Seas beat with just an electric Peashooter. Next up, Wild West starts off, and it's a pretty cool world because just like the laser beam run, I can make use of the minecarts. And I haven't really talked about it, but the main reason that the electric Peashooter can be bad is because of its sun cost. Everything else is of course phenomenal with its damage and its range, but the sun cost in the later worlds can be a big hindrance. But the Wild West is pretty cool because I can just place the electric Peashooters on the minecarts, and sometimes the minecarts allow me to access all 5 lanes with just one electric Peashooter. And this makes every level much more possible. And with that, day 1 was beat. Day 2 had 2 minecarts which allowed me to access all 5 of the lanes between the 2. And so of course I quickly made use of them, switching the minecarts up and down whenever I needed to. And just with these 2, I was able to beat all of day 2. Day 3 was basically the same thing with 1 flag and 2 minecarts that allowed me access to all 5 lanes. And even though these minecarts were enough with these 2 electric Peashooters, I still sometimes would place down more just to make it easier. Day 3 was beat. Day 5 has a mega minecart with all 5 lanes within its reach, and throughout the level I was able to place down a couple more electro Ps just to make it easier for me, and we beat day 5. Day 6 I prepped defenses. Day 7 was nice because it had 2 mega minecarts, and I moved them up and down whenever it was needed, allowing me to take out the entirety of day 7 with just these. Day 10 starts and it's 1 flag, but it also introduces the chicken zombies, which are pretty easy because the electricity is literally meant for them. But there is another problem with the electric Peashooter, and it's slow attacking speed. And due to this and the chicken's pretty fast speed, sometimes they get through and make it to the lawnmowers. But as that was the only chicken that made it through, we beat day 10. Day 11 had 1 flag and also a 500 sun limit, which basically means that I can only plant 3 of these guys. And as the final wave came in, I did exactly that and was pretty easily able to beat this level. Day 13 had 2 flags and also introduced the mechanical bull zombies, which are pretty interesting because when they get zapped, the imp on top of them just disappears. Like no ashes or no bone marks, just completely disappears. And this bull actually made it pretty far, so I had to use 2 of the electric Peashooters on the minecarts to deal with it. But aside from that, day 13 was beat. Day 14 has 2 flags, and it's the second level that the chickens are sent in, and it's a pretty decent amount of them. But with this placement of the electric Peashooters in the top lane, bottom lane, and in the middle lane, we're able to constantly have the electric Peashooters shooting, which makes sort of a wall of lightning and the chickens can't get through. And we beat day 14 without losing any lawnmowers. Day 15 we could only lose 2 plants, and we beat the level without losing any. Day 16 we had to protect this walnut, and the first thing I did was plant an electric Peashooter right behind it. And I mentioned this because normally my first plant placement is based on where the zombie comes in, but this time of course I didn't plant it where the zombie came in, instead planted it behind the walnut. And with a couple of plant food, we pretty easily beat this level. Day 17 was a protect the flowers from being trampled on level, and like I mentioned earlier, this is one of the more tough challenges with the electric Peashooter, because normally a zombie can sometimes just sneak by if you don't have enough sun. But thankfully within this level we had 2 minecarts that had access to all 5 lanes, and this was perfect because I didn't have to depend on the sun, and this level was beat on the very first attempt. Day 18 defenses were prepped. Day 19 had a 2000 sun limit, 2 flags, and we could also only lose 2 plants. A lot of 2s, but the level itself was very slow paced, so I was able to get down 5 electric Peashooters before the final wave even came in. And once you have 5 of these guys placed down, there's basically no level in the entire game that can defeat them. Unless of course you're in the frostbite caves and they get frozen. But we're not in the frostbite caves yet, so day 19 was beat. Day 21, another protect the flowers from being trampled on level, but again we had the minecarts helping us, so we won without any problems. Day 23, another protect the flowers from being trampled on level, and also we could only lose 2 plants. And this is actually the most dangerous level of the Wild West for the electric Peashooter, because even though it's just to protect the flowers, there's also chickens in this level. So to start off, I actually stalled the level a little bit, waiting until the last moment to plant an electric Peashooter to take care of the zombie so I could get more sun to place more of them. And now having 3 of them, I felt a little bit safer from the chickens, but not completely, so I got a 4th one down, and thankfully it was in the perfect lane that the chicken wrangler came in. And by the time chickens were about to be sent in that last lane without an electric Peashooter, I actually got one down. And you might have noticed that I didn't use the minecarts this time, and that was due to the reason that I didn't want the chickens to accidentally trample the flowers, and we could have the electric Peashooters as sort of a wall. And using the stalling and the wall strategy, day 23 was beat. And here we were, the final day of the Wild West, day 24, where we have to protect these 3 walnuts from the zombies. And again, this is another level with chickens, and for some reason I didn't think to stall this this time, and this led to the chickens in the very top lane making it all the way to the lawnmower. So my next move was of course planting an Electro Pea in that top lane, but then chickens in this bottom middle lane made it all the way as well. So I was forced to plant an Electro Pea there, but now with these 4 planted, we're basically unstoppable, and we very easily beat the rest of day 24, and that was all of Wild West beat with just max level electric Peashooters. Next up, Frostbite Caves, one of the more tougher worlds in these challenges because we don't have any fire plants to deal with the freezing effect. Thankfully, day 1 doesn't have any of the freezing, so we beat it. Day 2 has 6 frozen plants and also some freezing winds. And what I should have done here was quickly shovel that electric Peashooter on the bottom lane because one more wind and it was going to get frozen, which it did. But if I'd shoveled it, I would have gotten some sun back and could have planted another electric Peashooter faster. And when the top electric pea got a little frozen, I did shovel it and get some sun back, and in doing so, these 2 electric peas were able to carry me through day 2. Day 4 has 2 flags and thankfully no winds, so I'm able to slowly plant down my electric peas without having to worry about them freezing, and day 4 was beat. Day 6 has 2 frozen sunflowers, and the nice thing about the sunflowers is that right as soon as they unfreeze, they give me some sun. But of course, I do shovel them as quickly as possible. And then my electric peas were getting half frozen, but I try to quickly shovel them, kind of messing up on that top one, but succeeding on most of the other ones like these 2 in the bottom 2 lanes. But as the final wave came in, I forgot to shovel the top lane one and they got frozen. But thankfully I had enough sun to plant down 2 more electric reeds, and these carried me to the end of the level, beating day 6. Day 7 had 2 flags, 2 frozen split peas, and 2 frozen yeti imps, but thankfully no freezing winds, so I was able to pretty easily get down my electric peas, having to place down a 5th one just for this one final zombie, and we beat day 7. Day 9 we jumped up to 3 flags and the dodo imps were introduced, and these guys are kind of freaky because when they get electrocuted they kind of show up as the imp and dodo being one giant bone. I don't really know what that means, if the dodo and the imp is like a hybrid of something. I guess the zombies were getting freaky. Day 11 we jump up to 4 flags, and it's one of the more annoying levels because it has a lot of snowstorms, so I'm constantly having to shovel all my electric peas and then replant them, but then they get frozen again, so I have to shovel them again. But slowly and surely we were making it through the level as we now made it to the 3rd flag, and this is possible due to the electric pea's infinite pierce and its ability to cover the whole map with just 2 of them, which allowed them to beat day 11. Day 12 I prepped some defenses. Day 13 was a protect the flowers from being trampled on level with 4 flags, but they were as far back as they could possibly be, which made it much easier on us. And this level also introduced the Gargantua or Frostbite Caves, but I used a plant food and instantly took it out, taking down day 13. Day 15 does have 4 flags, but it's also nice because we have these 2 pepper poults to unfreeze our electro peas. And everything was going pretty smoothly until right here when the 2 bottom electro peas got frozen, and then the zombies in the bottom lane got very close, so I had to plant food the pepper pool, but then I also plant fooded another electro pea and they took them out. This would have been an embarrassing level to lose on, but thankfully we made it through. Day 17 was pretty easy. Day 19 was a little annoying as some of my electric pea shooters kept on getting frozen, but we're being given a pretty generous amount of plant food, so I was using it whenever I needed. And then also because of the bolts that come with electric pea shooters, some of the pea shooters were getting unfrozen, and by the end all of them had been unfrozen and we beat day 19. Day 20 has 3 flags and is very wind heavy, so I'm having to constantly shovel the electric pea shooters, but I was only shoveling and replanting them in these 2 lanes since they're the optimal lanes, but in doing so things got a little crazy in the bottom lane, so I had to shift the electric pea shooter to the bottom lane to take care of all these frozen yeti imps, and thankfully the very good infinite pierce made this very easy, and with that threat handled we beat day 20. Day 22 introduces zombies similar to the chickens, which is the weasels, and I don't know if the weasels are slower or there's just less scent, but they seem to be much easier to deal with than the chickens were, allowing us to beat day 22 without losing a lawnmower. Day 23 we're tasked to protect these 5 charred guards, and this level is kind of made easy due to the frozen twin sunflowers, which when they unfreeze they instantly give us some sun, which allows us to get down 5 electric peas pretty fast, and they beat day 23 very easily. Day 26 has 4 flags and a lot of snowstorms, which froze one of my electric pea shooters, but I was a lot more cautious in the future and was able to take down the level without having any other frozen. Day 27 we have to protect these 3 Rotobagas, and this level is actually pretty easy because there's no snowstorms, and due to this, even though there's Gargantua scent, we're very easily able to take them all down and beat day 27. And here it was, the last level of Frostbite Caves, where we have to prep some defenses. And now with the final wave coming in, we've beaten all of Frostbite Caves with just a max level electric pea shooter. Next up, Lost City is another level that we're going to be super speeding through, because like I'd mentioned earlier, the biggest problem for the Electro Pea is its sun cost. But there's a feature within Lost City, the gold tiles, which allows us to have a form of sun production, which in return makes Lost City very easy. And that was all of Lost City be with just a max level electric Peashooter. Next up. And similarly to Lost City, the far future also has a feature that makes it very easy, and that's the power tiles, making it another world that we're going to be super speeding past. And the annoying zombie for the electric Peashooter is the mecha football pusher, but when those guys come in, I would just plant food and easily take them out. And with that, all of far future was beaten with just the max level electric Peashooter. Next up. The Dark Ages, a world that can be a little challenging because we're reliant on the gold bloom and it's a very slow recharge. But since day 1 had a lot of sun gravestones, we were able to farm those and get down 5 electric peas by the end of the level, making it very easy. Night 2 was the same with some sun gravestones on the floor, which allowed me to have down an electric pea in every lane. Night 3 didn't have any sun gravestones, but since it was a pretty long level, I was able to use 2 of my gold blooms and get down 5 electric peas that way. And Night 3 was beaten. Same with nights 5, 6, 7, 9, and even night 11 as the wizards weren't fast enough to sheepify my electric peas. Night 12 we have to protect these 5 puff shrooms, and normally it's tricky due to the jesters, but the electro peas have no issue dealing with them. So night 12 was easily beaten. Day 15 defenses were prepped. Night 16 was also pretty easy. Night 17 was probably the easiest level because we had so many sun gravestones to work with, and the gargantuar of this level was dealt with using a plant food. And with us defeating the imp that was launched, we beat Night 17. And now we're on Night 19, the last level that we play of the Dark Ages. And we have to protect these 3 magnet shrooms, in which normally the strategy is planting your plants right in front of them, but I was so confident in the electric pea shooters that I planted them all the way in the back. And this worked perfectly as the zombies couldn't even get close to the magnet shrooms. And now we've been all of Dark Ages with just a max level electric Peashooter. Next up. The Neon Mixtape Tour, another world that we're going to super speed through. And the main reason for this is that the difficulty in the Neon Mixtape Tour comes from the amount of zombies that are sent. But as the piercing of the electric Peashooter negates all of that, it makes it very easy. And also another annoying zombie is the microphone whipper, but it's only annoying if you're a short range plant. And the electric Peashooter doesn't struggle against it at all. But this will be the last world that we're super speeding, as the next 3 do pose some kind of threat to the electric Peashooter. And that was all of Neon Mixtape Tour beat with just a max level Peashooter. Next up. The Jurassic Marsh, in which days 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 8, 10, and 11 were all very easily taken down. Day 12 wasn't difficult either, but there was a weird glitch that happened at the very end that I wanted to show y'all. And it was right here in the bottom lane when this gargantuar got taken out, but then right as I was about to plant food, the electric Peashooter, it just disappeared. Let me know if you know the reason that it happens in the comments. But that aside, days 13, 15, and 17 were all easily beaten as well. But day 18 is where things start picking up in the Jurassic Marsh, and that's due to the T-Rex dinosaur and its annoying ability to super speed the zombies, in which some, like in the bottom lane, make it very far. But thankfully this time we made it through without any losses. Day 21 had 3 flags and started off with this caveman zombie, and then 2 back-to-back bucket heads with the T-Rex in that top middle lane. And these 2 made it all the way to my electric Peashooter, but thankfully it was able to take them out. But then right after, 2 more T-Rexes with a lot more zombies were sent in, so I quickly placed the electric Peashooter down, and thankfully it plant fooded and took them out, because otherwise they would have taken my lawnmower. And after this, since I had a decent amount of electric peas down, it became pretty easy and we beat day 21. For day 22, defenses were prepped. Day 23, there was another close call in the top lane, but aside from that, everything was pretty easy. Day 24, there were some T-Rexes, but I was able to get down Electro Peas in their lanes, which made them easy to deal with, allowing us to win without any casualties. Day 25, another annoying dinosaur was introduced, which was the Ankylosaurus, because with the electric Peashooter, we need time, but the Ankylosaurus makes it where we have the least amount of time possible, as it just launches the zombies to the front, or I guess the back, depending on which direction you look at it from. But due to these Ankies, these zombies in the bottom middle lane were able to take my lawnmower, and then right after, a buckethead in the very bottom lane took the lawnmower as well. But thankfully, these 3 electric pea shooters were able to carry me throughout the final wave, and we won without losing any more lawnmowers. Day 26 was a pretty bad one. Even though I only had 2 flags, there was these 2 columns in the back with mold colonies. And at first, this one zombie in the bottom middle lane made it through all the way to the lawnmower, taking it out. But that was the least of my worries, as in the top lane, an Anki launched a zombie and took out my Electropea, and then that zombie took out that lawnmower as well. And the main problem was that I just used all my sun to place an electric pea shooter in that bottom middle lane, and the Anki launched another zombie towards the end in that top lane. And since that zombie is now on the mold colonies, there's basically nothing I can do to stop it. So this was actually the first level that the electric pea shooter lost on. On the second attempt, however, I made sure to place my Electropeas 1 column forward so that the Anki couldn't launch them off the map. And even though again I lost a lawnmower in that bottom middle lane, I was able to safely defend against that Anki in that top lane, and thankfully we're able to beat the level. Day 27, once again, defenses were prepped. Day 28 had 2 flags, and again I was placing my electric pea shooters a little up front just in case the Ankis got sent in, which of course they did, and the one in the bottom lane launched a caveman forward right past my electric pea shooters, which I could have placed an electric pea shooter right on top of it to defend against it, but I knew that the Anki might launch another zombie onto it, launching it off the map. So I chose to just sacrifice that lawnmower and place the electric pea shooter a little farther forward. And taking out this last fossil head, day 28 had been beaten. Now here we were, the last level that we play of the Jurassic Marsh. It had 4 flags and honestly a ton of zombies, but the electric pea is just overpowered and was able to take out all of them. And as this last Gargantuar gets torched, we had now beaten all of Jurassic Marsh just with the max level electric pea shooter. Next up, Big Wave Beach to start off was honestly pretty easy because all the zombies come in very slowly. So we're able to get enough sun and just spam a bunch of the electric pea shooters, making days 1, 2, 4, 6, 7, 9, 11, 12, 17, and 19 all very easy. Day 20 is a little different because there's no tiles that can't go underwater. So we have to rely on these lily pads. And honestly, for other plants this would have been difficult, but the electric pea shooter, even with only 5 of them, was able to take out most of the zombies. And for this last scuba zombie, I got impatient and just launched the lawnmower to take it out, beating day 20. 22 was pretty simple. Day 23 was where the real challenges of the Big Wave Beach start, where we first have to protect these 3 banana launchers from mainly the fishermen. So at first I just stalled and collected as much sun as I could, as this top lane fisherman couldn't do anything, but as the zombies started coming in to the top middle lane, I planted my first electric pea shooter. And then things got a little spooky as this bottom middle lane electric pea shooter got pulled in to the water by the fisherman, and the fisherman was about to pull the banana launcher in, but thankfully I was fast enough to plant food another electric pea shooter to take it out. Some of the octo zombies were pretty annoying because it kept covering up my plants, but nonetheless, as we took out this last scuba zombie, the banana launchers were safe and day 23 had been beaten. Day 25, the main challenge was that we had to kill a certain amount of zombies in a certain amount of time, and we actually did so pretty easily, and day 25 was beaten. Day 27, similarly to day 20, we only had the lily pads to work with, but it was honestly pretty easily beaten. Day 28, we could only lose 5 plants, and we did lose one, but it was just this bottom middle lane lily pad that the scuba zombie got to. But other than that, nothing else was lost, and we beat day 28. Day 29, defenses were prepped. And now here we were, day 30, a genuinely scary level for the electric pea shooter. And in this level, we have to protect these guacodiles from the zombies. And once again, the main threat is the fishermen's, who even if they touch the guacodiles, we lose. And of course, it's nearly impossible to get down an electric pea shooter in front of all the guacodiles fast enough, so we have to plant food the other pea shooters to take out the fishermen. And of course, I could just use my coins and buy plant food, spamming it constantly, but I do like seeing if levels are possible without me having to use the coins at first. And as the third big wave was sent in, a fisherman was also spawned in each lane, but thankfully I had to plant food and took all of them out instantly. And then some water came in, taking out 2 of my electric pea shooters, which left my middle lane naked. But thankfully no fishermen were sent in that middle lane, and I did have my plant food selected at all times just in case, but I didn't really need it, and I was able to get down my last electric pea shooter, finally allowing me to beat day 30 of Big Wave Beach, and now all of Big Wave Beach just with the max level electric pea shooter. Next up, and remember when I said I wasn't going to super speed anymore? Well, I lied, because most of modern day is actually pretty easy as well. I thought I remembered it being difficult, but I was just wrong. That was mainly due to this one level, Day 30, which similar to Day 30 of Big Wave Beach was genuinely a difficult level for Electric Peashooter. That's mainly due to the reason that we have to protect these flowers from being trampled on, but then we also see annoying zombies like the newspaper zombie as well as the football all-stars who just rush in and are guaranteed to take out one of my Electric Peashooters every time. And at the same time, I didn't have enough sun for an Electric Peashooter, and the all-star in the middle lane trampled the flowers, which led me to my second attempt. And of course, on that first attempt, I had the rule of not buying any plant food with the coins, but now we're on the second attempt. So of course, I'm going to be buying the plant food. And whenever I got the chance, I just spammed the plant food as I didn't feel like losing again. And when the final wave came in, I instantly used the plant food, and I thought that was the rest of the level done. Because normally, the Electric Peashooters are able to take out the Gargantuars by themselves. And at this point, I'd looked away from the screen and wasn't paying attention, and I hadn't realized it, but the Gargantuar in the top lane took out my Electric Peashooter and actually trampled the flowers before the lawnmower got to it. On the third attempt, however, I made sure that this didn't happen and spammed plant foods until all the zombies were dead. And with the lawnmowers taking out the last two imps, Day 30 was beat. And as the end of Day 31 of Modern Day plays out, a genuinely pretty easy level, we had now beaten the entirety of Plants vs. Zombies 2 with just the max level Electric Peashooter. Honestly, we pretty much knew that the Electric Peashooter wouldn't lose to any levels, but still fun to try out. And next up is...
This is a villain so evil, so sinister, so horribly vile, that even the utterance of his name strikes fear into the hearts of men. The only safe way to refer to this King of Darkness is simply... him.
Shroom, probably one of the most cost-efficient plants in PvZ2 as it literally costs 0 sun, but there's a couple of drawbacks that come with this. Number 1, it only has a shooting distance of 3 tiles, and number 2, it has a lifespan of 60 seconds, meaning after that 60 seconds is up, it will fade away. So I thought, could it solo the entire game if it was max level and had tremendous stat boosts even in the face of impossibilities? Well, let's find out. Shroom is assumed to be a pretty bad plant, but at max level, it's actually insanely strong and one of the best plants that we used in these challenges. And it was actually so easy that Ancient Egypt and Pirate Seas kind of just went by quickly and weren't much of a challenge. So here's all of the levels at once. And while these levels play out, let me quickly go over the max level Shroom stats. Its recharge goes from 5 seconds to 2.5 seconds. Its health goes from 150 to 700. Its damage goes from 20 to 110, plus that boost from the max mastery. Its projectile velocity, so how fast its attacks fly through the air, has a 2.2x boost. Its plant food power damage goes from 20 to 30, and that's per shot. And a pretty important aspect of the max mastery is the 20% chance for the Shroom to plant food whenever planted. And this is especially important for Shroom because when it plant foods, all the other Shroom plant food with it, and the lifespan of it resets. And on the topic of lifespan, the other very important upgrade that happens with it being max level is that the lifespan goes from 60 seconds to 120 seconds, which is honestly pretty crazy. And stats aside, we had now beaten all of Ancient Egypt and Pirate Seas using just a max level Shroom. Next up, the Wild West, a world which is pretty similar to Ancient Egypt and Pirate Seas until a certain zombie is introduced. So due to this, days 1, 2, 3, 5, and 7 are all pretty easily beaten. Day 10, however, introduces the Chicken Wrangler and the chickens, which I was not prepared for at all. So this chicken in the top middle lane and the very top lane got all the way to the lawnmowers, taking them with them. And that showed me that one column of Shrooms is definitely not going to be enough for the chickens, so I added a second one right after. But my main weapon against the chickens was definitely the plant food power up, because it's literally OP as it plant foods all of them at once, absolutely destroying all the chickens. And as the final wave came in, we basically won because it doesn't contain any chickens or chicken wranglers. Day 11 had a 500 sun limit, but of course the Shroom doesn't cost anything, so I quickly spammed 2 columns of them and very easily beat the level. 13, no special challenges either. Day 14, the chickens returned, so my plan was just planting as many Shroom as I could before before they came in. And I started in the very back column because that allowed me to stall for time. And in doing this, I was actually able to get down 4 columns of puff shroom before the first chicken wrangler even came in. And it doesn't matter how many chickens get sent in, they're not getting through all these puff shroom. And if they did bite at the puff shrooms or ate one, I'd either just plant food to regain the health back or just plant another puff shroom in the one that was eaten's place. And the level ended with me having 5 columns of puff shroom down. Day 15 actually has a pretty scary challenge in which I can't lose more than 2 plants. And it's not really the zombies that you have to worry about in this level, it's more so the lifespan of the puff shroom. But thankfully we're given a pretty generous amount of plant food throughout the level, so I can just use those to retain its lifespan. And in doing so, day 15 was easily beat. Day 16 we had to protect this walnut, and I chose to just use 3 columns of puff shroom right behind the walnut because any more than that is kind of pointless because the range is of course still only 3 tiles. And the walnut was successfully defended. Day 17 we have to protect these flowers from being trampled on, and this level doesn't have any scary zombies, so we're able to accomplish our goal. Day 19 has a 2000 sun limit, which isn't a challenge of course, but it also has that challenge of me not being able to lose more than 2 plants. But the plant food just seems extra generous on these levels because I was using it throughout the entire level, but still ended with 5 in my bank. Day 21 we have to protect the flowers from being trampled on, also again with a 1750 sun limit, and again no dangerous zombies, so the requirements were easily met. Day 23 however is a problem because we have to protect the flowers from being trampled on, and also we can't lose more than 2 plants, but this level also has chicken wranglers. So once again I was using the strategy to place as many puff shroom as I could before taking out any of the zombies, and I got down 4 columns of them before the chicken wranglers were sent in. But even with this many, I had to make sure that I was constantly plant fooding whenever I saw any chickens, because all the zombies needed to do was take out 3 of my puff shroom and I would lose. And if you look in the bottom lane, you'll see that if I'm not on timing, the chickens will eat through my puff shroom. And as we're about to reach the final wave, I was kind of just spamming my plant food because I had 3 in my bank. And as the final wave came in, I used my plant food, basically taking out most of the chickens, and the remainders were defeated by the rest, and we beat day 23. And now we're on day 24, which is the last level we play of the Wild West, and we have to protect these 3 walnuts on these 3 minecarts. And in fear of the chickens, I was once again using the stalling strategy and trying to place down as many puff shrooms as I could before they came in. And by the time the first one was sent in, I had 3 columns of puff shroom down, but of course I still had to make sure that I was constantly using my plant food, otherwise the chickens would just eat through everything. And of course with some consistency, we're able to defeat the entire level, beating day 24, and now all of the Wild West using just a max level puff shroom. Next up, the Frostbite Caves, another world that has a singular threat in the form of its icy winds. And day 1 doesn't have these, so we breeze through it. Day 2 does have them, and some of my puff shroom end up getting frozen, and the way to counteract this is just placing another puff shroom behind the frozen one to break the ice. And the winds on day 2 weren't enough to overwhelm my puff shroom, so we beat it pretty easily. Day 4, again, nothing too overwhelming, so we're able to defeat it using minimal puff shrooms. Day 6 was definitely more of a challenge because my front row puff shrooms got frozen, and then right after breaking the ice on those, the puff shroom in the back column got frozen, so I had to plant more behind those to break their ice as well. But even through all that, day 6 was still defeated. Day 7, the winds weren't too overwhelming, but even then I placed a lot of puff shroom just in case, defeating it pretty easily. Day 9, again, minimal puff shrooms. Day 11 is definitely a level with a hefty amount of winds, so as the puff shrooms started getting frozen, I started placing more behind them, and in doing so, a pretty good chunk of the map was covered in puff shroom by the time the final wave arrived. And you've probably guessed we beat this level as well, but a pretty interesting thing is that if you look in the top left, you'll see that I have 1000 sun, even though the puff shroom costs 0. And I really tried not collecting any sun, but I literally couldn't break the habit, so you'll see me collecting it here and there, basically in every level. But of course, aside from that, day 11 was beat. And now we have to skip straight to day 13, because even though normally we do play day 12, because it's a prepare your defenses level, it doesn't actually allow us to bring in the puff shroom since it's a 0 cost plan. And that's why you haven't seen any prepare your defenses levels, because I literally just can't play them, so we end up skipping them for this plan. In day 13, we have to protect these flowers in the very back from being trampled on, and the only problem is the Gargantuar in the bottom lane that's sent within the final wave, and the Yeti imps it throws right near the flowers, but I did have a puff shroom there just to defeat him, and I planted one behind just in case as well. And after taking him out, day 13 was beat. Day 15, we have these pepper pults to help us with unfreezing the puff shroom if they get frozen, but it doesn't work out too well because of the puff puff shroom's small range. So the idea here was planting a column of puff shroom in that 4th column from the front, and then also puff shroom in the range of the pepper pults and also in range to break the ice from that column of puff shroom in the front if they got frozen. And honestly, it was a good system that was working pretty well, and the only lane that we had to worry about was the very middle one because there weren't any pepper pults to de-thaw the plants there. And in doing this, day 15 was defeated pretty easily. Day 17, nothing too bad either. Same with 19 and 20 with no special challenges. 22, however, we have to be a little careful because similar to the chicken wranglers, we're introduced to the weasel zombies. But there aren't too many scents, so we're able to just use our plant food to take care of most of them and beat the level without losing any lawnmowers. Day 23, we have to protect these chard guards in the back, and again, the weasels are in the level. And it got semi-close with this chard guard in the very top lane because it lost all of its flaps, but then I was able to get down a puff shroom that instantly plant fooded, taking out the weasels there. But then a windstorm carrying a cone head got sent right onto that chard guard, and realizing that the chard guard wasn't going to survive, I chose to just use a plant food on it, which took care of the problem. And the rest of day 23 was defeated without difficulty. Day 26 has 4 flags and can be a little tricky because of the 3 frozen weasel hoarders in the very front, but of course my plan was just to spam puff shroom in the very back to prepare for them, but this almost ended up backfiring on me because most of my puff shroom in the top 2 lanes got frozen by the winds. But thankfully, as the final wave came in, I still had a couple of tiles to work with in the front, so I made use of those and plant food to take care of all the zombies, beating day 26. Day 27 has 4 flags and also these 3 Rotobaga in the back that we have to protect, but this level doesn't have any windstorms, so it's just straight hands between the puff shroom and the zombies. And this actually ends up being the last level that we play of the Frostbite Caves because day 28 is a prepare your defenses level. And in this battle against Gargantuars, the puff shroom are easily able to defeat them, with me only having to worry about the Yeti imps that are launched to the back. And after defeating the Yeti imps, we had now beaten all of Frostbite Caves using just the max level puff shroom. Next up, Lost City, in which we first skip straight to day 4 because the biggest threat we've faced so far appears there, which is the shovel zombie. And as many of you know, the shovel zombie is the biggest threat because the puff shroom literally can't deal any damage to it no matter what I do. So my best strategy to counteract these guys is basically just stalling them until the very final wave, and this level is a good example because the shovel zombies appear in every single lane, and stalling them to the very end ensures that I get every shovel zombie that's in the level. Of course, with the use of the lawnmowers, and this will be our only method in defeating these guys moving forward. Day 6, about halfway through the level, 2 shovel zombies appear in the very 2 bottom lanes, but then the intensity racks up as a second shovel zombie appears in the bottom middle lane in the second big wave. And this actually made it to where I couldn't stall until the big wave actually started coming in, so the lawnmowers went past before the zombies appeared. And very unluckily, a shovel zombie appeared in the very bottom lane, which guaranteed my loss in this level because there's no lawnmower to take it out. So of course, after losing the level, I jumped straight to my second attempt, and this time I knew that the most important shovel zombie to stall was that very bottom one, and we only had to stall the shovel zombie in the bottom middle lane until the second one appeared. So of course I heavy focused the very bottom one, and this time I was able to stall until the final wave, allowing me to take out all the zombies and beating day 6. Day 7 was pretty scary because it started off with a very early shovel zombie, meaning I'd have to stall it more, and then a second one approached a little later in the top middle lane, and then a third one in the middle lane, a fourth one in the top middle lane, and a fifth one in the very bottom lane. This was definitely looking hectic, but there's another strategy that you can use in stalling the shovel zombies, which is basically just plant fooding your puff shroom, because that makes it so the shovel zombies can't do anything to the puff shroom. It basically acts as a barrier to their health, and also it doesn't allow the shovel zombies to shovel them up and throw them backwards. But now, as the final wave and all the zombies in it had appeared on the map, we didn't have to stall any longer. And even though it was looking pretty chaotic, we beat day 7 on our first attempt. Day 10, we had a shovel zombie appear in the first big wave, and then a couple more a little later on, but we survived till the final wave and were able to win pretty easily this time. Day 11 only had 2 shovel zombies in the entire level, so again, nothing too challenging. Day 15, there are shovel zombies in the top and bottom lane, but there's also a key there that we have to protect, but in the end, the key actually ended up protecting us against the shovel zombies. And with their help, we're able to take out the shovel zombies without an issue, beating day 15 pretty easily. Day 17 had one shovel zombie appear within the first big wave, but then the rest came in basically within the final wave, and the stalling ended up being very easy, so day 17 was beat on the first attempt. Day 19, we actually had a shovel zombie in the very bottom lane getting pretty far, but there was only 2 other shovel zombies that we had to worry about in the level, and as the final wave was sent in, I stopped stalling and let the lawnmowers do their job. Day 20, there's only 1 early shovel zombie in the very top lane, and then 4 more appear at the same time, but they're very close to the final wave, allowing the chaos to be taken out with the lawnmowers. Day 22 is a pretty weird one, because it's actually the first time we have to play it in one of these challenges as the puff shroom appears on it, and this time we can actually use the boulder tiles to just take care of the shovel zombies. Even the fire tiles were helpful against some of the shovel zombies, and in making use of them, day 22 was pretty easy. Day 23 was actually a pretty annoying level because of the Indiana Jones zombies who jumped right over my puff shroom, but thankfully the first shovel zombie came in within the second big wave, and I ended up not really having to stall at all, and we beat day 23. Day 24, however, was one of the biggest problems within this challenge, mainly because it's impossible. In this level, we have to protect flowers from being trampled on, and of course, that's the worst thing possible because we need to use the lawnmowers to beat the shovel zombies. In this first shovel zombie, I'm able to defeat just by launching the lawnmowers, so that isn't too bad, but then there's 3 more shovel zombies sent within the 3 middle lanes, and they basically just plunge through all the puff shroom, trampling the flowers and defeating me. And this is actually the first level that's impossible to beat with just the puff shroom, but we still have a lot more of the game to put the puff shroom against, so let's keep going. Day 25 had 3 shovel zombies, all taken out by lawnmowers in the end. Day 26 we saw 2 shovel zombies, and they both appeared near the final wave, so it ended up being a pretty easy level. Day 27 was pretty similar. Day 29 sent in 3 shovel zombies in the second big wave, but we didn't have to stall them that long as the final wave literally came in about 10 seconds later, making day 29 pretty easy as well. Now we're on day 30, the last level of Lost City, and it can be a little scary because the back 3 columns are unusable because of the mold colonies on them, which basically just means less time to stall. But thankfully there was only 2 main shovel zombies we had to worry about in those top 2 lanes, which we stalled pretty easily until the final wave, basically guaranteeing our victory. And that was all but 1 level of Lost City beaten using just a max level puff shroom. Next up, the far future, which is a world that we're super speeding through because there aren't any special challenges or zombies that affect the puff shroom. I mean, there are some tanky zombies like the Robo Cone Imp and the All-Star Mech, but the puff shroom can pretty easily handle them. And that was all of the far future beaten using just a max level puff shroom. Next up, the Dark Ages, in which we jump straight to night 5 because it's the introduction level of the annoying Jester zombie. And the strategy to beat the Jester is the same as the shovel zombie, but the Jester actually ends up being a little bit more annoying because I can't plant the puff shroom in a position where it could shoot the Jester, because if any of the shots hit the Jester just throws them back and it instantly kills the puff shroom. So we basically have to stall them at the tail end of the puff shroom. And you can see that if it's just one Jester on the screen, it's basically impossible to infinitely stall it, but as soon as multiple Jesters are introduced, it becomes a problem, mainly because the recharge of the puff shroom just isn't fast enough to keep up. And for some reason, the hordes of zombies in this world come in very slowly, so I have to stall even longer, but this time I couldn't, and the Jesters actually all made it to the lawnmowers. And then before the final wave was even sent in, 2 more Jesters were sent in the 2 middle lanes, and they inevitably made it to the end, taking me down on my first attempt of night 5. And on my second attempt, I'd completely forgotten where all the Jesters spawned in, especially forgetting if there was any other lanes that had 2 Jesters in them. So this second attempt at the level kind of ended up serving as an information gathering attempt, and as the final wave was sent in, I had all the information I needed gathered. And the most important information was that the top middle lane and the bottom middle lane were the only lanes that had the 2 Jesters in them, which basically means that I don't have to stall the Jesters sent in the very top lane, middle lane, and the very bottom lane. And doing exactly this, I let the middle lane Jester get through pretty quickly, and then as soon as the Jesters were sent in the top middle and bottom middle lanes, I quickly shoveled my puff shroom so I wouldn't make them faster because I needed to stall these 2. And as the level went on, this is exactly what I did, but at the same time, I also had to make sure that I was destroying all of the other zombies so the next horde of the zombies were sent in quicker. Also, like I mentioned earlier, that top lane Jester, I don't need to do anything to and can just let the lawnmower handle it. Of course, still just focusing on those 2 middle gestures. And you can see there's that gesture in the bottom lane that we don't have to worry about, but then the second gestures in the top middle and bottom middle lane had now come in. And this basically assured our victory because this was the last of the gestures and the lawnmowers were going to be able to take care of them. And I already knew from my last attempt that there was no gestures in the final wave and only bucket heads, so we finally beat Night 5 on our 3rd attempt. Night 7 didn't have any gestures, so we pretty easily won. Day 9 was definitely another problematic level because it had the gestures but also the potions that give them more speed and more health. The health potions aren't much of a problem, but the speed ones definitely are because they make them harder to stall. And I tried stalling these 2 gestures in the top and bottom lanes as best as I could, but eventually they made it to the end, and so I kind of converted this attempt into an information attempt as well because I was pretty positive that I was going to lose again. And I ended up being correct because a gesture spawned in that top lane and this bottom middle lane, which didn't have lawnmowers anymore. But my main goal now was to stall until the final wave just to see what zombies the final wave has in it. And very luckily, as it came in, I found out that it didn't have any more gestures. And at the same time, the only lanes I'd have to worry about are that top lane and bottom middle lane because they're the only lanes with 2 gestures in them. So I lost this time but jumped right back into the second attempt. And I forgot to mention that the top middle lane also has a second gesture in it, so I was stalling this first one, and then as soon as the second one came in, I stopped stalling it. And as the lawnmower was taking them out, I shifted my focus to the gesture in the bottom middle lane. And things actually ended up being a little weird and different on the second attempt, but in a good way, because the gestures I expected to spawn in didn't. And I realized that the reason that they didn't spawn in was because in the first attempt, they came in from the necromancy and the gravestones. But I guess on this attempt, I took out the gravestones fast enough to the point where they couldn't spawn in. So taking out this last gesture, Night 9 ended up being a lot easier than I'd originally expected. But then we're put up against Night 11 and this very annoying gravestone in the bottom middle lane right by the lawnmower. And this is another level that ended up being impossible because that gravestone spawned in an imp that I can't destroy using the puff shroom, so it takes out the lawnmower, luckily taking out a gesture with it. But then later on, another gesture appears in the very same lane, which is what makes it impossible since I can't stall anything for this gesture. So Night 11 was the second level that the puff shroom couldn't beat. But of course, let's keep on going. Straight into Night 12, again, another impossible level because there's no way I can protect these puff shroom in the back from gestures. So of course, we end up losing to this gesture in the very top lane that spewed back the puff shroom's attack, making this the 3rd level that the puff shroom couldn't beat. But it got even worse because of Night 13, since this is a level that we're playing for the first time in these challenges. And this is of course due to the reason that the puff shroom appears in the conveyor. And the RNG for the puff shroom in the conveyor just isn't good enough for me to even handle the most basic of zombies. So on my first attempt, I ended up losing, and my future attempts made me realize that this level was impossible because I was never going to get enough puff shroom to defeat all of the zombies, making this the 4th level that the puff shroom couldn't beat. Night 16 thankfully wasn't impossible because even though it had gestures, they spawned near the end of the level, and the 3 gestures in those top 3 lanes ended up being the only ones sent in the entire level. So the puff shroom were able to overcome their losing streak and defeat Night 16. Night 17 only had 1 gesture, and that was mainly due to the reason that we're taking out the gravestones faster than they could spawn in any more gestures. And so Night 17 was beaten pretty easily. And now we're on Night 19, the last level that we play of the Dark Ages, and it's also another impossible one because we have to protect these magnet shroom in the front from the zombies. And of course, there's gestures sent to their lane, and one of the gestures I can take care of using my mower launch, but the second one I can't do anything about. And eventually it takes out my magnet shroom. And that was all of Dark Ages, not beaten using just the max level puff shroom. But the next 4 worlds should be easier, so let's see how it goes, with next step being the Neon Mixtape Tour and the Jurassic Marsh we're just super speeding through because in the face of the puff shroom, they're actually pretty easy. In these worlds, it's usually the plants that cost a lot that struggle, and since the puff shroom costs 0 and it does a hefty amount of damage, it doesn't really struggle at all. And there aren't any hard counters, so we can just carelessly spam them, taking out all the zombies without a worry. I guess the only zombies we had to worry about were the microphone whippers on the endangered plants level for the Neon Mixtape Tour, since the puff shroom Shroom doesn't have a crazy range, but even then the Puff Shroom were able to handle him. And the Jurassic Marsh honestly was just very easy and didn't have anything that I had to worry about, because even with the Ankylosaurus or the T-Rex with their annoying abilities, the Puff Shroom zero cost made them really easy to beat. And that was all of the Neon Mixtape Tour and Jurassic Marsh beaten using just the max level Puff Shroom. Next up, the Big Wave Beach, a world that's honestly pretty easy for the most part, so we're skipping straight to day 23 where we have to start strategizing a little bit. And the main reason is that we're put up against the fishermen and we have to defend these banana launchers in the back. And of course the main problem is that the Puff Shroom only has a 3 tile range, so we have to try to make sure that the Puff Shroom on the lily pads are preserved. But that goal was very short-lived as a Gargantuar took out the top middle lily pad with the Puff Shroom on it, so I decided to plant food the Puff Shroom in the middle lane, which also spawned more lily pads in the lane above. And things started looking a little scary with all these zombies being sent in at the same time, but somehow the Puff Shroom were powering through it even with the fishermen pulling at them. And we eventually beat the level on our first try. But now we're skipping to the hardest level of Big Wave Beach, which is also the final level, day 30. And it's really nice that the Puff Shroom costs 0 sun because I can just spam them right away. In some of the previous challenges I've been struggling because the plants cost too much sun and it's difficult to get them down. But that aside, since this is a similar challenge, our main goal is to try to preserve the Puff Shrooms on the lily pads for the fishermen. And I was doing pretty well, and the scary wave of the fishermen in each lane was sent in, but I was pretty heavily prepped for them. So we actually ended up beating the most difficult level in a pretty easy manner. And that was all of Big Wave Beach beaten using just the max level Puff Shroom. Next up, Modern Day honestly has some pretty difficult levels because of course we have to see the Jesters and Shovel Zombies again, and Day 7 ends up bringing in the Dark Ages portals, which particularly only spawn the Jester Zombies, and I was able to deal with these 3 Jesters that the portal spawned in. But right as the final wave was sent in, my luck ran out and the Dark Ages portal spawned in the very same lane again, and there wasn't any way I could defend against the Jesters, so they ended up taking me out. On the second attempt I knew to try to stall the Jesters even more, which is exactly what I did, and I was able to stall the first 2 Jesters until the second portal showed up. And if you can't tell, that Jester in the very front is actually 4 Jesters in one, and it ended up rampaging through all my Puff Shroom and it took out all 4 of them and the 5th one, but very unluckily it missed the very final Jester. And then with no alternative path, the Jester took me out for a second time. But we were so close on winning on that second attempt that I knew that this level was possible. So I stalled the first portal pretty easily, expecting the second portal in the same lane, but as the final wave was about to come in, the second portal actually ended up spawning in a completely different lane, so the level ended up being a lot easier. And as the last portal faded away, Day 7 had been beat. And the next difficult level was definitely Day 12, which brings out Shovel Zombies alongside chickens, and normally these 2 wouldn't be too difficult to stall and beat, but there's another very big problem in the form that I can only lose 10 Puff Shroom max, and if I lose any more than that, I instantly lose. And the main way to stall is just sacrificing the Puff Shroom, so it basically counteracts the whole strategy. So of course I very quickly ended up losing on the first attempt, and for now I actually skipped this level because I had an idea for it later on. So we're not going to count Day 12 as a loss yet, as we will be revisiting it, but for now we're going to be going up against Day 30, another level that's normally very challenging. But since the Puff Shroom is 0 cost, has a really fast recharge and insane damage, this level this time actually ends up being very easy. In Day 31, the final level of Modern Day has a Jester in the top middle lane and then also one in the very middle lane, but those are the only 2, so after we end up defeating them, Day 31 and Modern Day had basically been beat, but of course we still had to go back to Day 12. And my main reason in doing this was that I wanted to use my coins efficiently and wanted to make sure at the same time that there wasn't any other levels that require coins. And the coins are very important this level because I can buy my plant food, and if you remember, you plant food the Puff Shroom, they're basically invulnerable like every other plant, so they're able to spray down all the chickens and all the other zombies while at the same time not being killed by the Shovel Zombies. And it was actually pretty easy to pull off this strategy because I just spam Puff Shroom and then I would just instantly plant food them whenever I felt like any were in danger. And it got pretty scary at the end because I went down to only being able to lose 3 more plants. But as the Puff Shroom and lawnmowers took out most of the zombies, leaving only only the bottom middle lane, I launched the lawnmower by myself as I didn't want to take the risk. And with that, we had beaten all of modern day using just the max level Puff Shroom. And this also means that the Puff Shroom ended up losing to 5 levels in the entire game. So it basically tied with the Peashooter and the Cabbage Pole. Pretty impressive for a zero cost plant. And next step is, Bonk Choy doesn't really need an introduction as it's regarded as one of the GOATs within the PvZ community. And I agree, it's just built different. But I wanted to test how different by putting it through the max level solo test. Day 1 starts, 1 flag, I have 0 coins, and the game sends in 2 zombies right away that get instantly annihilated because my Bonk Choy that I planted insta plant fooded. And as the zombies would come into the other lanes, I'd plant a Bonk Choy in that lane just to take care of them. The bottom lane zombie made it a little far because I didn't have enough sun for a Bonk Choy, but as soon as I got that sun, I placed it and annihilated that zombie as well. And after defeating this last zombie, day 1 was beat. Day 2, of course, we can't bring in any Bonk Choys as the game doesn't let us, but as it's one of the earlier levels, the lawnmower is actually replenished, making it technically impossible for us to lose on this level. So as it plays in the background, I'll quickly go over the stats of the max level Bonk Choy. Its sun cost goes from 150 to 75. Its recharge rate goes from 5 seconds to 2.5 seconds. Its health goes from 300 to 900, and its damage goes from 15 to 75 per punch, which is pretty insane if you think about how fast it attacks. And also with the added mastery, it has a 1 in 5 chance to plant food boost as soon as I plant it. Day 3 has a cabbage pole and 2 sunflowers pre-planted, so I quickly shovel them. It also introduces the raw zombie, who's one of the more annoying zombies of ancient Egypt because it tries to steal your sun, so I try to take care of it as fast as I can. And as I got a column of Bonk Choys down, this last wave didn't stand a chance, beating day 3. Day 7 is one of the weird levels because it starts you off with 550 sun for no reason, so I got a column of Bonk Choys down pretty early. And a pretty cool thing with the Bonk Choys is that even though the sandstorms are sent in, they're able to punch the zombies before they make it too far. But then one in the bottom lane somehow snuck it past my Bonk Choy, so I was forced to plant another Bonk Choy down just to take care of this one zombie. That was all of day 7. Day 8 started, and this was the level that I was actually most scared of in ancient Egypt. You can see the iceberg lettuce, walnut, and 2 potato mines that were pre-planted. That was for the explorer zombies that are introduced this level. I was worried that the Bonk Choy couldn't hit them, but thankfully I placed the Bonk Choy and it was easily able to take them out. This was a big relief because I thought we'd have another Torchwood or even Chomper moment. And because of this, day 8 was very easily beat. Day 9 had some awkwardly placed gravestones, kind of messing up my placements for my Bonk Choy, but the second Bonk Choy I planted, plant fooded, and was able to clear up some space. And afterwards, I got a wonky column of Bonk Choys down, and they're pretty easily able to solo the pretty significant amount of zombies that were sent in the final wave of day 9. Days 10, 12, 13, and 14 were all beat very easily without any problem. Day 15 upped the ante a little bit with 3 flags, and also we're tasked to protect these 3 sunflowers. And as always, these sunflowers actually end up helping us because they're a form of sun production, allowing us to easily beat day 15 as well. 16 and 17 were beat using the single column method. Day 18, I prepped some defenses. And I couldn't get the full 2 columns off, but as soon as the Bonk Choy destroyed the gravestones, I added the 2 missing Bonk Choy just for symmetry purposes, and we beat day 18. Day 19 has 2 columns of mold colonies in the back, and also a 16 plant limit. And you can see that the plant limit glitch was actually fixed because it actually changes as I place my plants down, which was pretty cool to see, and we beat day 19. Day 20, we're tasked to protect these 4 sunflowers, and normally this level is terrorized by the explorer zombies, but the Bonk Choys are able to easily deal with them. And the final big wave sent in 2 explorer zombies who got insta-KO'd by the Bonk Choys, beating day 20. Days 21, 22, and 23 were easily beaten. Day 24, defenses were prepped. And again, there were 2 annoying gravestones in the way, who were eventually replaced by the Bonk Choy. And the final wave of day 24 was pretty easily beat. And this is normally the last level of ancient Egypt that we play, but we can actually play against the boss because Bonk Choy appears in the conveyor. And I think this is the level that really showed why Bonk Choy is one of the greats. At first, I was about to truly give up because if you look to the left, it took 7 plants to get 1 Bonk Choy. But even with all the zombies approaching the lawnmowers, I decided to place the Bonk Choy down. And just look at the health of the zombie boss going down. It was already 1/3 of the way there, and as soon as I plant fooded, we literally nuked all of its health. We did so much damage that the game started glitching out a little bit, and the boss wouldn't die, even though I plant fooded a second time. But then the craziest thing happened. The zombie boss tried to jump on the Bonk Choy and got the uppercut of doom, in the end beating it. And that was all of ancient Egypt. Next up, the Pirate Seas. And honestly, Pirate Seas was so easy that I'm just going to be super speeding past all of it. And I didn't expect it to be so easy. I thought maybe the swinging zombies or even the imp cannons might pose some of a problem, but not really. Oh, we are going to make a little stop on day 22 where we prep some defenses. I was really curious to see if one column of Bonk Choys was enough to beat all of day 22 and its insane amount of imps. And skipping to the final wave, let's see how it fares against the insane amount of imps that are launched. And yeah, it was able to handle all the imps with a full tile of distance between them, beating day 22. Day 23, at first I forgot that I could plant my Bonk Choys on top of the flowers, so I placed the Bonk Choy in front of it. But as soon as I realized this, I shoveled my Bonk Choys and placed them on top of that layer of flowers, beating day 23 after hitting the seagull with a quick jab. Day 24, we had to protect these two spring beans, and we did so pretty easily with the speed of the Bonk Choy beating all of Pirate Seas. Next up, we enter the world of the chickens, the Wild West. Wild West days 1 through 5 were pretty easily beat. Day 6, I prepped some defenses and chose to just go with one column of Bonk Choy, which was enough to beat all of day 6. Day 7 was a pretty cool one because I decided to only place one Bonk Choy down the whole level on this minecart and see if I could beat all of it with just this. And at first it was pretty easy because I was only having to deal with a couple zombies at a time. But as this first big wave was sent in, I kind of panicked a little bit as I was having to deal with all these zombies. But somehow I beat all of them. And this one zombie in the middle had reached the column of the Bonk Choy, but I didn't want my Bonk Choy to take any damage, so I waited for it to go past and then move the Bonk Choy up as it can hit behind itself, doing the same for this top lane zombie, and then was sent in the final wave, zombies in all 5 lanes. And somehow, pretty slowly but surely, I was able to take them all down, beating day 7 with only one Bonk Choy and a minecart. And then we're on to day 10, one of the most threatening levels to any plant. And this is because the chicken wrangler is introduced. But somehow the Bonk Choys, even though they take some damage from the chickens, they're fast enough that the chickens can't deal enough damage to take them out. And somehow I ended up beating this entire level with only one column of Bonk Choys. Day 11, we can only use 500 sun, but as we've learned by basically all the previous levels, one column of Bonk Choys is enough for any level. So it was beat pretty easily. Day 13 introduces the bulls, who are very quickly punched up and die. Day 14 is actually a pretty spicy one because the chicken wrangler comes in to the top middle lane, but I don't have a Bonk Choy in the very middle lane. So the chickens that get released by the chicken wrangler make it all the way to the lawnmower, making that middle lane very vulnerable. But I placed a Bonk Choy there, and as I had in mind from the previous level 10, I thought that the chickens wouldn't be able to get past anymore. But somehow the chickens were able to get past my top and bottom lane Bonk Choy. And this made me kind of scared because it meant that that middle Bonk Choy was also vulnerable. And as the final wave was sent in, there were chickens, but thankfully that middle Bonk Choy held through to the end. And as I didn't want to take any more chances, I plant fooded the top and middle Bonk Choy just to take out the chicken wranglers that were threatening those lanes, thankfully beating day 14. Day 15, we're only allowed to lose 2 plants, but not too many threatening zombies were sent at all. And taking out this final piano zombie, we beat day 15 without losing a single Bonk Choy. Day 16, we have to protect this cutie patootie, and with the Bonk Choy behind and in front of the walnut, we're able to beat day 16 without losing it. Day 17, we have to protect these flowers from being trampled on, and I started the level by placing a column of Bonk Choys in the front, but then I realized that this was kind of a mistake because I should have placed them right in front of the flowers. And as soon as I realized this, I started planting a column in front of the flowers as well, with that beating day 17. Day 18, I prepped some defenses, and I placed 2 columns of chompers, 1 tile apart, just to give them some leverage against the chickens. And honestly, I thought this would be enough to beat the entire level. But then as the level went on, I actually started losing some Bonk Choy to the chickens, and had to replace multiple before the final wave even came in. But as these dynamite zombies were the last ones left, this last one committed self-beheading in the end, beating day 18. Day 19 had 2 flags, and we could only lose 2 plants, and at the same time only spend 2,000 sun, which to be honest, I don't think we can even make 2,000 sun by the end of the level, so that one's not really a challenge. But the losing 2 plants is, so I made sure to have a back-to-back column of Bonk Choys before the final wave came in. But to my surprise, there was no chicken sent in the final wave, so we're able to beat it without losing any Bonk Choy. Day 21, we couldn't let the zombies trample these flowers and had a 1750 sun limit. And this time, I placed the Bonk Choys right in front of the flowers for the first column, and the second column was placed very up front just to speed up the level. And plant fooding this last Bonk Choy, we beat day 21. Day 23, again, we had to protect the flowers from being trampled on, and we could only lose 2 plants. I planted a column of chompers right in front of the flowers, and as the level progressed, started placing another column right up front. But this level was much more dangerous than the previous ones because it actually sent chickens. This was very scary because they could very easily take out 2 Bonk Choys if enough chickens were sent. And if not taking out the Bonk Choy, they could also trample the flowers. But all of the front lane Bonk Choy were able to do their job, beating day 23 without dying. Day 24, we have to protect these 3 walnuts, and I know this level also has chickens, so it's very scary. The first thing I did was shift the walnuts 1 lane down so they'd be in a position where I could place the Bonk Choy right behind them. And as the level progressed, I started getting down more and more Bonk Choy. And the goal was just getting down as much as I could so the level would become a non-threat. And then I had an idea to make this level even easier, and that was planting my walnuts. This would make it so even if the chickens got to the walnuts, they'd take a very long time to destroy. And with that, the last level of the Wild West was beat pretty easily. Next up, the Frostbite Caves. I would describe Frostbite Caves as probably the second most difficult world in this challenge, and it was mainly due to the freezing effect. And on day 1, there's 2 frozen walnuts in the back, but we don't really touch at all. And as the final wave is sent in, my 1 column of planted Bonk Choys is able to take them all out, beating day 1. Day 2 has 3 frozen repeaters in the back, and then also 3 frozen walnuts kind of far forward. But as my strategy still relies on planting Bonk Choys in that second lane from the front, we for the most part don't make contact with any of those. Besides this walnut in the bottom lane, because my Bonk Choy got frozen, so I had to plant another Bonk Choy to unfreeze it, and then that Bonk Choy also punched behind itself, unfreezing the walnut. The same thing also occurred in the top lane, beating day 2. Day 4 has 2 flags and also these redirectional pads on the bottom 2 lanes, which basically means that I can plant a Bonk Choy in that bottom lane and it'll be able to hit both of those 2 bottom lanes because it can hit behind itself. But then as the first big wave was about to be sent in, I planted a Bonk Choy in that missing lane as well, just for speed purposes. And then the final wave was sent in, which was beaten very easily. And here it was, day 5, maybe my least favorite level of the entire challenge. It was a conveyor level with 2 flags and a full column of cabbage pults in the back, alongside 3 Bonk Choys towards the middle that were all frozen. And normally this level is supposed to be really easy because it provides you with pepper pults that are able to unfreeze all these plants. As I can't use those guys, this becomes much more difficult. And you might be thinking, why am I even playing this level? Because it seems like the conveyor only has pepper pults and cabbage pults, but it also does actually contain Bonk Choys. And normally you'd think that the chance of me getting a Bonk Choy is 1 in 3, but for some reason it's much rarer in this level, which was the main thing making it so difficult. And I thought it was over on this first attempt because this bottom middle lane zombie almost made it to the end, but I hovered my cursor over the conveyor just in case I got a Bonk Choy, and I did, which also plant fooded, taking it out. And now as the top Bonk Choy had the top 2 lanes covered and this bottom Bonk Choy had these bottom 3 lanes covered because I could just plant food it, I thought there was a good chance that I might beat the level. But then the snowball thrower in the middle lane started throwing snowballs at my Bonk Choy and ended up freezing it. But then another miracle happened because I finally got another Bonk Choy, and right when I planted it, it also insta plant fooded, taking out all the zombies and unfreezing that other Bonk Choy. But then one of the biggest skill issues of this run happened. I was supposed to plant food this bottom Bonk Choy just to take out the zombies in the adjacent lanes, but then the Bonk Choy in the top lane got frozen, which distracted me, and I completely forgot to plant food the Bonk Choy on time, and one of the zombies slipped through, making it to the end and beating me. So I was forced to restart. The second attempt went atrociously as these 2 zombies made it to the lawnmowers, and then I finally got 1 Bonk Choy and decided to place it in the bottom lane. But then I had the top middle lane and the bottom middle lane to worry about because it didn't have lawnmowers and I hadn't gotten a Bonk Choy. But then out of nowhere, I got another Bonk Choy and used it on that bottom middle lane, which was a mistake because I should have placed it in that top middle lane and plant fooded the bottom one to take the zombies out. And then as I didn't get another Bonk Choy, I lost once again. But I definitely knew that this was still possible because all I had to do was get good RNG with the Bonk Choys on the conveyor. On the third attempt, I started using a little bit of a different strategy because I was still mainly worried about the snowball throwers. So I placed the 1 Bonk Choy that I obtained behind one of the other Bonk Choys. And this made it to if a snowball thrower came into that lane and that front Bonk Choy got frozen, the back Bonk Choy would be able to unfreeze it instantly. And I applied the same strategy to the top middle lane as well. But then somehow another zombie slipped past my vision in this bottom lane, and I thought it was GG's once again. But luckily I got another Bonk Choy, but then I placed it and it missed, once again making me lose. It was just skill issue after skill issue. The fourth attempt was probably the worst attempt of them all, because first these 2 zombies made it to the mowers, and normally by now I have a Bonk Choy to place down, but the game just said nah and didn't give me any Bonk Choys until the very last last second when it was too late and the zombie had already made it to the house. On the 5th attempt, the first Bonk Choy I got, I placed behind the 3 frozen ones, instantly freeing them. And the second Bonk Choy was used to beat this cone head in the top middle lane. And then we got 2 more Bonk Choys that I placed back to back in that top middle lane. Now this was finally a setup that should technically be able to beat this level. I just had to not make any mistakes. There were zombies walking past the bottom lane, so I had to plant food my Bonk Choy just to get rid of them. And then the final wave sent in 1 snowball thrower to begin with, and then 3 more right after. But as I had the back-to-back Bonk Choy strategy going, they would freeze them, but then instantly the Bonk Choys would get unfrozen. And one by one, the snowball throwers got their heads knocked off, finally beating day 5. Day 6, there's 2 sunflowers frozen behind 2 redirection pads, and there are also wins this level, but they're pretty minimal, so they end up not being too much of a threat, making beating day 6 much easier than the previous level. Day 7 had 2 split peas and 2 frozen imps in that 3rd column, but as I didn't want to make contact with them, I planted my column of Bonk Choys in the very front lane, and they were able to annihilate every zombie that came towards them, beating day 7. And then day 8, we had the pleasure of another conveyor level. I don't really understand why there's Bonk Choys in a conveyor level in the Frostbite Caves. Like, it's kind of just random. It should be more Frostbite Cave plant focused. But aside from that, one of my Bonk Choys in that middle lane was frozen, so the zombies in that lane actually made it to the mower. And as I struggled to get another Bonk Choy or even a plant food, this one imp was easily able to make it all the way to the end. And then I thought, here we go again. Another conveyor that heavily holds back on giving us Bonk Choys. But on the 2nd attempt, I was actually getting much more lucky with my Bonk Choys. And you might have noticed that I'm only placing them in that middle-ish area. And that's mainly because if you look at all the redirection pads that are on the screen, you'll notice that they all redirect into that area. So there really is no point planting a Bonk Choy on those outer lanes. Or so I thought, because this one zombie in the bottom lane with the windstorm made it past that redirection pad. And as I didn't have a plant food to take care of it, it actually made it to the mower. And then a little later, things started looking a little detrimental because the imps in that top middle lane were about to reach the end. So I bought a plant food and used it on that one Bonk Choy in the middle just to unfreeze the other adjacent Bonk Choys. But then that middle one itself got frozen, so the zombies there actually took that lawnmower. But an even bigger problem was that conehead in that bottom lane, so I bought a plant food and plant fooded a Bonk Choy to take care of it. And with that, all the zombies that were threats were defeated, beating day 8. Day 9 had 3 flags and 2 of these redirection pads in the bottom 2 lanes, but as all my Bonk Choys were pretty far forward, the zombies actually couldn't make use of these, so day 9 was beat. Day 11 was the first day with 4 flags and a pretty interesting pattern of the redirection pads. And normally I focused on putting my plants in the very back for this level, but this time I decided that the Bonk Choy was powerful enough to blitz through all the zombies, so I placed most of them very up front, adding additional Bonk Choys in the back only if the zombies made it past. And we beat day 11 without losing any lawnmowers. Day 12 I prepped some defenses, choosing to go with these placements, who were all instantly frozen, so I placed these 2 Bonk Choys behind that back column and plant fooded them just to unfreeze the Bonk Choys. And with the help of that, we beat day 12. Day 13, we had to protect these flowers in the very back from being trampled on, so I started off by placing a column of Bonk Choys right in front of them. Later on, adding a column to the very front. And then as the 3rd flag was approaching, all of my Bonk Choys besides one in that back column got frozen. So I placed 2 Bonk Choys in those 2 top and bottom middle lanes just in case things got freaky and I had to plant food them to unfreeze the Bonk Choys. And honestly, pretty easily, day 13 was beat. Day 15 again had 4 flags and these 2 pepper poults to protect. And normally we'd use the pepper poults to use as like an unfreezing source for the Bonk Choys, but I didn't really feel the need to do that. So I just spammed 2 column of Bonk Choys in the very front, pretty easily beating all 4 big waves. Day 17, 19, 20, and 22 were all beaten very easily. Day 23 can sometimes be a little weird because the snowstorm zombies make it to the charred guards in the back, but this time my Bonk Choys are able to beat the zombies before they even make it there, which made this level also pretty easy. 26 was easy. Day 27 is one of my favorite levels in the Frostbite Caves because it has 4 flags, 3 Rotobagas that we have to protect, but the main thing is that there's no winds that freeze my plants. And the final wave sends in 2 Gargantuars up against my Bonk Choys, who instantly are damaged enough that they have to throw their imps. And before I knew it, all the zombies were beat and we beat day 27. Day 28 is the last level of Frostbite Caves and we prepped some defenses. And I chose to not overplant just in case all of these got frozen, which some did, so I had to plant more Bonk Choys to unfreeze them. With this being the last level and me having an army of Bonk Choys down, we had basically beaten all of Frostbite Caves. Next up, the Lost City and Far Future. So Lost City and Far Future we're definitely going to be super speeding through because honestly the gimmicks within the levels just perpetuate the Bonk Choy into making it very easy. Like for example, Lost City has the gold tiles which provide us with the form of sun production, allowing us to just spam as many Bonk Choys as we want. And as a Bonk Choy doesn't have any zombies that can perfectly counter it, this world is made very easy. And then the gimmick within the Far Future is the power tiles, which isn't specifically the gold tiles, but still it's very good with the Bonk Choy. Because if we have two power tiles that are placed within the two top and bottom middle lanes, two Bonk Choys can hit all 5 lanes. And aside from that, Far Future itself doesn't really have any crazy strong zombies. Even the All-Star mech doesn't really stand a chance and gets beat by the Bonk Choys and staying damage. And that was all the Far Future. Next up, the Dark Ages. In the Dark Ages, the main challenge is the fact that we can't produce any sun, and there's no sun falling from the sky. As this would make literally every challenge impossible, I allow the use of Gold Bloom. Well, first, I'm going to try to see how far I can get without Gold Bloom, and then when I can't go any further, I'll employ the Gold Bloom. On night 1, thankfully, there are a lot of sun gravestones that allow for me to plant Bonk Choy in every lane, which makes this level easily beatable. Night 2 also has 4 sun gravestones, and this is more than enough for me to plant Bonk Choy in every lane as well. Night 2 also provides us with more sun gravestones as the level progresses, and with the help of those, night 2 was also easily beat. But night 3 is as far as we get without the use of Gold Bloom, because on this level, there are no sun gravestones. So I made use of the Gold Bloom and easily beat night 3. Night 5 was also easily beat. Night 6, defenses were prepped. And I chose to go with the column very up front and also a column in the very back. The column in the very back was to fight against the zombies that would spawn from the gravestones. And this strategy worked wonderfully. And as the final wave approached, all the zombies were very easily beat. Day 7 started off easy, but then very quickly got a little tricky. I'd placed all of my Bonk Choys down in this pattern with the use of all of my Gold Bloom Sun, but then out of nowhere, all these imps spawned from the gravestones. And my Gold Bloom recharge felt like it was taking forever, which made me lose 3 of my lawnmowers. But thankfully, with the second Gold Bloom, I was able to get a second column of Bonk Choy in the back. And with the help of these, Night 7 was beat. Night 9 introduces the potions that speed and health buff the zombies, but those weren't much of a challenge either. Night 11 is a pretty threatening level because first it has that one gravestone in the back that can sometimes spawn zombies, but thankfully as Bonk Choy can hit behind itself, we're able to take it out. And the second threat is supposed to be the wizard zombie, but having the Bonk Choys placed so far forward, all the wizards get taken out before they can even sheepify any of my plants. So this threatening level wasn't really a threat at all and was easily beat. Night 12, we have to protect these puff shroom in the back from mainly jesters and wizards, but as those two aren't even close to the power level of our Bonk Choys, we were easily able to beat Night 12. Night 15, I prepped defenses. Again, 2 columns because it just seemed like the best strategy. There are actually some wizards this level that are able to sheepify my Bonk Choy because they were protected by knights. But to counter this, I literally only had to plant 1 more Bonk Choy and were easily able to beat Night 15. Night 16 and Night 17 weren't much of a problem. Night 19 is the last level of the Dark Ages and we have to protect these 3 magnet shrooms. So my first move was planting Bonk Choys right in front of them. But I knew this level also had wizards, so I added a second column of Bonk Choys right in front. And some gargantuans were sent in, but they're very easily beat, and with that, we had beaten Night 19 and all of the Dark Ages. Next up, the Neon Mixtape Tour. The Neon Mixtape Tour was one of the worlds that I was most worried about, and mainly it's because last time, the Chomper very much struggled with this world, and very similarly to the Chomper, the Bonk Choy also has a pretty limited range, so there's a chance that the microphone whippers of the world are very dangerous for the Bonk Choy, but as none exist on day 1, we pretty easily beat it. Days 2 and 4 were the same, and then day 5, we have to protect these 2 walnuts and 2 Phat Beets. And this should have been a very easy task as the microphone whippers or even the rainbow roller skaters haven't been introduced yet. But I had forgotten just how bad the Phat Beets is at taking out zombies. And the top middle lane zombie I let go and I thought that the Phat Beet would take it out, but it didn't and I ended up losing because of that. On the second attempt, I made sure that all the endangered plants had a Bonk Choy right in front of them. And thankfully, this was enough to help me beat the level. Day 7, the rainbow skaters are introduced, who aren't actually much of a threat to Bonk Choy because they just get obliterated right away. Although the Bonk Choy does have a short range like the Chomper, the big difference between the two is that the Bonk Choy doesn't have a cooldown like the Chomper does when it starts digesting zombies, and this helps it tremendously. Day 8 was swept. Day 12 introduces the Gargantuar of the world, who caught me a little off guard because it threw its imp and I had to place another Bonk Choy in the back to take care of it. But aside from that, day 12 was beat. Day 13, defenses were prepped. And this time I chose to do a pretty decent amount of Bonk Choys because I knew there weren't going to be any snowstorms freezing them. And then came in the zombie I was most worried about, the Microphone Whipper, who first took out my middle Bonk Choy and then 2 more that were adjacent to it. And then also the second middle Bonk Choy. But thankfully this was only happening because the Microphone Whipper was being protected by other zombies. And although the Microphone Whipper is taking out a lot of my Bonk Choys, if it's a one-on-one, the Bonk Choy actually ends up winning. And this is due to the reason that the Bonk Choy has a slightly longer reach than the Chomper does. Day 15, we have to protect this column of Phat Beets, and honestly, I had zero belief in the Phat Beet's own damage, so I just spammed a whole bunch of Bonk Choys, beating day 15. Day 17 was a level with no particular challenge, so we actually just ended up beating it with only 1 column of Bonk Choys. Day 18 almost went horribly because I didn't have a Bonk Choy in the middle lane, and then the game sent in a Microphone Whipper, which ended up taking out the 2 adjacent Bonk Choy and then another one that I had planted. But thankfully the 4th one was able to take it out. Afterwards I had to recuperate a little bit by planting Bonk Choys in the top and bottom middle lane, and as the final wave didn't send in any Microphone Whippers, day 18 was beat. Days 20, 21, and 23 were beat without much pushback. Day 24 I spammed Minecraft dirt block noises. And these Gargantuars sent in the final wave actually started to pose a little bit of a threat because they had the reach with their guitars. But to take care of these, I planted 2 Bonk Choys and quickly plant fooded them. 25 was an easy 1 flag level. Day 26, we had to protect these 4 Spore Shrooms. And to start off, there's Mohawks sent in each of their lanes, so we let the Mohawks kick them back to give us a little more space to work with. But then my top middle lane Bonk Choy got overwhelmed and taken over by the arcade machine zombie, and then a Microphone Whipper was kicked forward by a dancer and took out the Spore Shrooms, making me lose on my first attempt. On the second attempt, again, I allowed the Mohawks to kick my Spore Shrooms back, and this time I made sure to plant food this middle Bonk Choy to instantly take out the arcade machines. And this made it to where the Microphone Whippers and the dancers weren't a threat at all. And after taking out this last imp, day 26 was beat. Day 28 and 29 were pretty simple. And now we're on day 30, the last day of the Neon Mixtape tour, where we could only plant 15 plants. And it started with his Microphone Whipper getting his head launched across the map, and then chaos ensuing with all my Bonk Choys being very sporadic. And this radio zombie in the middle was being a little annoying, so I plant fooded the Bonk Choy right next to it to get rid of it. And then the final wave sent in 2 Gargantuars in the top 2 lanes. And after beating these, that was basically all of the Neon Mixtape tour. Next up is the Jurassic Marsh. Jurassic Marsh days 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 8, 10, and 11 were all pretty easy. Yeah, Jurassic Marsh wasn't too difficult of a world. Day 12 had a challenge where we could only lose 6 plants in total, and most zombies in this level are very easy to deal with. The only problem is with the 2 Gargantuars that are sent towards the end. And this first one was able to take out one of my Bonk Choys, but it got instantly deleted afterwards. And just to be cautious with this bottom one, it got kicked forward, taking out one of my Bonk Choys, but then I instantly plant fooded the second one to take it out. And we had beaten day 12 with only losing 2 plants. Day 13 was hit with an uppercut. Day 15, we have to protect these 2 primal walnuts. My strategy was just planting my Bonk Choys very far forward so that the raptors couldn't kick zombies onto the primal walnuts, because that is usually what happens in this level. There was an imp that was launched by the Gargantuar, and it got pretty close to taking my lawnmower, but I caught it at the very last second, beating day 15. 17 was also fairly simple. Day 18 introduced the T-Rex that speeds up the zombies whenever it does its ability. So my first move was planting a column of Bonk Choys pretty far back just to catch all the zombies that got sped up, and then another column up front to beat the rest of day 18. 21 was beaten with 1 column. 22 are prep defenses. Chose to go with 2 columns just for safety, and then there was an imp that I had to place another Bonk Choy for, beating day 22. 23, 24, 25, and 26 were all annihilated. 27 I prepped more defenses. And this time I chose to go with 3 columns of back-to-back Bonk Choys, and honestly they weren't really needed. 28 and 30 weren't too difficult, and level 30 is usually the last level we play of Jurassic Marsh, but for the first time in these challenges, one of the plants actually appears in the Jurassic Marsh boss. And I'd gotten 2 Bonk Choys pretty early on, and I placed them in these positions so they had more leverage against the boss. And ignoring all the other zombies, these 2 Bonk Choys were able to take down the dinosaur in under a minute, beating the Jurassic Marsh. Next up, the Big Wave Beach. And here we were, the Big Wave Beach. And I'd consider the Big Wave Beach the most difficult world of this challenge, but that difficulty comes in much later on when the fisherman zombie is introduced. So I'm super speeding through all the easy levels because they're kind of just a repetitive cycle of long and boring levels. And here we were, the first semi-dangerous level of Big Wave Beach. In this level, we have to protect these banana launchers from being eaten by the zombies or hooked by the fishermen. So my first move to deal with the fishermen was to plant my Bonk Choys in all the lily pads. And next, I placed 3 more Bonk Choys right in front of the banana launchers just in case the Bonk Choys on the lily pads got hooked or eaten by the zombies. And if any big zombies like the Gargantuar in the bottom lane came in, I would just use the banana launchers to take it out. And this combo allowed me to beat day 23. Day 25 is sometimes a difficult level because we have to beat 10 zombies in 5 seconds. And last time the Chomper struggled a little bit and I had to get like perfect timing to even complete that challenge, but the Bonk Choy's damage is so good that it was able to get it without me even trying. So we beat day 25. Day 27 at first limits us with these 5 lily pads, but then as the level progresses, we obtain more plant food from the zombies and then use it on the Bonk Choys and lily pads to give us more room to work with. Because of that, the final wave was easily beat. Day 28, we're allowed to lose only 5 plants, and we're able to beat it without losing a single one. 29, defenses were prepped, and later additional defenses were added as I could use my plant food, beating day 29. And day 30 is the last and most difficult level of Big Wave Beach because we have to protect these guacodiles from the fishermen and any other zombies that approach them. And the problem with the guacodiles is that as soon as they're touched, they use their ability and technically count as dying. Again, the first step of me beating this level was me planting Bonk Choys on all the lily pads in every lane, and then trying to strategically use the plant food so that I get extra lily pads in every lane. And everything was going pretty well until this Bonk Choy in the bottom lane got hooked 1 lane forward, and then the surfboard from the surfboard zombie killed it. And I did instantly plant a Bonk Choy right in front of the guacodile, but this was still dangerous as it didn't have a lily pad under it. And again, the Bonk Choy was taken out by another surfboard. Thankfully, the 3rd Bonk Choy that I'd planted took out the surfboard and the octo zombie that was threatening the lane. And then I also got down a Bonk Choy that took off the octopus from the 1 Bonk Choy that was very far forward on the lily pad, finally saving this lane. We were about to have a problem in the middle lane because all my defenses there got octo zombied, but then I realized that I had a plant food and used it on the one above to take these zombies out. And right after, this Gargantuar in the bottom lane launched its imp, but thankfully I had just enough sun to cover it. And with that, we'd finally beaten day 30 in the entirety of Big Wave Beach. Next up, Modern Day. And honestly, Modern Day was a very easy world, and this was mainly due to the fact that we basically had access to the full map. There were no restrictions like the Frostbite Cave snowstorms or the Big Wave Beach waters, meaning we basically annihilated this entire world. And that's why right now we're super speeding straight to day 30, where there was a little bit of a challenge. And I might have lied a little bit when I said there was a challenge, because technically, yes, there is supposed to be one, because there's an overwhelming amount of tanky zombies set in this level. But as I was already aware of this and had an abundant amount of coins, I just filled up my plant food bar. And with the use of this plant food, this level was made very easy. That was the only technically difficult level of Modern Day. And now we're on the final level of the entire challenge, and this one's a pretty easy one. And with that, Bonk Choy joins the Lightning Reed and the Chomper in beating every level. I mean, this was pretty much expected, but we've been having too many winning plants, so next time is going to be much more difficult. One of the more iconic plants within the PvZ universe. Maybe mostly iconic in bad ways if we look at Garden Warfare 2, but since we're looking at PvZ2 today, we just have to imagine it in a good light. Because in PvZ2, it's actually a pretty atrocious plant. So I thought, why not try to solo the entire game using only a max level Chomper. Chomper is the plant I've been most excited for because it has the capabilities to deal damage to everything, but at the same time not be too overpowered like the Lightning Reed was. So let's see if it was able to beat the entire game by itself. Day 1 starts off with me placing a Chomper in the back lane. Then I quickly realized that this was a mistake because the zombies would take too long to get back there, so I placed one up front. And then as 2 zombies came into the adjacent lanes, I placed 2 more chompers, later placing chompers in the outer lanes as zombies were sent there as well. And with this measly setup, we're able to beat day 1. Day 2 is a pretty interesting one because I have to start off by quickly shoveling all the plants that are on screen. And then you might be thinking, how do I beat all these zombies without the use of a chomper? Well, something pretty cool about this level is that all the lawnmowers replenish. So we let all the lawnmowers take care of everything. Day 3, again, we can bring in Chomper, and we start off by shoveling all 3 of these plants. Next, planting 2 chompers in the lanes that the first 2 zombies are sent in. We place a chomper in this bottom lane to quickly get rid of the raw zombie from stealing our sun. And you might have noticed that it plant fooded right as I planted it. And this is one of the perks for it being Mastery 200. And as this level plays in the background, let me quickly go over everything that comes with the chomper being max level. Its sun cost goes from 150 to 75. Its recharge rate goes from 5 seconds to 3 seconds. Its health increases from 300 to 900. Its chew speed of the zombies goes from 17 seconds to 7 seconds. And the amount of zombies it can eat before it has to chew goes from 2 to 4. And lastly, it has a 1 in 5 chance to plant food whenever I place it down. So its stats are pretty decent, but I think the only thing that holds it back compared to the other plants that we've done is its sun cost. Oh yeah, and only about 6% of people that watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you end up enjoying the video, consider subscribing. It's free and it would help out a lot. And of course, you can always unsubscribe. Day 7 has this weird triangle formation of gravestones in the front. As there's still 1 column open, I decided to place my beginning chompers up there. But then some zombies were escaping past using the sandstorms, so I had to start placing the chompers behind the gravestones as well. We beat most of the zombies normally, and with this chomper sucking these last few zombies, the level was finished off. Yeah, it's a little too easy to make those jokes with chompers, so just be ready. Day 8 starts off with me shoveling these pre-placed potato mines. And then I placed a chomper to take care of the explorer zombie, but it got burned. And I panicked because I thought we were going to have another Torchwood situation. But then the second one was able to eat it, which left me kind of confused because the second one at the bottom got burned as well. But then as I placed another chomper, that one ate it. I didn't really know how to feel about this because I was scared, but also thankful that there was still a way to beat the explorers. Also, this chomper at the front ate it in 1 try. So it wasn't that we needed 2 choppers to beat 1. But with a couple more explorer zombies and a lot more chompers, day 8 was thankfully beat. Day 9 had this 1 explorer zombie who torched this chomper, but then it was eaten by the second one. But behind it came a horde of more explorers. And we're able to take care of most of them. But this last one got through all the chompers and made it all the way to the mower, taking it out. But thankfully, that was all of day 9. Day 10 had a random assortment of gravestones and 1 flag. And as the levels still weren't going to be too challenging, I was still placing the chompers up front to make them go by faster. Later on in the harder levels, you'll see me place the chompers in the very back so I can stall and get more sun. Surprisingly this level, this 1 chomper was eaten by these zombies, but then a second chomper took them out. Day 12 had even more gravestones, so I started placing my chompers early just to free up some space. But unfortunately, the first zombie wasn't set in the top 2 lanes, but in the bottom middle lane, so I had to collect some sun and place a chomper there. Next step was to gobble the sun gobbler. We can't let him do too much gobbling. Max level chomper is also pretty cool because it doesn't swallow the coffin zombie, but its attack still does enough damage to one-shot it. But then as some sandstorms were coming in, I was forced to place more chompers in the back. And with these defenses and a couple of plant food, we're able to beat day 12. Day 13 had mold colonies blocking the back 2 lanes, and for some reason this time I decided to plant all the chompers in the very middle lane, and then later realized that this wasn't really needed because there were no explorer zombies this level, so I stopped stalling for sun and started placing chompers a little up front, and this made the level end much faster. Day 14 had 2 smiley faces of gravestones. Well, lopsided smiley faces of gravestones. There was also 2 flags with a decent amount of zombies who are actually taking out some of our chompers, but it still wasn't enough to take us down. Day 15 is a nice level because it gives us 3 sunflowers to protect, and even though there are 3 flags this level, the sunflowers sun production makes this really easy, and with their help we're able to nicely place our chompers and take down day 15. Day 16 has some weirdly placed gravestones who don't really do much. The explorer zombie also comes back, but this chomper in the front was able to handle it without glitching out, but then the second explorer got its revenge, who I took out with this plant-footed chomper. And the final wave didn't send too many zombies, so it was really easily beat. Day 17 was one of of the glitch levels in which there's supposed to be a 14 plant limit, but it's broken, so the limit's actually non-existent, and I can use as many chompers as I really want to. But instead, I tried to beat this level with as little chompers as possible. As more and more explorers were being sent, this started to become more difficult. But thankfully, I had enough sun and plant food to take care of all these explorers. In the end, beating day 17 with only 5 chompers. Day 18, I prepped some defenses. And I placed them all in this kind of staggered placement for the sandstorms that were being sent in. But later on, I realized there's a strategy that's a little bit better for the chompers. And even though we lost most of the chompers that were very upfront, we still beat day 18. Day 19 had 2 columns of mold colonies in the back and also a 16 plant limit. And these 5 chompers were doing pretty well by themselves until this explorer came in and took one of them out. And then also the second one. But thankfully the third one was able to swallow it whole. But then a little bit later on, the game sent a beast of an explorer who took out this first chomper, the second chomper, the third chomper, and the fourth one, leaving me no space to beat it because of the mold colonies. But thankfully, we still had the lawnmower to beat it. Also, beating day 19. Day 20 is a level I was worried about, because I remember it pretty vividly from the Torchwood challenge. It's a nice level because it gives us a lot of sunflowers, but then also sends a lot of explorer zombies. And this first one took out 2 chompers, but thankfully the third in line was able to eat it. And then another explorer came in, burning the first chomper and also the second chomper, but this third one I planted, plant fooded, and ate it. And the explorer in the bottom was what I was really worried about, but then this chomper also plant fooded, so it worked out in my favor. But then these 2 explorers in the 2 middle lanes were going on a tirade through my chompers, but thankfully I'd been saving plant food for this exact moment. So I used the plant food and took both of them out. And that was day 20. Day 21, we go back to the normal levels. It's supposed to be a level in which the game lets us use twin sunflower, kernel pole, and melon pole. But as we can only use chomper, they were kind of useless. And the explorer chomper mechanic was getting a little annoying, but there's only a few more levels left, so I was just pushing through. And we beat day 21 with ease. Day 22 had 1 column of mold colonies and then an 18 plant limit. It was kind of just an easier version of that previous level with the 16 plant limit and 2 mold colonies. They should honestly probably be switched. This level didn't even have any explorer zombies. They should definitely be switched. And with my army of chompers, day 22 was very easily beat. Day 23, I started placing my chompers pretty early on to take care of these front gravestones. But then these 2 explorers in the outer lanes had to ruin the fun. But as I planted a couple more chompers in the back, I was able to get my revenge. There was also a couple tomb raisers raising graves in the same places I had just taken the graves down from, but they were beaten easily and we bit down the graves again. But then the final wave sends a gargantuar, who I thought was about to tear through the chompers because the chompers can't swallow him. But then this chomper plant fooded and kind of just took him out, beating day 23. Day 24, I prepped some defenses. Again, I used a stagger strategy with 2 columns of space between the chompers. Again, the explorers were being a little annoying, but we were able to beat them before they got too far. And that was all of Ancient Egypt with just a max level chomper. Next up, the Pirate Seas. Day 1 of Pirate Seas starts off and nothing really special happens. I plant all 5 of my chompers down and they're easily able to take care of all of day 1. Day 2 sends in a seagull zombie who is sucked in by the chomper's plant food, and then another horde of 4 seagull zombies are sent who make the chomper full. And because of this, the chomper almost gets eaten by these 2 other seagulls. But as it prevails, we beat day 2. Day 3 has the same exact setup as day 1, so my chopper formation also ends up being the exact same. But this chomper in the bottom lane gets overwhelmed by all these zombies and ends up actually getting eaten, so I have to plant another one in that lane. But with that, we beat day 3. Day 4 starts with me placing the 2 chompers up front, and the stakes started to rise just a little bit because this level had 2 flags instead of 1. This chomper in the top middle lane ended up dying, but I placed another one few lanes back to take care of the incoming zombies. And as the strongest zombies being sent were still bucket heads, day 4 was still beat very easily. Day 5 had 2 ground lanes and 3 flying/swing zombie lanes, and these 5 chompers were doing good for the most part, but then the bottom middle chomper got full and eaten by the conehead, who I ended up replacing. But right after, the swashbuckler got eaten by the bottom chomper, which made the bottom chomper full, and then the seagull ended up eating that chomper. But then the chomper I placed to replace it ended up plant fooding, taking him out. The bottom middle lane was getting a little overcrowded, so I placed another chomper behind the one that was already placed, and I placed a couple more reinforcements in the upper lanes, but as I didn't have enough sun for that top lane, that chomper got eaten. But as soon as that sun came down, I placed a chomper to take take out that seagull zombie. And with that, we beat day 5. Day 6 had the same exact layout as day 5 with the 2 ground lanes and 3 water lanes. And I got all the placements right up front besides this bottom lane because I didn't have enough sun when the zombie came in. Day 6 also had something a little different. Swashbuckler zombies in the 2 ground lanes. So I had to quickly plant chompers there. But I didn't have enough sun for this bottom middle lane. But right as I got enough sun to do it, I noticed that the top lane was also empty because the chomper there got eaten. So I had to sacrifice this bottom middle lane to the lawnmowers. And a little later, even though we had 2 chompers in the bottom middle lane, I placed another one just in case there was another raiding party with the swashbucklers. And as predicted, they showed up. But as we were prepared, day 6 was easily beaten. Day 7 was a little more lenient on the board setup with 3 ground lanes and 2 water lanes. But day 7 also introduced the barrel roller zombie, who can't be swallowed but can be taken down by being bitten twice. And the barrel itself isn't the annoying part, it's the imps that come out of it later on, like these 2 who I had to prep extra defenses for just because that one chomper couldn't take care of them. The top middle chomper looked like it was about to get overwhelmed, so I ended up plant fooding it, which took out all the zombies but blew back the barrel. And then I placed a chomper right by it just to eat it. And as the final wave of day 7 approached, we saw maybe the most zombies we've seen so far. And this bottom middle chomper's plant food ability ended up being bad because the barrel blew up and one of the imps made it all the way to the lawnmower. But thankfully the lawnmower took out some very pesky zombies that were approaching. Now with only 1 seagull and 2 normal zombies left, day 7 was beat. Day 9 we went back to the 2 ground lane and 3 water lane combo, with the 2 ground lanes being more up top. The game then sent these 3 swashbucklers in the bottom 3 lanes, but I kind of panicked because I thought they also sent them in the top lanes. But as they didn't, it served as a good reminder and I placed 2 chompers in the top 2 lanes. And we almost beat this level without losing any chompers, but the top 2 lanes got eaten by the 2 coneheads. But as these were the last 2 zombies, we beat day 9. Day 10, again, 2 ground lanes and 3 water lanes. But this time, the level had 3 flags. And I placed the ground lane chompers just 1 lane back from normal, because I wanted to stall, but not stall too hard. And again, I prepped for the swashbucklers and the ground lanes and placed 2 chompers in the back. Day 10 also introduced the imp cannons. Their launching mechanism isn't really the scary part about them, but in reality, it's the number of imps that get launched when the cannon blows up. And as the chompers can never hit the cannon itself, it's bound to blow up. Day 10 was easy, but I'm scared of day 22. Day 11, again, 2 ground and 3 water. PopCap really loved this level design. It's also sad seeing me place down the chompers and them just getting plant fooded right away, but hit nothing. But this insta plant food effect becomes very handy much later on. The first big wave came with a lot of zombies that took out my front 2 chompers. But as the barrel approached the back chomper, I plant fooded it, later replacing the 2 previously taken out chompers. But then one of them got destroyed again, forcing me to plant food the chomper that was behind it. And in the final wave, there were a lot of zombies being sent in, but we had enough defenses prepped to take them all out. Day 14, I prepped defenses. And some of the front chompers were still getting taken out, but as I had a lot of spare sun, I tried to replace them. And beating these last 2 seagull zombies, day 14 was beat. Day 15 has this Threepeater that we quickly shovel, and we are tasked to protect the flowers in the back from being trampled on. We do this by placing some chompers up front, and then as the level progressed, we placed 5 more chompers in a farther back column closer to the flowers. And with these 2 solid columns, the mid game was beat pretty easily, and then the final flag took out this one bottom middle chomper, but the one behind it was able to handle business. And after defeating the imp cannon imps, we're able to beat day 15. Day 16, we have to protect these spring beans in the middle lanes. And this is one of my favorite protect the endangered plant levels, because we're actually protecting something that isn't good. Because sometimes endangered plants end up being like sunflowers or a plant that's actually just good. So the level ends up not really being even a challenge. But this one I consider a challenge. And I went for a pretty risky play this level that ended up turning into a combo, with the chomper sucking in the zombies and then the spring bean launching the barrel, which I thought was pretty cool. Things got a little scary here, but then I quickly placed a chomper and plant fooded it, which took care of this lane, but then the top lane got a little scary as well, so I had to plant food the spring bean. And with the final wave zombies, I used plant foods on the chompers, which put a buffer on the zombies, making them much easier to deal with. And with that, we beat day 16. Day 17, the special challenge is beating a certain amount of zombies in a certain amount of time. And this can end up being a little scary because the chomper is a very short-ranged attacker. This short range is especially scary for Pirate Seas because of the water lanes and the chompers having to wait for the zombies to fly to them. But thankfully, thankfully this level has a raiding party sending a lot of zombies at once, including the barrel roller zombies, which are perfect for this challenge because they include the 2 imps within the barrel. And with these, the challenge expectations were met, and now all that was left was beating the final wave. And with only the imp cannons left, day 17 was beat. Here it was, day 22, the level I was scared of. But before we start it, let's prep some defenses. If you're unfamiliar with day 22, it's a level that sends in a lot of imp with imp cannons. It started off really slow with just 1 imp cannon, but then a couple seconds later added 2 more. And a little more later, every lane was filled with an imp cannon. But it gets even worse, because I don't know if you can tell, but the imp cannons have more imp cannons underneath them. It's like 2 or 3 imp cannons per lane, and they end up splooging all over the chompers. But very surprisingly, the chompers were keeping up with the imps. We'd lose a chomper here and there, but it wasn't too big of a deal. But then this last wave kind of caught me off guard with all the imps eating a lot of my chompers. But thankfully our very last chompers were able to beat these 2 chimps and beat day 22. Day 23 was a double threat of challenges, with us having to protect these flowers from being trampled on, and also having to destroy a certain amount of zombies in a certain amount of time. I love when the flowers are in the middle of the tile and you can just plant a plant on top of them. And most of you already probably know this, but it's even cooler when spikeweeds or spike rocks are allowed, because you can plant those on top of the flowers and then the zombies just walk over them without trampling the flowers. But sadly, as we can only use chompers, this wasn't a possibility for us. I had all these chompers defending the flowers, but I was getting a little worried about the other challenge because the zombies were being sent at a very slow pace, and I'd get very close to beating that challenge, but then it'd all go away within seconds. But thankfully, this last wave sent just enough zombies that all the chompers were able to beat them in a very short amount of time and complete the challenge, beating day 23. Day 24 again is a protect the spring bean level, and this is the harder version of that original one because these are in front of the water tiles. Though the water tiles send less zombies, this is still more difficult because we can't place chompers in front of the spring beans. Thankfully, the seagulls aren't too much of a danger because the spring beans just duck down when they're coming close. The main problem comes in when the swashbucklers trigger the spring bean and the spring bean falls asleep, making them very vulnerable to the seagull zombies. But thankfully, the spring bean at the bottom woke up at the perfect time. There were a few close calls leading up to the final flag, but nothing the chompers couldn't handle. And as the final wave was approaching, I'd meticulously saved up 4 plant food just for any dangerous situations that would come up. And I ended up using some plant food on the spring beans because there were too many imps, but with that, all of Pirate Seeds was beat. Next up, the Wild West. The Wild West is where things start heating up a little bit with the introduction of tracks that block a lot of the lanes, and also some very strong zombies that get very annoying. The first level doesn't really include these zombies, so I end up placing the chompers very up front just to make the level go by a little faster. And with the second column of chompers being planted and the final wave only having about 10 zombies in total, day 1 was beat very easily. Day 2 only has 1 flag and blocks about 5 tiles in total, so the challenges weren't too difficult. It also introduces the joke of the Wild West, the Dynamite Zombie. Does the Dynamite Zombie remind anyone of Dynamite from Brawl Stars? I don't know why, but the resemblance is there. But as the last wave was sent with these measly zombies, and the very last zombie being the Dynamite Zombie, who dies automatically since it's the last zombie and it's not approaching the house, beating day 2. Day 3, again, 1 flag, but this time there's 6 tiles being blocked by the tracks, which again isn't a threat, but it introduces the Piano Zombie, who can be a little threat to the Chomper because it can't be swallowed, but thankfully 2 chomps from the Chomper are enough to beat it. And the level was sending a decent amount of zombies, making some of my chompers full, but they were kinda spaced out, becoming not much of a threat. And with this, we beat day 3. Day 5 ups the ante a little bit with 2 flags. And I think the zombies introduced in this level are supposed to be these guys with the metal things under their vests, but as they get 1 shot, they're not too big of a deal either. This Dynamite Zombie was a little annoying because it was able to hop over my chompers at the last second, making it behind the defenses, but I quickly placed a chomper to get rid of it, again in the top lane as well. And this is the perfect time to tell you the new strategy that I implemented with the chompers. And it was the back-to-back placement that you're seeing in the front lanes. The main problem with the chompers was that they'd get full and then they just get eaten because there's nothing to defend them. And if you look in the top lane, that front chomper's full while that back chomper isn't. So the back chomper is able to eat the zombies while the front one digests the other ones. And with the strategy, we didn't lose any of the chompers, beating day 5. Day 6 was a prepare your defenses level. And for some reason I only planted a few chompers, but quickly realizing this mistake, I added another column behind them. And they're holding up pretty well until this piano at the bottom came into play that took out that front chomper right away. But as I had 1,000 sun in the bank, I replaced that one and then also the one that was taken out in the top middle lane. And with that, day 6 was beat. Day 7 has 2 flags and 2 full columns blocked by the tracks. But still, as the annoying zombies hadn't come in yet, I was still placing the choppers very up front. I couldn't really make do with the back-to-back chomper strategy this time because of the railroad track, so this time I had to make do with the staggered one. But this time the final wave didn't have too many zombies, so it was dealt with pretty easily. Day 10 starts off with my first chomper swallowing some H2O, but then a zombie to save its dignity. But then this middle lane chomper also sells because it plant foods but doesn't suck in the zombie for some reason. And this fourth chomper. A lot of selling happening. I was thinking, what could the reason for this be? What was making him so scared? And then it came in, the chicken wrangler zombie, who I personally thought would be the run ender, but it just got swallowed whole. No chickens to show or nothing. And I thought this might have been a mistake, so I wanted to see what would happen with this bottom one. And it was the same exact thing. With this new discovery, a big stress factor was released. The run was saved as the chicken wranglers were deemed useless, and we beat day 10. Day 11 was actually pretty scary to start off, because we're only allowed to spend 500 sun. And although the chomper is max level, 75 sun is still a lot, meaning I can only have 1 full column of chompers and then 1 extra for backup if needed. But as the level had already progressed halfway, I was starting to realize why there's only a 500 sun limit. And that's because the amount of zombies sent this level are very minimal, and it was beat entirely with just these 5 chompers. Day 13 had 2 flags and 2 full columns that were blocked by tracks. And as we'd previously realized that the chickens weren't too big of a problem, I still planted my chompers very up front. But then the second menace of the Wild West entered, the bull. Who the bull itself isn't a problem, but the imp that it launches is, because it forces me to place extra chompers just to get rid of it. And this can become a problem if too many bulls are sent at once and I don't have enough sun to defend the imps. But thankfully only like 1 bull at a time was being sent, so I was able to deal with the imps pretty easily. And as the last wave didn't have any bulls being sent, it was beat very easily. Day 14 had no special challenges, 2 flags, and 2 columns and 1 tile blocked by railroad tracks. Again, I planted a column of chompers up front to take care of the slowly approaching zombies, and then started planting a layer of chompers in the back just in case any bulls were being sent later on. One of the chompers in the back sucked in the chicken wrangler, but then in that same lane, a problem occurred. The chomper was eaten, and then a chicken wrangler was sent right after. And I thought, oh, I could just place the chomper on top of it to take care of it. But then this happened. Yeah, this wasn't a mechanic I was familiar with, that if the plant touches the chicken wrangler, it lets out all the chickens. And because of this, I ended up losing one of the lawnmowers. And this was kind of bad because it left that middle lane very vulnerable, and I didn't have a lot of sun to just overprotect it. And everything was going well until the last wave, which sent in a ton of chicken wrangler zombies. And if you look in that bottom middle lane, in the front, the chomper is digesting the previous zombies, which leads to the chicken wrangler touching it. And this had me a little afraid, but thankfully the plant food was able to deal with most of the chickens, and with only the top lane zombie left, we beat day 14. After day 14's semi-scariness, day 15 was also a little scary because we could only lose 2 plants in total. And I haven't been mentioning it too much, but we usually lose about 4 to 5 chompers every level. So this had me terrified, especially because there are piano zombies, and if there are any chickens, that would be even worse. And I don't know if I was just testing the waters of the level, but I was completely forgetting to use the back-to-back chomper strategy, even though I had a pretty good amount of sun. But surprisingly, as the final wave came in, I realized that this level only had 2 piano zombies and no chicken wranglers, so it ended up being pretty easy. Day 16, we're tasked to protect this walnut that's placed on a minecart, so I placed a chomper right behind it to start off, and as I collected enough sun, I filled the rest of the column with more chompers. And the zombies were still getting hits off on the walnut, so I decided to place a column of chompers in front of the walnut as well. And this was ensuring that I was taking the least amount of damage possible. I placed a chomper in the back for a dynamite that had hopped over. The final flag sent in a decent amount of zombies, but our chompers were enough to defeat all of them. Day 17, we're tasked to protect these flowers from being trampled on, and it's not too bad because the flowers are pretty centered instead of being up front. And for a while, I just let these chompers handle business while I collected sun for any future threats. And as we're approaching the first flag, I started to place the second column of chompers, making the back-to-back combo. I also placed a chomper in the back to prepare for this bull, but it plant fooded and sucked in the bull. But something weird happened, and the bull ended up triggering the lawnmower, so it just took it. This was my first time seeing this glitch happen. I'm guessing the main reason was the big hitbox of the bull. And everything was going pretty normally after this. No problems, no nothing. And then something really weird happened out of nowhere. I placed the Chomper in the very middle lane just for extra defenses, and it plant fooded and sucked in the zombie. But for some reason, that counted as the zombie trampling the flowers. I mean, it technically makes sense, but it's weird that it didn't do that when the bull was being sucked in as well. But this is something that could be easily worked around, so I jumped into the level one more time. And this time, I decided to place a column of Chompers one lane back from the very front. And this actually ends up working out perfectly because it makes it so that the bull doesn't launch the imp at all. I placed a column of Chompers right in front of the flowers as well, but as the Chompers up front were just taking the bulls before they could do anything, this level actually ended up being really easy. Day 18, I prepped some defenses. And this time I remembered to do the back-to-back combo. I also decided to save 400 sun just in case some Chompers got eaten. And thank God I did, because a lot of my Chompers up front started to get eaten. And I didn't even notice, but there was these chickens in the bottom lane that ended up taking a lawnmower, which took out another chicken wrangler, making more chickens. So I planted a Chomper to try to deal with these, but I saw that it was about to get eaten, so I had to place another one in its place. And thankfully that second Chomper was enough to take out all the chickens. And thankfully this Chomper plant fooded as well, taking out the chicken wrangler that would have been a problem. But then also a dynamite launched behind the Chomper, and I thought I was cooked. But then it reached the Chomper, and the Chomper just ate it, which was pretty cool, because I didn't know it could do that. But then something very unexpected happened, because I had all my lawnmowers that I thought would take care of everything. And they did, but then there was a hidden chicken wrangler that died and released more chickens after the lawnmower already went past, making me lose. And this time, my strategy was 3 back-to-back Chompers. I didn't know if it was going to work, but it was worth a shot. And we're already about halfway through the level, and it was working pretty well, taking out all the zombies, and we hadn't even lost a single Chomper yet. But then a couple seconds later, I lost 2 back-to-back Chompers in that bottom lane. I tried protecting that last one with the plant food, which worked for a little bit, but then the Chomper above it got eaten and the chickens got through to the lawnmower. And then you can see the replacement Chomper had about 1 million chickens on it. And any Chomper I placed would just get eaten right away, and the chickens once again reached the end. My third strategy was again the triple back-to-back Chompers, but this time they were all 1 lane back. This would allow the front Chompers to have more time to digest the zombies they had just eaten. And this time we made it about 70% through the level before losing a single Chomper. But as the final flag was about to be sent in, 2 of the chicken wranglers reached my Chompers, causing havoc, taking out most of them, and even reaching that top lane lawnmower, and then the middle lawnmower as well right after. And honestly, I thought I was done for, but as things calmed down a little bit, I realized that there's still a chance that I could win this. So I bought a plant food and plant fooded this Chomper just so that the chicken wrangler wouldn't reach him. And then I planted another Chomper and plant fooded as well, just so that top chicken wrangler wouldn't reach him, causing the chickens to not spawn at all. That was basically it, because all that was left was a dynamite, and as he couldn't really do anything by himself, he just committed self-beheading. And that was all of day 18. But then day 19 also had some challenges of its own. The 2000 sun limit wasn't too big of a deal, but the main challenge was me not being allowed to lose more than 2 Chompers. And as you saw last level, the Chompers are pretty fragile and can be eaten through pretty easily. Pretty ironic if you ask me. As the first big wave was sent, I had a back-to-back Chomper combo setup, and as more and more zombies were being sent, I realized that this level was only sending non-threatening zombies. So this was a breath of fresh air, and day 19 was very easily beat. Day 21 was another protect the flowers from being trampled on level with a limit of 1750 sun. So as expected, I started off by placing Chompers right in front of the flowers, and then later on did a little staggered placement and placed another column of Chompers 2 lanes ahead. And as this level only had 1 flag, it was beat pretty easily. And then day 23 was the scariest combo possible, with flowers that couldn't be trampled on and also a 2 plant losing limit. And again, I placed a column of Chompers right in front of the flowers just for some protection, and then again some staggered Chompers for some extra defenses. And as the first big wave of zombies was coming in, I added another column of Chompers in between the 2 that already existed, making it into a triple back-to-back Chomper combo. And this was heavily needed because you can see that this level had chicken wranglers. And this strategy held up incredibly until we got to that last flag, where I couldn't be too dependent on the Chompers themselves, so I ended up just spamming plant food to get rid of the chicken wranglers, beating day 23. Day 24, we have to protect these walnuts, and I quickly move them all to that middle lane so they're easier to manage. As the middle zombie came in, I realized I was going to have to maneuver these walnuts a lot since the Chompers chompers don't really have range. And this becomes an even bigger problem when the chicken wranglers come in, because if the walnut even happens to touch the chicken wrangler, it'll release all the chickens, basically giving the zombies a free win against us. And I was doing pretty well maneuvering the walnuts when the chicken wranglers would come in, but then this top walnut started getting eaten by this zombie. So I tried to quickly maneuver it downwards, thinking maybe it would just teleport across from that chicken wrangler, but that didn't work, so it released all the chickens. And as the upper half chompers were getting munched on, I lost track of the chickens on that walnut in that bottom lane, and they took out that walnut, making me lose on this first attempt. So I went into the level with the same exact strategy in mind, because the strategy itself wasn't flawed, it was just that I made that one mistake with the walnut maneuvering. So I decided to be a little bit more careful this time. And I did pretty well maneuvering the walnuts at the right times against that last level that beat us. And I did pretty well plant fooding the top chomper, but completely messed up the bottom one. So it actually let out some chickens, but I didn't panic too much, and we actually ended up surviving this chicken horde. And now with some pretty solid defenses set up, all I had to do was not mess up going against the chicken wranglers. And as the last flag set in literally the two menaces of this world, things got pretty scary. But somehow the chompers were able to take them down without a problem. And we beat all of Wild West. Next up, the Frostbite Caves. Before even starting Frostbite Caves, I knew this one was going to be really interesting because Chomper would be the first plant that we've tested out at max level that would actually struggle against the ice mechanic of Frostbite Caves. Potato Mine didn't really struggle too much because it would just explode right away, not even giving the ice a chance. The Peashooter and the Cabbage Pult's range and plant food abilities were enough to beat the ice. And then of course, the Torchwood just has the heating ability within where it can't be frozen at all. But Chomper has neither the exploding, range, or heating ability of those plants. All it's capable of doing is unfreezing the plant that's right in front of it. And at some points, that might not be enough. But thankfully, there isn't any freezing on day 1, so it's beat pretty easily. Day 2 has 3 frozen repeaters and 3 frozen walnuts. And the walnuts we can break, but the 3 repeaters we can't really do much about, so I just leave them alone for this level. One of the walnuts, however, I ended up having to break because I needed to place a chomper there so that it could beat the zombies that were approaching. And as there weren't really any freezing winds this level either, we ended up beating it. Day 4 has a clear field with no pre-frozen plants on it, so you know something's about to happen. And something did happen with the introduction of the snowball thrower, who basically instantly froze my chomper right after I planted it. But then I placed a chomper right by it to take care of it. There were a decent amount of zombies being sent this level, but it seemed like there was still no snowstorms, so it was still pretty easy. There's a pretty cool mechanic with the snowball thrower and the back-to-back chomper combo, because when the snowball thrower freezes the chomper, it can't freeze the one behind it, so they kind of get stuck in this infinite loop of freezing and then breaking. And then the snowball thrower slowly makes its way forward and ends up getting eaten by the chomper. And because of this mechanic, the snowball thrower wasn't really a threat this level because all the lanes had the back-to-back chompers, so we won pretty easily. Day 6 had 2 pre-placed frozen sunflowers who would come in handy, but I wanted it to be a challenge, so I just left them untouched. And everything was all in well before the first flag approached. But then a gust of wind froze some of my chompers. And it still wasn't too bad because we were able to break them free. But then another gust was sent, freezing some of the chompers that were in the back lane. And this is a problem because the front lane chompers can't unfreeze the chompers behind them, even though the ones behind them can freeze the ones that are in front of them. And because of this, slowly but surely, all of my chompers were basically frozen. But as not too many zombies were sent in this final wave, it was still very doable. And we beat day 6. Day 7 had some frozen imps and some frozen split peas, who we avoid for the most part. In the middle lane, this chomper got frozen by a snowball thrower, which led to the bucket head and the imps getting pretty far, so I had to place a chomper and plant food it to take care of these guys. That was basically the only challenging thing of day 7, so it was beat pretty easily. Day 9 had no pre-frozen plants, but it did have 3 flags in it. The dodo zombies were introduced this level, who can be a little annoying because they fly over the rerouting tiles, but we placed a chomper in the back to take care of it. And the last wave was just a bunch of dodos, so nothing too special, and we beat day 9 without a problem. Day 11 had 4 frozen zombies and also 4 flags. And at first I left the zombies alone, but then I ended up breaking one of them free because I needed a chomper to be there to take care of the dodo that was flying to it. And this level was getting pretty hectic with the number of zombies that were being sent. So I plant fooded this one chomper just to dim the numbers down a little bit and send some of them back to the front. And then as a big clump of zombies collected in that bottom tile, I plant fooded another chomper. And so far, only 3 big waves had been sent in. We still had that 4th flag to go against. But thankfully, the 4th flag focused focused more on the tankiness of the zombies than the sheer number of zombies, and this was perfect for the Chomper because the health of the zombies doesn't really matter to it. And we beat day 11 without losing any lawnmowers. Day 12, I prepped some defenses. And I ended up going with the staggered strategy because the tiles were in the way, and also saved 775 sun just for when the snowstorms froze my chompers. And when the snowstorms did freeze my chompers, I'd place the chompers behind the frozen things and try to unfreeze them. But then this happened, where the snowstorm froze basically all of my chompers at once. But thankfully this was the last big snowstorm of this level, so I was able to place a column of chompers in the back, unfreezing another column of chompers, creating a back-to-back chomper combo, which helped me defeat the final wave of day 12. Day 13 we're hit with the Wild West classic of saving flowers from being trampled on, but the game developers were very nice on this level, placing the flowers in the very back. And then I realized the sole reason the flowers were in the back was to introduce these snowstorm zombies that came in with the tornadoes. And one of them almost reached the flowers, but then I collected the sun and quickly planted my chomper before it could take the steps on the flowers. And as I was made aware of these snowstorms, I heavy protected the middle 3 lanes, and it was only the middle 3 lanes that I heavy protected because the other outer layers had the 2 rerouting tiles on them, so the zombies couldn't really reach the flowers in those lanes until this Gargantuar showed up, catching me very off guard. And then I plant fooded my Chomper, which did a lot of damage, but it caused the Gargantuar to throw all 3 of its imps into that back 3rd lane, so I had to quickly place a Chomper to take care of those imps. And the Gargantuar was taken care of by those front chompers, and now all that was left was these 2 imps and the 1 ice block head zombie. And these 3 of course were beaten with ease, beating day 13. Day 15 again had a devastating 4 flags on it, but thankfully they had some pepper pults that kept my chompers unfrozen for the most part. Now I don't really like pepper pult, but it is really helpful in this challenge. The only lane we really have to worry about is that middle one because there really isn't any heat protecting it, and as a lot of the chompers in that lane were getting frozen, I just kept placing more and more and it was working out. And as the final wave was being sent in, we already had a pretty hefty amount of chompers laid down, so it was going to be pretty easy to beat. And now with only 3 snowball throwers left, I plant fooded one of the chompers and then the second one to beat day 15. Day 17 had some frozen chard guards and some frozen fume shrooms with 2 flags. And then this level introduced probably the most annoying zombie of the Frostbite Caves, the caveman pusher zombie. The caveman itself isn't annoying, but it's the 3 imps that it brings in with it. It just creates a big crowd, and the Chomper doesn't really like big crowds of zombies. But this level in itself wasn't too difficult, as the final wave only sent about 10 to 15 zombies, so it was beat pretty easily. Day 19 teased us with 2 twin sunflowers in the back who we couldn't even do anything with, and I placed a column of chompers in that 3rd tile to start off, but as some of them got frozen, I had to start placing chompers behind them. But then came in the annoying caveman pushers who were just pushing all the imps and chompers that were frozen forward, so I waited for them to push them and then placed a chomper to get rid of the caveman itself so it could stop pushing. And you can see here why I said the caveman was the most annoying. It basically just fills up the whole map with these imps. So I kind of just gave up on that top middle lane and used the lawnmower to take it out. And with that, I beat day 19. Day 20, no frozen plants, just 3 rerouting tiles and 3 flags. And I placed my chompers very up front this time, but they were just instantly getting frozen, which was a problem. And this was very panic inducing because I was running out of chompers and sun very rapidly. I caught these dodos, this buckethead, and these top 3 middle zombies at the last second with this chomper. And the back 5 tiles of that top lane were basically cooked forever until the level was beaten. But thankfully what we're seeing here was the final wave. So I actually ended up beating it even though it seemed like a mess. Day 22 had 3 frozen guacadiles and 2 big waves, and it was seeming pretty easy to start off, but then they sent in a weasel zombie, giving me flashbacks to the Wild West. And I didn't notice that the chomper was chewing, so the weasel zombie actually ended up touching it. But for some reason, unlike the chicken wrangler in the Wild West, the weasel zombie doesn't release its weasels when it touches the chompers. And this was a heavy weight lifted off my shoulders because it made going against these guys very easy. And because of this, even though the final wave sent all these weasel hoarder zombies, they were beat without losing a single lawnmower. And now we just had this one snowball thrower to deal with, and of course he was annihilated very quickly. Day 23 had these chard guard in the back that we had to protect alongside 3 frozen twin sunflowers. And even though I've played this level many times, I completely forgot that the snowstorm zombies are sent right onto the chard guards, and I was completely unprepared when they were sent and I could only place one Chomper, and I placed it right behind the twin sunflower because even though I shovel the twin sunflowers as fast as I can, the twin sunflowers end up producing sun right as they break out of the ice. And this leads to me having enough sun to defend the chard guards from the zombies because the twin sunflower produces sun, but then the shoveling of the twin sunflower gives me even more sun. There are a couple annoying zombies being sent in with the sandstorms that actually made that bottom middle chard guard lose all of its flaps. But as the final wave came in, I realized that that was the last sandstorm and used my plant food to get rid of the final zombies, completing day 23. Day 26, again, the game teases me with 2 sun shrooms in the back that I can't do anything about. And day 26 had 4 flags in total. The weasel hoarders, of course, we don't touch because we don't want any problems. As the second big wave was being sent in, everything seemed to be going fine, but then out of nowhere, a snowstorm froze like half of my chompers. But thankfully, with the minimal amount of zombies on screen, this wasn't too big of a problem right now. But then a snowstorm after the 3rd flag froze most of my chompers again, and this time it was a bigger problem because there's so many chompers frozen on screen. And I got most of them unfrozen, but that top middle lane was a little cooked because I couldn't really place any chompers to unfreeze the other ones, but thankfully there were 2 redirection pads on that lane so the zombies wouldn't really get to the end of it. And with that, day 26 was beat. Day 27 of the Frostbite Caves is one of my favorite levels in this world because we have to protect these 3 Rotobagas and there's 4 flags. But my favorite part is that there's no sandstorms and it's basically just straight hands between the plants and the zombies. And this meant I could place as many chompers as I wanted without having to worry about any strategy. But then a crazy amount of cavemans were sent in at once, kind of reversing my mindless strategy of placing the chompers anywhere. So I started being a little bit more careful with my placements, even taking out this gargantuar. And even though the caveman ice imps were getting crazy, we were still pushing through. And things got a little scary with a gargantuar in the middle lane that threw its imp at the Rotobaga, but thankfully I was able to place a chomper that plant fooded and it tanked the damage while the Rotobaga took care of the imp. And now basically with only these Yeti imps left, I plant fooded this Rotobaga to take care of the bottom 2, and then I tried placing a chomper for the top 2, but they're actually defeated normally by the other Rotobaga. And with that, we beat day 27. Day 28 is the last level of Frostbite Caves and we prepped some defenses. I only placed 2 columns of chompers and they were very spread out just to kind of test the waters of the snowstorms that were going to happen later on. And thankfully this worked out because this level sent snowball throwers and snowstorms. And I was able to place chompers behind the frozen ones to unfreeze them. And with the first and final flag of day 28 being sent in, I had a crazy army of chompers set up for the zombies. And they stood no chance. And we beat day 28 with these. And that was all of Frostbite Caves. Next up, Lost City. Day 1 of Lost City starts, and I was honestly expecting Lost City to be the easiest world because of these gold tiles. Because the biggest thing that was going against the Chomper was the sun. It was a 75 sun cost plant with a 3-second recharge. And if we had enough sun, we could just fill up the entire map with a bunch of Chompers. And you can see it was only day 1, and we had a bunch of Chompers down, and even with all these Chompers down, we still had about 600 sun in the bank. And because of this, day 1 was beat very easily. Day 2 pre-places these 3 red stingers as a means to show it off, but instead I just shovel all 3 of them and take the sun instead. This helps me get some chompers down pretty quickly in the front, but then these parachute zombies are sent down, which reminded me that I was going to have to start placing chompers in the back for these guys as well. They're kind of like the bulls from the Wild West where we had to prepare for them in advance. And as we took care of this final flag pretty easily, we only had these 2 zombies left at the end, and this chomper that I planted in the back was able to take care of them and beat day 2. Day 4, we're given this walnut in the middle for some reason, who I shovel right after placing a chomper, and then I filled that column with chompers and then started another column 2 tiles back. And that second column was for the parachute zombies. I was going to do a back-to-back combo by placing chompers in that middle column, but it wasn't really needed this level, so we beat day 4. Day 6 had 5 gold tiles, so I planted my first chomper on one of them in the middle, and then after planting a second chomper in a gold tile, I planted a column of chompers from the lane second farthest up. And this was because I knew it was going to be easy and I just wanted to get the level done as fast as possible. And as I predicted, the last wave was sent with a bunch of measly zombies who we beat very easily. Day 6 only provides us with 3 gold tiles, so I quickly plant a chomper on one of them, and then again plant chompers in that second column from the front. We see some shovel and umbrella zombies this level who can normally be very annoying, but they aren't very annoying to the Chomper, so they're just like normal zombies. And with the final wave, even though my front lane was very much taken out, the back lane was able to handle all the zombies, beating day 7. Day 10 thankfully had a couple more gold tiles than the last level, so we quickly made use of them by planting 3 Chompers on top of them. And then again that front column to take out the incoming zombies quickly. Later planting some Chompers in the back for the parachute zombies that were being sent in. And the last flag had a pretty decent amount of zombies being sent in, but mostly were in that top lane, so I did the back-to-back combo with the Chompers. They were able to easily take them all out, beating day 10. Day 11 again provided us with 5 gold tiles, which was more than enough to sustain us on sun, and this was because anything over the number of 3 gold tiles was enough for us to keep on continuously planting the Chompers. Again, I used that strategy of the front Chompers to take out the zombies really fast, so the next waves were sent faster. And this time we had all those Chompers on the gold tiles to take care of the parachute zombies. And as nothing dangerous was sent this level, day 11 was beat pretty fast. Day 15, we have to protect one of my favorite plants, the Key, in the bottom and top lane. And I placed a column of Chompers in that third lane from the front and 2 Chompers in the back for some sun production. I then added a second column of Chompers, 2 lanes back from those front ones, just in case. I also added a third Chomper in the back for some more sun production. And with these defenses, we're able to take out all of day 15 and protect the Key. Day 17 provided us with 6 gold tiles, which was a pretty hefty amount, and I placed 3 Chompers and 3 gold tiles and then made a column in that front lane, slowly adding a second column in the back for the parachute zombies as the second flag had approached. This dragonfly zombie also made it over that first Chomper because the first Chomper was digesting a zombie, so that second Chomper had to take care of it. That bottom middle tent zombie also thought it was going to do something, but the Chomper got to it before it could place its tent. And with this being the last zombie left on day 17, it was beat. Day 19 gave us 8 gold tiles, which was very generous, so I quickly made use of 3 of them, and then I made use of 2 more in that middle column. And I almost planted a full column of Chompers there, but for some reason I didn't. And in that one tile that was empty was a tile that the game for some reason sent the parachute zombie in. But I quickly caught this and planted a Chomper to take care of that parachute zombie. And after this, there's only some dragonflies and that last flag zombie left, and we beat day 19. Day 20, we entered the B2D5 Z Factor map. I think I've made that reference at some point before as well, but it's literally the only thing that comes into my mind every time I enter this level. All these gold tiles are just so unnecessary. But hey, anything that helps me, I'll take. And with a lot of parachute zombies being sent this level, a lot of the Chompers couldn't really be placed neatly, so it got a little weird. And we ended this level with very odd placements of Chompers. Day 23 gives us 3 gold tiles to work with and also has 3 flags in it. I quickly make use of 4 gold tiles just to give us that sustainable sun. And I did this because I knew that this level was about to send in a Gargantuar and a bunch of Indiana Jones. The Gargantuar actually got pretty far before I planted a Chomper and it got plant fooded, which ended up beating it. Otherwise, we might have been a little reliant on the lawnmower to take care of it. And all the other lanes were fine, but that middle lane was just packed with zombies for some reason. And later I realized it's because the tent had been placed down in one of the gold tiles. And as all the Indiana Jones were being taken care of by the Chompers that I'd already placed, I planted another Chomper right by the tent just to take care of it, but it got eaten. So once the level calmed down a little bit and it was only the tent left, I placed another Chomper in front of the tent to get rid of it. And with this, I beat day 23. Day 24 provided us with 8 gold tiles, but also the special challenge of not letting the zombies trample on these flowers. And I knew the game was somehow tricking me by planting the flowers all the way in the back, and then when the Indiana Jones came in, I realized why. These parachute zombies were also a nuisance, so I quickly planted some Chompers that would take care of them. And then, as I couldn't take any risks, I completed the full column of Chompers just for these incoming Indiana Jones. And these 2 columns of Chompers were basically enough to take care of the rest of day 24. I had to plant food to take care of this last imp because that Chomper was digesting the zombie, and we beat day 24. Day 25 gave us 4 gold tiles to work with, which was still enough to sustain us with the sun. And it only had 2 flags, so it started to seem a little too easy. And I thought there would be some gimmick that would come in and kind of cause havoc, but when the first flag was sent in, nothing too special happened. So I thought maybe the second flag would have something. But the second flag literally had like 6 zombies in total. This might have been one of the easiest levels in the entirety of Lost City. Day 26, things were a little different because they only provided us with 1 gold tile. So I pretty quickly got down the front column of Chompers, but I was a little slow for the back column as I didn't have enough sun. But over time I got enough to plant them down as well. And these defenses were basically enough to take care of all of day 26, and we beat it. Day 27 provided us with 3 gold tiles. I would have preferred 4, but I can't be too greedy, so 3 is still enough. So I quickly made use of them, placing 3 chompers on them, and then a full column of chompers in that third column. But then this level introduced the worst zombie of Lost City, the turquoise skull zombie, who's a ranged attacker who powers up its skull and kamehamehas my chompers without fail. So when these guys came in, I had to place a special chomper just to take them out. All the other zombies weren't much trouble, but when these guys came in, I ended up losing a couple chompers every time. And this top middle one was kind of a menace, making way for this bucket head. So I had to plant an extra chomper just to take this bucket head out and beat day 27. Day 29, the game went back to being generous and giving us 5 gold tiles to work with, which I was very thankful for, so I quickly planted chompers on all 5 of them, and then planted all the chompers in that second column. And I almost lost a lawnmower to the Indiana Jones in that bottom lane, but I quickly caught it and placed a chomper as fast as I could. Now the only threats left were all the gargs being sent in. The middle one was destroyed with this chomper's plant food, and now we only had the ones in that top and middle row, which the bottom one survived the plant food at first, but then shortly after was taken out with 1 bite. But the top gargantuar had a turquoise skull supporting it, so I had to place down my chomper and quickly plant food it to take out the turquoise skull, but I actually ended up taking out the gargantuar as well. Now all that's left was these 2 zombies in this middle lane, so I took out the Indiana Jones with his first chomper, but then the turquoise skull started charging up and I didn't know when it was going to attack, so I let it attack and then placed another chomper to take it out, beating day 29. And here it was, the last level of Lost City, day 30. It's kind of a double-edged sword because it gives us a lot of gold tiles, but then also 3 columns of mold colonies in the back, which heavily limit our chomper placements. And my first move was to plant a column of chompers farthest back as I could, because the normal problem in this level is usually the Indiana Jones, because they sometimes make it too far and get onto the mold colonies where we can't beat them anymore. And even though all the Indiana Jones were beaten very easily, the top lane kind of caught me off guard because the chomper there got full and started digesting zombies, and one of the flyers went right over it, and then the turquoise skull took it out. So the flyer ended up taking a lawnmower. But with that, all of Lost City was beat. Next up, the Far Future. Far Future aesthetically is probably my favorite world. And honestly, it can be pretty easy for most plants to beat this world, but Chomper struggles at some parts of it because Far Future at times is dependent on a lot of zombie spam. Day 1, I planted Chompers in that third column from the front and also 3 Chompers in the back just to utilize the power tiles. And as I plant fooded this Chomper, day 1 was beat. Day 2 had 2 different power tiles, 2 green, 2 yellow that were in the back. And again, I started off by planting the Chompers in the third column from the front, and then another column in the back just in case some jetpacks got over that front column when they're trying to digest the zombies. Day 2 also introduced these Robo Shield guys, but they are very easily beat. Day 3 again has 2 and 2 power tiles just in different combinations, and I tried to beat this entire level with just that front column of Chompers, but then these imp nuisances were sent in, so I was forced to place 2 Chompers in the back to take care of these guys. And with that, day 3 was also beat. Day 4 changed the power tile format a little bit with it being 2 green and 3 yellow, and I just noticed that I refer to the power tiles by their color instead of the shape that's within them. I wonder if there's anyone that calls them by their shapes instead of their colors. Let me know in the comments if you do. But looking back at the game, by the time the first flag had gone by, I had a pretty monstrous lineup going. And this lineup very easily got me to the last flag. And when the final flag came in, I plant fooded the Chompers that were within the power tiles, so they covered every lane. Somehow they missed these guys, so I had to plant food one more time just to take care of them. And with that, day 4 was beat. Day 5 got rid of the yellow power tile and instead added the red and light blue ones. The green and the red power tiles are kind of in awkward positions, so they're not very usable, but the light blue ones can definitely be used. So with the front column, I also planted 3 Chompers and the 3 light blue tiles, later covering the 2 missing tiles as well. And then these 3 Robocone zombies were sent in the perfect tiles for me to plant food the Chompers, but I wanted to see how the Chompers would fare just by themselves without the plant food. And pretty surprisingly, they were able to take them out, beating day 5. Day 7 brought back the yellow power tiles alongside the other 3 in the 2x2x2x2 format, but again, as I didn't really need to stall for sun, I planted planted that column of chompers up front just to get the level done faster. Then as usual, the column of chompers in the back for the safety precaution of the imps being sent in. And they came in handy. And with the final wave just being more imps and robocone zombies, day 7 was also beat pretty easily. Day 9 had the restriction of 15 plants on the screen, but again it was glitched, but I still tried to abide by the restriction. This level also removed the light blue power tile, making it only the green, red, and yellow ones. The first wave sent in a variety of zombies that were pretty easily defeated, and the final wave seemed even easier than the first wave. And with that, we beat day 9 by only using 11 chompers. Day 10 replaced the yellow power tiles with the light blue ones, and it also introduced the disco zombie, which was definitely the biggest threat of this world because it could just spawn zombies whenever it wanted to. And this one spawned zombies not twice or 3 times, but 4 times, making it spawn 12 zombies in total. That's a lot of stonks. And then a few seconds later, another one of these was sent. But this time I plant footed my back lane chomper and it instantly took it out. And now all that's left was the final wave, which sent in 2 more of them. But these were also in the blue power tower vicinity, which led me to plant footing them and instantly taking them out as well. And with this flag zombie being the only zombie left, we also beat day 10. Day 11, I prepped some defenses. And I chose to go with the staggered placement. I don't really know why, but this also led to me having an excess of 1625 sun, and I only had to spend 150 of it to beat the entirety of day 11. Day 12 again had the 2x2x2x2 assortment of the power tiles, and it also introduced the Gargantuar of the far future, who I was a little scared of because it can just laser down my Gargantuars from far away, but it decided to completely miss this time, so I was in luck. And my chompers were able to take it down pretty easily, and then I quickly planted a chomper in the back for the imp that it launched. This disco bot was also dealt with by a chomper that I placed and it insta plant fooded, taking it out. And now we had the final wave to worry about, which sent in 2 Gargantuars. And I used a plant food on both of them, which sucked them in but then pushed them back. But they both had taken enough damage that one chomp from the chomper was able to take them down, beating day 12. Day 13 had 3 green power tiles and 2 red ones, and then it also introduced the All-Star mech, which was one of the scarier ones of Far Future as well, because it's just so tanky. But this one chomper was slowly able to bite it every time it got pushed back, and in 5 bites it completely took it down. Also, if a chomper ends up plant fooding against an all-star mech, it completely takes it down, which was pretty good to know for future circumstances, like this one where I ended up plant fooding these chompers just to take out these 2 mechs, beating day 13. Day 14 we only had 3 power tiles, the least in a while, and also a 1500 sun limit, but it only had 1 flag, so it's starting to seem like it was one of those levels that seem scary at first but then end up being really easy. But then as the last flag approached, it actually kind of caught me off guard because it sent in a lot more zombies than the previous levels I've sent in. And these guys ended up taking out the majority of the front lane chompers. As we had the backup chompers, we still beat day 14. Day 15, we're tasked to protect these citrons, and let's be honest, citrons don't really need any protection. But the developers obviously understood this, and they just bombard the lanes with constant zombies. And because of the citron's slow recharge, they aren't completely able to take them out, so we actually do have to plant some chompers. But the old reliable 2 columns are enough to beat day 15. Day 19 of the far future is one of the easier challenges because it doesn't let us bring any sun producers in, which we don't anyways, but instead gives us these sun bombs that fall from the sky. And this is great for us because this just means we get extra sun for this level. So we quickly got down the front column and started working on that back column. And a third of the way in, our defenses were set up. But with the excess sun, I decided to add another column right in the middle. And this column actually ended up being pretty important because this Gargantuar actually ended up making it pretty far, taking out the front 2 columns. And then right after, a disco bot was sent. But the chompers were able to deal with it without any casualties. And as the final flag legit only sent in 2 Gargantuars and 1 jetpack zombie, it was extremely easily beat. Day 20, we're tasked to protect these star fruits, and very similarly to the citrons, these guys don't really need protection. They're pretty well off by themselves. As this is a chomper video, I decided to mog the star fruits with my chompers. And in doing this, I completely forgot about the bot swarms and thought I was about to lose a couple lawnmowers. Then I realized I could just plant food the star fruit, and this worked out for one of them, and then the other 2 I planted chompers for. But then out of nowhere, imps got sent in the outer lanes as well, so I had to use the plant food foods of the star fruits in those lanes to take them out before they got to the lawnmowers. And after that incident, I planted chompers in those lanes as fast as I could. And in the final wave, the only problem was the top middle lane with the all-star mech and the shield zombie. But I plant fooded the chomper in the back to take out the shield zombie, and the all-star mech was dealt with normally, beating day 20. Day 22, defenses were prepped. And this time I decided to go for a double back-to-back combo. Pretty terrifying if you ask me. But then the top lane and the bottom middle lane sent in some tanky zombies where some of them got pushed back, but then the others got eaten. But with the help of plant food, we're able to take care of this problem. And then this Garg that was sent in the top lane was also decimated. And now with only a cone head sent, day 22 was also beat. Day 23 had a 2250 sun limit and a 15 plant limit that again was glitched out. And also it was very generous on the power tile placements, with the red and yellow being kind of perfect. And the final wave tried to send in a crazy swarm of these imps, but I ended up just plant fooding and taking them all out in one go. And with that, we beat day 23. And day 24 was the last level of Far Future, and it was one of the ones that provides us with extra sun. So I got a pretty decent amount of defenses down, with a very excessive amount of sun being at 825. And this level was sending a lot of tanky zombies with these disco bots and all-star mechs, and then even more all-star mechs, but we were able to take them all down without a problem, beating day 24 and the entirety of Far Future. Next up was the Dark Ages. Day 1 of the Dark Ages started, and I do allow Gold Bloom in this world just to supplement sun, because otherwise it would be nearly impossible. And also I had an idea come into mind, because you might be noticing that I'm using my chompers to take down the sun graves. And I was thinking, how far could I make it just using the sun from these sun graves and not having to rely on the Gold Bloom? I'll be trying to do these levels without Gold Bloom until Gold Bloom's needed, and then I'll bring it back in. The gravestones this level were kind of lined up perfectly in a way that they allowed me to place a chomper in every single lane, and at the same time still have an extra spare of 225 sun. I then placed a chomper in front of that sun grave at the front, and this made my spare sun up to 250. This basically meant that I had 3 more chompers at my disposal. And even though this was level 1, the Dark Ages was sending a pretty good amount of zombies at once. Because look at this final wave, that's a crazy amount of zombies. So as I had some plant food to spare, this was actually not too bad, and we beat night 1. Night 2 also had sun graves and some pretty good locations, meaning that I could get a chomper off in every lane again without the need of a Gold Bloom. And I was just letting these 5 do their thing for a while, but then the game spawned in some more sun graves right up front, and then another grave in that middle area. So of course I took advantage of this and tried to break these. And this level introduced bucket heads, so the final wave had less zombies, but instead they're supposed to be tankier, but again the health doesn't really matter to the chomper. So this level was technically easier than night 1, and because of that we beat night 2 without the need to use the plant food. And here was night 3, and as you can tell by the layout, there's no sun graves on screen, and sadly this was as far as we get without the Gold Bloom. I did try to come up with some ideas, like maybe let the lawnmowers take care of the zombies, but then I thought about it again and realized that this was stupid and I was gonna just have to use the Gold Bloom. So I did, and with the help of the Gold Bloom I was able to plant down a few more chompers to get every lane covered. And then after a very long time the Gold Bloom recharged and I was able to use another one, and this led to me having 2 chompers in every lane for the final wave. And with the setup we beat night 3. Day 5 started off with me planting a chomper and then the Gold Bloom right after. Next step, getting a whole column of the chompers down, and I completely ignored these sun graves for some reason. I don't really know why. I think it was just out of pure laziness, because I knew that the chompers I had would be enough. There's not much really point in mentioning these guys, but the level also introduces the gestures. And in the face of the chomper, the gesture is basically just a regular zombie with no special powers. And we beat night 5. Night 6 I prepped some defenses, and I placed 15 chompers in a semi-staggered formation. And I added a couple chompers to this defense as the level went on, but as these were more than enough to beat all the zombies on the level, night 6 was taken down. Night 7 started and I realized that I'd done goofed. Since the last level didn't let me pick any sun producers, I forgot that I couldn't just auto pick this level and would have to go out of my way to pick the Gold Bloom. And this I did not do, and I just auto picked, so I had no sun producer to help me this level. And for this mistake, I just let the zombies take me down as kind of a walk of shame. So technically, my first attempt of night 7 was a failure. But on the second attempt, of course, I brought Gold Bloom and planted a healthy column of chompers to take down the zombies that had previously taken me down. A revenge that was destined. And this final wave spawned a lot of imps from the graves, but they weren't too big of a deal since the zombies that were actually sent were kind of only just a couple of knights that didn't really do much, and we beat night 7. Night 9 introduces the speed and health potions, and the health potion doesn't really do much because the Chomper doesn't really care about the health of the zombies, but the speed potion can definitely be annoying if the Chomper is trying to digest zombies, and if a mega speedy zombie gets into contact, the mega speedy zombie is definitely going to win that battle. But thankfully we didn't run into this situation on night 9. The final wave again only had like 6 zombies, and I think it's because the knights were introduced, and I feel like whenever the game introduces tankier zombies, it trades the number of zombies just for the tankier zombies, trying to balance the difficulty. But the Chomper walks right through this, beating night 9. Night 11's that one level where it has that gravestone in the very back that I can't really do much about with the Chompers because they can't hit it. So it's kind of just a game of luck, and if the gravestone spawns zombies, we lose. If it doesn't spawn zombies, we win. As we approached the first flag, everything was looking good with the gravestone, but the first flag introduced wizards, who were definitely going to be a problem against the Chompers. But this time I had enough sun where I could just place the Chompers right in front of the wizards and take them out instantly. I did the same with these 2 wizards as well. And the gravestone in the very back didn't spawn any zombies, but the 2 right by it spawned 2 coneheads. One which was taken out by the Chomper that was already there, and then I tried to take this bottom one out, but I completely misclicked and placed down a gold bloom, later placing a Chomper on that tile. And as that far back grave didn't spawn any zombies in this entire level, night 9 was pretty easily beat on the first try. Night 12 is a pretty scary one because we have to keep these puff shrooms alive, and the only danger is really the jesters and the wizards, but there's also the factor of us having to plant food the puff shrooms so they don't disappear completely. And I was so worried about the wizards and jesters that I completely forgot about this. So on the first attempt, all the puff shrooms actually ended up disappearing and I lost. This might be the first time ever I've lost because of this. On the second attempt, I was much more wary of the surroundings and plant fooded the puff shrooms when they started blinking. The jesters actually ended up being pretty easy because they can't just return the Chomper's chomps. But what was actually surprising was the wizards that got chomped right away and couldn't really sheepify any of my plants. And with the 2 main threats basically being useless, night 12 was also beat very easily. Night 15, I prepped some defenses. I ended up going with the double back-to-back combo and also a stagger in the back, and then adding some more chompers as the end was approaching. And this wasn't really even needed because we beat the level without losing any chompers. Night 16 started off with a gold bloom and then also 2 columns of chompers, but it also introduced the kings, who knightify the regular zombies to make them tankier, but this doesn't really do anything against the chompers. So the kings basically just sit there thinking they're doing something until the end and then self-beheading themselves. Day 17 had a lot of sun gravestones, so I got a lot of chompers down and I'd only killed like 3 zombies so far. And by the time I reached the first flag, my defenses were a lot neater and a lot stronger, and I decided to just keep them the same until that last flag with having an access to 1,000 sun. And the final wave sent this Gargantuar, who seemed to be a little scary, but then the plant food took care of it, and then also this wizard beating night 19. And here was the last level of the Dark Ages that we play, night 19. And in this level, we're tasked to protect these 3 magnet shrooms. So I quickly get 3 chompers right in front of them. And then by the first flag, I had down the double back-to-back combo. And this was literally enough to take down the rest of night 19, beating the Dark Ages. Next up, the Neon Mixtape Tour. Neon Mixtape Tour day 1 starts, and this is one of the worlds that caught me very off guard. In my mind, there wasn't really any zombie that could really face the chompers in this world, but a little later on, there's this one zombie that completely turns this opinion upside down. But as it doesn't exist on day 1, we beat day 1 pretty easily. Day 2 starts, and it introduces the Mohawk zombie, and also has 2 flags that we have to go up against. So I pretty quickly get my first column of chompers down in the front, and then start planting the second column right behind them. And thankfully, even though the Mohawk zombies are pretty speedy, the chompers are able to bite them down before they're able to kick the chompers back. Unless, of course, the chomper is already swallowing the other zombies. But with that, day 2 is beat. Day 4 starts, and it already has 3 flags that we have to go up against, which is pretty crazy. But again, as I was pretty confident in the early levels of this world, I placed my chompers very up front just to get it over with faster. I had to make a little adjustment for these 2 zombies in the top middle lane because I didn't have enough sun at the time, but then finished that front column with the chomper a little later on. The number of zombies was definitely increasing as well, which had me a little worried, but not too much. But then I realized I should be more worried than I am because 2 of my front choppers got eaten and then the middle one got kicked back 1 lane. But as the last flag flag was approaching. Thankfully, it only had a few zombies because they focused more on sending bucket heads and mohawks. So just less zombies, but tankier ones. And because of that, we beat day 4. Day 5 is a pretty cool and weird one because we have to protect these Phat Beets and walnuts. So my first move was to protect all of these by planting a Chomper 1 lane in front of them. I say this one's a little weird because I never really understood why it's 2 Phat Beets and 2 walnuts. It feels just like a random assortment of plants. I mean, the Phat Beets make sense because they're a part of this world, but the walnuts confuse me. We had a couple Chompers in the middle lanes plant food, which made the next waves come out faster, and this became a little bit of a problem in that top lane because the Chomper started swallowing a zombie and the Mohawk was able to just roam freely and kick the walnut back a few lanes, but that Chomper was able to handle it once it swallowed the zombie of swallowing. Out of context, that would sound insane. We almost had a problem in the bottom middle lane because the Chomper there was also full and a Mohawk was approaching, but then I quickly plant fooded it just to take care of it. But then after that, most of the plants had a double Chomper combo in front of them protecting them, so it was going pretty well. And with that, day 5 was beat. Day 7 starts and my Chomper instantly plant food, swallowing absolutely nothing. Thankfully, the second Chomper was a little smarter and it didn't do that, and I also had a zombie coming in its lane, so he ate it. We also had some early Mohawks that were coming, and they always scare me because they get really close to the Chomper and then the Chomper decides to eat them. Like, I always think that the Chomper is about to get kicked back, but then it just doesn't happen. And then day 7 also introduced the Rainbow Skater zombie, who was an extremely big problem against the potato mines if I remember correctly, but this time the Chompers are able to easily take care of them. So this isn't the zombie menace I was talking about on day 1. But with that aside, the first flag of day 1 sent in a crazy number of zombies, which terrified me at first. But then the Chompers somehow pretty easily took them all down. And then the final wave of day 7 was really weird because it literally only sent zombies in these 2 lanes. And it was just a massive horde of bucket heads behind 2 Rainbow Skaters. And of course, low numbers is what Chomper thrives against. So we beat day 7 pretty easily. Day 8 started and the music instantly started blamming with the Mohawk, but my Chomper that instantly plant fooded was able to pretty easily take it out. Then a little later, a Skater was sent with a couple normal zombies behind it, but it was just enough zombies where the Chomper had to start digesting, so this Buckethead almost ended up taking it out. But it got lucky because the Mohawk kicked it back and then the Chomper was able to eat both of them. And when the second flag was sent in, we almost had the complete double back-to-back Chomper combo set up, but we're just missing that top lane, and of course, since we didn't have it, that top lane got ran through. So I had to place the Chomper a little farther back and it was able to recuperate. And then the final flag came in with a bunch of zombies, but we basically had a double back-to-back Chomper combo in every single lane. So they're able to take out all the zombies without a problem. In the end, beating day 8. Day 12 starts and it only has 2 flags this time, so it's a little bit easier, or so I thought, because this day actually introduces the menace, the microphone whipper zombie, who when the music is playing is a Chomper's worst nightmare because it just takes it out. But somehow the second Chomper was able to take out this microphone whipper. And I say somehow because you'll notice later on that I try to implement the strategy, but it just never works out. For some reason, it only worked out that one time and then never again. As you can see, I got very scared of these guys because I was like, how do I even take these out without wasting plant food? So I just tried to do something, but it didn't work out. And I ended up just using the lawnmowers to take both of these guys out for now. And thankfully, the first flag of day 12 didn't send in too many zombies, so I was able to stall a little bit and make some more sun for later on. My Chomper placements started becoming a little more sporadic and also more focused on the back end of the map. And this is the first sign of panic within these levels because I stopped placing the Chompers very up front and have to resort to placing them in the back just in case. Oh yeah, this level also introduced the Gargantuar of the world, but as we already know, not too many of them are ever sent, so we can just use our plant foods on them. And these were the last zombies of day 12, so I was able to plant food that first Chomper, and then the second Chomper took care of the 2 imps, beating day 12. Day 13, I prepped some defenses. And of course, I chose to do the double back-to-back Chomper combo. But not even 15 seconds in, the first complete layer got decimated by the roller skaters. And then the second one got kicked back by the Mohawks. And the Mohawks kicked all 3 layers all the way to the back. And now I was left with these Chompers, and this isn't too bad, so let's see how it goes. And this is where I got cooked. I had all my Chompers placed down, no more sun, and only 2 plant food left with all these microphone whippers coming in, and the Chompers basically couldn't do anything against them. And even even if I did get rid of those front ones, the game sent in even more in the back. And then they took the lawnmowers before the second big wave even came in. And this was basically GG's because I can't plant any more chompers since no sun drops in these levels. And of course I can't use the powers, so I decided to just restart. On the second attempt, I chose to do the triple back-to-back combo instead of 2 double back-to-backs. Then I also decided to add a 4th column behind them as well. And then of course the microphone whippers came in, and this time I had 350 sun left, hoping to get some lucky plant foods off, and I did with the first chomper. But the second one sold me and didn't plant food by itself. The same thing happened with the third chomper, but then I immediately shoveled it just to get some of the sun back. And then I placed a 4th one that also didn't plant food, so I shoveled it as well. And then I placed a 5th one that did plant food, but it only took out like a couple of the microphone whippers, so it didn't really do much. And then as the final wave was coming in, I decided to shovel these last 2 chompers just for extra sun, because these 2 lanes didn't need any damage since the lawnmowers would just take care of the zombies there. And with the extra sun, I placed a chomper up top because I brain farted and forgot that the microphone whippers can hit across lanes. And then right after, I planted a chomper in the bottom lane, which plant fooded, and then it made me realize this might actually be possible since I still have 3 plant food left of my own. So I used the plant food on the bottom lane to take care of these guys, but then by the time I was about to place the top one, the microphone whippers got to it, and this was where I lost again. They should add these guys to Garden Warfare 2 just to get rid of all the chomper mains. On the third attempt, I chose to do a quadruple back-to-back chomper combo, the first of its kind, and also I moved them 1 tile back. And this was because in the previous attempts, the front column always got killed by the roller skaters, so I thought it'd be a good idea to move the 1 lane back to give them enough time to kill them. And then I also took another strategy from that last attempt. I would start shoveling my chompers as soon as they started digesting zombies, because at that point they're basically useless and they're gonna get killed, so why not just save up sun? And I was losing some chompers here and there, but I was saving most of them just by shoveling them. And comparatively to the previous attempts, I had the same amount of chompers on the screen and also 400 extra sun. And then came in the microphone whippers, so I tried to shovel my chompers as fast as possible to save up sun and then rely on the chompers insta plant fooding when I placed them to take care of most of these guys. And this strategy basically only worked 1 time in 1 lane because I was getting extremely unlucky with the insta plant foods. So even though the strategy felt better, 3 lawnmowers still got taken this time, which was more than last time. But there was a massive difference this time. I had 600 sun to work with, and all I had to do was beat all the zombies in the top, middle, and bottom lanes. So I was planting chompers rapidly in that top lane to try to get it to plant food, and 1 did. Right after planting a chomper at the bottom, which also plant fooded and pushed all the zombies back, and now it was only the middle lane to worry about, so I decided to use one of my 3 plant foods that I had in my inventory. And as the chomper's plant food ability stalled for time, this gave me a chance to get another insta plant food off, and the bottom lane did, taking out all the zombies in that lane. And then the top lane also instant plant fooded, leaving just 1 zombie. And now all that's left was this middle lane, and I realized I had won because I had 2 plant food, and that was enough to take care of the rest of the zombies on the screen. And then I felt like I had to win in style because I had enough sun to try to keep shoveling the chompers and get an insta plant food off. And after a couple tries, I did exactly that, getting the insta plant food and then using my last plant food on that top zombie. In the end, beating day 13 without the need to use any of my coins. And if you thought day 13 was bad, day 15 gets much worse, and you'll see why. We had to protect these Phat Beets in all 5 lanes. And I specified the all 5 lanes thing because this means that we can't depend on any of the lawnmowers. And if you remember last time, we had to use all the lawnmowers to even have a slight chance of beating the level. So I was just hoping the amount of microphone whippers was very minimal. But I also had an oopsie this level because that middle zombie died from the Phat Beets, so I thought the top one would die, but the top one didn't end up dying because it was only being hit by 2 Phat Beets. So I actually lost on my first attempt to a pretty dumb reason. On the second attempt, however, when the zombie got close, I placed a chomper to take care of it, and in hopes of stalling for sun, I was delaying my placements a little bit, so one of the Phat Beets got pushed back 2 lanes, and everything was going well until the microphone whippers came in, who were just decimating all of my chompers right as I placed them. And eventually this middle one made it to my Phat Beet and whipped it till it died, making me lose. On the third attempt, I cooked up a different strategy, remembering that 1 Phat Beet that was kicked back on the bottom lane. I thought, what if I just let the Mohawk zombies kick back the Phat Beets so I have more time to protect them? And in doing that, I was able to get 4 of the Phat Beets pretty far back, but one of them had to stay in its original place because there was no Mohawk set in that lane. And this was going pretty well as I was making it much further than last time. But then I saw the middle lane microphone whipper and realized it was about to hit the Phat Beet, so I bought a plant food, but right as I bought it, it whipped and killed the Phat Beet, making me lose another time. On day 15, I employed the same exact strategy with the Mohawks, but for some reason, the music timing was a little off, so the Mohawk stopped kicking, and as all the the microphone whippers were coming in, I bought 3 plant food because I knew I was going to need it. And I used 2 plant food on these middle 2 chompers to take care of the microphone whippers there, but the top one was getting really close. And I plant fooded the chomper, but the microphone whipper got a whip off last second, making me lose for the 4th time. Attempt 5 was the same mohawk strategy employed in the beginning, with that same one mohawk not hitting the guys because the music stopped. And this time I decided to buy 4 plant foods just to max out my plant food bar, because I was pretty confident that I'd be able to beat the microphone whippers this time. And I was doing pretty well, plant fooding all the chompers at the perfect moments. And after plant fooding that top lane chomper, all that's left was that bottom lane microphone whipper, so I'd bought another plant food just to get rid of it. And after this microphone whipper was defeated, we still had the final wave to go against, but thankfully the final wave didn't send any microphone whippers in. But even though there was no more microphone whippers left, this chomper in the middle lane was digesting a zombie, so it got taken out by the roller skater. And I tried to place another chomper and it got instantly taken out. So I panicked and resorted to buying another plant food and plant fooded the Phat Beet, which took the roller skater out, and now I could place a chomper to take out the other zombies. And with that, we finally beat day 15. That panic inducing moment at the end could have been avoided if I just remembered to launch the mower. But now we're on day 17 and hopefully we're out of the danger zone. I was feeling pretty confident, so I placed a column of chompers pretty up front, and a couple of them got kicked back by the mohawks because they were digesting the previous zombies. But the final flag only consisted of dancing kickers and bucket heads, so this minimal defense was able to beat day 17. Day 18 started and I thought it was going to be pretty easy because I only had 1 flag. And by the halfway point, I'd had a full column of chompers down. Then of course the demons were sent in, the microphone whippers, and they completely wiped out that front column of chompers. So I decided to use one of my 2 plant food for the middle one and a plant food for the bottom one, having to sacrifice the top middle mower. Then a little bit later in the top lane, the dancing kicker kicked a bucket head to the mower and I lost that mower as well. But as now the final wave approached, there was only 2 lanes I had to worry about because the bottom 3 would be taken care of by the mowers. As you can see, there's no microphone whippers, so this actually ended up being pretty easy. Day 20 again was a level with only 2 flags, and pretty confidently I got a column of chompers off in the 3rd lane from the front. But then a microphone whipper was sent to the middle lane and I didn't want to lose all 3 of my chompers, so I decided to plant food this one chomper to get rid of it. And then 2 more were sent, but these ones had the microphone in their mouth and not in their hands, so they were easily beaten. But then 1 was sent in the top lane and it got double kicked by the dancers and took out one of my chompers. But then another one right underneath took out the 2 front lane chompers as well. The top one got taken care of by a plant food and the other one wasn't doing the microphone whipping anymore, so my chomper normally just took it out. And then the final wave was sent and I was a little scared because the chompers that I had were very minimal and I didn't have any plant food either. But for some reason there were no microphone whippers sent, so we lost this one lawnmower in the middle, but otherwise still beat day 20. Day 21 we're tasked to protect these flowers from being trampled on, and thankfully they were pretty far back. And the first thing I did was get a full column of chompers down right in front of them. That easily took care of all the beginning zombies. And then the first flag was a little weird because it only sent zombies in the bottom 3 lanes, and as they were very minimal we took them all out. But then there was a Garg sent who I plant fooded to try to just deal damage to it, but then it actually just ended up dying from the 1 plant food. Even after playing this entire game with just Chomper, I still can't say I understand how that plant food damage works against the tankier zombies. And after beating another Garg in the top lane Conehead, day 21 was beat. Day 23 was a normal level with no special challenges and only 2 flags. And the game tried to get a 1-up on me by sending a kicker and a regular zombie at the same time, but as my Chompers were planted 3 lanes back, we easily took care of them both. But then these arcade zombies came in. And if you remember the ice pushers from Frostbite Caves, these are very similar to them. But these, in my opinion, are much worse because the arcade machines kind of act like the tents in Lost City and can spawn infinite amount of zombies if they're not taken care of. And of course, the more zombies there are, the worse it is for Chompers. And combined with the microphone whippers, it was a combination of disaster. It was starting to look very rough 2/3 of the way in, so I decided to plant food this one Chomper to get rid of one of the microphone whippers. And thankfully, the other whippers stopped whipping, and my Chompers that I had placed down were able to eat them both. And now, with these minimal defenses, my only goal was to try to preserve as many lawnmowers as I could for that final wave. And I lost one lawnmower up top because I was so focused on the zombies on the bottom. But my plan had worked successfully because I preserved 4 lawnmowers, and that one lawnmower that did launch took out most of the zombies in that top lane, leaving only one imp that I had to deal with. And to end it off, we had this one satisfying lawnmower taking out all the zombies, beating day 23. Day 24, defenses were prepped. And I chose to go with the double back-to-back up front that was 1 lane back, and then 1 column of chompers in like the middle-ish area. I don't really know my reasoning for the strategy, but I just went with it. And the first wave of zombies was pretty easily dominated with us only losing that front column. And these microphone whippers that came in, thankfully, weren't spinning their microphones around, so all 3 of them were eaten without casualty. The second big wave sent in this gargantuar that was causing some havoc to my gargantuars, so I had to use one of my 4 plant food to take care of it. And then these 3 microphone whippers came in, and I tried to quickly shovel all my chompers to save some sun, which I was successful in. And then by the time that the microphone whippers reached the chompers in the back, they stopped spinning their microphones, so they're taken out very easily. Now all that's left was to beat was that last wave, which was a very disappointing wave because all it brought was 2 gargantuars. And the top one was taken care of by an instant plant fooded chomper, and for the bottom one I used a plant food on it, but this time it didn't die, but instead it launched its imp, so I just let the imp reach the lawnmower and take care of itself and the gargantuar, beating day 24. Day 25 only had 1 flag, so with confidence I placed a column of chompers in the 3rd lane from the front, and the first microphone whipper wasn't whipping, so my chomper was able to eat it, but the second microphone whipper was whipping, so one of my chompers got hit. So I placed one in the back and quickly plant fooded it just to get my revenge. But then came a whole army of the microphone whippers that took out my front row of the chompers, and I tried to quickly save some sun by shoveling the chompers, but they got to most of them before I could get to them. And 2 of the microphone whippers made it all the way to the lawnmowers. And things started looking a little crazy as a lot of arcade machines came in before the final flag even came in. And as the last flag came in, I sighed a sigh of relief because I realized there's no microphone whippers and only mohawks that I had to deal with. And with this last lawnmower, we took down day 25. But the game realized it was being too nice to me with the easy levels, so it threw this level at me, where we have to protect these 4 spore shrooms. And the strategy here is always letting these mohawks kick your spore shrooms back just so you have more leverage. And after their pushback, I quickly got a chomper in front of all of them. And this microphone whipper with this dancer in the middle lane can be a little scary because if they get a perfect kick combo off, they can take out my spore shroom that's in that bottom middle lane. But thankfully they didn't this time. But then these arcade machine guys got very scary in the top middle and bottom middle lanes. And so overwhelmed by these, I didn't even realize that the real threat was approaching with the microphone whippers, who used the arcade machines as kind of a blockade and then slowly moved forward, taking out my spore shrooms. A very tactical play by the zombies. On the second attempt, I planted a chomper way in the back in the middle lane just to stall for sun. Of course, letting the mohawks once again kick back my spore shrooms. Middle microphone whipper using a plant food on my chomper. And then of course came the arcade machine guys one more time. And then again the microphone whippers with the breakdancers, who I truly didn't know how I was gonna beat. And once again, overwhelmed, I lost. But on the 3rd attempt, I felt like I knew what to do. So quickly I got the normal setup going, and then I started planting extra chompers in the 2 lanes that the microphone whippers are sent. And also I bought 2 plant food with my coins just in preparation. In the top lane, I ended up not having to use the plant food. In the bottom middle lane, I did, so I used it and it took care of it very easily. And that was basically it, because all that was really left was this Garg in the middle, and we took care of it using a Chomper's plant food, and we beat day 26. Day 28 did introduce these Afro radio zombies, but other than that, it was also just a normal level with 2 flags. We did see 3 arcade zombies before the first flag even came in, but those were easily beaten, and the first flag sent in a very minimal amount of zombies. And now all that's left was the final flag, and I wasn't too worried because I still had all my lawnmowers. Day 29 started off also seeming like a very normal level with 2 flags. I was a little scared because it's day 29, so it should be a little difficult, but the first flag wasn't too difficult to beat. As we're approaching the last flag, a couple zombies made it to the end, taking 2 lawnmowers. But thankfully, the so-called big wave only had 2 imps and a gargantuar in the 2 lanes that were missing a lawnmower, so a chomper with a couple plant food was able to take these guys out. And then the bottom lane, I just fed to the mower, beating day 29. And now here we were, the last level that we play of the Neon Mixtape Tour, day 30, in which we could only have 15 plants on the screen. And might I add, it started off very crazy, sending in 3 microphone whippers as the first 3 zombies. So I was quickly planting and shoveling if the chompers didn't insta-plant food just to save some sun. But sadly, reaching the first flag from the 3, the top middle lane had to be sacrificed to a lawnmower. And things were looking atrocious because I only had 100 sun and all these zombies to take care of, and it's only the first big wave. And because of this, we lost 2 more mowers. As these arcade guys were being very slow, I was actually able to get some chompers down before the next big wave came in. And there were some challenging zombies on this flag, like the gargantuar and the microphone whippers, who I took care of by using my plant foods. Now, as we'd approached the final wave, we actually built up a pretty decent army of chompers. And all we really had to focus on was protecting the top 3 lanes. And one of them was was beat by an insta-plant fooded Chomper. And the second one I bought a plant food for, but it actually just ended up dying normally to my normal Chomper, which was pretty cool. So I used the plant food on these bottom guys, beating day 30. Next up is the Jurassic Marsh. Day 1 of Jurassic Marsh started and it had 2 flags already, which is pretty crazy because I feel like a level 1 should just have 1 flag, but this was just a sign of things getting more difficult. And the true difficulty of Jurassic Marsh definitely comes in with the dinosaurs, but as day 1 doesn't have any, it actually ends up being pretty easy. Day 2 of Jurassic Marsh also had 2 flags, but as I was still pretty confident, I was still putting my Chompers up in that third lane from the front, and I thought this was enough to evade the Raptors because the bottom lane guy didn't kick the zombie forward, but this middle lane Raptor actually ended up kicking the zombie forward before my Chomper could eat it. So I had to place another Chomper to take care of that zombie. And by the time the second big wave came in, I had 2 columns of Chompers down, one in the very front, one in the back, so it was pretty much enough to beat all of day 2. Day 4, we'd already jumped to 3 flags, and before any zombies came out, the blue Raptor came out first. But thankfully, before it could get its kick off, my Chomper ate the zombie. But my Chomper was unsuccessful with this cone head as it got kicked over right away. And as I barely got the sun, by the time the cone head was reaching the last lane, I got my Chomper down and ate it. And then right after, this bucket head also got kicked over, but thankfully it was in that same lane, so the Chomper got it as well. And then the first big wave sent in a pretty measly number of zombies, so the Chompers in that front lane were able to take care of them all. And the second big wave only sent in like 6 zombies because more focused on them being tanky. So of course my Chompers easily took care of them. And then on the final flag, the game definitely stepped it up a little bit by sending in a ton of zombies in every lane. And I ended up losing the front middle Chomper to these zombies. But then to save some time, I planted another Chomper pretty close to them that took care of all 3 of them, beating day 4. Day 5 only had 2 flags, and I switched up the strategy a little bit by planting the Chompers 1 lane forward. And this was so that the Raptor couldn't get its kickoff, just because this allowed my Chompers to eat the zombies before it could do it. But this actually ended up not being enough because in the top middle lane, my Chomper was digesting a zombie and the buckethead actually got kicked over by the Raptor. And now with an atrocious looking defense, the final wave was sent. But thankfully, I got sun at the exact right time to get rid of that Chomper at the top lane. And after that, I plant fooded this Chomper at the bottom to get rid of the last zombies, in the end beating day 5. Day 6 started and it only had 2 flags, so I thought it was going to be pretty easy. But then the game introduced a Stego zombie who instantly caused chaos, putting me in a pickle and actually making me lose 1 lawnmower right as the final wave was sent. But thankfully, this also meant that I only had to protect this bottom middle lane from zombies, and as that lane only had 1 cone head in it, I was actually able to pretty easily beat it with this Chomper insta plant fooding. And we beat day 6. Day 8 starts with 2 flags and an early blue Raptor and Conehead, who my Chomper instantly eats, and then 2 imps also who are pretty easily beaten. But then there's this 1 zombie in the bottom middle lane who got a little too far before I had enough sun, so I had to plant the Chomper 1 lane back. But for symmetry purposes, I filled that hole later on. And the first flag didn't have too many zombies, so it's pretty easy, but there's just 1 zombie who made it over because the Raptor kicked it over, but then my Chomper was able to eat it. And then the final flag also sent a very minimal amount of zombies, so we beat day 8 pretty easily. Day 10 upped it a little bit by having 3 flags, and also the first dinosaur being sent being a Stegosaurus. But as my Chomper placement is perfectly placed to counter the Stego, it didn't really do much. Or so I thought, because there's 1 conehead in the top lane my Chomper bit at, but apparently the Stego caught it before it could, so it actually got launched over, forcing me to plant another Chomper that actually insta plant fooded, killing the conehead and another zombie that was approaching. But as this was happening, another zombie was introduced, being the pterodactyl, that actually got a zombie behind my Chompers, but as the Chompers can actually hit the zombies from behind, they actually aren't very much of a problem. And then the final wave sent a pretty hefty amount of zombies, but I also had a pretty good amount of Chompers laid down. And after losing a couple Chompers, I was able to beat day 10 pretty easily. Day 11, we went back to 2 flags, but this imp was sent, and as I didn't have enough sun to place the Chomper in the right spot, I actually had to place it 2 lanes back, once again messing up my symmetry. But of course, I fixed this a little later on. In the back of the top middle lane, you can see the conehead that was dropped off by the pterodactyl, and honestly, it makes no sense that the Chompers can eat the zombies from that angle. But hey, if it works, it works. No complaining from my side. And with the pretty minimal final wave, we actually beat day 11 pretty easily. Day 12 is a pretty scary one because we can only lose 6 plants in total, and we usually lose a lot more than that. So I decided to play this one a little more strategic than usual and planted a column of Chompers in the very back 3 lanes up, and then slowly getting a double back-to-back Chomper combo down just to reduce the death rate of my Chompers. And then I was kind of scared of this huge wave, but it actually ended up being the saddest thing that I've seen so far. It was literally only 3 zombies. And as we're approaching the final big wave, the game sent in a blue Raptor followed by a Jurassic Marsh Gargantuar, and these guys are really tanky. But I had a strategy in mind for the Gargantuar, and as it got really really close to the Chomper and about to hit it, I plant footed the Chomper, sending the Gargantuar back after taking massive damage. And as I approached the Chompers a second time, it was easily beaten with one bite. But then a second Gargantuar was kicked forward in that bottom lane, who I tried using the same strategy on, but got heavily outplayed by the Raptor, which kicked the Gargantuar right over my Chompers. So I was forced to place a Chomper in the back and plant food that one, which actually took it out, beating day 12. Day 13, thankfully, had no special challenges and only 2 flags, so I planted my Chompers in that front lane. But then I got a little outplayed again as this imp was launched by the Stego, and I couldn't get enough sun in time to defend against it, so it actually just ended up taking my lawnmower right as I was trying to plant my Chomper. And the first flag came in with a pretty decent amount of zombies, but we were able to beat them pretty easily. And on the final big wave, I was expecting something big like Gargantuars, but actually only sent a couple zombies, and of course they were easily beat. Day 15, we're tasked to protect these 2 primal walnuts, and I actually stalled for sun on this level just by letting the zombie get by for a little bit. But then as other zombies started coming in, I placed a Chomper in the back to take care of that zombie as well. And then a Raptor in that bottom middle lane kicked a zombie onto one of my primal walnuts, which actually chipped away a good amount of damage before I was able to get a Chomper to defeat it. And just so this didn't happen again, I placed a Chomper behind the other primal walnut just in case. And this actually came in very handy as a zombie was launched into that primal walnut. And now all that was left was the final big wave, which actually sent a Gargantuar, but thankfully it's in the middle lane, so we don't really have to worry about it. And efficiently we beat day 15. Day 17, no challenges and 2 flags, so I placed my Chompers up front. And this first flag had a cone head that actually got launched over, but I placed a Chomper to take care of it. And then as the final flag was sent in, I had a pretty solid defense laid down, which carried me to victory. Day 18, I thought didn't have any challenges and only 3 flags, but then it introduced the T-Rex, a pretty goofy but obnoxious dinosaur that exists within the Jurassic Marsh. And its function is speeding up zombies extremely until they touch a plant. Kinda sus. But as you can see, this can get very overwhelming very fast, taking out a lot of my Chompers. But basically, I just needed to have at least 1 Chomper in every lane so the zombies didn't just sprint to the very end. And using the strategy, I was able to beat day 18, but it's definitely gonna get much worse. Day 21 has 3 flags, and it starts off with the caveman zombie, who of course faced up against the Chomper, gets 1 shot. But then this T-Rex almost got a 1-up on me, but I quickly placed a Chomper to block the zombies that were gonna get speed up. And then as the first flag was sent, I had a full column of Chompers down just in case any of the T-Rex were sent in. But then out of nowhere, a crazy horde of zombies were sent in the top middle lane, taking out one of my front lane Chompers and also taking out the back Chomper as well. But then I placed a Chomper in the very back, who thankfully instant plant fooded, taking out the zombies that got very close. And now as the final wave was being sent in, most of the lanes had 2 Chompers in them, so they're able to easily beat all the zombies except the top middle lane, where I had to plant food that 1 back Chomper to beat the zombies. And now as only 1 zombie was left, I placed another Chomper who insta plant fooded and beat day 21. Day 22, I prepped defenses. And with the blessing of a full open map, I used my free will to place as many Chompers as I could. And the zombies couldn't really do anything to this crazy defense, except this final Gargantuar in the top lane, who was just ravaging through all of my Chompers one by one. And I wanted to see if this was enough Chompers to beat the Gargantuar without a plant food, and it was, beating day 22. Day 23, we went back to normal levels and 3 flags. I had to place a Chomper in the back because a cone head got kicked by a blue raptor. And dealing with that cone head, I didn't have enough sun to deal with the zombie in the bottom lane that got speed boosted by the T-Rex, so I ended up taking a lawnmower. And as we're approaching the final wave, a lot of dinosaurs and zombies had occupied the screen, but thankfully it was a very light final wave and we beat it no problem. Day 24 was similar with 3 flags and no special challenges. The first big wave and the second big wave were dealt with pretty easily, and now as we approached the final wave, we had 2 columns of Chompers down, allowing us to beat the level without any casualties. Day 25 was also similar with no special challenges and 3 flags, but it also included the Ankylosaur, who can be a little annoying because it just pushes my Chompers back every time it launches a zombie. So the strategy to this is just placing the Chompers very far forward, so it takes a while for the Ankies to push them all the way back. And using this, we beat day 25, no worries. Day 26 had 10 lanes covered with mold colonies in the back, so I had to make sure that the game didn't get any crazy dino tactics off. And I absolutely failed at this because the top lane ended up taking my mower. But thankfully that was the final wave, so we ended up beating day 26. Day 27, I prepped defenses. Again, using the power of free will, I planted as many Chompers as I could. And this time, they definitely did a little more damage than last time because of the Ankylosaur zombie, who was constantly launching zombies at my Chompers, pushing them off the map. But of course, we just had so many Chompers that this actually wasn't a problem, beating day 27. Day 28, we went back down to 2 flags and no special challenges. And by the time the first flag approached, we had a column of Chompers down in the front, which some of them got taken out by the imps, but as the final wave approached, we still had a pretty decent amount of Chompers on screen, and we were able to beat day 28 without losing any lawnmowers. And now we're on day 30 of the Jurassic Marsh, which is the last level that we play, and it had 4 flags. I quickly got a column of Chompers down in the front, which took care of the first flag very easily. The second flag had an imp Gargantuar combo that ran through that first Chomper, but as they got close to the second Chomper, I plant fooded it and I pushed the Gargantuar all the way back. But then it was taken out with a couple of normal bites by the Chompers. And the third flag also sent a Gargantuar in the top lane who took out my Chompers, and I had to place another Chomper and then plant food it just to push it all the way back. It was also taken out with a couple of normal bites afterwards. And the final flag sent in a very minimal amount of tanky zombies, which were mostly taken out very easily. And really, with only the Caveman, Conehead, and Gargantuar left, we of course beat day 30. And next up is one of the more scarier worlds, the Big Wave Beach. Big Wave Beach starts, and I'm not gonna lie to y'all, this is the worst world of them all. Not really from like a difficulty standpoint, just from an annoyingness standpoint. Literally each and every level, I'm forced to wait for all these zombies to walk down the water and then get to my Chompers. And just because of this reason, this takes me literally double the time of any other world. I wish Big Wave Beach had like a quadruple speed boost. Not to give EA any ideas, but that's actually something that I would buy even if it was behind a paywall. Or maybe if someone's trying to make a mod or something. But with that aside, I slowly but surely made it to the final flag. And to speed it up, I used all my plant food and launched a mower. Day 2 already had 3 flags, which was pretty crazy. And the level itself was a little more bearable because it had some lily pads in the waters that I could utilize and the zombies would reach there faster. The second big wave came in, but as I had minimal zombies, they were all eaten pretty fast. And then the third big wave came in, which was the final one, and I plant fooded all my Chompers just to get the wave over with faster, at the same time launching a mower in one of the lanes, beating day 2. Day 4 had 3 flags and a few lily pads to work with, and the first and second big waves were easily beaten. And the third big wave brought in a pretty good amount of zombies, but as you can see, I had a lot of time to prep my defenses, so I had a crazy amount of Chompers on my side as well, and with their help, we easily beat day 4. Day 6 was pretty generous with the forward placed lily pads, so I was able to start the level off pretty fast. And then I plant fooded this Chomper that was up front and had a lily pad under it, so now I'll explain the rule for plant fooding lily pads. And I'm explaining this because the lily pads come in pretty handy, but it'd be pretty overpowered if I was able to just plant food them whenever I wanted. So the rule for it is that there has to be a Chomper on top of the lily pad in order for me to plant food it. And with that, day 6 was beat. Day 7 only has 2 flags, but it's a pretty sketchy level because all the tiles will be underwater by the end of the level. So it's much better if we strategize around placing our Chompers on the pre-placed lily pads. And as soon as I got a plant food, I used it on this one Chomper to get more leverage with the lily pads. And then I used my second plant food on this Chomper at the bottom because it was the only lane that only had 1 Chomper in it. And now, as we're only 60% of the way in, you can see that my Chomper army grew tremendously. And for some reason, this was legit the entire final wave. These 8 zombies. So my 14 Chompers easily defeated them all, beating day 7. Day 9's also a pretty scary one because it limits our placing abilities a lot. And on top of that, it also has 4 big waves. But by the time the first big wave came in, we already had a pretty decent amount of Chompers placed. And by the time we're approaching the 3rd flag, this army became even bigger. And as I was positive this would be enough, I let all of these Chompers handle the rest of the level, beating day 9. Day 11 had 3 flags and a V shape of lily pads, so nothing too special to worry about. But then it also had the surfer zombies, who I thought I would have to worry about, but actually the Chomper is just able to eat them before it lands, massively simplifying the difficulty of them. The only time there'll be a problem is when one of the Chompers is digesting the other zombies and can't eat the surfer. And as the final wave approaches, there's actually a pretty cool glitch, or maybe like a mechanic you could call it, that happens with the surfer when you plant food a Chomper. You can see that the water just goes all the way with the surfer until it reaches the Chomper and then slowly fades away. I don't actually know if it's considered cool, I just thought it was cool. Day 12, I prepped some defenses. And I chose to plant all the chompers I could in all the safe spots. As I mentioned previously, the only time the chompers would actually die to the surfers would be when they're digesting other zombies. That's exactly what happened to all my frontline chompers in this level. But as we still had the 3 back lanes covered with chompers, we're able to beat all the zombies pretty easily, beating day 12. Day 14 seems like a normal level with only 2 flags, but it's actually a level that chooses our plants for us, and somehow Chomper ended up being one of them. And this was also one of the annoying levels that made me wait for all the zombies to come to my chompers because I had to place them all the way in the back. And as the first big wave came in with pretty minimal zombies, it was easily beat. And then a couple minutes later, the final wave came in, and with it, it brought the Deep Sea Gargantuar. And in PvZ Heroes, this guy's terrifying when planted in the water lane, but against my chompers, it's made a joke as one plant food is able to take it out, beating day 14. Day 17 started, and it had some generously placed lily pads, but this bottom lane didn't have a lily pad to take out that zombie that was getting there, so instead I planted a chomper and it insta plant fooded and it took the zombie out, thankfully speeding up the process. But then the scary zombie of Big Wave Beach was introduced, the Octo Zombie. But thankfully I planted this chomper and it insta plant fooded, taking it out this time. And then the final wave sent in 2 more Octo Zombies, but thankfully I had 2 plant food and I used one to get rid of the last Octo Zombie, beating day 17. Day 19 had 3 flags and the lily pads weren't too generous, being pretty far back. So this was also going to be a long level. You can see that I'm only like 10% of the way there and I already have 8 chompers down. The first big wave was heavily focused on scuba zombies, so it was easily beaten. The second big wave sent in 8 regular zombies, which was also very easy to beat. And then the last wave also sent in a bunch of regular zombies, and as you can see, my chomper army had gotten pretty big. So we won. Day 20 is also a very sketchy one because all the tiles of the map are vulnerable to the water, so we're mainly just dependent on the lily pads that are pre-placed for us. But as I got my first plant food, I plant fooded this middle chomper just to give us more leverage, also taking out the Octo Zombie. And then this other Octo Zombie was sent in, and I felt like it was about to cause havoc, so I actually placed a chomper that wasn't on a lily pad just to take it out. And then the final wave sent in a Deep Sea Garg with an Octo Zombie. I planted a chomper that insta plant fooded, taking out the Octo Zombie, and then the Deep Sea Garg caused some havoc but was taken out by the last chomper in that lane. And with the rest of the zombies being normal, we beat day 20 pretty easily. Day 22 had 2 flags and started off pretty similarly to the previous levels as I planted all my chompers on the lily pads to begin, and then as the level progressed, added another column of chompers behind them. This level also introduces the Fisherman Zombie, who I think is probably the scariest zombie for the chomper in this world. Not particularly in this level, but for one of the levels that comes in later on. This level, the fishermen just get dominated as soon as the chomper reaches them. And now, as the final wave was coming in, most of the lanes took care of all the zombies, but the top lane still had a lot of them left. So I planted a chomper that insta plant fooded, taking out 3 of them, and then I also used the last plant food I had to take out 2 more. And now all that was left was basically the cone head, because as soon as it gets taken out, the fisherman can't do anything else, so it just decapitates itself, allowing us to beat day 22. Day 23 is a pretty interesting one because we're tasked to protect these 3 banana launchers, and honestly just ends up being a fun level because we get to use the banana launchers themselves to take care of some of the zombies, like this Deep Sea Garg that was sent in. And then things got a little scary as that top banana launcher got fish hooked by the fisherman, and then the zombie started eating it, but I quickly placed a chomper to get rid of that zombie. And then I placed a chomper in front of it just for when the fishermen try to hook it again. And this ended up working out pretty well. And thankfully, this plant food that I used on it was able to take out the Deep Sea Garg that was approaching it. And now all that's left was these 3, and this banana launcher's plant food was actually able to do pretty good damage, leaving only the Deep Sea Garg on screen with the imp. And I placed a chomper and I was about to plant food it, but then I decided to just use the banana launcher's banana to end the level. Day 25 had arrived, and this is genuinely one of the scariest levels in Big Wave Beach. And it's not really because of the 4 flags or the sun limit, but it's a challenge where we have to beat 10 zombies within 5 seconds, which isn't a very easy thing to do with Chomper. Normally, the first 3 flags don't really give you a good opportunity to beat this challenge, and your chance to usually strike is right at this moment, where all these zombies appear out of nowhere. And if you look up top, I almost got it, but missed it just by a little bit. And as the final wave literally only sends in like 6 to 7 zombies, I ended up losing on my first try. And then as the opportunity had come again on my second attempt, I had stockpiled a lot of plant food, even buying a 4th one. And I ended up plant fooding 2 of the chompers and then launching this mower at the bottom to get rid of these 4 zombies. And that was enough to complete the challenge of this level. And with that beat, the rest of the level level was also very easy. Day 27 is again one of the levels where all the tiles are underwater. So as we get plant food, we use it to make more lily pads by plant fooding the Chomper and the lily pad. And using a couple more plant food, we're able to get a back-to-back Chomper combo in the back 2 columns. But then this octo zombie at the top was causing havoc to my Chompers and had to be taken out using one of the lawnmowers. And because of that previous Chomper, we ended up losing another lawnmower in the lane beneath because the scuba zombie got too close. But thankfully, in the final wave, the octo zombie and the fisherman were in the 3 lanes that still had mowers in them. So we easily beat the top 2 lanes and then just let the lawnmower handle the octo zombie in the bottom middle lane. Day 28 is also a scary one because we can only lose 5 plants. But thankfully, all the zombies sent this level are pretty easy with the exception of a couple fishermen. And we're able to beat this level without losing a single Chomper or a lily pad. Day 29, I prepped some defenses. And of course, they're pretty minimal because that's what I was limited to. But as the level progressed, I plant fooded my Chompers, getting more lily pads and placing more Chompers. And it actually got pretty crazy approaching the final wave with all these zombies sent in. And right before the final wave was being sent in, we lost a lot of our Chompers. But thankfully, this was the final wave and we still had all our lawnmowers. But we actually ended up beating this level without the need of any lawnmower. And here it is, the scariest level of Big Wave Beach to play with the Chomper. This level is made scary because the Guacodiles, even if they're touched a little bit, they start to do their one special ability where they act as a lawnmower, and that actually counts as the plant dying. And as we know, if the fishermen are given an opportunity, they'll snipe the Guacodiles from across the map. And I was doing pretty well with the fishermen, but sadly I didn't notice that this deep sea garg launched the imp that it was carrying, and the imp ended up touching the Guacodile, making me lose on my first attempt. On the second attempt, however, I didn't even want to take the risk, so I planted a Chomper and it insta plant fooded, not even letting the deep sea garg throw its imp. And this level actually ended up being pretty easy even with the fisherman zombies because the Chompers would get hooked, but then they'd kill the fishermen as soon as they got close to them. And that was all of Big Wave Beach. Next up, the final world, modern day. And now here we were, the final world, modern day. And thankfully the pacing on this world is much better than Big Wave Beaches. There was this annoying portal on the first day which I had to quickly place a Chomper in front of to take care of the zombies. And with these 2 columns of Chompers, we took out most of the zombies. But these tanky ones up top were getting a little close to the end. But right as it's about to make its final move, the Chomper took out the all-star mech. And then the Conehead right after, beating day 1 pretty easily. Day 2 brought in the annoying explorer zombies again, who glitch out against the Chompers and end up sometimes dying to it, but then sometimes just killing it. And this one in particular made it all the way to the lawnmower. And then so did this one in the bottom lane because it took out my Chomper and the one in the top lane. But thankfully there were no other explorer zombies in sight, and I just let the lawnmower take care of this big clump that was left. Day 4 already had 3 flags, and seeing these rainbow skaters come in, I kind of panicked, praying that there were no microphone whippers in this level. Thankfully there weren't any. All the other zombies were putting up a pretty good fight against my Chompers. This final wave was actually pretty scary, but we're somehow able to beat it without the need of any lawnmowers. Day 5, the only real problem was this Gargantuar sent at the end was beaten with the use of a Chomper's plant food, in return beating the level. Day 7 had 4 flags, and it's one of the levels that I can't forget because of how insane it is. It'll send some pretty easy zombies the first 2 flags, and then out of nowhere it'll swamp you with octo zombies. But with the help of a couple lawnmowers, we're able to beat them, beating day 7. Day 10 had a lot of zombies at this exact moment, but we're actually able to slowly chip them down before they got all the way to the end. Besides this one Afro jetpack zombie who made it all the way. But then the final flag only had a couple zombies who I used a plant food to take care of. And then the snowball thrower was chomped to death, beating day 10. Day 11 was also a pretty easy level. Day 12 had 2 flags and we're only allowed to lose 10 zombies, which can be scary because of all the shovel zombies and this one Gargantuar that's sent in the final level. But the max level Chomper was just too overpowered and we only lost 2 Chompers. Day 15 is that one copy level from Jurassic Marsh where we have to protect these 2 primal walnuts, and we're able to beat the entire thing with about 2 columns of Chompers. Day 17 had the turquoise skull zombies who would just decimate my Chompers whenever they got the opportunity, but thankfully they're a very slow zombie so they're pretty easily beaten. Day 18 had the annoying bulls who would launch the imps over my Chompers, and the weird glitch happened again 21, where I plant food my Chomper, and the bull's weird hitbox actually ends up hitting the lawnmower. Day 20 is a pretty easy level because it gives us a lot of gold tiles to work with, and we beat the level with an extra 1025 sun. Day 21 actually brought in the microphone whippers, but as this one was approaching the lawnmower, I was able to plant a Chomper and quickly plant food it, taking that microphone whipper out. And then there's another one to deal with, but I was so focused on those guys that I actually ended up losing 2 lawnmowers to 2 all-stars that were in the adjacent lanes. But thankfully this was the final wave and I could sacrifice the rest of the lawnmowers to any more microphone whippers. And this final one I took out using a plant food. Day 23 was pretty easy throughout. It was only the final wave that sent in a couple of octo zombies and deep sea gargs, and with the help of a lawnmower and plant food we were able to beat them. Day 24 didn't really have any challenges in particular. Day 26 sent in a lot of zombies in the final wave, and we ended up losing a lot of our Chompers and were dependent on 3 lawnmowers to help us. Day 29 overall was pretty easy. There was just one microphone whipper on the top lane who I allowed the lawnmowers to handle, and then the ones that were sent within the final flag I used plant foods to beat. And here is probably the scariest level of modern day. Day 30. We're forced to protect these flowers from being trampled on, and all the zombies sent in are very high health scary zombies. There's a pretty scary moment with this all-star in the middle lane as it killed my Chomper, and I had to quickly collect a sun and place the Chomper before it trampled the flowers. But in doing so, I hadn't realized that an imp had made it all the way to the end, breaching my house, taking me down. On my second attempt, the all-star in the middle actually did end up trampling the flowers as I tried to launch a lawnmower, but I wasn't fast enough. But on my third attempt, I ended up just spam buying plant food to help me out with this level, as it's literally the second to last level that we play. And with the help of this plant food, we only ended up losing 1 lawnmower, beating day 30. And now we made it to the final level of this challenge, where this one explorer actually made it to the end, taking one of the lawnmowers. But after this, the level got much easier and we eventually end up beating it. Now with only this imp cannon left, we had now beaten all of PvZ2 with only a max level Chomper. Hope you enjoyed. And next step is the most requested plant so far, and honestly it doesn't really need an extra breakdown besides the fact that there are some zombies who might put up a challenge. Day 1 starts and I chose to plant a column of Spikeweed in that second column from the front, and with all the zombies being very low health, the Spikeweed were able to take care of them all without a problem, beating day 1. Day 3 has pre-planted sunflowers and a cabbage pult, so I quickly shovel all 3 of them and then go to plant my Spikeweeds up front, but then I realized that there's gravestones blocking the lane, so they completely mess up my symmetry. But even with these random placements, we're able to take down day 3. Day 7 also has a lot of gravestones, but we quickly try to plant a column of Spikeweeds in the very front lane to take care of all the zombies that were coming in. But then another problem arose, the sandstorm zombies that sometimes get past that column of Spikeweeds, so I have to plant more in the back to take care of them. But of course, as a Spikeweed only costs 25 sun and has a pretty fast recharge, planting a second column wasn't too difficult, allowing us to beat day 7. Day 8 introduces the explorer zombies, but they can't really hit the Spikeweeds, so they're really easy to beat, making the rest of this level very simple. So as it plays in the background, I'll quickly go over the stats of the max level Spikeweed. Its sun cost goes from 100 sun to 25 sun. Its recharge goes from 5 seconds to 3 seconds. Its health goes up 3 times from 300 to 900. Its damage at max level is 40, but there's also the pierce buff from the mastery levels, which triples the damage, making it technically 120. And lastly, with the mastery level comes a 20% chance to boost whenever the Spikeweed is placed down. And that was all of day 8. Day 9 was also riddled with gravestones, which led to pretty rambunctious placements, but that didn't stop the Spikeweed from destroying the zombies. Day 10 was similarly beat. Day 12 brought in a coffin zombie in the top lane, and you can see how powerful the Spikeweed is because it just completely destroys the coffin zombie by itself, allowing us to beat day 12. Day 13, there was mold colonies in the very back that we couldn't plant on, but as we've been placing all the Spikeweed very up front, this wasn't very big of a problem. So I planted a full column of Spikeweed in the very front, and then I was plant fooding them to get rid of the gravestones in that second column so I could plant another full column right behind. And with the help of these two columns, day 13 was very easily beat. Day 14 brought in 2 flags and another coffin zombie in the middle lane, but even this was pointless in front of Spikeweed. Day 15 had 3 flags, and we had to protect these 3 sunflowers in the back. And normally I'd say that the sunflowers are helpful because they provide us with sun, but the Spikeweed itself is actually so cheap that we don't need any extra sun, and just the one dropping from the sky is enough to completely maintain my placement of Spikeweeds, which allowed us to beat day 15. Day 16 went back down to 2 flags and no special challenges, and with a pretty unimpressive range of zombies in the final wave, day 16 was easily beat. Day 17 went down to 1 flag, but this time we could only place 14 plants in total. But as normally, we've only been placing 2 columns of Spikeweed, which always ends up being 10 plants. This challenge was actually pretty meaningless, so we beat day 17. Next, I prepped defenses. Again, choosing to go with 2 columns because they seemed to be enough for all of ancient Egypt. And even with the many sandstorms and camel zombies, Spikeweed's basically infinite area damage was able to take down day 18. 19 doubled the challenges, allowing us to plant 16 plants and also mold colonies in the 2 columns in the very back, but it only had 1 flag. So again, it ended up being pretty simple. Day 20, again, we had to protect 4 sunflowers, and similarly to the other level that had sunflowers, this wasn't much of a challenge or an assistance. And after dominating some explorer zombies and bucket heads, day 20 was conquered. Day 21, again, no new threats. Day 22, again, brought back the mold colonies and also a 18 plant limit, but this time it had 2 flags and what seemed like a significantly more amount of coffin zombies, who once again stood no chance. Day 23 starts, and it seems pretty simple at first because there's no special challenges and only 2 flags, but it introduced the one zombie that might actually pose a threat to the Spikeweed, which was the Gargantuar in that very top lane. The Gargantuar is actually one of the only zombies that can take out the Spikeweed, and the main counter to it is plant fooding the Spikeweed so the Gargantuar gets stunned. But as you can see, the Gargantuar is very tanky and takes out a lot of Spikeweed before we can take it down ourselves. And the strat is planting a Spikeweed behind it and plant fooding it so the Gargantuar gets pulled all the way back. 24, again, defenses are prepped. And I chose to go with 2 Spikeweed in each column and saving up my sun just in case Gargantuars were sent. But it seemed like none were being sent. But then somehow 2 sandstorm zombies got past the 2 Spikeweed, making it pretty far. But as I was able to plant some Spikeweed in the very back to take them out, we had now beaten all of ancient Egypt with just a max level Spikeweed. Next up, one of the worst worlds for Spikeweed. Day 1 starts of Pirate Seas, and it was going very swimmingly, as 1 column of Spikeweed was able to defeat the entirety of day 1. And then very similarly to the potato mine run, came in the one problem that Spikeweed has, and that's any flying zombie. This is a problem because Spikeweed literally has no offensive options to hit these guys. Even plant fooding doesn't do anything. And so anytime a level has more than 2 flyers in one lane coming at very sporadic times, we end up losing every single time. But I still want to see how much of PvZ2 Spikeweed can beat. So I'll be skipping over all of these flyer levels and mention at the end how many of them we actually lose to. Day 3 is a nice level without double flyers, so I get down a column of Spikeweed and it's able to annihilate all the zombies of this level. Day 4 similarly doesn't have double flyers, but it has 2 flags, and the lane that has the water is shifted to the very top. And this bucket head in the middle lane almost makes it past the 1 Spikeweed, but just at the end the Spikeweed is able to take it out. And that seems to be the case for all the bucket heads until we get on to the later worlds. And then we jump straight to day 9, and this time 2 flags, but this time there's 3 lanes that are missing tiles. Thankfully those 3 lanes were only sending in the swinging pirates instead of the seagulls, so day 9 was beat. And then we jump even more levels straight to day 15, where we have to protect these flowers in the back from being trampled on. And at first I'd only planted a column of Spikeweeds in the very front, but then an imp cannon came in, and I knew this could be bad later on when the imp cannon explodes because the Spikeweed isn't able to take it out. And to counter this explosion, I planted a column of Spikeweed right in front of the flowers. And as the cannon did explode, imps did make it past that front column, but then the back column was able to take care of them. So my plan worked perfectly, and to add some extra protection, I added a second column of Spikeweed in front of the flowers, guaranteeing our win against day 15. Day 16, we have to protect these 2 spring beans, and the main threat this level is usually the barrel rollers that are rolling down the 2 middle lanes. But Spikeweed is a perfect counter to these these guys because it one-shots the barrels. The only bad thing about it is that the Spikeweed itself also gets eliminated in the process. But as I mentioned earlier, this isn't a problem because Spikeweed is very cheap and has a very fast recharge. So day 16 and its barrel rollers were defeated very easily. Next, I prep defenses. And if somehow you're struggling on this level in your normal playthrough, the only Spikeweed spam is the most straightforward and simple strategy to beat this level with. It's literally impossible to lose because the zombies can't hit the Spikeweed and just die over time. And this is actually the strategy I used in my Plants vs Zombies Reflourish livestream. And if you're interested in watching me 100% Reflourish live, I'll be live again today and tomorrow. But that's only if you're watching this on release day. If you're not, I'm usually going to be live Saturday and Sunday, 8 p.m. Pacific time. But if you're not interested in live streams and still want to see me 100% reflourish, don't worry, I'll still be making a video out of it. But you might just have to wait a month or two to see it. And this actually ends up being the last level that we play of the Pirate Seas because the rest all have seagulls that instantly make us lose. But thankfully the next world doesn't have any flyers and it's... Day 1 starts, and of course the Wild West has the minecarts that block the lanes like the gravestones did in ancient Egypt, but again, they aren't very much of a problem. Days 2, 3, 5, 6, and 7 were all very easily beaten. And we stop for day 10 because it introduces the semi-annoyance of the Wild West. And the chickens are annoying because the chicken wrangler will get damaged and the chickens will spawn a tile ahead, completely skipping the Spikeweed that I placed down for them. So I have to resort to planting a column of Spikeweed a couple lanes back just to handle the chickens. But other than that, day 10 was beat. Day 11 gives us a 500 sun limit, but as the Spikeweed only costs 25 sun, this isn't much of a challenge. And if we wanted to, we could technically get down 4 full columns of Spikeweed, but just 1 column was enough for this level. Day 13 had 2 flags and I placed a column very up front, later planting a column towards the back just in case chickens came in. But we didn't see any chickens this level, and instead we're introduced to the electronic bull that carries the imp. But thankfully the Spikeweed's overpowered and can take it out very easily. And this allowed us to beat day 13. Day 14, however, I was positive that I had chickens, so I decided to place my column of Spikeweed 1 lane back. And this would give me enough time to get my second column of Spikeweed in the very front before the chicken wranglers came in, allowing us to have the 2 columns of Spikeweed to take care of the chickens very easily. Oh yeah, I should also mention that the pianos are very similar to the barrel rollers of the Pirate Seas, and they get one shot by the Spikeweed whenever they step over them, but end up taking the Spikeweed with them. But other than that, day 14 was beat. Day 15, we can only lose 2 plants, which actually can be a very big problem for the Spikeweed because the piano zombie exists. But if a piano zombie were to come in, I had a strategy planned for it, and one did come in, so I can show you my strategy on this level. And that was, I'd let the piano get like halfway through the map and then plant a Spikeweed behind it, and then after plant fooding the Spikeweed. And this made it so we didn't have to lose a Spikeweed and we preserved that challenge. And then the final wave sent in another piano, so I plant fooded another Spikeweed to take it out, allowing us to beat day 15. Day 16, we have to protect this 1 walnut and the minecart, and I did so pretty easily by planting 2 columns of Spikeweed up front. Day 17 is a little scarier because we have to protect the flowers in the middle from being trampled on, and my first move was planting a column of Spikeweed right in front of them, later planting a second column very up front. And this made it so we could take out all the zombies very up front, and if any chickens were to come in, the second column would take care of them. But as no chickens came in, day 17 was easy. Day 18, defenses were prepped. And again, I just went with the simple 2 columns, which was more than enough. 19, again, there was a sun limit, but it was very high at 2,000, and then I could only lose 2 plants. So with no pianos in sight, day 19 was also beat on the very first attempt. 21, again, a useless sun limit, but we also had to protect these flowers from being trampled on in the middle. And I went with the same strategy of planting the 1 column in front of them, and then 1 very up front. And again, a very easy level. 23 was definitely a scary one because more flowers needed our assistance, but at the same time, we could only lose 2 plants. And this level included pianos, which I barely took out at the bottom by plant fooding at the last second, and also the chicken wranglers. But the pianos were our main problem, so I had to keep my eye out for them and plant food at the perfect time. And thankfully, I was able to do so fairly accurately, allowing us to beat day 23 very comfortably. And here we were, the last level of the Wild West, day 24, which has 2 flags, and we have to protect these 3 walnuts from the zombies. And the main threats this level are definitely the chickens. And to counter them, I moved all my walnuts to the middle lane and then plant fooded the very front one just in case a chicken got past and I didn't notice. And as you can see, 1 did get there, and I didn't notice it for a while until I did and quickly moved the walnuts out of the way. And this was all of the Wild West. Next up, Frostbite Caves, I would definitely say, is one of the more annoying worlds while using Spikeweed. Now, that's mainly due to its freezing effect, but day 1 actually doesn't have the freezing effect, so you'll see what I mean later on. And day 2 started with 3 frozen repeaters and 3 frozen walnuts, and me planting a column of Spikeweed very up front. And you can see that the Spikeweed actually get frozen this level. And these frozen Spikeweed are very annoying because I can't do anything to unfreeze them, or anything that's cost efficient at least. And you'll see what I mean by this later on as well. But there was one other annoyance that I hadn't mentioned yet, and that was the conveyor levels in Frostbite Caves. Because for some reason, most of the conveyor levels have Spikeweed in them, and I have no idea why. Day 3 itself wasn't too bad because all the zombies get funneled into one lane, and there aren't any snowstorms to freeze my plants. So even though this level was pretty long, it was actually beaten very easily with me only using 3 Spikeweed. Day 4 wasn't actually too bad because we only needed 1 column of Spikeweed to beat it. Day 6 is where the snowstorms start to become a problem because I planted a column of Spikeweed very up front, but then basically all of them got frozen. So I was forced to plant a second column right in front of them, but then those got frozen as well. So I had to plant even more behind them. And you can see in this middle lane that the only way I can unfreeze the Spikeweed is by plant fooding the other Spikeweed. So I have to be pretty situationally aware of when to use my plant food. Day 7 did have some snowstorms, but it was pretty lenient, so day 7 was easily beat. Day 9 had 3 flags and introduced another very annoying zombie, the Dodo zombie, who's kind of like a semi-flyer because it flies for a certain amount of time but then drops down, giving us a chance to actually beat it. But they can become very annoying if my Spikeweed are mistimed. But thankfully we're able to beat all the Dodo of this level pretty easily. Day 11's definitely an annoying one because at first it seems like all the zombies are going to get funneled into that bottom lane, but then the game sends in Dodos, completely changing the way you have to play this level. And then there's also the snowstorms to take into account. And by the time I was reaching the final wave, most of my Spikeweed on the map had been frozen. And it was getting pretty crazy because my top middle lane mower and my middle lane mower had already been taken. But thankfully, the Spikeweed were battling through, and with the help of a couple plant food at the end, I was able to beat all the zombies, taking down day 11. Day 12, I prepped some defenses, but I didn't over prep just in case there were snowstorms. And of course there were, so I had to plant more Spikeweed in the back. I did end up losing a mower to one of the Dodos, but the rest of the zombies weren't too bad, and day 12 was beat. Day 13 has 4 flags and flowers that we have to protect from being trampled on in the very back. And also, I know that this level sends the Gargantuar of the Frostbite Caves, and to counter that, my first move was planting a column of Spikeweed right in front of the flowers, and then adding more Spikeweed in the front to deal the damage. And by the time the Gargantuar came in, I was pretty well prepped with 5 plant food in my inventory. And as I was getting halfway through the map, I planted a Spikeweed and it actually just plant fooded on its own, taking out the Gargantuar, leaving 1 more zombie, allowing us to beat day 13 on our first attempt. Day 15, we have to protect 2 pepper pole with 4 flags, and they can actually be helpful this level because they thaw out the Spikeweed if frozen. But on the first attempt, the Dodos this level posed a very different threat than normal, because yes, they can fly and that's annoying, but this top middle Dodo was blocking my vision and I didn't realize the zombie was eating my pepper pole, and it actually ended up taking it down, making me lose. On the second attempt though, I was a little more careful and we're able to beat day 15 pretty easily. But here was probably the most annoying level of the entire challenge, mainly due to the fact that the Spikeweed again comes into the conveyor, but for some reason the rate was very atrocious, giving me only 1 Spikeweed on this first attempt, allowing the zombies to take me down. On the second attempt, I was even smarter with my placement, placing the Spikeweed right under the redirection blocks, and it seemed to be going pretty well up until the snowstorms started freezing my Spikeweed. But even then, we're still being given enough Spikeweed to take the zombies down. But then another problem occurred, a Dodo zombie in the very top lane where I didn't have any Spikeweed planted, and it was able to reach all the way to the end. And I'm not gonna lie, it wasn't just this attempt because I tried again and again many times and it just couldn't seem to beat this level. So this is the level that I would say is the first real loss. But I'm gonna keep going. Day 17 introduced another annoying zombie, and that was the caveman ice pushers, because if they're able to push the imps onto the Spikeweed gets instantly destroyed. So the only way to beat these guys is to wait for them to come in and then plant a Spikeweed under the caveman. But this is a problem because it still leaves the frozen imps on the playing field, which allows the future caveman to come in and push them even farther, like this one in the bottom lane for example, who ended up pushing 6 imps. But thankfully that was all, and I was able to beat day day 17 without losing. Day 19 also got very hectic with all the frozen imps and frozen plants, and then we lost a lawnmower in the bottom middle lane with another zombie approaching in the same lane, making me almost lose, but then I plant fooded a Spikeweed that was in that same lane in the very front, thankfully saving me. And with that, day 19 was also beat. Day 20 wasn't too difficult, but it had a pretty interesting thing happen, and that was this bottom lane got completely covered with frozen imps. But this only happened during the final wave, and as they were basically the last zombies left, I launched the lawnmower to take them out, beating day 20. Day 22 is pretty interesting because it has the weasel hoarders, who you'd think would do the same thing that the chicken wranglers do, but these guys actually don't need 2 Spikeweed to take care of them, and 1 column is just enough. So day 22 was beat without a problem. Day 23 we had to protect these charred guards, so my first move was planting Spikeweed right in front of them, and then the game sends these zombies directly onto the charred guard, but they were all basically taken out by the Spikeweed before the charred guard even had to do anything. And then the rest of the level contained some weasel hoarders and some dodo zombies, but nothing too dangerous, allowing us to beat day 23. Day 26 I lost 1 lawnmower in the middle lane to the weasels, but then the rest of the level was pretty simple. Day 27 I thought was going to be easy because we have to protect these Rotobagas, and I know that this level doesn't have any sandstorms, and knowing this I was just going to spam my Spikeweed, but then came in the caveman pushers who instantly ruined the strategy because they were instantly taking out the Spikeweed that I was spamming down, and this was getting very chaotic because I couldn't take any of these guys out, and I knew if I didn't do anything about this, the Gargantuars being sent in later on would end up beating me. But fortunately, as the Gargantuars were starting to come in, I'd saved just enough spaces to be able to deal with them, and this first Gargantuar was taken out very easily, and then 2 more Gargantuars were sent in within the final wave. And as I started getting too far, I plant fooded 1 Spikeweed in the very back in the middle to take that Gargantuar to the back, but then this other one got very close to my Rotobaga, and thankfully a Spikeweed that I planted insta plant fooded, but I knew that this wasn't enough to kill, so I was hovering my plant food over the Spikeweed to insta plant food right away to take out the Gargantuar. And after that, this final Gargantuar was going to be pretty easy because I could just replant my Spikeweed over and over again until it was taken out. And now with only these Yeti imps being left over, day 27 was finally conquered. Day 28 is the final level of Frostbite Caves, and I prepped some defenses, and all of these got frozen halfway through the level, so I had to plant even more as the level went on, and it was starting to look pretty bad as the Gargantuars were coming in. But as the final wave was now sent in, I only had to really protect this middle lane because it didn't have a lawnmower, and if needed, the rest of the zombies would just be taken out by the leftover lawnmowers, but I actually didn't need their help. So that was most of Frostbite Caves beaten with just a max level Spikeweed. Up next, Lost City's pretty interesting because it's another world that contains a flyer. But it's interesting because it's literally really easy the entire world except the levels that have the flyers. And because of this, days 1, 2, 4, 6, 7, and 10 were all very easily beat. But then we have to skip straight to day 15 because the levels in between have flyers. But we're stopping at day 15 because it's pretty interesting since it's actually a level of its own that has flyers. But they only spawn in these 2 lanes and then also in the lanes of the Aki, and because of this, day 15 is made possible. Day 17 also had another flyer in the middle lane, and then the final flag bringing in 2 more in the top and bottom lane, but once more, none of the flyers doubled up. But right after, we have to jump straight to day 25, which contained a flyer in the bottom lane, but that was it, letting us beat day 25 pretty easily. 26 actually did have a double flyer in the same lane, being this middle lane, but thankfully they came in around the same time, so the lawnmower was able to take them both out. And those 2 were the last of the flyers, so we beat day 26. And then day 30 I thought was the last possible level of Lost City because in our potato mine run there was only 1 flyer sent in each of the lanes that had a flyer. But it seems like in the past couple of updates the level changed a little bit because they had these flyers and then another flyer spawned in the middle lane, making this level also impossible because of flyers. And that was all of Lost City. Next up, and on the topic of flyers being annoying, Far Future has it the worst with the jetpack zombies. There's actually only 4 beatable levels in all of Far Future, and these were day 2, 5, 20, and lastly day 23. And that was all the possible levels of the Far Future. Up next, Dark Ages, of course, I always try to get as far as I can without the need of a gold bloom, and it's actually a little more difficult than usual to pull this off with Spikeweed because we have to utilize our plant foods on the correct sun graves, and in doing this we're able to beat night 1 and night 2 without the use of a gold bloom, but then night 3 has no sun graves, so we actually have to start using the gold bloom. And after this, night 3, 5, 6, 7, 9, 11, 12, and 15 were all very easy to beat, but then night 16 actually gets a little bit more difficult, and that's due to the introduction combination of the king zombie pairing up with the wizard. And this is a problem because the knights are pretty tanky and the wizards are just annoying because they sheepify my Spikeweed. So I ended up losing this top middle lawnmower and then almost this middle one, but then I plant fooded right in time. And I was thankfully able to beat Knight 16. Knight 17 isn't too bad, even though it has the potions alongside tanky zombies. And that was due to the reason that there weren't too many wizards being sent. But this only applied for the mid game because the final wave sent in a full column of wizards alongside a gargantuar. But thankfully, I had a lot of plant food saved up, so I was able to take down most of these, allowing me to beat Knight 17. Knight 19, we have to protect these 3 magnet shrooms, and it was actually more difficult than I first thought it was going to be. And this was due to the reason that the Spikeweed isn't very good at destroying gravestones. And amidst the chaos, I didn't realize that the top lane cone head got its cone taken off, but then the knight gave it a knight helmet. And then this knight was able to take out my magnet shroom, taking me down on my first attempt. On the second attempt, I paid very close attention to the knights and made sure to use a plant food if they were getting too close. But then another problem occurred. My Spikeweed in the top lane got sheepified, and then a knight was getting very close alongside a wizard. But then I quickly realized that I had a Spikeweed behind them, so I plant fooded it and pulled them towards it. And this inevitably saved me on my second attempt. And now, with the only zombies being left in these 2 lanes with the lawnmower still intact, we had technically beaten all of Dark Ages with only a max level Spikeweed. And up next, Neon Mixtape Tour is usually a pretty difficult world for most plants, but Spikeweed kind of just glides past most of the levels. The only difficult ones kind of come in later on. And so days 1, 2, 4, 5, 7, 8, 12, 13, 15, 17, 18, and 20 were all beaten easily. And 21 got a little spooky at the end with this gargantuar and us having to protect the flowers from being trampled on. And then the gargantuar launched its imp, which is okay, but then I accidentally plant fooded my Spikeweed and thought that I had lost because the imp I thought would count as trampling the flowers, but it didn't. Day 23, however, did get annoying because of the arcade pushers. Now, that's because they're very similar to the ice pushers in Frostbite Caves, as they instantly destroy any Spikeweed that the arcade machine is pushed over. But these are in a way worse than the ice ones, because one, we have to destroy the arcade pushers, and then we also have to destroy the zombies coming out of the arcade machine. And this level, I kind of just gave up and let the lawnmowers take care of all the zombies. At the end, launching this last lawnmower by myself, beating day 23. 24, I prepped defenses, and I decided to go with the simple 3 columns, but these were instantly destroyed by all the arcade machines, so I had to start placing more behind them. And it was getting pretty hectic towards the end, so I was having to plant Spikeweeds and then plant food them to bring the zombies back. And in doing so, I was able to beat day 24 without the help of a lawnmower. Day 25 was also pretty bad with all the arcade machines, but I only had 1 flag, so it actually ended up being pretty easy. Day 26 was definitely a scary one, as I first allowed all the mohawks to push my spore shrooms back to, of course, give me more leverage against the zombies. And it's the top middle lane and bottom middle lane that we're worried about because those bring in microphone whippers behind the arcade machines. And the one in the bottom lane was easily taken care of, and thankfully the top one got kicked right into my Spikeweed by the dancer. And now all that was left was this gargantuar in the middle lane, who with the help of a couple Spikeweed was easily beaten. Day 28 was also overwhelming us with a lot of arcade machines alongside some other zombies, but in the end was defeated. 29 was the same, and now we'd reached the final level of the Neon Mixtape Tour, which had 3 flags, and we could only have 15 Spikeweed on the screen at once. And this level was a combination of gargantuars and arcade machine pushers, but of course we made use of planting Spikeweed as soon as they got too far. And using this, we actually beat day 30 very easily. And that was all of the Neon Mixtape Tour beat with max level Spikeweed. Next up, and even though the Jurassic Marsh is the 9th world of the game and is supposed to be pretty difficult because of the dinosaurs, I would be lying if I said I had any trouble with it. The only real main threat was the T-Rex, who would speed boost all the zombies, and normally the T-Rex is countered by placing a plant right in front of the zombie that blocks the zombie. But of course, in the Spikeweed's case, it can't block the zombies as they step right over it. But even the levels with T-Rex were beat because we could just place around 4 to 5 Spikeweed in a lane that were able to destroy any zombie that was speed boosted. And that was all of Jurassic Marsh, beat with just a max level Spikeweed. Next up, Big Wave Beach, my least favorite world of these challenges, mainly due to the reason that the zombies take forever to get to my plants. And this ends up elongating the levels about 2 to 3 times longer than they should be. But days 1, 2, 4, 6, 9, 11, 12, 17, and 19 were all very long but very simple. 20 was a little weird because it submerged all the tiles underwater and had some lily pads to work with. Also, the Spikeweed on a lily pad looks a little funky, but if it works, it works. There was also an octo zombie covering all my Spikeweed Spikeweed, and as soon as it got in range, I planted a Spikeweed under it to beat it. And a little after, a Gargantuar was sent in that same lane and had to use a couple of plant food on my Spikeweeds to beat it as well. And lastly, I launched a lawnmower to beat this last Octo Zombie, beating day 20. 22 is easy. Day 23, I thought was going to be a little difficult because there's fishermen's and then also bananas that we have to protect. And I honestly thought that the fishermen's would skip right over the Spikeweeds, but it turns out that they actually end up pulling in the Spikeweeds on the lily pads, which made this level very possible and simple. Day 25 is a little scarier because we have to perfectly time our plant foods to get the 10 zombies killed in 5 seconds. So I stocked up my plant food and waited for the right moment where a lot of zombies were sent. And I quickly launched the top middle lane lawnmower and then plant fooded 3 different Spikeweed to get the most zombie kills as fast as possible. And this allowed me to beat the challenge. And then of course beating the level itself as well. 27 was kind of just a slow burn kind of level because we had to wait for the zombies to walk a very far distance. And eventually with some lost lawnmowers I was able to beat day 27 as well. Day 28 at first was seeming impossible because we could only lose 5 plants. And the main problem this level is the surfer zombies because they take out both the Spikeweed and the lily pad in one go, which counts as a loss of 2 plants. But there was one good thing about this level, and that was for some reason the fisherman zombie were not fishing the lily pads and the Spikeweeds, or I thought, because as soon as the surfer came in into the middle lane, the fishermen started fishing it, and a couple more of my plants got eaten. So now if I lost another plant, I would instantly lose. And as the final wave hit, everything seemed to be going well, but I kind of lost track of everything and didn't realize there was a surfer in the very top lane. And the Spikeweed actually took out the surfer, but then the surfer dropped its surfboard, allowing it to destroy my plant. On the second attempt, I was a little more careful, and even though I ended up losing 4 of my plants, we were still able to win. 29 was pretty easy, and now we're on the last level of Big Wave Beach. And at first I thought it might be possible, but for some reason the fisherman goes straight for the crocodiles, ignoring my Spikeweed. And because of that, day 30 is impossible. Next up, modern day starts off pretty simple, but of course it's another world with another flyer. And thankfully it's the balloon zombie that kind of comes in later on. But day 1 had a problem of its own, and that was that a Pirate Seas portal opened up and seagull zombies started spawning from it. And 2 somehow spawned from the same portal, making day 1 also impossible. Days 2, 4, 5, and 7 were all very easily beat. Day 10 again brought in too many flyers in the form of jetpack zombies. Day 11 was another simple one with no flyers. And then day 15 actually ended up introducing the balloon zombies. And before the final wave showed up, I thought this level was impossible, but then more balloon zombies showed up, inevitably reaching the end. Day 17 also sent in 3 balloon zombies in the middle lane, but those were actually the only flyers in the entire level. So we beat day 17. Day 23 also had flyers, but they were all in different lanes and kind of came in at the same time. In plant fooding to take down the Gargantuar at the end, day 23 was also easily beat. Day 24 was also a scary one, and not because of the flyers, but due to the all-star zombies, who in the case of Spikeweed will literally just sprint until the end. And due to this reason and me not being able to plant enough Spikeweed, I had actually lost all my lawnmowers by the end, but we still beat day 24. But next up, we skip straight to the last level of modern day, and this was due to the reason that the levels in between all had flyers. And usually this level is really easy, but I actually ended up losing on the first attempt because this all-star made it all the way to the mower, and then a little later a balloon was sent in that same lane, inevitably taking me down. On the second attempt, however, I made sure to plant food to take the all-star out, and this allowed me to beat all of day 31. And as it finishes up in the background, let me quickly go over how the Spikeweed performed. And if we're talking the levels that had no flyers, Spikeweed only lost to 3 of them, which is pretty impressive. But if we do include the flyer levels, then in total, Spikeweed lost to 64 levels. And that high of a number might seem bad at first, but if we go by percentages, Spikeweed actually beat 79.5% of levels, which isn't too bad if you ask me. But okay, enough yap about Spikeweed. And next up is one of the more iconic plants within PvZ2, as it's a pretty early yet extremely powerful unlock. So I thought, why not put it to the real test and see if it alone could solo all of PvZ2 if at max level. Ancient Egypt itself isn't too difficult, so we're going to be speeding past it, but while it plays in the background, I'm going to be going over the max level stats of the Snapdragon. Its cost goes from 150 to 100 sun, its recharge time goes from 5 seconds to 3 seconds, its health goes from 300 to 900. Its damage goes from 30 to 90, so it triples, and also you can add on the 200 mastery pierce bonus. Its plant food damage goes from 1800 to 2200, so not too much of a difference. And lastly, a stat that only applies in the Frostbite Caves, which is its warming radius, and it has a 3.7x boost, which basically just means that the range of it is about 4 times higher. And that was all of Ancient Egypt beat using just the max level Snapdragon. Next up, Pirate Seas, similar to Ancient Egypt, is a very easy world for the most part. There are some new challenges like protecting the flowers from being trampled on and also having to defeat a certain amount of zombies under a certain amount of time, but those are all very easy challenges in the face of Snapdragon. But there actually was one level in this entire world that caused me some trouble, and that was the Pirate Seas boss. And on a rare occurrence, we do have to play this level since the Snapdragon appears in the conveyor. And normally you would think this would be a very easy level because the Snapdragon is just good enough to deal with the plank walker by itself, but for some reason the level is coded in a way that you only get 2 Snapdragons no matter how many times you plant the other plants and shovel them up. And over time I actually ended up losing my Snapdragons because the boss would do its main attacks, and then this parrot took my very last Snapdragon, and if the Snapdragons get eaten or taken away you can get them again in the conveyor, but this time it was just too slow and the imps made it to the end before I got one. A very unexpected loss. And on the first level I actually didn't know that there was a 2 Snapdragon limit and thought that I was just getting extremely unlucky, but I did find out on the second attempt because I started off by playing careful and planting my Snapdragons towards the back so the zombies would be dealt with, and this also meant that I wouldn't lose my lawnmowers. But as the level went on for literally about a minute and 30 seconds and I didn't get any more Snapdragons, I realized that there was that 2 Snapdragon limit, so I ended up having to shovel them just so I'd get more from the conveyor, and I was able to get 2 more to plant in that very front so they'd hit the plank walker, but then the plank walker spawned in this gargantuar which took out the Snapdragon, and then I didn't get any more Snapdragons and the gargantuar was able to walk all the way to the end, taking me out for a second time. On the third attempt I realized that I couldn't really employ any strategy to this and would just have to blitz through the plank walker's health if I wanted to win, which is exactly what I was doing because I was letting the zombies take the lawnmowers and then using my plant food to take out the plank walker's health. And it was getting pretty close as I lost the top Snapdragon, but thankfully I got a plant food and was able to use it on the Snapdragon, and it took out the plank walker with me finally beating the level on my third attempt. And that was all of Pirate Seas beaten using just the max level Snapdragon. Next up, the Wild West, a world not too difficult, but it does come with some annoyances. As these annoyances don't exist on days 1, 2, 3, and 5, they're all beaten very easily. Day 6 isn't difficult either, but we stop here to prepare some defenses. Day 7 was also easily beaten, just placing Snapdragons in the second column from the front. However, on day 10, the annoyances come in the form of chickens. And most of the time, the chickens get obliterated by the Snapdragon, but sometimes, like in the bottom lane and the very top lane, they slip through because of the Snapdragon's semi-slow attack and they get all the way to the lawnmowers. And you'll see another annoyance in the very top lane. I planted my Snapdragon just a little too late and the chicken got right on top of it, so the Snapdragon couldn't hit it. Even a plant food wasn't able to get it. So I was kind of just using plant food to keep that Snapdragon alive until I had enough sun for another one, and then that second one was able to take it out and we beat day 10. 11 has a 500 sun limit, but that means we can place 5 Snapdragons, so it isn't too bad, and we're able to beat it just using 4. 13 didn't have any special challenges, but we beat it using the same placements. Day 14, however, is the second level that the chickens appear in, and my strategy this time was not to place the Snapdragons all in one column, and this time instead split them up so they have more chances to hit the chickens. But if you look in the very bottom lane, even with multiple chances, the Snapdragons sometimes let the chickens through, which is kind of annoying, but the semi-fix to this is just planting a Snapdragon in the lane that the lawnmower was taken in, and as long as I'm paying attention to that Snapdragon's health, it's nearly impossible for the chickens to get through a second time. And a second chicken was able to take the middle lawnmower, but the one in the very bottom lane was taken care of, and we beat day 14. Day 15 had the challenge where I couldn't lose more than 2 plants, nothing too difficult. Day 16, I had to protect this walnut on the minecart, so I surrounded it with Snapdragons and they were able to get the job done. Day 17, I had to protect these flowers in the middle from being trampled on, but so far the chickens are the only zombies that were able to get through the Snapdragons, and as this level doesn't have any chickens, it was taken down fairly easily. Day 18, I prepped defenses. Days 19 and 21 were pretty simple. Day 23, however, is a pretty scary level because it has the challenge of protecting the flowers from being trampled on, but at the same time sends in chickens. And as you can see, I was able to get down one Snapdragon in every lane in front of the flowers before the first chicken wrangler even came in. And this level, in theory, which should have been difficult, actually ended up being pretty easy. And after taking out this bucket head and obliterating the chickens, day 23 had been beaten on the first attempt. Day 24 is the last level of the Wild West, and we have to protect these walnuts in the front, and the first thing I do is move them all to the same lane. That basically just makes it easier to manage them. And after spamming some Snapdragons in some pretty awkward spots and also plant fooding the walnut in the very front just in case, I was able to beat all of Wild West using just the max level Snapdragon. Next up, the Frostbite Caves, whose wins are completely countered by the Snapdragon. And due to this, days 1, 2, 4, 6, 7, and 9 are all defeated very easily. Even day 11, which is a level that's pretty difficult because of its 4 flags, heavy winds, and an insane amount of zombies. Yet Snapdragon makes it look like any other level. Day 12, we planted a column of Snapdragons and third column from the front, and then 2 more in the very front just to take out the zombies faster, and day 12 was taken down. Day 13 has 4 flags, and we have to protect these flowers in the back from being trampled on, and the entire level is pretty easy. The only problem usually is a Gargantuar in the very bottom lane launching its imps right next to the flowers, but this time I was prepared and had a Snapdragon, but then it missed one of the imps, so I had to slow down the time and plant another Snapdragon, and we almost lost, but thankfully we didn't. Day 15 gives us some support with the pepper pults, but since Snapdragon heats itself up, we don't really make use of the pepper pults and plant the Snapdragons up front. Oh yeah, day 17 you can see the crazy warming radius of the Snapdragon because I place it very up front, but it's still able to get all the frozen plants behind it. And of course, I quickly shoveled these plants for some extra sun, as replacing them with max level Snapdragons would be much more beneficial with the sun. And in doing so, day 17 was defeated. Day 19, a couple of snowstorm zombies were able to get past my front lines, but then they funneled into the middle 3 lanes, so all I had to do was just plant a Snapdragon in the very middle lane, and I was able to take care of them, beating day 19. And then days 20 and day 22 were defeated pretty easily as they didn't have any special challenges. Day 23 did have a special challenge of protecting these charred guards in the very back, but much more dangerous on this level were the zombie weasels introduced. They're basically the chickens of the Frostbite Caves, but luckily the charred guards are actually pretty good at defeating the weasels themselves, and so day 23 was defeated without much difficulty. Day 26 had more weasels, and the weasel in the very top lane actually made it all the way to the end, taking out my lawnmower, but then by the end I was able to get down a Snapdragon in every lane, so they couldn't get through, and day 26 was beaten on the first attempt. Day 27 was pretty simple as well, and day 28 is the last level that we play of the Frostbite Caves, and the only problem we ran into was this Gargantuar in the very bottom lane taking out my Snapdragon, but I was quickly able to replace it with another one, and it took out the Gargantuar, defeating Frostbite Caves with just a max level Snapdragon. Next up, Lost City and the Far Future, which both we're going to be super speeding past, mainly due to the reason that they don't have any special challenges that are actually challenging to the Snapdragon, and also they just have things that are involved in the world that help us a lot. Like Lost City has the gold tiles which provide us extra sun, allowing me to just spam Snapdragons if needed, and then Far Future provides us with the power tiles, making it literally impossible for any zombie to get past the Snapdragon. Even the tankiest of zombies like the Robo All-Stars and the Robo Coneheads didn't really stand a chance against the Snapdragon. And with that, all of Lost City and Far Future had been beaten with a max level Snapdragon. Next up, the Dark Ages, a world that usually has some sun problems, but I do allow gold bloom, but I still like seeing how far I can get without the gold bloom. And night one's pretty lenient because it gives us a pretty good amount of sun gravestones to work with, and after breaking them all down, we're able to get down 7 Snapdragons, and this was of course enough to beat night 1. Night 2, again, we still do have some sun gravestone support, and we actually didn't even need to break them all down and just went with 4 Snapdragons, beating night 2. Night 3, however, we have to start using the gold bloom because no sun gravestones spawn, and in doing so, nights 3 and 5 were easily defeated. Night 6, we prepped defenses. Nights 7 and 9 were pretty easy as well. Night 11 introduces an annoying zombie, which is the wizard, but thankfully I placed my Snapdragons in the front, which makes it so that the wizards don't even get a chance to sheepify my plants. So night 11 was easily taken down as well. Night 12 is usually a difficult one because of the jesters and the wizard combo, and also us having to protect the puff shroom in the back, but the Snapdragons absolutely dominate the whole level and we beat it without a problem. Night 15, again, we prep defenses. Night 16 and 17 especially were extremely easy because I ended off night 17 with almost 2000 sun. But that aside, we are now on night 19, which is the last level that we play of the Dark Ages. And as you guessed, there was no problem at all defending these magnet shrooms, and we had now beaten all of the Dark Ages with just the max level Snapdragon. Next up, the Neon Mixtape Tour and the Jurassic Marsh, which both of the worlds I'd classify as the easy worlds of the difficult worlds, if that makes sense. What I mean by that is that I considered the Neon Mixtape Tour, Jurassic Marsh, Big Wave Beach, and Modern Day the difficult worlds, and the Jurassic Marsh and Neon Mixtape Tour I'd consider the two easier ones out of those four. And we're super speeding past these two worlds once again because there isn't really much that goes on, and it gets a little bit juicier in the Big Wave Beach. The only problem I can really even think of is the Gargantuars in the Neon Mixtape Tour, who sometimes take out your plants with their shockwave attack, and then the other problem in the Jurassic Marsh would either be the T-Rex or the Ankylosaurus. But other than that, Snapdragon makes it look all pretty easy. And that was the Neon Mixtape Tour and the Jurassic Marsh beaten with just a max level Snapdragon. Next up, the Big Wave Beach, and I said it gets a little difficult, but that's a little later on. And due to that, days 1, 2, 4, 6, 7, 9, 11, and 12 were all beaten without any problems. But day 17 gets a little interesting because we are introduced to the Octo Zombie. And as y'all know, the Snapdragon's range is pretty atrocious, so if I don't have the Snapdragons up front on lily pads attacking the Octo Zombie can just take over. And that's exactly what happened on the final wave as two octopus zombies were sent, and they covered the front two Snapdragons, which basically gave them free reign to cover the other two Snapdragons as well. But since it was the final wave, I kind of just let the lawnmowers do their thing, but we still end up losing 4 of them, which is much more than normal. And that was only against 2 Octo Zombies. 19 actually doesn't have any Octos, so it's beaten pretty easily. Day 20 was definitely going to be problematic because we didn't have any land lanes to work with, and they were all in the water with lily pads. And of course, they had Octo Zombies. But as the level went on, I kind of placed my Snapdragons in a pattern that if the front ones got covered, the back ones would attack them and immediately release them of the octopus. And this system actually worked pretty well as we beat day 20 pretty easily and only lost 1 lawnmower. But the worst was yet to come as day 22 we're first introduced to the fisherman zombie. And they're not too big of a problem on day 22 because there's nothing to defend or any special challenge, so we're able to beat them. But day 23 things get a little devious because we have these 3 banana launchers to protect, and the short range of the Snapdragon is really bad, of course due to the fishermen that spawned. So my main goal here was to protect the Snapdragons that were already on the lily pads and try to keep them alive, because if they went away, there's no way I'd be able to beat the fishermen. I had to plant food the Snapdragon in the top lane just because the fishermen would have taken it out, and at the same time I had my banana launchers on standby just in case I needed to use it on something else. And I got a little devious in the top middle lane in the end, but thankfully the Snapdragon was able to take out the fishermen before the Octo Zombie covered it. And as the Octo Zombie was the last zombie left, I used a banana launcher on it, and at last we had beaten day 23. 25 wasn't too bad. 27 looks bad in the beginning, but it also ended up being pretty easy. Same with days 28 and 29. Day 30, however, is the worst level of Big Wave Beach as we have to protect the guacodiles in the back, mainly from the fishermen. And the Snapdragon is a horrific plant for this level because of its short range. And again, my main goal was trying to protect the Snapdragons on the lily pads, because if we lost the lily pads, I'd lose my leverage against the fishermen. And as the level went on, we lost the Snapdragon in the bottom middle lane to the Gargantuar, and also the one in the top middle lane up front right by the fisherman, because the fisherman was able to hook it in. But at this point I had some plant food stocked up, so I kind of just panic plant fooded and took out all the fishermen. And then finally, with only the Buckethead and Scuba Zombie left, we had beaten all of Big Wave Beach using just a max level Snapdragon. But now we have to face the Dragon Imps and we're introduced to the Dragon Imps on day 4 of Modern Day. And it's not just 1 or 2, it's actually 7 sent sporadically through the level, which is actually worse for us because the strategy to beating these guys is utilizing the lawnmower, and we do that by stalling them using the Snapdragons as kind of punching bags. And them being sent sporadically is annoying because we have to wait for the final wave, and thankfully I was able to stall until the final wave, which allowed the lawnmowers to take them all out, and I ended up beating this devious level on my first first attempt. Day 7 doesn't have any dragon imps, but it has a lot of octo zombies who cover up basically all my snapdragons, but again we make it to the final wave and the lawnmowers are basically just able to carry me. Day 11 I realized that the newspaper zombies are pretty scary because one snapdragon actually isn't able to take out one newspaper and gets eaten by it. That's only if the newspaper zombie is in the lane that the snapdragon's in, because if you look in the top lane it was taken out by the snapdragons that were in the lane beside it, but that was most likely due to the reason that there's 2 snapdragons attacking it. But aside from that, day 11 was beaten pretty easily. Day 12 we once again see the dragon imp and it's the first zombie that spawns in the level, and I tried stalling it for a little bit, but after I ate the first snapdragon I kind of just let it go. Then another problem appeared, which was the chicken wranglers, and the chickens in the top lane made it all the way to the lawnmower, and then right after 3 more dragon imps appeared, and at this point it was just too many dragon imps and I didn't have enough sun, so I kind of just let them take the lawnmowers, praying that there weren't any more dragon imps sent in those top 3 lanes within the final wave. And very luckily there weren't. It was actually just this very easy gargantuar in the top lane, and with that day 12 was beat. Day 21 is definitely the next annoying level, mainly due to the all-stars, because they're able to take out my snapdragons if I don't plant food them to defend them, so I'm forced to just be on high alert for whenever they come in. And right before the final wave was about to come in, I didn't have enough plant food for these 2 all-stars, but thankfully the snapdragons on the top and bottom lanes were able to take them out. But then as the final wave came in, I literally didn't have enough sun for anything, so I kind of just let the lawnmowers do the work. Then a microphone whipper and an octo zombie spawned in the top and bottom lanes, but by that time I was able to get enough sun from the sky for the snapdragons, and in doing so we beat day 21. Day 29 we once again see dragon imps, and it's literally the first zombie that's sent in. Pretty annoying since I have to stall it until the end, but I knew that I had to defend the other lanes as well, so I kind of just gave up on that dragon imp and let it go all the way to the lawnmower, once again hoping that no more spawned in that lane. And things started looking treacherous because before the final wave even came in I had lost all 5 of my lawnmowers, and very unluckily there was a zombie in the middle lane and I got my son too last second to place a snapdragon down, and the zombie actually ended up taking me out. A very unexpected loss, but I was pretty confident in beating this level. And on the second attempt I had the knowledge that I didn't need to stall this first dragon imp, so I let it go to the lawnmower, which allowed me to get down more snapdragons. And this time as the final wave came in I still had 4 of my lawnmowers intact, so I only had to worry about the bottom lane. And doing exactly that, I was kind of just focusing on that bottom lane, planting the snapdragons around it, and with that lawnmower taking out that final gargantuar, we beat day 29 on our second attempt. But now we had another problematic level, day 30, in which the main problem would be the all-stars. But this is the level that we've been stockpiling our sun up for, so I bought my plant food and filled up the meter. And as the all-stars started coming in, I used my plant food to defend my snapdragons, and I kind of just went overkill with the plant food because I realized that I didn't really even need to use it like for these gargantuars, but I did anyways, and we had beaten day 30 of modern day, which is basically the last difficult level of the run. And normally I would say that the run ends here on day 31 of modern day, but it actually doesn't, because the snapdragon actually ends up appearing on one of the boss waves of modern day. But this time there's thankfully no 2 snapdragon limit, and it was the easiest boss of the entire game, so we're able to beat it pretty easily. And that was all of PvZ2 soloed using just a max level snapdragon. And next up is
Hands off my
Caulipower, one of the original cool plants added into Plants vs Zombies 2. It's basically like Hypno Shroom, but isn't single use and can hypnotize zombies anywhere on the map. Sounds pretty overpowered, right? Well, it does have a couple of drawbacks, like its very high sun cost and its extremely high recharge timer. So I thought, why not level Caulipower to the max level and try to solo the entire game with it? Ancient Egypt starts with me planting 1 Caulipower in the middle lane to take care of these first 2 zombies, and the way it happens is that one gets hypnotized and takes out the other one. And this is something that happens throughout the entire challenge, and I never really figured out why. Like, you'll notice that my hypnotized zombies end up killing the other ones faster than the other ones can kill the hypnotized ones, but there isn't any special buff that the hypnotized ones get, so they should be the same exact zombie just fighting each other. But that aside, on day 1 you're about to see the worst problem that happens with the Caulipower, and that's the fact that it just hits any zombie that's on the map randomly. randomly, which this time it cost me to lose a lawnmower, but since the lawnmowers are infinite for these levels, it's okay. And with that, day 1 was beat. Day 3, I first had to quickly shovel the 1 cabbage pole and 2 sunflowers that the game gives us, quickly planting a Caulipower right after. Another pretty cool thing about the Caulipower, if it hypnotizes a zombie carrying plant food, the plant food drops immediately. And this is a very helpful feature in the later worlds, as sometimes it's the only thing that allows me to win. But this has definitely got to be the most annoying thing about the Caulipower, where instead of shooting the zombie that's eating it, it'll shoot just a random zombie on the map, in the end getting eaten by the zombie. But while the rest of this level finishes up, let me go over the stats of the max level Caulipower. Its sun cost goes from 250 to 150. Its recharge rate, even though it goes down, it's only 10 seconds, going from 45 to 35. But a semi-good thing is that its starting recharge, which means when the game begins, its recharge timer is 10 seconds, which allows us to get down at least 1 Caulipower pretty fast. Its health, like most plants, goes from 300 to 900. With its mastery levels, there's about a 20% chance to boost on placement, and it also has the pierce buff with the masteries, but normally that changes the damage of a plant. But Caulipower doesn't do any damage, so I have no idea what it does with this guy. Let me know if you know in the comments. And with that, day 3 was beat, and now we skip straight to day 7 because days 4, 5, and 6 don't allow us to use the Caulipower. But quickly going back to its stats, it actually has 2 more buffs that are unique to the Caulipower. One, normally at level 1, if it hits a zombie, it heals it to 50% HP, and at max level, it heals it to 100% HP. But this doesn't actually really do anything since we're not dealing any damage to the zombies at any point anyways. And the final buff is a percentage chance of what zombie it hits, ranging from basic zombie, a unique zombie like the Pharaoh, and the Gargantuar zombies. But these percentages can get a little confusing, so all you really need to know is at the higher level the Caulipower, the more chance it has to hit a better zombie like a Gargantuar or a unique zombie. And the Caulipower's sun cost and recharge rate are the only things that really hold it back, but they hold it back a lot. But that aside, day 7 of Ancient Egypt was beat. Day 8 starts with these 2 explorers walking in that actually got flicked right away by the Caulipower's plant food as it boosted right as I planted it. I later on had a hypnotized zombie in the bottom lane that got completely torched by the other explorer that was coming in, but thankfully the explorer got hypnotized as well. And with the pretty minimal amount of zombies sent within the final wave, these 4 Caulipower were able to beat all of day 8. Day 9 at 1 flag level with me quickly getting a plant down, which is pretty easily able to handle the early zombies by itself, as I then later on get a second one down. And aside from its seed packet recharge, the Caulipower also has a cooldown when it attacks. I couldn't really find or kind of gauge what the exact time was that it takes for it to recharge its attack, but throughout this entire challenge I guesstimated that it was somewhere between 5 to 10 seconds. And I actually did lose a lawnmower on this level as well in the very middle lane, and this is something you're going to notice a lot because at first I don't have many Caulipowers down, so sometimes zombies leak through. But then as I get more Caulipower down throughout the level, less zombies leak through. Day 10 was another 1 flag level, and of course sometimes the Caulipowers just ignore the zombies in the front and end up hitting the ones in the very back, so it starts seeming like I'm about to lose a lawnmower or 2, but then the Caulipowers bring it back a little later on. But then within the same level, you'll see things like this happening, where this 1 cone head in the top middle lane is free and open, but the Caulipowers just continually choose to hypnotize zombies that are way behind it. And even after being given so many chances, the cone head in the end makes it to the lawnmower, taking out the lawnmower, even though it shouldn't have been a problem at all. And keep in mind, these are the easiest levels of the entire challenge, and this bad RNG stays consistent throughout the entire run. Day 12, technically a no flag level as there's none up there, and I never really figured out if this was just a visual glitch or if they just forgot to put the flag there, because there is technically a final wave within this level. And once again, a lot of zombies that were very up front did not get hit at all, and instead the zombies in the back did, so I had to use a plant food to take care of the zombies in the very front. With that, beating day 12. Day 13 had 1 flag and 2 columns of mold colonies in the back, and this isn't much of a problem because the Caulipower has full map range, and even if somehow the zombies make it onto the mold colonies, they're still able to be hit. And this time the RNG was pretty good, so the zombies didn't make it too far. And with 5 plants placed down, day 13 was beat. And you might have noticed in my previous videos that whatever plant I'm using at max level, I tend to just spam use its name. Like for example, in the 2-hour Chomper video, I couldn't even tell you how many times I said the word Chomper. So you might notice me saying words like collie or plant or it instead of the full Caulipower, just to try and sound less repetitive. But that aside, day 14 had 2 flags, our very first level to do so, but it also showed what makes the Caulipower so powerful, and that's it could hypnotize even the strongest of zombies like the coffin zombie. So it's not really the health or the attack of the zombie that matters against Caulipower, it's more the amount of zombies that are being sent. Let's say for example there's a level that sends 20 gargantuars, and then there's another level that sends 50 basic zombies. In reality, the more difficult level should be the gargantuar level, but because of how Caulipower works, the gargantuar level is actually easier for it. And day 15 was actually our first level with 3 flags, and we also had to protect these 3 endangered sunflowers. They're definitely a nice help in the sun production, but as the Caulipower's recharge is so long, we had a lot of sun stacked up that we couldn't do anything with. Oh yeah, you also might have noticed there that there's another strategy I was implementing into this run that I don't really implement with other plants, and that was using the plant food to restock the recharge of the Caulipower. And this is truly one of the greatest weapons within this run, and you'll see me spamming it basically in every level. Day 16 we went back down to 2 flags, and the beginning pace of the zombies that were being sent was pretty slow, and by the time it picked up I'd already had 3 Caulipowers down, so the first big wave was instantly taken down, and then by the final wave I had 5 Caulipowers, so it was even easier, making day 16 very simple. Day 17 we went back down to 1 flag, and then there's also the challenge where we could only have 14 plants planted. Well, it was more of a non-challenge challenge, since it's basically impossible for me to get 14 Caulipowers down within 1 level. And again, even with these 4 planted down, this one cone head in the top lane almost made it to the very end, but then one of them clutched up in the bottom lane and got it hypnotized right before it reached the end. By the time the final wave came in, we already had a couple of hypnotized zombies on our side, so about half the wave was taken out by them, and then the other half was taken out by the Caulipower. Day 18, maybe the easiest levels of this run, because I get to just prep my Caulipower and then sit back and relax. Day 19, 1 flag, 2 mold colonies, and then once again the non-challenge of only having 16 plants to plant. And as the zombies come in very thin numbers at the start, I'm pretty easily able to get down a second Caulipower. And as we reached the final wave, it was getting a little scary with the RNG and what zombies were being hit, but thankfully as Explorer was about to reach the mold colonies, I got hypnotized, and then I also plant fooded to take care of the rest of the lingering zombies. Day 20, I had to protect these 4 sunflowers, and the main threats this level are definitely the explorers, because if the same thing as last level happens and an explorer gets very far, it's definitely going to take out a sunflower. But as long as RNG is on our side and the explorers get hypnotized, this level shouldn't be much of a problem either, since we have a pretty good amount of sun as well. And the first big wave was beaten pretty easily, and as the final wave brought in 2 explorers in the top middle lane and bottom middle lane, it started looking a little scary because the top one wasn't getting hypnotized, but I got a plant food and plant fooded a Caulipower right away, which took it out. Day 21, no special challenges, and we went back down to 1 flag. And this level has a pretty good amount of gravestones in it, and usually the gravestones are pretty bad for the plants, but for the Caulipower they're actually pretty good, because once the zombie is hypnotized, sometimes they just leave the map without damaging any other zombie. But what the gravestones allow the zombies to do is attack them, and then the zombies get stalled until another zombie comes into frame, and then the zombies are actually able to hit the enemies, which allows them to be helpful instead of just walking off the map without doing anything. And the final wave of day 21 sent in a pretty mediocre amount of zombies, and as this last bucket head got hypnotized, we beat day 21. Day 22, an 18 plant limit and 1 column of mold colonies, and also 2 flags. And another semi-unfortunate thing about the Caulipower and its full map range is that we can't really stall the beginning of the level that we can with plants that don't have full map range. And this is basically just due to the fact that the zombies get hit right away and the next wave is sent whenever the zombie is hypnotized. And even though I think the stalling would help the Caulipower a lot, I think that the full map range helps us more than it doesn't, so I can't complain too much about it. And ironically to what I just said, this level was slow enough and had enough plant food that I was able to get 5 down by the time we reached the first flag. And this was very helpful as some of the zombies actually got pretty close, and this top cone head even got very close to eating the Caulipower, but thankfully it was hypnotized last second. And when the final wave came in, the top 3 lanes were already pretty set because we had cone head defending us, but the bottom 2 lanes were were a bit of a problem, but as they didn't have too many zombies, they were also easily hypnotized, allowing us to take down day 22. Day 23 again was 2 flags and had a pretty abrupt start with these sandstorms, and one of the zombies from the sandstorms almost made it to the end but was hypnotized at the last second, which also allowed it to take out the zombie that was right behind it. But then within the final wave, we saw our very first Gargantuar. But as I mentioned earlier, they aren't a problem and get hypnotized right away by the Caulipowers. And this of course made day 23 very easy. Day 24 was a prepper defenses level. And this is actually the last level that we play of Ancient Egypt, which means that we're able to beat all of Ancient Egypt with the max level Caulipower. But tensions start increasing within Day 1 of Pirate Seas, 1 flag, and although it should have been simple, the Caulipower once again was having atrocious RNG, and the zombie in the bottom middle lane was able to pretty easily make it all the way to the lawnmower in the end. But thankfully, by the final wave, we did have 4 of them down, so this lowered the odds of bad RNG by a lot, and we're able to beat Day 1 without any more mistakes. Day 2, contrasting to Day 1, sent in very minimal amount of zombies in the beginning, so RNG wasn't even in the question, and by the time multiple zombies were being sent at once, I had already had 3 Caulipower down. And this basically let me breeze past that final wave with only this one basic zombie almost making it to my Caulipower. As it was one of the final zombies, it was hypnotized and we beat Day 2. Day 3, we're still on 1 flag, but this level was actually sending in multiple zombies at once. So the zombies are actually making it pretty far even in the earlier stages, but the final wave itself was pretty mid and all the zombies were quickly taken down. Day 4 was the first level on Pirate Seas with 2 flags, and the zombies were coming in pretty slow, but we made it to the first big wave really fast, which sent in a burst of zombies. But I did get some pretty good RNG with the hypnosis, and the zombies in front were the ones getting hypnotized. And so I was able to survive this first big wave. And by the time the final big wave came in, I had 5 Caulipowers down with some hypnotized zombies already in the map, and this left basically 4 zombies for us to take care of, and it was very easy to do. Day 5, we stayed at 2 flags, and at first the amount of zombies being sent was pretty minuscule, but then seconds later, even before the first big wave came in, a ton of zombies were sent, and then even more were sent within the first big wave. And this actually got a little scary, so I was forced to use a plant food to take care of about 5 of them. But even with that plant food usage, a ton of zombies made it all the way to my Caulipower, even taking one out and taking a lawnmower with them, forcing me to use 1 more plant food on the middle Caulipower, who eventually also got eaten because I didn't flick away the zombie that was eating it, and that zombie in turn took the lawnmower as well. And then within the final wave came the wrath of this other conehead in the bottom middle lane, who took another Caulipower and made it all the way to the lawnmower as well. But as I had still 3 of my plants left and the zombie numbers had completely dwindled down, we were actually able to beat Day 5 on this attempt. But just remember, this was still Day 5 and we're already struggling. Day 6 also only had 2 flags, but this time the 2 flags came with much more tension because I didn't know if a lot of zombies were going to be sent like last time. And thankfully, the numbers this time in the beginning were a lot smaller, so I was able to get down more Caulipower than last time. But even then, I had some bad RNG with the top lane and bottom lane seagull zombies, with the top lane one being hypnotized last second, but the bottom one actually made it all the way to the lawnmower. But even though the lawnmower was taken, we still had 4 of our plants on the map, planting a 6th one as the final wave approached, which actually plant fooded, taking out a lot of the zombies. And with the nice combo of our 6 Caulipower and not too many zombies being sent in the final wave, Day 6 was beat with less stress than Day 5. Day 7, again, only 2 flags, and a very lenient amount of zombies being sent within the beginning areas. We're able to place down 4 Caulipower by the time that the first flag came in. And this first big wave was also very nice because it didn't have any speedy seagulls or the swinging pirate zombies until a little later on by the time we had our 5th Caulipower down. And we also had a decent amount of plant food, so I used one as this one zombie in the middle was getting a little close. So that first big but slow horde of zombies was pretty easily beaten. And then came in the final wave, which actually brought in a lot of pirate swinging zombies and even more behind them. But with our 6 Caulipowers and still 2 plant food in hand, this level was actually beaten pretty easily towards the end, leaving just these 2 barrels that we couldn't really do much about and wait for them to break open, which left us with 2 imps that got easily taken care of as well. Day 9, still 2 flags, and even though the early game was pretty easy, there actually came a problem within the first big wave, which was these 3 pirate swinging zombies, who even though I'd gotten down 4 Caulipowers, my RNG stayed atrocious, and all 3 of these pirates actually made it all the way to the end, taking 3 of my lawnmowers. And I got a little worried as these second wave of the swinging zombies were sent, but thankfully these guys were hypnotized right away. And the final wave itself was actually really easy, as it was only these 3 pirate swinging zombies and not much of the other ones, because my hypnotized zombies in the top lanes took care of all the other zombies. Wow, I just said the word zombies a lot. But that aside, day 9 was beat. Day 10, we had now gone up to 3 flags, but the first 3 zombies were all sent one by one up until the first flag was sent, which allowed me to get down a second Caulipower. But somehow the first big wave only had 3 to 4 zombies in it. And then the second big wave wasn't that bad either, with some seagull zombies and a couple of basic zombies. But right after the second big wave, a new zombie was introduced, which was the imp cannon. And these guys aren't too annoying early on, but in a later level, they are very detrimental to the Caulipower. And this is mainly due to the reason that we can't hit the cannon in any way unless a zombie in its lane was hypnotized, which technically always has to be a seagull zombie because the pirate swinging zombies can't ever make it to the cannons. And this basically makes it to where we have to wait until the cannon explodes and spawns in 3 to 4 more imps. Day 11, however, we went back down to 2 flags with very minimal spawns in the beginning, so we're able to get 3 Caulipower down before the first bigger horde of zombies was sent in. And also I think it's pretty funny, like in the top lane, the hypnotized zombies just disappear right as they're about to jump into the water. This level was also surprising because by the time that the first big wave had appeared, I was able to get down 5 Caulipower with the help of plant food. And I almost, even with these 5, lost that top middle one, but thankfully last second the zombies that were approaching it got hypnotized. But then the seagull zombie in the middle lane made it all the way and kept eating away at my Caulipower. And of course my RNG with the hypnosis was terrible, so I had to plant another Caulipower right in front of it to tank the damage. But even this failed, as that one Caulipower that I planted got eaten, and then right after, that first Caulipower got eaten as well. But we did thankfully hypnotize it before it took a lawnmower, giving us some extra safety for later on. And the final wave of this level sent in a lot of zombies. And like usual, my RNG was going terribly, so I had to start using plant food to take care of the zombies that were all getting close. And with the help of those, only these 2 imp cannons were left, and day 11 had been beat. Day 14, I prepped Caulipowers. Day 15 only had 2 flags, but it's definitely one of the scarier levels because we have to protect these flowers in the back from being trampled on. And many times in the other levels, we've seen a zombie make it that far pretty easily if my RNG is bad enough. So my first goal was to immediately get a column of Caulipower right in front of the flowers just for an extra layer of defense. And I was able to do so a little after the first big wave. And by the time the final big wave was about to be sent in, I had 6 Caulipower down. And these were basically able to demolish this last wave. This was also the first level that wasn't a prep your defenses level, where I had 7 Caulipower down on the map at once. Kinda just showing that the levels were getting longer and more difficult as we went on. We're actually even able to get an 8th one down because of the imp cannons. But right after this, day 15 was beat. Day 16 had 1 flag, and it was a pretty cool one because we had to protect these 2 spring beans in the middle from being trampled. And the first couple of zombies were very easily hypnotized as they came in one at a time. But right after, things started getting a little complicated as the Caulipower weren't firing fast enough. But then I had an idea. Why not just plant food the spring bean to take care of all the zombies that were in the middle 2 lanes? So this is exactly what I did whenever it was needed and it felt too overcrowded, allowing me to beat day 16 pretty easily. But then came in day 17 with maybe the worst type of challenge for the Caulipower. And it's a challenge where we have to kill a certain amount of zombies in a certain amount of time. And for some reason, whenever the zombies get hypnotized, it doesn't count towards this counter. The only thing that counts towards this is if one of my hypnotized zombies eats another zombie. And even worse, if one of my Caulipowers plant foods, the zombies that get flicked away don't count as zombies dying either. And I have literally no idea what the reason for this is. I think it might just be a bug. But either way, a pretty big wave of zombies was sent in, so I was a little confident that we might be able to get that full counter by hypnotizing enough zombies and then having them eat the other ones. But just as we're about to meet that goal, the amount of zombies completely dwindled and it took down my counter from full to less than half. And a little later, almost to nothing. And I almost gave up here as I paused and almost restarted, but then I realized that there's still one more big wave left. And it's looking pretty good as we're pretty close to the end of that counter and there's still all these zombies left. And as the number of zombies were dwindling and we're almost there, I panicked and I launched a lawnmower, which actually helped me meet the goal. But we had another problem. The zombies in the bottom of the lane almost made it to the end, so I had to plant another Caulipower, and then luckily the Caulipower on the top got that imp last second. And this very much helped me recuperate, eventually beating day 17. But after that last atrocious level came in maybe the worst level of Pirate Seas, day 22, where of course first we have to prep our defenses. And you might be thinking, how is this a bad level when you get to plant 4 columns of Caulipower and all you have to deal with is imps? And in theory, you'd be right, because this level should be easy with the amount of Caulipower that we have. But for some reason, all the Caulipower just forget how to coordinate in this level and end up using and wasting all their hypnosis on like 4 zombies at a time. And for some reason, whenever imps are launched right onto the Caulipower, they don't hypnotize them right away and have to calibrate for a couple of seconds, so they always end up taking some hits from the imps, which leads to the slow but surely dwindling numbers of my Caulipower. And before we reach the final wave, we'd basically already lost 2 full columns of the Caulipower. But it gets much worse, because these imps end up taking the 3rd column, and even with the help of plant food, the number of imps is still crazy. And this first mega horde of imps ends up taking all the lawnmowers, with me only having 1 Caulipower left. And truthfully, this Caulipower can't do anything against these imps, so I inevitably end up losing for the first time in this challenge on day 22. But we haven't completely lost yet, because I can still try again, of course. On the second attempt, I tried a different approach of only planting 2 columns of the Caulipower to maybe try and give them more time against the imps, and it seemed to be working at first because none of the Caulipowers were taking unnecessary damage. But as the number of imps drastically increased, they definitely started making it to my plants and started biting away, which led to even worse results because they were able to take out 3 of my lawnmowers before I even made it to that final wave, completely taking me out before the final wave as well. So the third attempt, I switched it up even more with 3 columns of Caulipower instead of the 2 or the 4. And right as I reached the final wave, I lost one of my lawnmowers, which is detrimental because I need all my lawnmowers for that final horde of the imps. Because if I don't have all the lawnmowers, a big line of imps just completely gets through all my defenses. On the 4th attempt, I did 4 columns of Caulipowers with an additional 2, using up all my sun right from the beginning. And those front 2 were basically instantly taken out. Then as we approached the final wave, most of my Caulipowers had already been taken out. And once again, I had lost. So for right now, I'll be skipping over this level, but don't worry, because this doesn't mean it's a loss, because I can still come back to it, since if you remember, I can still use my coins to buy plant food. But since I knew I was going to have to buy a lot of plant food with coins within this run, I decided to not use any of it on my first complete run, and instead save up my coins until the very end where I knew all the levels that needed them, and then strategically come back and only use the amount of plant food and coins that I need. This way I can maximize the amount of levels that the Caulipower is able to defeat. Day 23 was also a scary one because there's one flag. We had to protect these flowers in the middle-ish area from being trampled on, and worst of all, we had to beat 8 zombies in under 10 seconds. But on this attempt, that last challenge isn't the problem, and more so are the flowers in the middle, because for some reason I decided to plant a Caulipower in that bottom lane even though the seagulls can't trample the flowers there, and this allowed the zombies that were approaching in the middle to trample the flowers. On the second attempt, I decided not to plant any Caulipower in that bottom lane because it wasn't needed since it was only seagull zombies, and instead prioritize the upper lanes. But there was another problem this time. All the zombies in the final wave had already gone away, and I didn't reach the defeat 8 zombies in 10 seconds challenge. On the third attempt, I made another oopsie because I had 1 plant food, and usually I use the plant food to recharge the Caulipower seed packet to quickly plant a 4th one, but for some reason this time I decided to use it to plant food this middle Caulipower, and with horrific RNG I wasn't able to get the zombie in the bottom middle lane carrying the plant food, and was able to make it over and trample my flowers. On the 4th attempt, none of the zombies even got close to the flowers, but once again, the final wave had been sent in and I didn't even get close to beating the challenge. So I'd lost for a 4th time in a row. But I truly believe that this level was actually possible, so I gave it one last shot. I quickly got 2 of my Caulipowers down, and this time correctly using my plant food, I recharged the seed packet to get my 4th one down as well, and this meant all the flowers were basically protected, and all that was left was beating the 8 zombies in under 10 seconds. And the bar had gotten pretty close to the end, and I realized I could do one more thing, launch my lawnmower and get the last few zombies, and this helped me reach the goal, thankfully beating day 23 on my 5th attempt. And now we're on the last level that we play of Pirate Seas, which has 2 flags, and we have to protect these 2 spring beans in the top and bottom lanes. And I'd honestly thought this would be easy at first, because all the spring beans have to do to dodge the seagulls is duck down, and then basically the only thing to worry about is the pirate swinging zombies. But on this very first attempt, I didn't realize that a pirate swinging zombie had jumped onto a spring bean bean on the bottom lane, so the spring bean fell asleep and then the seagull was able to eat it, taking me down on this first attempt. On the second attempt, something very similar almost happened, but this time I made sure to plant food to wake up the spring bean. But there was another problem, the imp cannons, which one of the imps got taken out, but right as I was about to plant food to take out the other ones, they were faster than me and ate the spring bean, beating me one more time. On the third attempt, something very similar almost happened, but this time I was able to plant food to take out the imps, leaving only these two cannons left. And you can see in the bottom left that I'd already selected my plant food just in case that I needed it. And as the imp cannons launched, this bottom spring bean was sleeping, so I had to plant food it right away, but there was another problem. The front imps got sent back more and were eating it again, so I had to plant food again. But then once again, I had to plant food for a third time to take out the final remaining imps, leaving now only this one imp beating all of Pirate Seas. Next up. Comparatively to the Pirate Seas, even Wild West is a difficult world for Caulipower, and you'll start to see what I mean later on, as this first level only had one flag and a couple of zombies in the beginning, so I was able to get down my second Caulipower by the time that a couple more zombies were being sent in. And this level in itself was pretty short, because by the final wave, I'd only had 3 Caulipowers down. I could have planted more with my plant food, but I decided to just save it, as we really didn't need it, and day 1 was beat. Day 2, again, only one flag, with not too many zombies being sent. A pretty funny feature was if the dynamite zombie gets hypnotized, its dynamite actually still stays lit and it launches back even though it's hypnotized. And this is actually pretty good for us because this gives the dynamite zombie more time and other zombies more time to come in, and so the dynamite zombie can fight them off if need be. So with minimal zombies and some pretty funny functions, day 2 was beat very easily. Day 3, although similarly it only had one flag, it was actually a pretty annoying level. And that's mainly due to the introduction of the piano zombie, because for some reason, even if the piano zombie gets hypnotized, the zombies still stay dancing. And technically, I guess this does make sense because the piano zombie is still playing the piano and the zombies probably still hear the same thing, so they keep dancing. And even though we did lose 2 lawnmowers, we still beat day 3 on the first attempt. Day 5 was the first level with 2 flags in the Wild West, and this first hypnotized zombie was able to take out the second normal zombie that came in, which then allowed the Caulipower to attack the Conehead. And as the first big wave came in, I got down my 3rd and 4th Caulipower with the use of a plant food, and these guys were needed because there was a hefty amount of zombies sent within this wave. And the top lane ones actually made it all the way to my plant, so I had to use a plant food power to take care of them. And luckily the plant food RNG was on my side, so it did get rid of them instead of some that were in the back. And then the final wave came in, which brought in a pretty good amount of zombies, but at that time I also had a lot of hypnotized zombies on my side, which helped lessen the numbers by a lot, and then I just used the plant food to beat the rest of the zombies. Day 6, I prepped defenses. Day 7 had 2 flags, but before the first flag had even been sent, there weren't too many zombies, so I was able to get down 3 Caulipower with an additional 4th by the time that the first one had been sent in. And this first one brought in a pretty decent amount of zombies, but I had some pretty good RNG, and I was able to continuously get the zombies that were most far up front, which led me to easily beat it, and then the final wave came in. And similar to day 5, I already had some pretty strong hypnotized zombies, which made the final wave decently easy. Day 10 of the Wild West I would describe as the start of the apocalypse. This is the level that everything goes wrong and I truly now have to start strategizing. And this is only due to one reason, the introduction of the chicken and chicken wrangler zombies, which if they get hypnotized, all the chickens of course are still on your side as well. And this is what I thought would happen normally, but I didn't think of this one other thing, which was if a hypnotized zombie like the one in the very middle lane was able to attack a chicken wrangler before I even got the hypnosis off, which is exactly what happened because the chicken wrangler was off screen, so my Caulipower couldn't hit it, but the hypnotized zombie, who technically, even though it's off screen, can still hit the other zombies coming in, did hit it, and all the chickens got released, which allowed them to take one of my lawnmowers, and then a second chicken wrangler released more chickens, and they made it all the way to the end. So I tried again, and the same thing happened. The one zombie that was hypnotized in the middle made it to a chicken wrangler off screen, and all the chickens got released. And the chickens themselves, of course, are a nightmare to the Caulipower, because the Caulipower have to hypnotize all of them, which is basically impossible. So our only option is to not let these chickens get released, or save our lawnmowers for the end and then release all the chickens. So I had to start coming up with strategies, and one was just plant fooding the Caulipower and flicking the chicken wranglers off the map before they even had a chance. But of course there's too many of them, and the one in the middle got all its chickens released and made it all the way to the end for a second time. On my 3rd attempt I realized something. Since the only zombie that was a threat to us at first was that one in the very middle that kept proccing the chicken wrangler, all I had to do was just plant food and flick it off the map. This way it it's not hypnotized and it can't hit the chicken wrangler that's coming in. But then there's another problem. The chicken wrangler itself gets hypnotized, and then its chickens end up hitting the zombies that are off the map, proccing even more chicken wranglers, taking basically all my lawnmowers. But there's an even bigger problem, because when you try to plant food the Caulipower against the chickens, for some reason the chickens don't get flicked off the map and instead just get pushed back a couple of feet, which once again allows them to take me down. On the 4th attempt, I felt like I knew what I needed to do, which is basically just plant food at the right moments to take out all the important zombies that could proc the chicken wranglers. And that's exactly what I did by plant fooding this first Caulipower to get rid of that middle zombie, and this time I also used a plant food to get rid of that chicken wrangler in the middle so it couldn't proc the other ones. And right after, I'd gotten another plant food, but there were 2 more chicken wranglers on the screen, and the top one almost got procced by the zombie, so I had to quickly plant food, which took both of them out, thankfully. But now there was another chicken wrangler on screen, and I had to pray that it got hypnotized instead of the zombie in front of it, and thankfully that is what happened. And I also got lucky with the fact that there weren't any other chicken wranglers coming in behind it. And right as we're about to reach the final wave, there were just too many zombies on the screen, and somehow 2 of the chicken wranglers got procced, releasing all their chickens. And I tried my best to preserve all the lawnmowers that I could before the final wave came in, and thankfully I was able to preserve 3 of them, leaving me with only 2 lanes that I had to protect. But something even greater happened. There were no chicken wranglers sent within this final wave, and with this one last plant food, most of the zombies were flicked away, allowing me to finally take down day 10. But this obviously was the easiest level that has chickens in it. Day 11, thankfully no chickens, but it did have a 500 sun limit, which caps us at only 3 Caulipower. But as it was a 1 flag level with minimal zombies, and even the final wave itself only had coneheads as the strongest zombie, day 11 was easily taken down. Day 13 had 2 flags, and I placed my Caulipower on the minecarts at first because I realized that they could be helpful, and if any zombie got close to the Caulipower, I could just move them away. And within the first wave, there was a new zombie introduced, which was the mechanical bull. And the mechanical bulls can be a little dangerous because they're pretty speedy, and once they stop, they launch their imp. And since this time I could have hypnotized the bull or the imp ended up taking the lawnmower. But as the final wave was sent in, we had some pretty strong zombies on our side, which made this pretty easy in itself. And day 13 was beat, but then came in day 14, which is the second level that the chickens show up in. And this time the amount of chicken wranglers is a lot greater than in day 10. The first chicken wrangler jumped into that top middle lane and it got procced by my hypnotized conehead, which led to me losing the upper 3 lawnmowers. And then things did cool down a little bit, with only 1 chicken wrangler being sent in those upper 3 lanes and then 1 in the bottom 3 lanes. And the upper chicken wrangler got hypnotized, releasing its chickens, but then there's another chicken wrangler in the top lane, which led to its chickens getting released and taking me down in that top lane. On the second attempt, somehow the same exact chicken wrangler in that top middle lane got procced, and this time I literally do not have any idea how I got procced since there's a zombie right in front of it, because even though I hypnotized the conehead in that lane, that zombie in front of it should have gotten taken out first instead of the chicken wrangler being hit. But I was still trying as I plant fooded one of my Caulipower to take out these 2 chicken wranglers, then using a second plant food to take out the other chicken wranglers that were coming in, right after using a third one for even more chicken wranglers, and then even a 4th one because there was just too many of them. But then came in a problem, which was the final wave. If you remember, day 10's final wave didn't have any chicken wranglers in it, but day 14 does, and they don't come in by themselves, but instead with a lot more zombies that mess up the RNG of my Caulipowers. And once again, I tried plant fooding, but of course the plant food for some reason sucks against the chickens, and they made it all the way through. On the 3rd attempt, my RNG completely just gave up as this regular basic zombie in the bottom middle lane made it all the way through to the lawnmower, and simultaneously chickens on the top 2 lanes made it to the lawnmowers as well. And as I'd only gone through the first big wave by this time, I realized the attempt was cooked and decided to just restart by myself. On the 4th attempt, I actually didn't have a plant food to get rid of that top middle lane conehead, so I decided to just launch the lawnmower since I didn't want it to be hypnotized and hit the chicken wrangler behind it. But this of course is a risky strategy and only works if I don't let any more chicken wranglers out. And it actually wasn't even that top middle lane that I lost in, it was the bottom lane in which this one chicken made it all the way to the mower, and that mower hit another chicken wrangler, which let out a big horde of more chickens, and there is basically no way that a Caulipower can defend against those. On the 5th attempt, I once again launched the mower to get rid of the conehead in the top middle lane, but I was unable to prevent chickens from getting loose, allowing them to take 2 more of my mowers, inevitably making it to the house one more time. And at this point, I decided that this level was still possible, but I was just wasting my time for right now. And like day 22 of Pirate Seas, I'll be leaving this level behind and coming back to it at the end. So, skipping to day 15, a level that only had 1 flag, and I could only lose 2 plants. But it seemed like there were no chickens on this level, and it was just the most basic zombies with a mix of the a piano zombie. And the final wave itself wasn't too difficult either, which allowed me to beat day 15 very easily. Day 16 had 2 flags and I had to protect this one walnut on the minecart, and this wasn't too difficult as I was just shifting the walnut to the lane that didn't have any zombies in it, or lanes that had hypnotized zombies in them. There was a little scare in the bottom lane as a zombie made it all the way to my Caulipower, so I used the plant food to get rid of it. But then with my atrocious RNG, the top middle lane conehead made it all the way to the lawnmower. And then right after, another zombie in the bottom lane actually made it to the lawnmower as well. And then one more zombie in the middle lane. Yep, this easy level did seem to be falling apart. But even with all these lost lawnmowers, we somehow were able to hypnotize and flick all the zombies away, beating day 16. Day 17, another scary one, because the flowers that we have to protect from being trampled on are back and are basically in the center of the map. So of course I have to plant the Caulipower right in front of the flowers, and I almost lost in the bottom lane, but the Caulipower was able to get it last second. And as soon as I got plant food, I was using it to insta recharge my Caulipower seed packet, trying to get down 5 before the final wave was sent in, and I was successful in this, with actually an additional 3 plant food to use on the Caulipower. But the final wave itself was actually so easy that I didn't even need to use any of the plant food to take down day 17. But day 18 was another monstrous level, which in first we have to prep our defenses. But right after starting, a crazy amount of chicken wranglers are sent, and all the chickens just start going and eating all my Caulipower. And as they started taking my lawnmowers as well, this chicken in the bottom lane was able to defeat me before the halfway point was even reached. I knew this level was going to be hard, so on the second attempt, I did the same placements, but this time I instantly used the plant food on the approaching chicken wranglers in the beginning. But even spamming plant food, the chicken wranglers still kept on getting procced. And to be honest, they took me out very easily once again. So this is another level that we're going to put up on the rack and come back to later on. And even though this level seems basically impossible even with plant food, I promise this one is possible and has probably the coolest way of beating it. Day 19 had 2 flags and I could only lose 2 plants, and things got a little hectic after the first big wave, but I did have 4 plant food in stock, which I ended up using 1 to insta recharge a seed packet. And I also had RNG on my side because the hypnosis targeted the dynamite zombies that were attacking the Caulipower, but as this one zombie in the top middle lane started attacking, I had to use a plant food to get rid of it. As the final wave came in, I basically just spammed a couple of plant foods because I had no other use for them, allowing me to beat day 19. Day 21, we had to protect the flowers from being trampled on again, and this level starts off slow but quickly gets hectic. And thankfully your hypnotized zombies stepping over the flowers don't count as the flowers being trampled on, because if that was the case, this level would have been impossible. And as the final wave came in, things were actually looking pretty bad as I only had 3 Caulipowers down, but thankfully I did have a plant food at my disposal that worked out perfectly. But now we're on day 23, a pretty bad level. On day 23, we have to protect flowers from being trampled on again, but also we can only lose 2 plants. And on this first attempt, I had horrific RNG, and the zombie in the bottom lane ate through my Caulipower, and I got a plant food last second, but I wasn't able to use it. I then tried to launch a mower, but I was too late and it trampled the flowers. On the second attempt, things got even worse because I realized that this level also had chicken wranglers, which very quickly trampled the flowers. The third attempt, basically the same exact thing happened, and this was also one of the levels that needed me to buy plant food, so I put it up on the board and I'll be revisiting it later. And you would think that things might get easier on day 24, but actually this got worse because 1, we had to protect these 3 walnuts on the minecarts, and this level also had chickens. And after a couple of attempts, I put this level up on the board as well. And this was the last level of Wild West, and we now had 5 levels that we have to revisit by the end. But that aside, next step is Frostbite Caves, maybe my least favorite world of this entire challenge, and it's mainly due to the reason that the snowstorms exist and the Caulipowers don't have any way of unfreezing the other Caulipower. But day 1 was pretty simple as there were no snowstorms. Day 2 did introduce the snowstorms, and you can see one of my Caulipowers on the bottom was half frozen, and last time with the laser beam we realized that we could just shovel the half frozen plants and get our sun back, but this isn't really beneficial for the Caulipower since its recharge is so long. The main purpose of shoveling was getting our sun back and trying to replant another plant with that sun, but that strategy doesn't really work for Caulipower, so it's best just let it do whatever it can and then let it freeze if it does. But thankfully none of them froze this time, and I was able to use a plant food to get rid of the last couple of zombies. Day 4 we went up to 2 flags, and the game sent in a pretty large amount of zombies right away, but thankfully my RNG was pretty good until it wasn't, and I lost the top lane Caulipower right before I was about to plant food it, and then this conehead in the bottom middle lane made it all the way as well. But by the the time we're approaching the final wave, we had 4 Caulipower down, and these guys were slowly but surely hypnotizing all the zombies. And lastly, I used the plant food to get rid of the remaining zombies at the end, beating day 4. In day 6, however, we could see the true pain brought in by the snowstorms, because at first all these zombies were sent in, and of course the Caulipower kept on missing the zombie in the very front, and even with the second one added and then a third one shortly after, the zombies still made it all the way to the lawnmower. And as the first big wave was about to be sent in, a windstorm came in, half freezing my plants, and then 10 seconds later another one came in, freezing them fully, and these basically then became useless. And I quickly got down another Caulipower thinking maybe this was still redeemable, but as the number of zombies became apparent, I realized this was not possible, and then the 4th Caulipower got frozen as well. So of course the zombies made it all the way to the end pretty easily. The second attempt started off pretty similarly, but some zombies in the top middle lane and the very middle lane made it all the way to the lawnmowers, and at the same time one of my Caulipower got frozen by a wind, which led to me losing that lawnmower as well. But as the final wave came in, once again there was no way I was winning this, as the zombies in the bottom middle lane made it all the way. This level was definitely starting to feel impossible. The third attempt was a little different, not because I won or anything, but instead it's because we lost in a different lane, with that lane being the top middle one. The 4th attempt, however, was much different, and it gave me a lot of hope that this level was beatable without the use of any plant food or coins, because as we made it past the first big wave, we still had our lawnmowers all intact, and if we just gotten a little bit more lucky, the middle lawnmower also wouldn't have been lost. But still, we made it to the final wave with 3 lawnmowers again still intact. And right here, if either of my surviving 2 Caulipower hypnotized that bucket head, we actually would have won, because it would have taken out most of the other zombies, and we would have only had to deal with that one front zombie and then 2 of the ice throwers in the back. But since this didn't happen, the zombies in the very middle lane made it all the way. But looking back, if I wasn't so stingy and just bought 1 plant food, I actually would have beaten this level right here. But since I didn't, that led to a flurry of many attempts where my luck with the Caulipower hypnotizing the right zombies just wasn't good enough, and the final waves would end up looking like this. And at some point I was just restarting levels whenever I felt like I was about to lose, and I lost count, but this was probably close to my 20th attempt, and luck was thankfully on my side this time, because we made it past the first big wave still with 3 lawnmowers, and we got a little unlucky right before the very final wave, as the zombies in the very front didn't get hit by my plant food, but thankfully I had a couple more plant food and it was able to get that one zombie that was about to take me out. But since the zombies in the front weren't being hit at that time, the zombies in the back were, so the final wave ended up looking like this, a very small amount of zombies that was possible to beat. I just needed the Caulipower to hit the right zombies, but as you can see, it was definitely not doing that, and it was hitting all the zombies in the very back. And at this point I realized that I wasn't going to spend another hour on this level, so I finally gave in and decided to buy 1 plant food just for this level, because I knew it was possible, taking out these last 3 zombies and finally beating day 6. That was definitely a painful level, but don't worry, it gets much more painful pretty soon. Day 7, thankfully the game is very easy on sending the snowstorms, and though my plants were still being a little slow and not hitting the front zombies, we were still able to win on the first attempt. Day 9 was actually very similar and didn't have any snowstorms at all, mainly because it was the introduction level of the Dodo mechs, and I ended up losing my top 3 lawnmowers, but again, since my Caulipower weren't getting frozen this level, the power of them combined was able to take out the rest of the zombies pretty easily, and day 9 was beaten on the first attempt as well. But day 11 was the exact opposite, as the snowstorms pick up heavily and the number of zombies sent in this level is pretty insane as well. And normally in this level, the high amount of zombies are supposed to be countered with piercing plants, because all of the zombies get funneled into one lane, which is that very bottom lane. But since I'm not allowed to use any piercing plants or other plants like the Hurricane and Chard Guard, this level suddenly becomes much tougher, because more zombies make my RNG even worse, as it gives the Caulipower more targets to hit, so most of the time the zombies in the back end up getting hit and the front ones make it to the end without much problem. The level itself is long enough that I'm able to get down a pretty decent amount of Caulipower, but this is also countered by the crazy amount of snowstorms, and of course the snowstorms are sent in within the big waves, so right as I need my plants the most, they end up getting frozen and the zombies again make it to the end. And I didn't spend too much time going over every failed attempt on this level, because this ended up being another level that I skipped for now and will be coming back to at the end of the run. So for now, we move on to day 12, where we first prep defenses. Day 13 by its looks is a pretty scary level because it has 4 flags and we have to protect these flowers in the back from being trampled on, and there's snowstorms that come in. But a good thing was that the flowers were in the very back, so it gave us some time to work with. And right after the second big wave was sent in, I was getting unlucky like usual in the top middle lane, so I had to launch a lawnmower to take out that zombie. But this ended up going badly for me as a buckethead later on in that same top middle lane made it all the way to my Caulipower, and I even plant fooded it to try and fend off the buckethead at the same time healing the Caulipower, but it wasn't able to get it and it got eaten. But quickly I planted another Caulipower as it recharged, but this one died even faster as it had 2 zombies eating it, so the buckethead eventually trampled the flowers. But that was just a very big RNG problem, and by the looks of it this level was very easily beatable. So I gave it another try, and this time my plant food were thankfully hitting the right zombies. And as the final wave came in, we were looking pretty good as the main boss this level is supposed to be a Gargantuar that catches you off guard in the very bottom lane as it throws its imps, but the Caulipower doesn't allow the Gargantuar to throw its imps, so it's basically a direct counter to the level's threat, so we won pretty easily on the second attempt. Day 15 is a nice level by the looks of it because they give us 2 pepper poults that warm our plants up, but at the same time it has 4 big waves and we have to protect the pepper poults as well. And it only takes a little bit of bad luck to make the pepper poults very vulnerable to being eaten, but it was looking pretty good as we made it to the third big wave and my plants were hitting the correct zombies. But very quickly everything went wrong as my top and bottom lane Caulipowers got frozen and a buckethead made it to my Caulipower in the bottom lane, very quickly taking it out. The second attempt was even worse as I didn't even make it to that third big wave and a couple of zombies got onto my pepper poult unexpectedly and they ate it. The third attempt, thankfully things went better as I made it to the third big wave, and as a buckethead got close to my pepper poult in the very top lane, a Caulipower was able to hypnotize it. And then as the final wave came in, it got a little scary in the very bottom lane as a buckethead and conehead made it to my pepper pool, but I launched my lawnmower taking them out. And with that, we had beaten day 15 on our third attempt. Day 17 was much nicer as it was a simple level with no special tasks and even better, very minimal snowstorms. And I always mention that pre-placed plants like the fume shroom and chard guards on this level are allowed, but even then I try to only beat the levels using the max level plant, and that rule solely exists just in case the pre-placed plants get a hit or 2 off. That's why you always see me shoveling them as soon as possible. But that aside, I ended up losing a lawnmower in the very middle lane, but my army of Caulipower was pretty strongly built up as none of them got frozen, and the final wave got beaten pretty easily, and day 17 is defeated on the first try. Day 19 was definitely a weird one because 1, it didn't have any special tasks and it had a lot of frozen plants, so you would think that all the frozen plants would mean that a lot of zombies were going to be sent to this level, but there weren't. And so even though a couple of my Caulipowers got frozen throughout the level, the minimal number of zombies sent within the level made it pretty easy to beat even with these frozen plants, so we won pretty easily. Day 20 had 3 flags and also 3 redirection pads in the very middle lanes and some snowstorms that were constantly freezing my Caulipower, but my luck this level was pretty good as my plants were hypnotizing mostly the front zombies, and so even though there were a bunch of them at some points, we ended up getting pretty far. And if things seemed to get too close, I used a plant food and it took out the zombies in the very front. Everything kind of just worked my way and day 20 was beat. In day 22 at first I was very worried because this is the level that introduces the Weasel Hoarders, and if you're somehow unfamiliar with the Weasel Hoarders, they're basically the chicken wranglers of the Frostbite Caves, and instead of chickens they release weasels, but the number of them being sent was actually pretty minimal, so I was pretty luckily able to get them and they weren't proccing the other ones until the very final wave was sent in and 2 Weasel Hoarders got procced right off the bat. In the very top lane and bottom middle lane were good because of the lawnmowers, but the top middle lane was in danger as that didn't have a lawnmower in it, but thankfully that Caulipower held out long enough to where one of the weasels got hypnotized and it ate the other one, and somehow I beat this level on my first attempt. Day 23 has 3 flags, chard guards that we have to protect, and also weasels, but this level I wasn't actually too worried about the weasels or any other zombies as the chard guard is a very good plant paired up with the Caulipower because it just buys the Caulipower more time to hypnotize the zombies, and it's good for the weasels as well because if the weasels get too close I can just plant food power it and it's able to beat them, because even though it doesn't seem like it, the chard guard does do a little bit of damage. And as far as defensive plants go, chard guard might be my favorite. But that aside, day 23 was beaten really easily. Day 26 on the other hand wasn't easy at all because it had 3 main problems. 1 was the 4 big waves waves, 2 was the snowstorms, and 3, this time the weasels came in pretty big numbers. Oh, and of course there's a fourth one being bad RNG, which on the first attempt took me out very easily as for some reason my Caulipowers just didn't hit this front cone head. On the second attempt, a weasel hoarder in the bottom lanes got procced pretty early on, but my Caulipower were able to handle the weasel, but then 2 basic zombies started eating away at my Caulipower, so I launched a lawnmower to take him out. But launching that lawnmower was a problem as a couple more weasel hoarders got procced, and then I didn't have as good as luck with the weasel this time in that bottom middle lane, so I ate away at my Caulipower, eventually making it to the end. The third attempt was literally the same exact thing, but in the very bottom lane, as I first had to launch a mower for the basic zombies, and then a weasel hoarder got procced with the weasel in the very bottom lane who ate through my Caulipower, once again making it to the end by itself. The fourth attempt was identical to the third attempt as I first launched that mower for the basic zombie, and again the weasels got through, and this time even quicker because there were 2 of them. And after a couple more attempts, I'd kind of given up and realized that this level wouldn't be possible without the use of coins, so I put it up on the board with other levels that we'd revisit. And you might be thinking that I'm putting so many levels up that I might not have enough coins to beat them all, but I promise you will be surprised by how many levels I do end up beating. And a little spoiler, this is one of the levels that I do beat, but for now I lost, and we move on to day 27, where thankfully no snowstorms, and we have to protect these 3 Rotobagas against 4 big waves of zombies, but this level specializes in sending big tanky zombies in very little numbers. And since the tankiness of the zombies doesn't matter to the Caulipower, this level ends up being perfect. As one, we're able to get a pretty big army of them down as the level is pretty long, and all the tanky zombies that are sent just get instantly hypnotized, which leads to me beating day 27 on my very first attempt. Day 28 is a prep your defenses level, but it goes a little different than day 27. And this is due to the reason that I can't plant down all my Caulipower at once, since this level has a pretty decent amount of snowstorms that eventually freeze a ton of my Caulipower. And I ended up losing a lawnmower in the very top lane pretty early on, and since that Caulipower was frozen, when a weasel hoarder in that top lane got procced, the weasels actually just ran over that Caulipower all the way to the end without much of a threat to him. On the second attempt, however, things did go much better, as this time when that same weasel hoarder got procced, my lawnmower in that top lane was still intact. In the very final wave, though it sent in a Gargantuar and a couple of weasel hoarders, none of them got procced because I instantly just plant food in my Caulipowers. And with that, we had beaten most of the Frostbite caves using just a max level Caulipower, with only 2 levels that we'd revisit in the future. But for now, we move on to Lost City in comparison to the previous worlds is actually much easier, and most levels in this world were beaten on the very first attempt besides 2. So I'm going to mainly just focus on these 2 levels, as you can probably imagine how the rest of them went. And the first problematic level is day 20 because for some reason it's really fast paced, and it has the tent carrying imps who are very dangerous if we don't take care of them right away, so I have to use a lawnmower on it right at the beginning. The fast pacing of this level also makes it to where I only have 2 Caulipower down by the time the first big wave comes in, and launching that first lawnmower becomes problematic as a zombie eats through the plant in that very top lane, and as a hypnosis beam is traveling to it, makes it to the end but then gets hypnotized after, but of course we'd already lost by this point. On the second try, I was a little luckier with the Caulipowers and the hypnosis beams, but not lucky enough as another zombie in the top middle lane made it to the end, again with the very same thing happening as it got hypnotized after it made it to the end. The third attempt was a little different as the tent carrying imp got hypnotized right away, so I didn't have to use the lawnmower in the beginning because the shovel zombie also got hypnotized and then took out the umbrella zombie behind it. But in the process, I lost the lawnmower in the bottom middle lane, and then as the zombie was eating one of my plants, I launched another one in the very bottom lane. And as the final wave was about to come in, this level was going very well because I only had the very 2 bottom lanes to worry about, but once again the Caulipower had to sell as an umbrella zombie in the bottom middle lane, ate through my first plant, and then I planted a second one to stall it even longer, but again they basically left it as one of the last zombies alive and it made it to the end. But this was a morale booster as it showed me that the level was completely possible. On the next try, I made it to the final wave, but again I lost to a different umbrella zombie. But the next attempt, even though it started off weird, went much better because at first the tent imp actually made it to a gold tile, but the main difference this time was that my second Caulipower plant fooded right as I planted it, and thankfully my Caulipower Caulipower in the bottom lane was able to hit the zombie in the top lane that was getting very close to my lawnmower, and even better, my third Caulipower plant fooded as well, taking out most of the frontline zombies again. I did end up launching a lawnmower in the very top lane right before the final wave came in, but that was because I knew that there's no zombies sent in that top lane in the final wave. And as the final wave came in, I had lawnmowers in each lane that does send zombies for the final wave, but this time the zombies that were getting too close were getting hypnotized at the right time. And just like that, we had beaten day 20. The next semi-problematic level was day 24, and this actually isn't one of the levels that I was talking about in the beginning of Lost City, but I thought I should mention it as it was a challenge level in which we had to protect these flowers in the back from being trampled on. And it was going well for the most part until these Indiana Jones zombies leaped in, and the middle one kind of just ended up evading all of the attacks from my plants and made it over the flowers. On the second try, I made sure that this didn't happen, as right as it landed, I launched my mower to take it out. One in the top was getting close as well, but then I plant fooded, taking it out as well. And after this, we beat day 24 pretty easily. But now on to one of the real annoying levels of Lost City, which was day 27. And this level didn't have any special challenges or tasks to complete, but once again, similarly to day 20, was a nuisance because of its fast pacing, as by the time the second big wave was sent in, I only had 2 Caulipower down, and I ended up losing 4 of my lawnmowers before the final wave was even sent in, losing my 5th one on that final wave. And there was just too many zombies on the screen, so they eventually made it through in a few lanes. On the second try, I didn't even make it to the final wave as my plant food missed this dragonfly zombie. On the third attempt, like attempt 1, I made it to that final wave, but then got overwhelmed once again. Same on the 4th. On the 5th attempt, RNG was thankfully in my favor, as I lost 2 lawnmowers in the very 2 top lanes, but throughout the rest of the level, the Caulipower were doing very well in defending themselves and targeting the frontline zombies, which in turn damaged the zombies behind them and bought the Caulipower more time to hypnotize the other zombies. And due to their better targeting, we ended up beating the level, having 6 of our Caulipowers still on the map alongside 3 lawnmowers. It's insane how important the Caulipower's targeting is, but as that was the final challenging level of Lost City, we skipped straight to day 30, where there are mold colonies, but they aren't too much of a problem for Caulipower as it has full map range. And things got a little close in the very bottom lane with the shovel zombie, but thankfully one of the Caulipowers was able to hypnotize it at the last second, with that only leaving zombies in lanes with lawnmowers, meaning that we had beaten all of Lost City using just a max level Caulipower. And next up, we actually have some even easier worlds. And I say worlds because it's both of the and I'm combining as well as super speeding through the far future and the dark ages because they're the 2 easiest worlds of this entire challenge besides ancient Egypt. The far future is pretty obvious as it's one of the worlds that we speed through usually in every run, since the power tiles are basically a help to every plant and they make fending off the zombies very easy. The dark ages on the other hand could be a little surprising, but normally it's only difficult because of the existence of jester zombies. But since the Caulipower isn't countered by the jester, this world becomes pretty easy as well, and every level is defended against very easily. And with that, we had beaten all of Far Future and the Dark Ages using just the max level Caulipower. Next up, the Neon Mix-Up Tour, we definitely go to the levels being difficult again, and it's not because of any special challenges or tasks, but mainly due to the crazy amount of zombies sent within some of the levels. Days 1 and 2 didn't send in too many zombies, so they're both beaten pretty easily. Day 4, however, you'll start to see things get a little bit messy because we start seeing compact hordes of zombies like these towards the middle that end up making it all the way because the Caulipower just aren't good enough to defeat them. And by the time the final wave was coming in, I'd lost 4 of my lawnmowers with the only one in the bottom lane remaining. But thankfully the number of zombies had dwindled as well, so taking out this final bucket head, we beat day 4 on the first attempt. In day 5, we have to protect these walnuts and Phat Beets, but we ended up doing it pretty easily. Day 7 on the other hand was a horrific one, because as soon as my Caulipower takes out this first zombie, there's 2 mohawks sent in kicking through the air. And if it was just these 2, it would have been easy to deal with, but a couple seconds later 2 more are sent alongside 2 coneheads as well. And since my RNG was pretty bad on this first attempt, those first 2 mohawks made it all the way to the lawnmowers, and then I tried recuperating, but there was a mohawk zombie getting pretty close to the end in that first big wave, so I placed a Caulipower right in front of it, but as soon as the mohawk got close, Zomboss started playing music, so my Caulipower absolutely got destroyed, and with nothing else in its way, that mohawk eventually made it to the end. On the second try, again, my Caulipower decided that it didn't want to hit the front 2 mohawks, so they both made it to the lawnmowers, and this this time I made it a little farther by beating that first big wave, but a little later a horde of zombies that was even bigger than the big wave was sent in. And at this point in the level, there was really nothing I could do. The 4th attempt practically went the same exact way, and the 5th attempt as well. And at this point, I decided that this was one of the levels that I was going to revisit at the end of the video. Day 8 at first also scared me because it sent off a Mohawk zombie right at the start, and then a second one right after, but the rest of the pacing was slow enough that I was able to get down 3 Caulipower by the time the first big wave came in. But the zombies did end up getting one in the very top lane and also the one in the very middle lane. And of course, the lawnmowers with it. And of course, right after, my RNG was letting me down heavily as it wasn't targeting the bucket heads in the very front. So the ones in the very middle lane kind of mobbed up, destroying my Caulipower, and as we reached the final wave, they made it to the end of the lawn, taking me out on my very first attempt. But this level looked much more possible than day 7 because it was just an RNG problem. And a couple of different things I did this time was using my plant food to try to preserve the Caulipowers that I'd already placed down, and this actually allowed me to get down 4 Caulipower and not lose any lawnmowers when the second big wave came in. And right before the final wave was about to come in, a group of zombies in that very top middle lane were getting close to my Caulipower, so I used a mower launch to take care of them because I felt like preserving that Caulipower was more important than the lawnmower. And by this point, we'd made it past basically all the risky zombies, and the only lane I had to worry about was the top middle one. And when it seemed to be getting close, I had a plant food stocked up, so I used it last second, leaving 1 bucket head, and as it got taken out, we beat day 8. Day 12 was pretty contrasting to day 7 and 8 because it was kind of easy just throughout the entire level. There weren't too many zombies sent at once, so my Caulipower were able to handle them all by themselves. And I think it's mainly due to the reason that this is the level that their Gargantuar is introduced in. So the game kind of takes it easy on the basic zombies because they're sending in a Gargantuar. And that, of course, is an ideal situation for the Caulipower. Day 13, I prepped defenses. Day 15, I had to protect these 5 Phat Beets, and I ended up having to launch a mower in the very middle lane, but that was the extent of the difficulty, so day 15 was beat pretty easily. Day 17 started off pretty slow, but then very quickly picked up the pace, sending in all these imps at once, and these guys did end up overwhelming me, taking 3 of my lawnmowers. But then as the final wave came in, it only sent in 5 bucket heads and 5 breakdancer zombies, so the second half of the level ended up being much easier, and day 17 was beat. Day 18 was a weird one because it only had 1 flag, so I thought that maybe the game would send in an insane amount of zombies at once, but it didn't, and they were kind of spread out, so I ended up beating the level pretty easily. Day 20 was pretty simple for the most part, but then towards the end, a few microphone whippers got very close to my Caulipower, taking one of them out with the lawnmower, and it was seeming like RNG wasn't in my favor, so I kind of gave in as I didn't want to lose, so I bought a plant food, using it at the very end as it took out the microphone whipper, and as this bucket head was the only zombie left, we beat day 20 as well with the help of buying 1 plant food. Day 21 was definitely a dangerous one as we had to protect these flowers towards the back from being trampled on, and the most annoying zombies this time were definitely the breakdancers as they just kick forward all the zombies, which in turn gives my Caulipower less time to hypnotize them, and due to this, a couple of zombies in the bottom middle lane made it all the way, trampling the flowers. On the second try, things went much better as my Caulipower's plant food powers and normal hypnosis was targeting the correct zombies, and as I made it to the very final wave, I realized that I'd won because I sent in a pretty minimal amount of zombies who were all quickly put under our spell. Day 23 is a pretty scary one as well as it introduces the arcade pushers, and the arcade pushers are problematic because the arcade itself spawns zombies very similarly to the 10 Temp of Lost City, but this time we don't have the choice of stopping them and they kind of just spawn in zombies right as they walk onto the map. So the best method we have of destroying the arcades is the zombies that come out of it get hypnotized and then eat the machine itself, or a zombie makes it all the way to the lawnmower, taking out the machine as well. And I was honestly surprised that the arcade didn't end up overwhelming me this level because we made it to the final wave with 4 of our mowers still intact, and then I was getting pushed pretty heavily in the lane that didn't have a lawnmower, but very luckily the Caulipower that I planted down plant fooded on placement, taking out most of them and hypnotizing the last zombie. We beat day 23 on the first try. Day 24 we once again prepped defenses. Day 25, we go back to normal, and it's once again another level that only has one big wave. And this time, the number of zombies in the final wave are definitely higher than last time, but they were still definitely manageable if my RNG hadn't let me down in the bottom middle lane where I didn't have a lawnmower, and I couldn't risk buying a plant food here either because there's too many zombies on the screen and it might have taken multiple. So the zombie from the arcade machine ended up beating me on this first attempt. On the second try, we actually made it to the final wave without losing a singular lawnmower, so it was impossible for us to lose. And after losing all 5 of my lawnmowers, day 25 was beaten. Day 26, however, was definitely one of the more painful levels in the Neon Mixtape Tour, and I'm not even going to waste any time going over this level because this is another level that I put up on the chalking board and we'll revisit it at the end. Day 28 wasn't an easy one either because it introduced these boombox zombies who, if given the chance, would just hypnotize your Caulipowers, immobilizing them and allowing the zombies to take the lawnmowers in return. And in between the first big wave and the final wave, there's a lot of boombox zombies sent at once, so they immobilized all my Caulipower, and this one Mohawk in the very middle made it to the end as my Caulipower missed their hypnosis on it. The second attempt started off pretty similar as I lost a couple of my lawnmowers to the basic zombies, but I did make it past the insane amount of boombox zombies, and now all that was left was the very final wave to defeat. And since it sent in a pretty minimal amount of zombies, it seemed pretty doable with these 3 Caulipower, but one of them got whipped in the very top, and I noticed the number of zombies was pretty close to 5, so one plant food could take them out, so I almost bought one right here, but my Caulipower recharged, so I placed it down up there again. But at this point, I'd been playing this challenge for so long, I didn't want to risk it, so I bought the plant food, thankfully taking out the rest of the zombies, beating day 28. And that had kind of become my rule at this point because I'd been doing this challenge for so long, and I was just trying to save any time I could. So any time that I saw that I was at the very end and it would only take one plant food to take out the rest of the zombies, I would go for it. But that aside, day 29 started off pretty easy, and I made it to the final wave without losing a singular lawnmower, so my victory was technically guaranteed. And after losing 4 of my mowers, we beat day 29. And now we'd made it to the final level that we play of the Neon Mixtape Tour, which was day 30. And it starts off slow with the microphone whippers, but right after sends in the breakdancers to ruin my day. And ruin my day they did, as this microphone whipper breakdancer combo made it all the way to my Caulipower in the bottom lane, taking it out, and then also a lawnmower with them. And I tried saving the one in the very top lane by launching a mower, but I was too late and it took out the Caulipower and I lost my mower as well. And after losing my last 2 mowers, I realized that this attempt might be a little cooked, and it kept on getting worse because I lost another Caulipower to a Mohawk, and eventually this Mohawk made it to the end, taking me out. That was definitely a series of unfortunate events. The second attempt thankfully went a little bit smoother because this time my plants decided to hit the microphone whippers before they got too close. And thankfully when they did get too close, their music had stopped, so they weren't insta-killing my Caulipowers, making me only lose 3 of my lawnmowers instead of all 5 like last time. And as the final wave came in, we had 5 Caulipower down, and the final wave itself didn't send in too many zombies, so as we're about to hypnotize them all, we had now beaten most of the Neon Mixtape Tour using just Caulipower with only 2 levels that we needed to revisit after. But it gets painfully worse in the... And there's really only one main factor that makes the Jurassic Marsh one of the worst worlds for the Caulipower, and it's the dinosaurs within it. Every dinosaur has an ability that makes the zombies in some way faster by either kicking them forward or just super speeding them. And the faster the zombies are, the more detrimental it is for the Caulipowers because 1, the recharge takes forever, and then they also have less time to do their attacks. But even with that, days 2, 4, and 5 were all beaten without much problem. Day 6 for the most part wasn't too scary, but there was a problem because we lost the lawnmower in the very middle lane towards the beginning, and then towards the end there was a cone head that wasn't getting hypnotized by my Caulipower, and it seemed like it was about to beat me, so I panic bought a plant food, but then I actually didn't end up needing it as one of my hypnosis beams hit it. So I did kind of waste 1,000 coins there, but it's okay. Day 8 we beat without losing a single lawnmower. Day 10 had 3 flags, and there was definitely a couple of scary instances within the level. The first was this cone head in the top middle lane, almost making it to the very end because there wasn't a lawnmower, but my Caulipower was able to hypnotize it last second. And then right after, there was a basic zombie in the very top lane who's going to make it to the end, but I placed a Caulipower to body block it, and it ended up eating that Caulipower, but thankfully one of the other ones hit it last second, saving us one more time. And with only a couple of zombies left on the map, one of my Caulipowers that I planted insta-plant fooded, and we beat day 10. Day 11 we beat without much problem. Same with with day 12, but day 13 went a little differently because a couple of zombies made it to the end, taking my lawnmowers towards the middle of the level, and then about 15 seconds later, another basic zombie in the middle lane made it all the way to the end because my Caulipower refused to hit it. On the second attempt, my RNG was a little better, so we made it to the final wave with 3 mowers still intact, and with this one last zombie in the top lane being hypnotized by my Caulipower, we beat day 13. Day 15 has 2 flags, and we have to protect these primal walnuts in the middle, and things started getting a little scary as I started losing a ton of my lawnmowers right before the final wave was about to be sent in, but the final wave itself had pretty minimal zombies, so we ended up beating them pretty easily. Day 17 has 2 flags, and for the first 90% of the level is pretty easy, but by the time the final wave is sent in, all the zombies overwhelmed my Caulipowers, but thankfully I had all my mowers intact as well, so they carried me to victory. And you might be thinking that I mentioned that the Jurassic Marsh was one of the most difficult worlds, and we haven't had any difficulty really, but day 18 is where this starts to change because we're introduced to the T-Rex dinosaur who super speeds the zombies in its lane. And normally the strategy against these guys is wall plants or just cheap plants that you can place right in front of the super speeded zombies, because once they touch a plant they slow down again. But of course we can't offer up any of our Caulipowers as sacrifices because that'd just make us lose in the long run. And from day 18 and onwards, there's going to be 4 levels that we put aside and then revisit at the end, so I won't be going over each and every failed attempt on those levels, and I'll just mention them and then we'll come back to them later. And day 18 was the first of these levels, and the next 3 were days 21, 23, and lastly 25, but 25 has a different reason because it also adds the Ankylosaurus dinosaur, who if you don't have a plant in front of the zombies path that are getting launched by the Ankylosaurus, they basically get launched to the end of the map. But like I said, we'll be revisiting these 4 levels at the end. And since I've mentioned all 4 of the levels, you could probably assume that I beat the rest of the levels that were in the Jurassic Marsh, but I'll still go over them briefly because we did end up losing on day 26 in the very top lane because the Ankylosaurus launched a couple of zombies that first took the lawnmower, and then the next ones made it all the way to the end. And then a zombie leaked in the very bottom lane. The third attempt had the same outcome as the first attempt, but thankfully on my 4th attempt, my Caulipower finally had good RNG and actually hit that one imp that was in that very top lane. And that was basically the only main threat, so we ended up beating day 26 on this 4th attempt. Day 27, we get a little break with the prepare your defenses level. Day 28, we go back to normal with 2 flags and still the annoying dinosaurs, and at some points in the level the zombies did feel a little overwhelming, but my RNG was pretty good, and with the help of the lawnmowers we're able to minimize the number of zombies, so the final wave ended up being pretty easy with only one scary instance in the very top lane because the cone head was eating through that Caulipower. But as those 2 in the top lane were the last of the zombies, my Caulipower focused them and we beat day 28 on the first attempt. And now we're on day 30, which is the last level that we play of the Jurassic Marsh. And the zombies were being sent in small hordes throughout the entire level. And by the time we made it to the final wave, we had 5 Caulipower down and all 5 lawnmowers intact, guaranteeing our success. And with that, we had beaten a pretty good chunk of Jurassic Marsh using just the max level Caulipower with only 4 levels that we needed to revisit. And Caulipower performs a little bit better in Big Wave Beach, weirdly enough, is one of the easier worlds in this entire challenge because of how slow the zombies come in. And there's a cool mechanic with the Caulipower. Since it's floating slash flying, you don't need lily pads to place it on top of, and it can just hover over the water, making it pretty difficult to take out. So I'm super speeding all the way to the level where it becomes a little bit difficult because about 80% of this world is very easy, and the difficulty starts to set in on day 25, where we once again have that challenge where we have to defeat a certain amount of zombies in a certain amount of time. And honestly, I thought this level was going to be impossible at first because I couldn't really figure out how to get enough zombies hypnotized in that time, since using our plant food doesn't count as defeating a zombie, and 10 zombies in 5 seconds is very difficult. But on my second attempt, I had a genius idea. I planted 2 Caulipower down in the very back, with the third one, when things started getting a little close close with some of the surfboarders, and the main goal of these Caulipower is to just preserve our lawnmowers. And right before the final wave is about to come in, there's also a low tide that brings in a ton of zombies at once. And right as this low tide came in, I shoveled my Caulipower as fast as I could. And my strategy that I came up with was using the lawnmowers and timing them perfectly to where I could defeat 10 zombies in 5 seconds using just them. And at first it looked like the strategy failed because the bar went back down to basically 0 and I only had 2 mowers left. But as the 2 mowers launched and defeated the zombies, we actually ended up killing 10 zombies with those 2. And now all we had to do was take care of these 3 zombies, 2 of which got launched by the plant food, and this lot gargantuar was just hypnotized with the normal Caulipower's attack, and we beat day 25 on our second attempt. I was pretty surprised by that outcome. Day 27, 28, and 29 were all beaten pretty easily, but day 30 was once again a level that we had to put to the side to revisit it after beating modern day. Because even though the Caulipower are pretty good against the fishermen since the water can't take them out, the real problem starts to set in when zombies like the surfboarders and the octos are sent in that can either cover or just one-shot the Caulipower. And because of this is a level that we'd revisit in the future, and for now, we'd beaten most of Big Wave Beach using just a max level Caulipower. But that aside, we see a couple of our old enemies in modern day. For the most part, isn't too difficult of a world, but there are 4 levels in here that caused a little bit of problem. The first of which was day 7 that has the octo zombie spam, so all my Caulipower ended up getting covered with octopus, and the zombies were easily able to make it to the end on my first attempt. On the second attempt, I knew I was going to need a plant food within the final wave where all the octopus are sent, so I bought one and then instantly used it on a Caulipower, which thankfully took out most of the octopus. And I'm not gonna lie, I didn't feel like losing, so I bought another plant food to get rid of these final zombies. And even then, it looked like we were about to lose, but very luckily, one of my Caulipower recharged, and right as I planted it, it plant fooded, taking out the rest of the zombies. The next annoying level is day 10, and I'm not gonna spend any time on it. It's basically just crazy zombie spam, which I won't be able to defeat without buying plant food. So for now, it's being put aside. The third problematic level at first was day 23, and it was once again a level that had the octo zombies that would just end up covering my Caulipowers, so I lost on the first attempt. On the second try, however, I had a plant food that I used as soon as the octo zombies came in, and they instantly got taken out before they could cover all my Caulipowers. And with that simple choice, day 23 was beaten pretty easily on the second try. And now onto the last of the annoying levels, which is day 30, where we have to protect these flowers in the very front from being trampled on. And normally the main problem in these levels is the all-star zombie, but this time I'd say that every zombie in this level is a problem since the flowers are so far forward, and the Caulipower just don't have enough time to defeat them without the help of coins being used. So this is another level that we're putting aside. But that means that we're now on the technical last level that we play of the entire challenge, which is modern day 31. And compared to the previous 4 levels that I just shown you, this one was extremely easy as we didn't lose a single lawnmower. And with that, we had gone through all of modern day, but now Caulipower has to go on its The Revenge Arc consists of 16 levels that I deemed unbeatable without buying plant food. And now with almost 36,000 coins saved up, I would be going back to all these levels and trying to beat them. Of course, with the first level being day 22 of Pirate Seas, which has an overwhelming amount of imps that are shot out of the cannons. Well, this isn't actually the first level that we tried to beat because I was still trying to be smart with my plant food usage. So I attempted this level as a refresher of just how difficult it was, and this attempt made me realize that I'd have to buy too much plant food and it might be more worth it to test out the other levels first. And that's exactly what I did, skipping straight to day 11 of Frostbite Caves. I didn't even try to go for the Wild West levels yet because I knew that the chickens were one of the worst ones to go up against, and I was confident that if played right, the Frostbite Caves levels wouldn't take too many coins to beat. And this was definitely still a scary task because if I bought plant food at the wrong time, I would just be wasting it. And day 11 was the perfect example of this because I was hesitant to use any coins until I was sure that I had the perfect run. And in re-attempting this level, I started to realize that there was some strategy that I could employ. Like if you notice there's a wind that came through when the first zombie was about halfway through the map, which half froze my Caulipower. So I chose to restart and then take advantage of this knowledge, letting that first zombie get halfway through and then planting my first Caulipower afterwards. This just allows the Caulipower to survive one extra wave of the winds from being frozen. But that strategy alone wasn't going to be nearly enough, and I had some pretty bad RNG here, so I decided to restart again because in order to get the perfect run on this level, I would need to employ different strategies and different placements of the Caulipower alongside the RNG being on my side. And on this attempt, the RNG was on my side as that Caulipower on the bottom lane was safe from the zombies. But as the second big wave came in, that RNG quickly ran out, as even after using a plant food, the two zombies on top of the bottom lane Caulipower didn't get wiped away. And so they ate through the Caulipower and took the lawnmower behind it. And even worse, all while that was happening, my other two plants got frozen as well. So this attempt was cooked. On the next try, I implemented another strategy, which was placing the Caulipower in that top middle lane. And this was due to the reason that placing the Caulipower in the very bottom lane put it in threat to that very front zombie if it didn't get hypnotized right away. And this strategy technically saved me one Caulipower, but at the same time cost me my lawnmower if that zombie wasn't hit. So I tried the same placement a couple more times, but the Caulipower kept on hitting a different zombie. And you might have noticed here that the Caulipower is only able to get off one shot before that front zombie reaches the lawnmower. And this is pretty important because if you look at the snowstorm that's about to come in, the very top lane snowstorm goes by sooner than the ones in the lanes underneath them, which means that I can get down my Caulipower sooner in the very top lane and not have it half frozen compared to the lanes underneath. And like I mentioned earlier, at first it was only able to get down one shot, but with this placement it's able to get down two shots before that front zombie reaches the lawnmower. And on this attempt I actually ended up hitting the first zombie with the second shot. This basically makes it to where I have double the chance to save my lawnmower. And even though this seems like a pretty decent strategy for the early game, there is a problem with it in the fact that there's two windstorms in that top lane that freeze that Caulipower pretty fast. So after a couple more tries with the same strategy, I actually changed my placement to the very middle lane for the first Caulipower. And in the long run for this level, this placement is better if that Caulipower ends up hitting the very front zombie. So after a couple of tries, it did exactly that, hitting the front zombie, now creating momentum for my other placements. And for the most part, you want to keep the Caulipower in the middle three lanes because the top and bottom lane for some reason just have extra snowstorms in this level. But then comes in the problem of a snowstorm going past that middle lane and freezing all of your Caulipower at once. And the game didn't even have a chance to do that to me, as the buckethead in the bottom lane made it all the way to the end. And then I was stuck in a constant loop of my first Caulipower not hitting that very front zombie, instead targeting the back ones every time. And this kind of just kept on happening over and over again. But while doing these attempts, I realized that if you place the Caulipower right at the tail end of the snowstorm, even in this placement, it's able to get off two shots before that front one makes it all the way to the lawnmower. But even still, my luck was really bad. But finally, after several attempts, it hit that front zombie. And now everything seemed to be in place for my strategy to finally start working. And I decided that this placement of the Caulipower of the three in the middle was still the best, because though they'd all get frozen at the same exact time, that actually doesn't end up happening until right before the final wave is sent in. So these three will survive until then, which is pretty good as they can take out most of the zombies. And by the time that they do get frozen, I will have other Caulipower on the map as well. Having 5 Caulipower by the time the third big wave was sent in, things seemed to be going pretty well. There was just this mini horde of zombies that I wasn't too sure about, so I launched a mower to get rid of them because it seemed like a good decision at the time. And right after, those middle Caulipower got frozen alongside the one in the very bottom lane, but this was still okay because I had 3 others to work with. And even better, I still had 4 of my lawnmowers that were usable. And right here, it would have been better for us if we preserved that mower in the bottom lane until all the zombies were on the map, since they all get funneled down to there. But it felt like the run wasn't going to get any better than this, and now would be the time to buy my plant food, which is exactly what I did, buying 1 and using it it as soon as the first big wave came in, and then buying a second one as well, which very unluckily after using it took out mainly the zombies that weren't much of a threat, and it seemed like I was gonna need to buy a third one, and I was prepared having my cursor over the plant food button, but last second one of the bucket heads got hypnotized, stalling all of the other zombies in the bottom lane, which gave the Caulipower more time to hypnotize the others. And in doing this, I didn't have to buy any more plant food, and we ended up beating Frostbite Caves using just 2,000 coins. Only using 2,000 coins definitely made it worth strategizing over all those failed attempts, but this was only one of 16 levels to beat. And the second level of the Frostbite Caves, day 26, had the different gimmick of the Weasel Hoarders. And again, I wasn't too quick on buying plant food, doing a couple of test runs on this level because this level mainly depended on the timing. And by timing, I mean me figuring out at what points in the level the Weasel Hoarders are sent in and trying to use my plant food at the perfect moment to where they kind of get wiped out and can't release their weasels in time. But of course, this first attempt was cooked and a cone head made it all the way to the end pretty easily. And on this level, there isn't really any strategy I can talk about because it's mainly just RNG and what my Caulipower ends up hitting. And I ended up losing just because of bad RNG about 7 times, but on the 8th attempt, things were in my favor because one, this Weasel Hoarder in the bottom middle lane got hypnotized right before a mower was about to reach it, and if the mower had reached it, it would have released the weasels onto the other 2 adjacent lanes, taking their mowers as well. But I ended up losing those lawnmowers anyways because the weasels broke out another Weasel Hoarder which took the lawnmowers. But believe it or not, this was still working in our favor as I had a plant food to take care of all of these zombies, except of course for the one cone head that was in the very front, and I had to buy a plant food for it because I felt like this was the right run to buy plant food on. And I say that this was the correct run because the only Weasel Hoarders now left on this level were the frozen ones, and the timing right here was crazy because I pre-plant fooded my Caulipower, and as soon as the Weasel Hoarder got broken out, it got launched by the Caulipower. If the hypnotized zombie had even hit it once, I would have lost. And somehow the same exact thing happened to the second frozen Weasel Hoarder. That worked out extremely well in my favor, and now we only had these zombies on the map to deal with, which means that we had beaten this level only using 1,000 coins and buying 1 plant food. That was definitely a success. The next level that we tackle is Neon Mixtape Tour day 7, and this was actually probably the weirdest of the levels because I remember when I first tried it, it seemed impossible, but this time for some reason after a couple of attempts, my RNG just seemed to be perfect, hitting all the correct zombies for me to win, and I actually ended up beating this level without the need of buying a plant food, and that was definitely good news. 3 levels out of 16 had been beaten, with the 4th level being day 26 of the Neon Mixtape Tour. And the strategy with this level is always the same in the beginning, letting the Mohawk kickers kick the Spore Shroom back, as it just gives us more time and space to work with. But this level was extremely RNG dependent because if my Caulipower didn't hit the correct zombies, a simple zombie like the Buckethead in the top lane could wipe out one Spore Shroom and I'd lose. And this went on for about 15 minutes of failed attempts until I finally landed on a run that the RNG was in my favor. The microphone whippers were getting hypnotized at the correct times as well as the front zombies. I did launch a mower in the top middle lane because the arcade zombies were getting a little too close for my comfort, and the rest of the wave went by pretty smoothly, and once again we didn't have to buy any plant food. I was actually getting pretty shocked by these results because my RNG the first time around was atrocious. For the 5th level we bounced to modern day 10 because it seemed like the easiest one of the remainders, as it was purely an RNG type of level because if I got the correct zombies hypnotized, they could just take care of the rest of the level. And the only problem in the early game of this level is the Weasel Hoarder in the bottom middle lane, but thankfully we only lost 1 lawnmower to them this time, leaving the other 4 for any other remaining zombies. And with all the tanky zombies being hypnotized, the other zombies weren't much of a threat to them, and we once again beat a level without the need of buying a plant food. But don't worry, I paid back for not buying any plant food on modern day 30 because right after the second big wave was sent in, I went to buy plant food and got distracted, not realizing the Caulipower in the very top lane had gotten eaten, so I actually ended up buying 3 plant food and didn't use any of it, completely just wasting 3,000 coins. And as you can see on the screen, I kind of just skipped the level afterwards, realizing that it'd be better to do the other levels first. But Big Wave Beach day 30 again wasn't the correct choice, and I was on this level for a pretty long time trying to strategize just how I would beat it, and and I couldn't really figure it out, even wasting 1,000 coins in the process, eventually deciding that this was another level that I was gonna put aside once again and just go on to the other levels. The next level we tackle is day 14 of the Wild West, which has the chickens, and the strategy on this level was getting the timing down of when the chicken wranglers came in and then using my plant food at the correct time to get rid of them before they got procced. And there was once again about 13 minutes of failed attempts until I finally landed on this run, where I basically knew when and where the perfect time to plant food would be. And there was actually a pretty weird strategy to this level where I only use one Caulipower, and this was because I didn't want to hypnotize any unnecessary zombies, because the hypnotized zombies walk off the map and then sometimes proc the chicken wranglers like one did in this top middle lane. So I ended up losing 2 of my lawnmowers, and then right after saw another chicken wrangler in the very top lane, and at this point the level looked cooked, so I almost restarted but kept going because I had a small feeling that it was still possible. And the problem here is the chicken in the top lane is going to eat through my Caulipower, hitting the lawnmower and then proccing that chicken wrangler in the back, but I got pretty lucky that my Caulipower hit the chicken wrangler before the mower got to it. And since I had my recharge up for another Caulipower, I placed it down, buying a plant food and then using that plant food on it, thankfully getting the 2 chicken wranglers that were on the map. And now it was only the final wave, and I was familiar that in the final wave every lane is sent a chicken wrangler in it. So I bought 1 plant food to prepare and used it on the Caulipower, but this did not get rid of all the chicken wranglers, so I bought another plant food using it right away, and this did get rid of all of them. And now with only these 2 zombies left, I planted the second Caulipower because there was no risk, and we had finally beaten day 14. Day 18 is a pretty interesting one because it's a prep your defenses level, and we're given a pretty good amount of Caulipower that we can place down, but all these Caulipower are actually bad for us because they proc all the chicken wranglers. So I implemented the same strategy that I used on day 14, only having down 1 Caulipower and just consistently plant fooding it to get rid of the chicken wranglers. But if you're unfamiliar with day 18, it has an insane amount of chicken wranglers, which of course would mean that we're gonna have to use a pretty insane amount of plant food to get rid of them all. And at first I was thinking maybe like 5 or 6 plant food, but in the end I actually spent 15,000 coins on just this level, but thankfully we did beat it. And next up I jumped to day 23 of the Wild West, but lost to the chicken wranglers and quickly realized that maybe this wasn't the level that I want to try to defeat right now. So I jumped to the Jurassic Marsh. And unlike the Frostbite Cave or Wild West levels, there isn't really any strategy to the Jurassic Marsh ones, and you kind of just have to power through them using coins. And day 18 we beat using 3,000 coins. Day 21, over a couple of failed attempts, I realized that it might be possible without the need of spending coins. And to my luck, it actually was. And very surprisingly, day 23 was the exact same, and I was able to beat it only losing 1 lawnmower and not spending any coins. But I did make a little oopsie right here, and I ended up playing day 24 even though it was one of the levels we already beat. And normally it wouldn't have been a problem, but I thought that I should mention it since I actually ended up buying 1 plant food to defeat this level for a second time, since I didn't realize that I wasn't even on the correct level. But this 1,000 coins that I just spent doesn't make too big of a difference, and there aren't like any extra levels that I could have beaten with that 1,000 coins. But now going on to the real level that I was supposed to play, we once again ended up just having extremely good RNG and beat it without the need of buying any plant food. I was genuinely really surprised with the Jurassic Marsh levels because they seemed impossible at first, but they all ended up being pretty easy. What wasn't easy was this Pirate Seas day 22 that we had now come back to. And without much thought, I kind of just went for it, buying plant food whenever I felt like I needed it. And by the time we're approaching the final wave, I'd already drained my bank and had 950 coins left. And I would have been extremely sad if using all my coins didn't allow me to beat this level, but there was a little bit of strategy put into using the plant food at the time that I did, because it allowed me to preserve all of my lawnmowers until all the imps were now on the map, and this guaranteed my win against them. But this win also meant that I didn't have enough coins to defeat the rest of the levels that hadn't been beat yet. And the levels that hadn't been beat were now only Wild West days 23 and 24, and also Big Wave Beach day 30 alongside Modern Day day 30. So the total of unbeaten levels dropped from 16 to only 4, which is honestly, in my opinion, pretty crazy. So Caulipower was basically able to beat most of the game just by itself. And so far, this has probably been the most most challenging yet fun solo plant level challenge that I've done. And next step is that? Phat Beet is a plant whose name has consistently been stepped on this channel. That's mainly due to the reason that it kind of just underperforms. But that was at level 1, so I thought, what if it's max level? Would it still underperform, or would it single-handedly vanquish all the zombies within PvZ2 to replenish its dignity? Well, let's find out. And for Phat Beets, Ancient Egypt was easy enough that it isn't really worth mentioning all the small details. So here's all the levels at once. And while they play out, I can quickly go over the stats of the max level Phat Beet. Its sun cost goes from 150 to 75. Its recharge goes from 5 seconds to 3 seconds. It has 900 health. Also, with the mastery comes a 1 in 5 chance to boost every time I place it down. For last, I saved its damage, because if you're unfamiliar with Phat Beet, it has 2 different types of attacks. One is just its normal attack, which at max level does 45 damage, but then from every 4th to 6th hit, it does a bigger attack, which at max level does 135 damage. And I'll point this out in Pirate Seas just so you get a better picture of what I mean. And with that, all the levels of Ancient Egypt were very easily beat. Next up, and here we are, day 1 of the Pirate Seas. And this is the perfect level to kind of tell you about the strategy that I chose to use with the Phat Beets. Very similarly to the Lightning Reed, you want to be using the top middle lane and bottom middle lane because of its area attack. And you can see the Phat Beets in the back are 2 columns away from the ones in the front. That's because these 4 Phat Beets are now able to cover most of the map. And if by some chance a zombie gets to the very back, we can very easily place another Phat Beet to take care of it. And that was day 1 of Pirate Seas. Day 2 starts, nothing really special, just missing half of 1 lane, and I chose to go with the quad placement of the Phat Beets. Normally when I'm doing these challenges, I like to look through the PvZ wiki just so I can keep my statements as factual as possible, and I learned that Pirate Seas takes place in the year 1679. Pretty cool. But aside from that, day 2 was also very easily beat. And day 3 again is 1 flag with us missing half a lane in the middle lane, and I quickly got down 2 Phat Beet in the top middle lane and bottom middle lane, later adding 2 behind. And again, with the strongest zombies being the swinging pirates and the coneheads, the final wave was no threat. Day 4 ramps up a little bit by adding a second flag, but I chose to just stick with my normal placements. And you can kind of start to see where the Phat Beet starts to fall off in the top middle lane with the bucket head, because even though the Phat Beet is max level, the zombies start getting some hits off. And with 2 back-to-back bucket heads, that Phat Beet actually got eaten. But of course, I quickly replaced it, and that one actually insta-plant fooded, knocking out all the zombies next to it. Lastly, that zombie in that bottom lane, finishing day 4. Day 5 sticks with 2 flags, but this time 3 of the lanes are missing half of their tiles, and one of them happens to be that top middle lane, throwing my strategy off just a little bit. And these are the placements I chose to go with at first, but then I planted another Phat Beet in that bottom middle lane because it's throwing my OCD off a little bit. Now within the final wave, there's a lot of seagull zombies, so I chose to plant food my Phat Beet, which instantly took out basically every zombie, beating day 5. Day 6 also had 2 flags, and again the same lanes with the same tiles were missing. So of course all my placements ended up being the exact same as well. And the final wave sent in a lot of swinging pirates, but they were all easily taken down. And now with only a couple of bucket heads and a cone head remaining, day 6 was beat without any casualties. Day 7, once more, it was only 2 flags, and this time only 2 of the lanes had tiles missing. And thankfully it was the top lane and the bottom lane, which allowed me to go back to my previous strategy for the placements. But there was a little problem within this level. That was the introduction of the barrel roller zombie that immediately took out that top lane Phat Beet. So I placed another Phat Beet right underneath to take it out, but then I realized there's another one in that middle lane, but somehow 2 Phat Beets were able to take it out. And so the easiest fix to the strategy of the Phat Beet placement to take out the barrel roller was just adding a Phat Beet in that middle lane. That meant that any barrel roller that would come in would have 2 Phat Beets dealing damage to it, ensuring our victory over them and day 7. But then although day 9 did have 2 flags, it went back to limiting our tile space. But honestly, this wasn't too bad because we could place the Phat Beets in the back to take care of any swinging zombies or any other zombies that would happen to make it there. And we could just plant 2 Phat Beets in those front lanes that can take care of basically any zombie, including the barrel rollers, because there's at least 2 of them. And so although we're limited by tile space, we still only had to plant 4 Phat Beets to take care of all the zombies. In the end, beating day 9 very easily. Day 10 was another step up in the Pirate Seas, with the level now having 3 flags. And honestly, even though the tiles were limited, I could have just gone with the strategy from the previous level, but for some reason I chose to go with the strategy from the earlier levels with the double Phat Beet placement in the back. And this level actually introduced the imp cannons as well, but the cool thing about the Phat Beets was they're able to damage them because of the area damage. And even the imp cannons that seemed impossible to reach, like that one in the bottom lane, were reachable because we could just plant food or Phat Beet. And this helped us quickly beat day 10. Now we're on day 11 again with 2 flags and 3 lanes limiting our space. And I'd mentioned earlier that I'd show you what the bigger attack of the Phat Beet looks like. So if you just focus on that top Phat Beet, as soon as the swinging pirates land, it does it. And if you look at it again, you'll see that this is its normal attack. It's a pretty cool feature, and I'm not gonna lie, even though I've played this game a lot, I did not know that existed before doing this challenge. There was an annoyance within this level, and that was that top lane imp cannon, because I plant fooded this Phat Beet, but it didn't reach. And then if you look in the front of that bottom middle lane, I planted another Phat Beet and plant fooded it to try and reach it, but it only ended up reaching that first imp cannon and not that top one. Meaning for this level, an imp cannon was unreachable and we just have to wait it out. And then after about 25 seconds, it exploded and we easily took out all the imps, beating day 11. Day 14 is the first prep your defenses level, not including Ancient Egypts of course, so I prepped some defenses. And I added a few more than my normal placements just because I could. And even though the final wave sent in a lot of zombies, the Phat Beet's area damage was easily able to take them all out. Day 15, I first quickly shoveled this Threepeater, and in one of the previous videos, about 10 people made the same joke about Threepeaters having 3 Peters, and I thought that I should mention that so you guys can really enter my mind state. But aside from that, this level consisted of a lane of flowers that we had to protect from being trampled on in the very back, and also 2 flags. And normally, I'd plant a column of Phat Beet right in front of the flowers, but this time I didn't really see the need. And with the final wave being heavily underwhelming, my instincts were right, and after plant fooding this middle Phat Beet, we easily beat day 15. Day 16 is probably the first semi-challenging challenge where we have to protect these 2 spring beans in the middle lanes. And take the phrase semi-challenging very lightly because this wasn't very challenging at all. With a couple of extra Phat Beet placement in those top 2 lanes, we're easily able to beat all the barrel rollers. And day 16. Day 17 only has 2 flags, but a certain challenge where you have to beat a specific amount of zombies in a certain amount of time. So I placed extra Phat Beet in those top 2 lanes just for the extra damage. And with that, we're easily able to meet the challenge requirements. The final wave sent in a couple of the swinging zombies and flyers alongside some imp cannons, but they were all easily taken care of. There was an imp in the bottom lane who I had to plant an extra Phat Beet for, but as that was the last zombie, day 17 was easily defeated. Day 22 is a fun level, but first we have to prep some defenses. And I really wanted to see if the quad placement Phat Beet strategy was able to beat this entire day. The first cannons only sent a few imps, so they're obviously easily beaten. About halfway in, the numbers ramped up a little bit, but still, the Phat Beets proceeded. And then there's this one massive imp launch that was kind of scary for that top middle lane Phat Beet, but somehow it made it through. And then again, another massive imp launch, but all the imps were easily beaten. I was thinking they must be low health, but somehow the Phat Beets kept on overcoming all of the imps thrown at them. But then tragedy struck as a massive imp launch soared through the skies and the bottom middle lane front Phat Beet was eaten, and I had to quickly replant it. And then the final big launch was sent in with the very satisfying defeat of all the imps, beating day 22. In day 23, we had to protect flowers from being trampled on and also defeat a certain amount of zombies in a certain amount of times. And it only had 1 flag. And this time my strategy was to first cover all the flowers with Phat Beet, because this time the flowers were a little more up front than last time. But after the flowers were well protected, I planted another column of Phat Beets very far forward. And this was in hopes of speeding the level up as well as trying to meet the requirements for beating the zombies in a certain amount of time, which of course we did. And the final wave also didn't send anything too difficult, so we easily beat it, conquering day 23. And here we were, the final day of the Pirate Seas, where we have to protect these 2 spring beans in the top and bottom lane. And to protect them this time, I planted a Phat Beet right next to them, and then right after a Phat Beet right behind both of them to give them double protection. But then I realized I could add another layer because the Phat Beet has that area damage, so I can place one across the spring bean, which also protects it. And with the very mediocre final wave, Pirate Seas was very easily defeated. Next up, Day 1 of Wild West already has minecarts in it, which of course we basically never make use of, but there was a special thing of my own that I decided to do in the Wild West, and that was the 2 Phat Beet challenge. My goal was to figure out how far could I get into the Wild West by only using 2 Phat Beet. And as you can see, day 1 was very successful, but day 2 quickly showed us where these Phat Beet might start to falter, and that was that bucket head in that top middle lane, which of course, as we mentioned previously, always gets hits off if it's only 1 Phat Beet going against it, and 2 bucket heads are able to completely take out 1 Phat Beet. But of course, we have the power of plant food on our side, helping us beat day 2. Day 3 quickly introduced the piano zombie, but thankfully it was in the very middle lane, so both of the Phat Beet were able to instantly take it out. But then within the final wave, another piano zombie was sent, but again it was only in the middle lane, and a plant food from my Phat Beet was able to take it out alongside most of the other zombies, beating day 3. Day 5 was the first level with 2 flags, and a zombie in the middle lane that could also be very detrimental, like the bucket head if sent in big quantities. And as the first big wave was sent in, I kind of panicked a little bit and plant fooded the top Phat Beet, which instantly took care of all the problems. Another good thing about the Phat Beet was they're able to take out the dynamite zombies before they leap over to the back. But even if they did leap over, the Phat Beet has area damage which attacks behind it, so they wouldn't really be that big of a problem. And now is the final wave, and somehow no tanky zombies were sent directly in front of the Phat Beet. So in a very simple manner, we took out all the zombies, beating day 5. Day 6, defenses were prepped, or I should have said minimal defenses were prepped, because of course we're still doing the 2 plant challenge. And these levels always quickly send in a lot of zombies at once, so of course I had to plant food that top Phat Beet to take care of them. And then a little bit later, I also had to plant food this bottom lane Phat Beet, which destroyed all the zombies that were coming towards it. And then came in the final wave. And this could have been bad if both of the Phat Beet had a tanky zombie right in front of them, but thankfully it was only that top Phat Beet that did, so I had to plant food that one, but the bottom one was easily able to handle itself, in the end conquering day 6. Day 7 was also very simple, but then it was day 10, the day that introduces the chicken wranglers, and the chicken wrangler up top got hit, but then a chicken leaked through the Phat Beet, making it all the way to the lawnmower. And honestly, at first I'd expected the Phat Beet's area damage to be able to take care of all the chickens without a problem, but seeing what had just happened, I knew this was going to be a big problem. And as a chicken wrangler was sent in the top middle lane, a chicken again made it through, and I was about to lose, but I decided it was time to let go of this challenge because there's no way I was getting through these chickens. Because if you look in the bottom lane, even with plant fooding, the plant food animation takes time, which allows the chickens to run past the Phat Beets, in a way making the plant food kind of useless against the chickens. So in the end, I decided that day 10 was as far as 2 max level Phat Beet could make it. And now we're on day 11, where there wasn't a restriction of 2 max level Phat Beet, but there was a restriction of only 500 sun. But of course, that's much more lenient. So I made use of the sun, planting 4 Phat Beet in total, easily beating day 11. Day 13, I used the same exact placements, and you might be wondering why these placements are a little bit different from the Pirate Seas ones, since the Pirate Seas ones covered much more ground. And the main reason is that the Wild West doesn't have swing zombies like the Pirate Seas did, so there's not much reason to protect the back of the lawn, and much more reason to protect the front from things like bulls, and of course any other tanky zombies like the bucket heads or the pianos. And the final wave sent in a decent amount of tanky zombies, but nothing too much, allowing us to easily conquer day 13. Day 14, I was expecting it to be an interesting one because there's another level that includes the chicken wranglers, but with these 2 extra Phat Beet, all the chickens are very easily dealt with, allowing us to beat day 14 without losing a single lawnmower. Day 15, we're only allowed to lose 2 plants, and we beat it without losing a single one. Day 16, we have to protect this 1 walnut on this minecart, and I do so by planting 2 Phat Beets, 1 in front and 1 behind it, and these were easily able to take us through the entire level. Day 17, we have to protect flowers from being trampled on, and my first move was planting a Phat Beet right in front of all the flowers just for some extra protection. Later, planting 2 more Phat Beet very up front for the main source of damage, and then even 2 more Phat Beet for even more damage, allowing us to beat day 17. Day 18, defenses were prepped, and I decided to be a little devious by planting 6 Phat Beet instead of the normal 4. But then I quickly realized that this was a good decision because there was a crazy amount of chickens being sent, and my front 2 Phat Beet were very easily eaten by all the chickens. But then of course I got scared, so I quickly replaced them, thankfully beating day 18. 19 was a little scary as well because we could only lose 2 plants, so I decided to go with this formation of Phat Beet to maximize my chances of winning, which of course we did without losing a single Phat Beet. Day 21, we had to protect more flowers from being trampled on, on, and with our normal methods, we did so very easily. Day 23 is probably the scariest of these challenges because we have to protect these flowers from being trampled on, and also we can't lose more than 2 Phat Beet. And what makes this truly scary is that this level sends in chicken wranglers. And to counter this, I placed more Phat Beet than I think I have throughout this entire challenge so far, which allowed us to beat this devious level on our very first try. Day 24 is the final level we play of the Wild West, and normally it's difficult depending on the plant we have, but thankfully Phat Beet pairs up pretty well with these walnuts, so we're actually able to beat this level very easily. And that was all the Wild West with only max level Phat Beet. Next step, Frostbite Caves, although it has an annoying gimmick of freezing plants, in theory shouldn't really be a problem for Phat Beets because they have that area attack damage, so anytime a plant gets frozen, another one should be able to unfreeze it. But that's just in theory, so let's see if it truly works out like that. Day 2 has 1 flag, 3 frozen walnuts, and 3 frozen repeaters, and we choose to just go with the basic placement of 2 Phat Beets in the very front and the top and bottom middle lanes. For now, there isn't really much need of Phat Beets in the back because there isn't really a zombie that can get there, but later on there will be the snowstorm zombies like the ones in ancient Egypt that come in with the sandstorms, and that's when we'll need to start placing Phat Beet in the back as well. But besides that, day 2 was easily beat. Day 4 quickly already brought in 2 flags and some pretty weird redirection pads in the bottom 2 lanes, and I wasn't really sure when the snowstorm zombies start coming in, so I actually already started placing Phat Beet in the back. But this level was especially annoying because it started introducing the snowball throwers, and to semi-counter them I had to place a Phat Beet in the middle of my 4 that already existed just in case any got frozen. And this was very much needed because these snowball throwers and the final wave started getting really annoying. But as there was only 2 of them, we beat them pretty easily. Day 6 again had 2 flags and 2 frozen sunflowers, but they definitely upped the freezing aspects of this level as my Phat Beet kept on getting frozen. And to counter this, I had to keep placing a Phat Beet in the middle lane behind the others just so it'd keep breaking the ice. In the end, having to place a lot more Phat Beet than I first expected. But day 6 was still beat. Day 7 had these frozen imps and frozen split peas who were kind of in annoying positions, so I decided to break them and shovel them as soon as I could, and then replace where the split peas were with more Phat Beet. And I think these snowball throwers are definitely the worst zombie of this world for Phat Beet because it has some pretty limited range. But by spamming a couple more Phat Beet, day 7 was also made pretty simple. Day 9 was another difficulty shift as I added a 3rd flag, and I guess dodos as well, but they aren't very much of a problem. The first 2 big waves were pretty easily beaten, and the final wave was also just showing off the dodos, so it wasn't difficult either, allowing us to beat day 9. Day 11 is always a surprising difficulty shift as it quickly adds the 4th flag, and judging by the redirection tiles, this level should theoretically be able to be beat just in that bottom lane, but the game very quickly psychs you out by sending dodos in the top 2 lanes, showing you that it's not going to be possible just in that bottom lane. This level was also pretty heavy in windstorms, consistently freezing my Phat Beet, and it pretty heavily spammed zombies, but thankfully the Phat Beet has very good area damage, so the spamming of the zombies isn't much of a problem at all, allowing us to beat day 11. Day 12, I prepped defenses in a very odd manner, and I chose to go with these placements because I wanted a defense that could fend for itself, but at the same time I didn't want to overplace because I didn't want all my plants to get frozen and then I didn't have any sun left. And you can see that I had to add another Phat Beet in that 2nd column in the middle lane just to fight off the ice. But other than that, day 12 was pretty easily beat as well. Day 13 had 4 flags and also a column of flowers in the very back that we had to defend. This time I didn't really bother placing Phat Beet right in front of the flowers because they were in the very back, and instead just went with the star pattern in the front. But this is a level I'm very familiar with because in the beginning it just seems like a simple defend the flower level, but then out of nowhere the final wave always introduces a gargantuar in that bottom lane. But of course I knew this, so I quickly planted a Phat Beet to counter the imps that were going to be thrown, and the gargantuar was beheaded and day 13 was beat. Day 15 we have to protect these 2 pepper poults in the top and bottom lane, and pepper poult's another plant we make a lot of fun of on the channel, so I might have to try this challenge with it as well to see if it's really as bad as I think it is. But aside from that, day 15 was beat. Day 17 wasn't too difficult either. Day 19 had some pretty annoying snowstorms, but was also conquered. Day 20 ended up having this insane line of frozen imps in the bottom lane because of the caveman pusher zombies, but then I plant fooded this Phat Beet that was right next to them to get rid of most of the ice, and then slowly but surely all of the imps were beaten, barely beating day 20 without the need of a lawnmower. Day 22 has these frozen guacodiles who we instantly shovel, but then the weasel zombies are also introduced, but of course 2 lines of of 3 Phat Beet each were more than enough to beat them. Day 23, we have to protect these charge guards, so we place a column of Phat Beet right in front of them, and then also some Phat Beet in the front for the main damage, allowing us to pretty simply beat day 23. Day 26 actually got pretty scary at first because a couple of the weasels slipped through, taking out the top 2 lawnmowers instantly. So I had to semi-overprotect the top 2 lanes by placing a couple extra Phat Beet, but then out of nowhere, all my Phat Beet got frozen, and the bottom lane lawnmower was also taken by weasels, forcing me to be very cautious on planting some more Phat Beet to break the ice. But thankfully that was the last of the weasels, so we actually ended up beating day 26 on our first try. Day 27, and I know I mentioned this I think in every single challenge I do, but it's my favorite level of Frostbite Caves because there's no windstorms, so I can just spam as many plants as I want. But it actually ended up being surprisingly a little more challenging than I thought, because I was spamming Phat Beet as fast as I could, as you can tell from my son, but they actually consistently kept on getting taken out. So even though you'd expect me to have a lot of defenses down by the end, the defenses were pretty minimal. But of course, with the help of the Rotobaga, we're still able to beat day 27. Day 28, I prepped a couple columns of Phat Beet, and these definitely were not optimal placements, but I felt like it'd still work. And it did work for the most part, but I did have to replace 3 of them. But that was all of Frostbite Caves, beat with just Phat Beet. Next up, Lost City in its entirety ends up being pretty simple for Phat Beet because it provides us with the gold tile sun. And for that reason, I'm super speeding over it because it's very easy to beat. There would normally be some threats, of course, like the shovel zombie or the umbrella zombie, but the Phat Beet has no problem in defeating those guys, so they aren't very much of a threat. And that was all of Lost City. Next up, Far Future, very similarly to Lost City, is a very easy level without many threats. And the main reason for this is the addition of the power tiles, who make any difficult level very easy. There are of course some problems in Far Future, like the very tanky mech zombies, but with enough Phat Beet, those aren't very much of a problem either. And that was all of Far Future, beat with just a max level Phat Beet. Next up, Night 1 of Dark Ages starts, and of course, we always try to see how far we can get with Phat Beet without the need of Gold Bloom. So my first placement is between those 2 sun graves to get the early sun, and then slowly planting more and more Phat Beets to get more and more sun from the sun graves. And these defenses were enough to defend against this insane horde of coneheads. Day 2 starts with a pretty strategic placement of where I place a Phat Beet right next to a sun grave, but it's also in a place where it can defend against zombies pretty well. And this actually ends up working out because 2 more sun graves end up spawning right next to it. And honestly, I thought I could just beat this level with just these 2 Phat Beet, but the top one ended up getting killed by the 2 bucket heads because of course we've mentioned earlier that 2 bucket heads will take out a Phat Beet. But with that problem aside, night 2 was pretty easily beat without the need of a gold bloom. Night 3 is always a level where we have to start using the gold bloom because if the plant costs more than 50 sun, we can only place 1 of it since there's no sun gravestones in this entire level. So of course with the help of a gold bloom, we got down some Phat Beet and beat night 3. Night 5 has 2 flags, and I start by placing 2 Phat Beet in these upfront tiles, and then later adding 4 more Phat Beet, 1 in front and 1 behind the ones that were already placed. And night 5 also introduces the Jester Zombie, who is very easily taken care of by the Phat Beet because they don't have any projectiles. And with the very unnecessary 4th Phat Beet in each lane, the final wave was made trivial and we beat night 5. Night 6, defenses were prepped, and I chose to go with the placement that would cover the whole map because I knew some zombies would spawn from the gravestones in the very back. And I did end up losing this Phat Beet in the front in the bottom middle lane because of the 2 bucket heads, and for some reason I just chose to not replace it this time, allowing the remaining Phat Beet to handle the rest of the level. In the end, beating night 6 as well. Night 7 has 2 flags, and I tried copying the placements of the previous level but somehow misjudged the placements, so the column in the very back was actually not being hit. But of course this is a very minor problem, so it didn't really affect anything. But there was one pretty interesting thing, which was the knights, and I found out that 1 knight is able to take out 1 whole Phat Beet by itself, and this could become a very big problem in the future levels where the king is introduced. Day 9 thankfully doesn't introduce the king yet and only introduces the potions, which speed and health boost the zombies. And of course these potions can be a problem if a tanky zombie like a buckethead or a knight happen to get them, so for preventative measures I chose to plant 2 Phat Beet right next to each other in the front lanes just in case a tanky zombie were to come in. And using this method, we breeze past night 9. Night 11, there's 2 flags and there is that gravestone in the back we have to worry about, so I quickly got rid of it using a Phat Beet. And then the wizard was introduced in the very top lane, who instantly sheepified the Phat Beet that was doing damage to it, so I placed another Phat Beet to take it out. And in doing so, I realized that if we place the Phat Beet in the very front lane, the wizards basically become useless because they're instantly destroyed right as they walk in or about to sheepify one of my Phat Beet. And as you can see, the final wave sent in a lot of wizards, wizards, but none of my Phat Beet got goatified, allowing us to easily beat night 11. Night 12, we have to protect these puff shrooms in the back and constantly plant food them so they don't fade away. And this is a semi-scary task, so I spammed Phat Beet in the very front to take care of the wizards and jesters and any other tanky zombies, and then 4 Phat Beet in the back for any that spawn through the gravestones. And thankfully, it's normally just imps spawning from the gravestones in the back, so night 12 was also beat very easily. Night 15, I prepped some defenses. And I basically used the same placements that I did in the previous level because they seemed to work pretty well. And of course, as the final wave came in, they seemed to do their job perfectly, allowing us to defeat Night 15 in a very simple manner. Night 16 has 2 flags, and this time I chose to do the method where the Phat Beets cover the entirety of the map. And this was kind of a problem in the bottom middle lane because a wizard instantly sheepified that Phat Beet, so I had to place another one right in front of it. And as things got hectic, I used a plant food to get rid of the kings. And the final wave threw in 3 kings, but not a lot of zombies that the kings could make into knights. So after beating the kings, there was only this one knight left who took out one of my Phat Beet, and a couple seconds later I replaced it, and teaming up with the one behind it, they're able to take down the knight, defeating night 16. Night 17's a pretty easy level because it provides us with a surplus amount of sun, and I get down a decent amount of Phat Beet but don't really feel the need to overkill, so I just save my sun for whenever I need it. And as the final wave was sent in, bringing forth the Gargantuar, there still wasn't any need to overkill as those 3 Phat Beet were able to take care of business, defeating night 17. And here it was, the last night of the Dark Ages. I of course quickly start by planting a Phat Beet right in front of the magnet shroom just for the extra protection, and then whenever I had enough sun, I would just spam more Phat Beet just for damage. There were a couple imps that spawned through the back gravestone, so I had to place down 2 Phat Beet in the back to take care of them as well. But aside from that, this level was dealt with pretty easily. Even these last Gargantuars weren't too difficult, allowing us to defeat all of Dark Ages with just max level Phat Beet. Next up, here we were, the birthplace of Phat Beet. Allegedly, of course, because I didn't do any research on it. And it's also the world where it usually gets made fun of. But let's see how it does when it's at max level. Day 1 was taken down very easily. Days 2 and 4 followed. Day 5 were tasked to protect these 2 walnuts as well as these 2 Phat Beets. But an important thing to remember here is that the endangered Phat Beets are also at max level. And we're able to take down day 5 with only 1 column of Phat Beet. But here's the type of level that this world gets truly interesting in. And that is the conveyor level. Because most of the conveyors of Neon Mixtape Tour include Phat Beet, so we're technically forced to play them. But the problem is that the conveyor, for some reason, is very reluctant in giving us the Phat Beet, so this mower in the bottom lane was taken. And I made a heavy misplacement with the second Phat Beet that I got because I was afraid that this first Phat Beet was about to be taken out. This completely left the bottom 2 lanes open to attack, especially that bottom lane, since it had no mower. But thankfully, we got a 3rd Phat Beet very quickly, allowing us to protect ourselves. And then a 4th Phat Beet came in very fast as well. And honestly, these 4 were enough to beat this entire level, but we still kept on getting a couple more. So we placed down a 5th and 6th Phat Beet as kind of overkill, thankfully beating day 6 on our first attempt, but it gets much worse later on. Day 7 and 8 were extremely simple compared to day 6. Day 12, however, introduces a problem, the microphone whipper, with sometimes able to kill my Phat Beet instantly. But then alongside the microphone whipper came another problem, the Gargantuar of the Neon Mixtape Tour. And this Gargantuar in particular is a problem because its high health allows to take out the Phat Beets in the very front, and if we place a Phat Beet too far back, it uses this long range attack to take it out. But thankfully, day 12 was beat easily. Day 13, I prepped some defenses. And at first, I'd chosen to go with these 2 columns very up front, but then I quickly realized that I'd forgotten about the Gargantuars and the imps that they throw. So I added 2 more Phat Beet in the back to take care of them. And there's another thing I realized within this level. If I have 2 or more Phat Beet hitting a microphone whipper as it's coming in, they will take out the microphone whipper. Well, most of the time that is, because for some reason, the very top Phat Beet got taken out by a microphone whipper. But that's a very rare occurrence. This other top Phat Beet got taken out, but that was because there was only 1 Phat Beet hitting that certain microphone whipper. But aside from that, day 13 was taken down. Day 15, again, we have to protect 5 Phat Beet. But again, they're all max levels, so this isn't actually much of a challenge, allowing me to easily protect them. And then came day 16, another conveyor level. But we got very lucky in the beginning with 2 back-to-back Phat Beet, and it felt like an instant victory because no way we'd get a better start than that. But there was one major problem with this level, and that was the fact that there's no lawnmowers. And you can see here, when I plant food a Phat Beet, it instantly kills the Gargantuars. And this this is a very important piece of intel because this Gargantuar in the bottom lane, I didn't have a plant food for it, so it ends up throwing its imp and I can't do anything about it. And this was the first level that I actually ended up losing in. On my second attempt, I got 2 Phat Beet back to back again. So it made me think that they might just be hard coded in and it wasn't really a luck thing. But this time I was very wary of the plant food against the Gargantuars. And it started looking a little dire in the very bottom lane, but I got a Phat Beet at the perfect time, which allowed me to take care of those front leading zombies. And you might have noticed that my coins went down by 1,000, and that was because I bought a plant food for this attempt. If you remember from the first attempt, I was 1 plant food off from beating the level because of that 1 Gargantuar. And so I didn't want to make the same exact mistake. So I used 1 for this Gargantuar and then patiently waited for this last Gargantuar, placing my last Phat Beet and using a plant food on it, beating day 16 on my second attempt. Days 17 and 18 were easily beaten. 19 again was a conveyor level, but thankfully this time we had lawnmowers on our side. And thank goodness that we had the lawnmowers because we literally only got 2 Phat Beet in the entire level until the level snuck in another one at the very last moment. Days 20, 21, 23, 24, 25, 28, 29, and 30 were all very easily beaten. But then came in easily the worst level of this entire challenge, the boss of Neon Mixtape Tour. Remember when I said that the conveyor levels were a problem? This was the specific level that I was talking about. On my first attempt, I saw 1 Phat Beet that instantly got a speaker thrown on it, and afterwards not a single one showed up, allowing the zombies to easily breach my house. The second attempt started off very similarly. It gave me 1 Phat Beet that instantly got speakered, and I got the second Phat Beet only after the Mohawk had already made it all the way. Third attempt started off a little better, giving me 1 Phat Beet and thankfully a second one shortly after. And I spam bought plant food because I thought this was the attempt, as somehow I got a third one. And you might be asking, why did I spam buy plant food? And that was the main problem with the Phat Beet. Because of the speakers in that very front lane, they can't reach it unless they do their critical attack or they use the plant food attack. Oh, an even bigger problem, and maybe the most annoying thing of this entire challenge, you can't use a plant food to protect them from the speakers dropping. Even if you use a plant food, the speakers still take them out. And as you just saw, all 3 of my Phat Beet got instantly taken out by the speakers. And then I got another Phat Beet who was also taken out by a speaker and I couldn't do anything about it. But thankfully I'd gotten a 5th one to take out the zombies that were approaching the lane without a lawnmower. But then we had no luck getting a 6th one for the very bottom lane, which meant that the microphone whipper and the cone head very easily made it all the way to the house. And honestly, after the 3rd attempt, I'd completely given up hope because as soon as I got a Phat Beet, the boss would drop a speaker on it. And I can't do anything about the speakers, which basically in my mind was starting to mean that this level was impossible. Was the Phat Beet truly this atrocious that it can't beat its homeland boss by itself at max level? But then I started to notice something a little different about this attempt, and that was the fact that these Phat Beet in the middle survived for a very long time, meaning that the speakers weren't directly being thrown on them for some reason. One actually did get launched by the other speaker attack. That's not too bad because that was just my miscalculation, and I got a second one to replace it. And I was planting and shoveling the other plants as fast as I could to try and get more Phat Beets as fast as I could as well. And by this point, believe it or not, the level had been going on for 3 minutes straight, and I'd only taken out 1 of the 5 bars of the boss's health. So I knew that this was going to be a battle of attrition. And again, it was starting to look bad because these rainbow roller skaters had taken out my Phat Beet completely. But I realized if I placed a Phat Beet in that very middle lane, I could use it to plant food it and take out any zombies that were coming in. And even though I'd burned through a lot of my coins, I still had 16,000 to work with, which basically meant 16 more plant food that I could buy. It got a little close in the very bottom lane, but I plant fooded that Phat Beet at the right time to take out those rainbow skaters. And it kind of took me a long time to realize that the boss's second health bar was mainly just sending the rainbow skaters. And my main reason that I kept losing all my Phat Beets was I was placing them very up front, which allowed the skaters to take them out instantly. So after I found this out, I quickly started to place my Phat Beets kind of farther back and practically just focused on placing them in the middle lane because this allowed me to use a plant food on them whenever to take out any zombie on the map. And I'm very much skimming over this level because by this point, this attempt had been 7 minutes in. But thankfully, I was getting very lucky with the speakers that were being dropped and they weren't taking out my Phat Beet. You can see that I built up a pretty hefty amount of Phat Beet. And even though these first 2/3 of its health took about 7.5 minutes, this last chunk of the boss's health only took about a minute. And this was mainly due to the reason that I'd realized that I was basically about to win, so I started spam buying more plant food and using them as soon as I could to quickly take the boss down. And with this one last plant food, we had finally taken down the boss of the Neon Mixtape Tour. And next up, the Jurassic Marsh, although it can be annoying because of its dinosaurs, it actually isn't very much of a threat to the Phat Beet. And this is mainly due to the reason that the Phat Beet's area damage allows it to take out most of the zombies before the dinosaurs can even aid them in any way. And that's the main reason why I'm super speeding through the Jurassic Marsh, so we can get to the more interesting worlds of Big Wave Beach and Modern Day. Of course, there won't be a level as challenging as the Neon Mixtape Tour boss, but there are still some pretty interesting ones. And that was all of the Jurassic Marsh. Next up, Big Wave Beach, always a very boring start because of the very slow paced zombies that walk down the water. And so days 1, 2, 4, 6, 7, 9, 11, 12, 17, and finally 19 were very easily conquered. Day 20 was also a pretty easy one, even though all the tiles are covered in water. But I just wanted to show you the main interaction between Octozombie and the Phat Beet. The Octozombie will throw its octopus on a plant, but then the Phat Beet's area damage actually just makes it basically impossible for the Octozombie to overwhelm them, because if one gets covered, the other ones around it will instantly just get it out. And it's kind of just this repetitive cycle of being trapped but then instantly getting out of the Octozombies. And that aside, day 20 was easily beat. 22 is also a simple level. 23 is an interesting one because we have endangered plants, but we also have fishermen that can easily fish hook them, so we have to be pretty careful. But thankfully, when there's a very big horde of zombies, we can just use plant food on a Phat Beet and it basically clears the entire map, making it very simple for us to keep track of all the fishermen. And with the simple use of that strategy, we beat day 23. Day 25 normally is a tough level because we have to defeat 10 zombies within 5 seconds. But again, because of its very wide ranged plant food attack, we're easily able to complete that challenge and beat day 25. Day 27 seems a little concerning at first because we're only given 5 lily pad to work with. But of course, when we eventually end up using a plant food on the Phat Beet, the lily pads also multiply. And this helps us beat day 27. Day 28, the challenge is that we can't lose more than 5 plants, and we beat it by only losing 2. Day 29 was also a simple level, and here it was, day 30, the final level that we play of Big Wave Beach, and also the scariest one. And of course, it's mainly because the plants we have to protect are guacodiles, and there's also fishermen. And if the fishermen even happen to touch the guacodiles use their lawnmower like ability, and it counts as them dying. And that is the biggest threat that we have in this level. There's a couple moments it got pretty close, like in this bottom lane when my last Phat Beet got hooked by a fisherman, and then we only had that guacodile and a lily pad left, but I quickly planted a Phat Beet on the lily pad to prevent this from happening. And again, this bottom lane got pretty scary because this gargantuar took out my Phat Beet and my only lily pad that were in that lane and threw an imp right at my guacodile, but I quickly got a Phat Beet down, taking down this level. Next up, Modern Day, much like Big Wave Beach, was very simple up until basically the last level, so I'm going to be super speeding all the way there. Modern Day is only really difficult if there's a zombie that hard counters one of the max level plants. Like for example, the Peashooter had the shovel and jester zombies, and the cabbage pole had the umbrella zombie. But of course, Phat Beet is able to hit every zombie in the game, allowing it to easily breeze through all of Modern Day. And here it was, maybe the only difficult level in Modern Day, day 30. But even this level is made simple with the Phat Beet's area damage. The only sketchy zombie is the All-Star, who happens to take one Phat Beet with it every time. But some preventative measures are using a plant food on a Phat Beet right as the All-Star is about to hit, and it cancels out its hit. And at the same time, it destroys a lot of the zombies that are already in the map. And of course, for the gargantuars as well, one plant food is enough to beat them. And here, I could have bought a plant food to take out this bottom guard, but instead I just chose to use a lawnmower, and we beat day 30. And that's basically all of Modern Day, as level 31 is very easy. And with that, although we made fun of the Phat Beet in previous videos, it ends up joining the No Loss Club. And next step is Threepeater. Honestly, a pretty mid plant as it's just 3 Peashooters combined into one, and the only 2 benefits you get from it are saving space and a plant food effect that can hit every single lane. Threepeater most of the time is outshined by plants like Snapdragon or Melonpool, as they either cost a lot less and pierce zombies or just have much better damage output to sun cost ratio. So I thought, why not try and let the Threepeater redeem itself by maxing it out and putting it up against the entire game. But along the way, there'll be some extremely threatening enemies that it'll have to face. Ancient Egypt and Pirate Seas are both very easy worlds, so we're going to be super speeding through both of them, but while they play in the background, I'm going to be going over the max level stats of the Threepeater. Its sun cost goes from 300 to 175, so a pretty significant drop. Its recharge goes from 5 seconds to 2.5 seconds. Its health goes from 300 to 900. Its damage goes from 20 to 110. Its projectile velocity, so how fast the peas fly through the air, have a 2.2x boost. Its plant food power duration goes from 2 seconds to 3.5 seconds, so it almost doubles. Then of course there's the mastery pierce and the 20% chance to boost. And with that, we had now beaten all of Ancient Egypt and Pirate Seas using just a max level Threepeater. Next up, the Wild West, though for the most part isn't too difficult. There are some enemies that can be a little problematic, but these enemies don't exist on days 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, or even 7, so they're all defeated very easily. But day 10, we take a stop because they do appear. And you might have noticed it already, but I've been trying to beat every single level so far using only 2 Threepeaters. This of course wasn't in the rules, but I just wanted to see how many levels were possible with only these 2. And due to this side challenge, the chickens kinda got through to the lawnmower in the very top lane at first, and it seemed like they were going to take the very bottom one as well, so I tried to plant food but completely missed, so they ended up taking it anyways. But as a bunch of chickens started running in that very top lane, I knew I couldn't make this mistake again because I would lose this time. So of course I kind of pre-fired as I knew it would hit them anyways. And after this, we made it to the final wave, which in this level it doesn't have any more chickens, so we had beaten day 10 using only 2 Threepeaters. Day 11 though, we could only use 500 sun. That was more than enough to get down 2 of the Threepeaters and very easily beat the level. Day 13 was even easier, but day 14, again, we have to be wary as the chickens reappear, and this time there's more of them. But thankfully, even though there was more chickens, we got more plant food from the game as well. And learning from day 10, I made sure to pre-fire my plant food so that the chickens wouldn't take the lawnmowers, and as now we had reached the final wave, I knew that there was no more losing, so I kind of just let them take the lawnmower, plant fooding to defeat these last chickens, and with that, we had beaten day 14. Days 15 and 16 were easily defeated. Day 17, however, seems a little scary at first because we have to protect these flowers from being trampled on, and if there's any chickens, we could run into some trouble, but luckily they don't appear on this level. Day 18, we prepped 2 defenses, but this time the 2 Threepeaters are up against literally hundreds of chickens, and even with all the plant food provided, it's just not enough to deal with all of them. So this insane horde of chickens in the very bottom lane ends up taking me out, making us lose for the first time. So on the second attempt, I of course binned the 2 Threepeater rule, and this time we beat the level with 3 plant foods still available. Day 19 was pretty easy. Day 21 again seemed scary at first if the chickens existed in the level, but they didn't, so we pretty easily took it down. But of course, we were bound to run into a level like day 23 where we have to protect the flowers from being trampled on and the chickens exist within the level. But there was actually an extra challenge this time where we could only lose 2 plants. And I'm not gonna lie, I knew that this time I wasn't gonna be able to get through using only 2 Threepeaters, so I ended up abandoning the rule even on my first attempt just to save myself some time and spamming some plant food. Day 23 was beaten as well. And now we made it to day 24, which is the final level that we play of the Wild West. And in this level, we have to protect these 3 walnuts in the front, again, mainly from the chickens. And at one point, I kind of felt like I was gonna win, so I ended up looking away from the screen and didn't realize the chickens in the bottom 2 lanes made it to the lawnmowers. And this was a sticky situation because I didn't have enough sun for another Threepeater, but thankfully the chickens that were in the bottom middle lane got taken out by the plant food I used on that top one, and then after that, I was able to get a 3rd Threepeater down. And as we made it to the final wave, I ended up just spamming my plant foods because I wasn't going to risk losing, and with that, we had beaten all of Wild West using just a max level Threepeater. Next up, the Frostbite Caves is another world that we're just going to be super speeding past, even though we regularly don't, but this time the Threepeater was kind of able to just breeze past the entire world. I guess the only noteworthy thing to mention would be that there was a lot of levels that I couldn't beat with only 2 Threepeaters because of the snowstorms, so I was forced to use several of them to break the ice, but even breaking the ice wasn't that big of a problem, and with that we had beaten most of the Frostbite Caves using just a max level Peashooter. But there was actually one more level, which was the boss of the Frostbite caves who has the Threepeater appear in the conveyor, and I'm not gonna lie, it kind of got annihilated because my second Threepeater plant fooded, and then these two were able to destroy the rest of the health. And that was probably the quickest boss fight ever, with the next world being Lost City is definitely one of the more dangerous worlds due to only a singular zombie, which is of course the shovel zombie. And so this first one on day 4 ended up taking my lawnmower in the middle lane, but I had a feeling that the shovel zombies are able to be taken out by the Threepeater because the Threepeater's plant food can shoot them from the side, and I was proven correct when this one in the top middle lane got taken out by the plant food. And this definitely opened up a lot more doors in beating this world. And due to this newfound knowledge, I would start placing my Threepeaters in these weird positions just to be able to take out the shovel zombies, since the rest of the zombies are very easy to beat and the only threat is the shovel zombie if they happen to get through the plant food power. And day 6 didn't have too many of them, so I was able to beat it very easily. And then there are also levels like day 7 where I'd let the shovel zombies take the lawnmowers at first and then try to preserve my plant foods for the ones that appeared later on in the level. And I definitely completely failed on taking out the shovel zombies with my plant foods on this level, but the lawnmowers were able to do the job and we beat day 7. Day 10, the first shovel zombie appeared in the very middle lane, and so I ended up using my plant food to take it out this time, but then a second shovel zombie appeared in the very bottom lane carrying a plant food, and if you look in the bottom left you'll see that I didn't have any plant food of my own to use, so I had to let this shovel zombie go and make it all the way to the lawnmower getting its plant food and another one from a different zombie that appeared. And when the final wave came in, I was able to use the plant food power of the bottom lane Peashooters to take out the first shovel zombie, and then I let the lawnmower handle the last one, beating day 10. Day 11 only had 2 shovels, one which appeared right before the second big wave. I actually didn't have a plant food for this guy, so I ended up having to let the lawnmower take care of it, but since we'd reached the final wave by the time it made it to that lawnmower and the only other shovel was in that top lane, we actually beat this level just using 2 Threepeaters. Day 15 has 3 flags and we have to protect these 2 at key, one in the top lane, one in the bottom lane, and the only shovel zombies that appear in this lane are in the lanes of the key, so I don't even need to use plant food for the most part to take them out, but if they do get close I can just plant food the key since that guarantees the hit on the shovel. And taking out these final 2 shovel zombies, day 15 was beaten. Day 17 we did have a threatening wave of shovel zombies with these 3 in the middle 3 lanes, and these are semi-threatening because they can protect each other but they ended up not, so we beat the level pretty easily. Day 19 was pretty simple as well. Day 20 I don't have a plant food to start off, so I have to let this first shovel in the top lane take a lawnmower, and then a ton more are sent right before the final wave, so I ended up using a plant food to take them all out because otherwise the ones in the top lane would have beaten me. And thankfully the shovels within the final wave appear in 2 lanes that still have their lawnmower, but I got lucky here and a Threepeater that I placed ended up plant fooding itself, taking out the rest of the zombies, and we had beaten day 20. 23 was pretty easy. 24 is a little scarier than normal because we have less time to defeat the shovel zombies since there's the flowers in the back we have to protect from being trampled on, and we actually have to launch the lawnmower in the very bottom lane to take out this first shovel since we don't have a plant food for it, but thankfully we do get a couple of plant food right after, so the rest of the shovel zombies are in positions that we're able to beat them very easily, and day 24 was defeated. 25 was easy as well, same with 26. Day 27 I made it to the final wave with all my lawnmowers still intact, so I ended up not even using my plant food and just let the lawnmowers handle the rest of the zombies, and we beat day 27. Day 29, as we reached the final wave, I didn't have any plant food, so I got overwhelmed by the shovel zombies, but I did have my mowers still in the important lane, so they were able to take them out, and with this last mower taking out the gargantuar and the turquoise skull zombie, day 29 was beaten. And now we made it to the final day that we play of Lost City, day 30. And at first, again, this one is scary since we don't have plant food to beat these first 2 shovel zombies, but by the time the next shovel zombies come in, we do have 2 plant food in the bank, and the same for this last one, and with that we had beaten all of Lost City using just a max level Threepeater. Next up we faced the Our feature, like regular, we're going to be just super speeding past, and especially with the Threepeater because the power tiles make it literally overpowered in this world. There are no zombies that full counter the Threepeater, and only tanky ones that the Threepeater actually doesn't struggle against at all since its damage is really high. And with that, we had beaten all of the far feature using just a max level Threepeater. Next up, for the Dark Ages, we're going to straight jump to night 5 because that's where the main threat starts to come in, and as y'all have probably already guessed, it's the Jester Zombie. And I felt like we'd be able to beat it using the same strategy as the Shovel Zombie, but I kind of mistimed it, so I ended up taking the lawnmower anyways. But as 2 more came in after the first big wave, I decided to test it out, and they were both taken out by the plant food. And it's actually a pretty beneficial thing that the Threepeater has compared to the regular Peashooter or Repeater, because the other 2 don't have any way to defeat the Shovel or the Jester Jester zombies, but this guy is able to take him out pretty easily if you just time things right. And I almost messed up on this level with this middle Jester, but I got it last second, and as these two were the last Jesters, the lawnmowers took him out, allowing me to plant my 2 Threepeaters again, taking out the final zombies of this level, defeating Night 5. And with the use of this strategy, Night 6, 7, 9, and lastly 11 were all beaten very easily. Night 12, however, things went a little differently since we had to protect these Puff Shroom mainly from the Jesters. And although we do have the strategy to take out the Jesters using the Threepeater's plant food, most of the time the Jester catches a pea or two from the front and still launches it back. And that's extremely dangerous in this level because even if one pea hits the Puff Shroom, they're going to die. So what I have to do on this level is take out the zombies that appear on screen and then instantly shovel my Threepeaters so I don't accidentally hit a Jester. And thankfully there's a lot of plant food given to us on this level, so the Puff Shroom are actually able to defeat a lot of the zombies by themselves. But then as the first big wave was about to come in, I knew the Jesters were about to approach as well. And as I saw them approaching in the top and bottom, I placed my Threepeater right beside them and then plant fooded it just so none of the peas would hit the front. And this strategy worked perfectly. So all I would have to do was just replicate this on the next horde of Jesters. And again, I was having to use the strategy of defeating most of the zombies using my Threepeater, and then after they were taken out, shoveling the Threepeater just in case the Jesters came in, which they did. But this time it was dangerous because it was 4 Jesters at once. And very unluckily, my Threepeater plant fooded right away, so the Jester in the top lane caught one, but somehow the Puff Shroom tanked it, but then the Jester caught another one, taking out that Puff Shroom. That was definitely unfortunate, but it also showed me that the level was definitely possible. So of course, on my second attempt, I used the same strategy to take out the first 2 Jesters, and I actually got really lucky right here on the second attempt as I plant fooded this Threepeater for the first zombies, but it ended up taking out all the Jesters as well. And some of the Jesters did get a shot off on the Puff Shroom, but it was only one, so the Puff Shroom survived. And after that, the final wave came in and there were no more Jesters. So we had beaten this normally pretty difficult level very easily. Day 15 was a little irregular because it's a prepare your defenses level, but I don't prepare any defenses because that actually makes this level more difficult as you want to plant your Threepeaters right by the Jesters so they don't have any time to catch the peas. And with that, the level was pretty easy. Day 16 was extremely easy. Day 17 was pretty interesting because it has these gravestones in the middle that spawn in very often, giving you a lot of sun. And using this kind of as a constant form of sun production, I was able to get down a ton of Threepeaters. And we beat the level having 4 full columns of them. But now we'd made it to the final level that we play of the Dark Ages, which is Night 19, and we're tasked to protect these 3 Magnet Shrooms in the front. And I knew at some point that a couple of Jesters spawn in front of 2 of the Magnet Shrooms, but since I didn't know exactly when, I plant fooded this bottom lane Threepeater and accidentally ended up hitting the Jesters, which took out the Magnet Shroom in the bottom lane and the middle lane. So I did end up losing on my first attempt, but on the second attempt I was of course much more careful, even planting my Threepeaters right in front of the Magnet Shroom, just so if that happened again they would tank the damage instead, which is actually exactly what happened. So I had to plant a third Threepeater to take out the Jesters this time. And after that, the final wave sends in a couple of Gargantuars who weren't too difficult to beat, meaning we had beaten all of Dark Ages using just a max level Threepeater. And next up we have a triple threat with And I think this is our first triple world super speed, because a lot of the time if we super speed around this area, it's usually the Neon Mixtape Tour and the Jurassic Marsh, but this time we're adding the Big Wave Beach to it as well, because I just didn't see a reason to cover it as all the levels got swept through with the Threepeater. Normally the difficult zombies are the Octopus Zombie and the Fisherman Zombie, but they literally don't stand a chance because the damage of the Threepeater is extremely high and the projectile velocity makes it so that the Fisherman doesn't really have a chance to shoot or hook any of your plants. And that was all 3 of these worlds beaten using just a max level Threepeater. And we visit some scarier and older enemies in Modern Day. For the most part isn't too difficult, but there are some levels that bring back some threatening zombies, so they can be a little scary. But level 1 doesn't have any of these, so it's being very easily. Same with day 2 and 4 and 5. 7, however, does change things up a little bit. The first half of the level is very easy, but then it spawns in a Dark Ages portal, which for some reason always have a Jester coming out of it. And I let this first Jester actually get all the way to the lawnmower because I knew that the portal was going to spawn in 3, so I'd have to save my plant food for the third one. But then things ended up going wrong because my Threepeater that was gonna plant food ended up getting an octopus thrown on top of it, but then I planted another Threepeater to take the octopus off the other one, and then I plant fooded that one to take out the jester. It was an annoying workaround, but it ended up working, and now with only this octo zombie left, we ended up beating day 7 in kind of a difficult way, even though it should have been easy, but a win's a win. Day 10 wasn't too difficult, same with day 11, but day 12 was definitely one of those levels that I was mentioning in the beginning of modern day, because it started right off with a shovel zombie, and since I'd placed my Threepeater in that lane, I didn't have enough sun for that umbrella that was carrying the plant food, so I let the shovel zombie take the lawnmower, not thinking much of it. But then out of nowhere, things started getting crazy right before the final wave with a ton of shovel zombies and me not having any plant food. But thankfully, one of the shovel zombies was carrying a plant food, and that was exactly what I needed to take out the one in the bottom middle lane, because otherwise I would have just lost. And now with only this imp left in the top lane, we ended up beating day 12 on the first attempt, but it took 5 lawnmowers in the process. Day 15, we had to protect these 2 primal walnuts, which was simple, and so were days 17, 18, 20, 21, 23, 24, 26, and lastly 29. But day 30, we ran into a little problem because I started with planting my Threepeaters as normal, and we had to protect these flowers in the front from being trampled on. But after beating this newspaper zombie, I realized that this wasn't going to be nearly enough space, as the all-stars are able to make it to the Threepeaters before the Threepeaters can take them out, and this time I ended up losing to the all-star because of this reason. But throughout the process of this entire run, I'd saved up 31,000 coins, and now was the perfect time to use them. So I stocked up, and whenever the all-stars would come in, I'd just use my plant food, and in doing so, we were eviscerating basically every zombie in the level, and ended up beating the level without any trouble. The only thing that even got close to the end were the imps, but the rest barely made it past that first tile. And now that means that we made it to the final level that we play of the entire challenge, which is modern day, day 31. And since this level is much easier than the previous one, we had guaranteed our win with Threepeater, meaning that the Threepeater was actually able to beat the entirety of PvZ2 at max level. I honestly thought it would lose to some of the levels because Peashooter lost to some levels, but his plant food power up definitely came in clutch against the shovel zombies and the jesters, so it won flawlessly. And next up is, can a max level Torchwood solo the entirety of PvZ2? Okay, I know what a select few of you are thinking. Well, this can't be possible because Torchwood can't deal any damage. And that would mean you haven't played PvZ2, because in this game, Torchwood does deal damage. And then there's the second side of you guys that are thinking, this is too easy because Torchwood is overpowered. I would like to show you this. So, how did I beat him without cheating or bending the rules? Well, keep watching to find out. Ancient Egypt Day 1. It truly cannot be easier than this level, so it was beaten easily. Day 3. The game tries to provide me with sun support and a cabbage pult, but I get rid of them immediately, and then afterwards proceed to annihilate this level as well. Days 4, 5, and 6 are skipped, and on day 7 I placed a layer of Torchwoods on the front lines and a layer near the middle to take care of the zombies that come in using the sand tornadoes. And here we already are, the detrimental level teased in the intro, and this just isn't possible. Hold on. Did you see that? Rewind the footage. Right there. Okay, let me try to guess why I think this happens. A normal zombie is dependent on their eating, but a torchlight zombie doesn't eat. It just burns with a torch. The torch and the zombie itself are coded to be 2 different entities, and that's why the Torchwood can damage it while not taking any damage. Okay, now back to the game. So on day 8, it took 3 Torchwoods each just to take care of a single zombie, which was enough for now because the lawnmowers assisted with the lingering ones. On day 9, this happened. Yup, 1 Torchwood got 2 hits off, which reduces the number of Torchwoods needed to kill the Torchlight zombie from 3 to 2. Day 10 thankfully had no Torchlight zombies, and it was a breeze. On day 12, we saw a couple of coffin zombies, but those were also no match for the wall of Torchwoods. Oh yeah, I should probably show you all the stats of the level 10 Torchwoods. They have 3,350 health, deal 100 damage when attacking, and their damage animation does an extra 900 damage. Basically, it's a walnut jalapeno and durian hybrid. And remember, these are just its extra attributes. A Torchwood's main goal is supposed to be boosting Peashooters. Day 13, we couldn't plant on these things. Yeah, it was a pretty easy level. Day 14 was a normal level with nothing scary. Day 15, we have to protect these sunflowers, which was very easy because they also produce us extra sun. Day 16, the torchlight zombies returned, but there weren't too many, so we took care of them. Day 17, the game hit us with back-to-back torchlight zombies, so I let them be and had the lawnmowers take care of the rest of the level. Day 18 is my favorite type of level because I get to do this. Pretty cool, ain't it? Day 19 was a very pivotal level in this run because this happened. Yup, we found out that a single Torchwood is enough to kill a torchlight if placed perfectly. And here it is, the most diabolical level of ancient Egypt. Day 20. The game decided to send out simultaneous torchlights at multiple different times on this level, and I had to defend these sunflowers from them. The cooldown was very obnoxious this level, and for some reason I couldn't get my Torchwoods to get 3 hits off at the most important times. So let's just say I ended up dying too many times, but I was eventually able to time the Torchwoods correctly and beat day 20. Day 21, the game was lenient and gave us an easy level. Day 22, we could only place 18 plants, but that was more than enough to beat the level. Day 23, we lost a couple lawnmowers to torchlights, but also decimated this gargantuar. Day 24, the last level we play in Ancient Egypt, was a prepare your defenses level. And that ends off Ancient Egypt. And now, on to Pirate Seas. Pirate Seas gives us a lot more freedom in choosing our plant, which allows us to skip a lot less levels. Day 1 was very simple as I just spawn camped all the pirate zombies, including the swinging ones. On day 2, we torched some zombie birds because unlike the real world, birds actually do exist in the PvZ world. Days 3 and 4 were quickly obliterated. Day 5, the bucketheads showed some endurance, but not enough. Day 6 had a lot of airborne enemies who could survive if they just flew over, but their greed became their downfall. Day 7 introduces the Pirate Seas insta-kill zombie Barrel Roller, but he is much easier than Torchlight because he doesn't cancel out the Torchwood's death rattle. Day 9 was a simple level with no challenge. Day 10, we first see imp cannons, who aren't much of a problem either. Day 11, I placed a layer of Torchwoods 2 behind the normal layer because the cannons shot further than expected. Day 14 was a prepare your defenses level. Day 15, they tried to give me a Threepeater, but I scooped it up and protected the flowers with honor. On day 16, I initially panicked, but it turned out to be pretty easy by placing a Torchwood in front of the spring beans. Day 17 was simple, and then day 22. Oh man, day 22. It just tingles my brain. Day 23, we had to protect some more flowers, but it's really easy because you can just place the Torchwood on top of the flowers. Day 24, the last level of Pirate Seas, was probably the most challenging, since I can't really protect these spring beans with Torchwoods, so I actually had to rely on the spring bean itself and its atrocious plant food, but it worked out in the end. And next up is the Wild West. On Wild West days 1, 2, 3, and 5, I vanquished a lot of cowboys as I simultaneously ignored all the minecarts. Day 6 was a prepare your defenses level. We also see the insta-kill piano zombies, who similar to the barrel rollers, don't get rid of the Torchwood's death rattle, making it a very easy zombie to deal with. We beat day 7 very swiftly. Day 10 we saw some chickens, which had me a little worried, but we violently torched them, as they deserve. Day 11, the challenge was that we could only spend 500 sun in total, and we beat it using only 250 sun. Day 13, we started seeing the old Dynamite Head, who never got a chance to blast off. Day 14, I didn't know what to say, so I guess I'll just take the time to say if you guys are enjoying it so far, please subscribe. Day 15, we could only lose 2 plants in total, so I decided to finally make use of the minecarts. The piano zombies this level were a little annoying, so we lost 2 lawnmowers, but plant fooding the Torchwoods kept them alive and healthy, allowing us to beat the level. Day 16, we were tasked to protect the singular walnut, and I didn't let the zombies get past even the first tile. Day 17, we protected some flowers from being trampled on, and day 18, we prepped some defenses. Wild West Day 19 was one of the only levels in this world that took some strategy, with us only being allowed to lose 2 plants. The strategy was that I placed Torchwoods in this lane, and as they gradually got damaged, I would place another Torchwood in front of them as protection, and just repeated that until the level was complete. Day 21, we could only spend 1750 sun, and we beat it with only 500. I don't think it's even possible to produce 1750 sun without any sun producers. Day 23, I actually lost on my first attempt because I lost track of how much damage a certain Torchwood had endured, but on the second attempt, I launched a lawnmower to get rid of a piano zombie, which made the level much easier. The last level of Wild West, Day 24. We protected these 3 gentleman-looking walnuts and were terrorized by the long range of mechanical bulls, but in the end conquered this world as well. Next up, Frostbite Caves. Okay, so Frostbite Caves exists so that Torchwood can prosper. The whole challenge of Frostbite Caves is the icy winds and zombies that freeze your plants, but in Torchwood's case, it is one of the fire plants that melts the snow, making this world's challenge useless. Day 1 of course starts with the beginner zombies and we take care of them pretty easily. Day 2 provides us with a hot potato as well as repeaters and walnuts, but we make use of none of them and blockade the zombies in the first 2 lanes. Day 4 we see the snowball throwing zombies whose existence becomes pointless in the face of Torchwood. Day 6 we are given sunflowers that we could use, but nah. Day 7 introduces snowstorms similar to the sandstorms in ancient Egypt with similar difficulty as well. Day 9 is also a normal level with no specific challenge, and there are many of these types of levels. Day 11 is one of my favorite levels layout wise because it funnels all zombies to one lane, but we don't really use that this time. Day 12 was a prepare your defenses level. Day 13, we protected some sunflowers and dealt with the most annoying Gargantuar so far because it takes 4 Torchwoods just to kill them. Day 15, we protected 2 pepper poults. Day 17, 3 fume shrooms melted and got scooped up instantly by me while the 2 charred guards stayed frozen solid, probably for the rest of eternity. Day 19, I forgot to shovel up 2 twin sunflowers, but I promise they didn't change the outcome at all. Day 20, we got the chance to torch some caveman zombies. Day 22 had 3 guacodiles frozen solid, which now that I'm thinking about it, is a little odd. Day 23 placed these charred guards here, but then also threw some snowstorms onto them. Sneaky, but not sneaky enough. Alright, this game just has the most random frozen plants, with 2 sunshrooms in the back of day 26. Day 27, we protect some Rotobagas, and they help us in return. Day 28 is the last day, so y'all know we gotta end it off with one of these. Next up, Lost City. On day 1 of Lost City, we are of course introduced to the gold leaf tiles, which produce sun, so we make use of them to destroy the simplest of this world's zombies. On day 2, we see the spider-like zombies that hang from the heavens, and are kinda annoying because it forced me to place Torchwoods towards the back of the level. Day 4 has a pre-placed walnut, but it is left alone for eye candy purposes. On day 4, we are also introduced to the worst zombie of Lost City, the shovel zombie. Torchwood can't even get a hit off on him unless placed on top of him. But there is a spot, if you precisely place Torchwood onto the zombie accumulates and forgets how to shovel. On day 6, we make use of all 5 gold tiles and end the level with 2,200 sun. On day 7, we are introduced to the umbrella zombie, who doesn't do much on her own against Torchwood, but whoever created these Lost City levels really loved to pair up the umbrella zombie with the shovel zombie, which in turn makes her annoying, but still flammable. Day 10, the heaven spiders caught me off guard again in the beginning of the level, but after I accommodated for them, level 10 was beat easily. Day 11, you'll see me using the strategy of placing the Torchwoods right up front, and the main reason for this was to make the levels go as fast as possible, but you'll start to see in the upcoming worlds that this strategy becomes a lot less doable. On day 15, we are tasked to protect these 2 Aki, and truly the only zombie that would be able to get even close to them is the umbrella zombie, but for some reason the game doesn't send any into their lanes, so day 15 was pretty easy. Day 17, we first see the tent carrying imp, and at first it seems like GG's, because how is a Torchwood meant to ever hit this? But Torchwood's death rattle comes in clutch as the tent spawns infinite zombies, so the Torchwood ends up dying and taking the tent out with it. Day 19, I made sure no tents reached the gold tiles, and oh yeah, the dragonfly zombie was introduced at some point, but posed 0 threat to Torchwood, so I forgot to mention it. Day 23, we see Indiana Jones and the Gargantuar of Lost City, and you might be surprised to find out that Indiana Jones was much more difficult than the Gargantuar. Day 24, we had to protect some flowers, and there was a really close call with this Indiana Jones, and the shovel zombie, but we ended up winning. On day 26, we were given only one gold tile, but there was no special task and no surprises, so it ended up being pretty simple. On day 27, the turquoise skull zombie is introduced, and he kamehameha'd half of my battalion, and almost overwhelmed my Torchwoods, but they countered with a few Yamcha specials and pushed through. On day 30, the last level of Lost City, there was 3 columns of mold colonies, who actually made me lose 2 lawnmowers, but we still ended up beating the level. And next up, the Far Future. As any other day 1, Far Futures was also very easy, kinda just a basic intro to the world. Day 2, we briefly see the big shield robot thing, who didn't stand a chance against Torchwood. Day 3, Far Future has its own heaven spiders in the form of imps, who also catch me off guard but then are destroyed. Day 4 has purple explosive sun dropping, which in the long term produces us more sun, so this special task is actually helpful in this challenge. Day 5, we see some Robocone imps, who are extremely tanky and actually take out a few Torchwoods, but there weren't enough of them to overpower us. Day 7, I will show you the jetpack zombies, whose flight doesn't help them at all because Torchwood has hacks. Day 9, we can only have 15 plants in total, and we beat it with only 10 Torchwood. On day 10, we are weirdly approached by the Dancy robots, but we decline and incinerate them in return. Day 11 is our first prepare your defenses of this video. Day 12, we see our first laser shooting Gargantuars, who are probably overall my favorite Gargantuars in the entire game. So, day 13 had something unexpected, the football pusher zombies. I actually couldn't find a way to reliably kill these guys, so I was heavily dependent on lawnmowers and prayers whenever these guys decided to show up. This level particularly only sent 3, but they were all in different lanes, so the lawnmowers took care of them this time. Day 14, we could spend 1500 sun, and we only spent 550. Day 15, we were tasked to protect these 3 Citron, who truly don't need any protecting because they are crazy powerful just by themselves. Day 19 was a sun bomb level, which are the easiest levels of this world because they give us a surplus of sun. Day 22, defenses were prepped. And we launched a lawnmower for safety precautions. Day 23, we had a sun limit and a number of plants limit, but neither were enough to stop us from conquering the future. Day 24, the last level of Far Future. I somehow lost the footage, so I'll explain in pictures how it went. It was a sun bomb level, a few football pushy zombies were sent, sun bombs fell over the zombies, I pressed the purple sun bombs to make the zombies go boom, and yeah, that was it. Okay, next up, the dreaded Dark Ages. As everyone predicted, this is the farthest a non-sun producing plant can make it because there isn't any sun dropped in this world. So I could just call it a day and end the challenge here, but that's boring. So I'll be supplementing sun using a level 1 sun bloom because at Hope My Dream Come True explained in the comments that a level 1 sun bloom produces sun at the same rate as sun falls from the sky in the other worlds. The only rule is that I can't use plant food to recharge the sun bloom, which makes sense. I promise this world was the most challenging so far, even with me bending the rules a little bit. So let's see how it went. Night 1 of Dark Ages, it was all the basic zombies, but I was definitely noticing the number of them had drastically increased compared to the previous worlds. Night 2 absolutely just spammed bucket heads, but it wasn't too challenging yet. Night 3, I realized how annoying the gravestones were going to be because they kept launching my Torchwoods towards the back, and the only way I could destroy them was by the Torchwoods dying. Night 5, we see the treacherous jesters who pose no threat to Torchwood. Night 6 was a prepare your defenses level. Night 7, I massacred some senile imps. Night 9 added the feature of potion buffs for the zombies, which the buffing itself wasn't that big of a deal, but the fact that they blocked the space, not allowing me to place Torchwoods, was the worst. Night 11 introduced the most annoying zombie so far, the wizard zombie. Their annoyance wasn't portrayed too much this level, but you will see in the upcoming levels the way that they were making me mauled. Night 15 was a prepare your defenses level. And this is what I was talking about. multiple wizards team up and just goatify the entire map. I actually got pretty lucky this level that a couple Torchwoods died perfectly to counteract the mess that was created in this level, but otherwise I would have been here forever. On night 16 there was a really close call, actually 2 really close calls, and also the king just commits self-beheading if he's the last zombie left of the level. Night 17 I was starting to tweak out a little bit because of these 3 wizards. I would place a Torchwood and it would get instantly goatified, so I lost twice but was much more successful in my 3rd attempt. Night 19 of Dark Ages probably had the coolest technique to winning. We had to use the wizard's ability to force them to goatify the magnet shrooms so that the zombies would just walk past them without killing them. And although there were some close calls, the Torchwoods were able to handle business. And here we are, what everyone's been waiting for, Night 20, where the dragon imps lie. So yeah, they only appear on the boss stage, in which I can't bring Torchwood, but don't get too sad because he actually appears in modern day on 5 different levels, so if we end up making it that far, we'll see him then. But for now, on to Neon Mixtape Tour. Day 1, we finally freed ourselves from the sun bloom and went back to all natural sky sun and decimated some dancing zombies. On day 2, we faced a mohawk kicking zombie, who in my opinion is the worst one of this world, and they introduced it so early. It takes Torchwood 3 lanes just to kill one, and of course on day 4 the game just spams these guys with us barely scraping by. Day 5 was where the mohawks got really annoying. They kept on super kicking my walnuts into the stratosphere. It made me lose literally 4 times, doing the exact same thing every single time. But on the 5th attempt, I got my strategy together and I beat the level. Day 7, we see the rainbow skaters who make everything behind them invincible, and paired with the mohawks, there was a lot of lost lawnmowers, but we kept our brains intact. Day 8, look at this bruh, like what do I even do here? Other than just let the lawnmowers take care of them. On day 12, we see the microphone whippers who 2-shot the Torchwoods, which was crazy. And we also saw the Gargantuar of this level, who's pretty easy to deal with. Day 13 was a prepare your defenses level. On day 15, I think my brain was fried and I kept losing track of the zombies and they kept eating my Phat Beets, and it took me 3 attempts to beat it. On day 17, we see the dancing tornado lady who kicks forward zombies a couple lanes, but she was pretty easy to deal with herself. On day 18, we lost a lawnmower, but otherwise it was a pretty simple level. Day 20 was also nothing special. Day 21, we had to protect these flowers, and the Gargantuars throwing the imps was a little scary, but overall harmless. Day 23, we are introduced to the arcade machine zombies, who insta-kill the Torchwoods, which in a way was actually good for us, because it made sure that the Mohawk zombies wouldn't get too far. Day 24, defenses were prepped. Day 25 got a little scary towards the end, but the lawnmowers assured our victory. Day 26 was a little weird because we had to protect these guys. That's what I originally tried to do and died 3 times. So on the 4th attempt, I allowed the Mohawk kickers to kick them back to give me some more space to work with, but then this happened. But on the 5th attempt, we were able to work around even this to beat day 26. Day 29 was one of the easier levels with no special challenge to overcome, and the last level of Neon Mixtape Tour, day 30. The special challenge was that I couldn't have more than 15 plants on the screen, which we've seen in the past as one of the easier challenges. On day 1 of Jurassic Marsh, I could tell things were getting serious because they sent bucketheads and skullheads, and this was only the first level. On day 2, we are introduced to the Blue Raptor, who kicks forward zombies ahead a few lanes, and it was unexpectedly very easy to deal with. I just remember it being much more difficult in the past times I'd collided heads with them. Day 4 throws a Blue Raptor at us right off the bat, and I'm forced to place the Torchwood a little farther back, but otherwise the level was pretty simple. At the start of day 5, I accommodated for the Raptors and placed the Torchwoods 3 lanes from the back. But right when I saw the opportunity, I placed a column of Torchwoods in the very front lanes and just spawn camped the zombies, because up there, the Raptors aren't even able to connect with them. On day 6, we first see the Stegosaurus, who similar to the Raptor, launches zombies forward, but the difference is that the Stego launches them farther, and sometimes into different lanes. But planting the Torchwoods 3 lanes from the back was still a good strategy against the Stego. Day 8 didn't have anything too special, just a bunch of tanky zombies who were incinerated. Day 10 had 3 flags and also introduced a pterodactyl, who picks up zombies and drops them off in the last column to eat your plants from behind. But against Torchwoods, this dinosaur is the most useless of the bunch. On day 11, we first torched 3 baby imps and then torched everything else because the game thought it was a good idea to spam useless pterodactyls. Day 12 was a little scary at first glance, plants because we were only allowed to lose 6 plants in total. So I used the same strategy we used in Wild West, where I placed the Torchwoods way in the back, and as they get more and more damaged, I placed another Torchwood in front, which was working pretty well until this guy showed up. Thankfully, we still had 4 plants that we could lose, so we ended up beating the level. On day 13, we spawn camped some more zombies. Day 15, we were tasked to protect these 2 primal walnuts, who I overprotected with 4 torchwoods each, which ensured their capability to stay alive. And lastly, we destroyed this gargantuar. Day 17 didn't add anything new, so like usual, we flamed some prehistoric zombies. Day 18, we are introduced to the T-Rex. The T-Rex makes the zombies go super speed until they run into a plant. And since there's always at least 1 Torchwood in every lane, this zombie puff just made the levels go by faster instead of posing an actual threat. On day 21, we are introduced to the caveman zombie, who I expected to take out at least 1 Torchwood with it, but surprisingly they weren't strong enough and we beat the level. Day 22 is our first prepare your defense of Jurassic Marsh. Day 23 didn't have a special challenge and instead just threw a bunch of tanky zombies at the Torchwoods, who dealt with them with excellent efficiency. Day 24 was almost identical to day 23, where the zombies with the same useless dinos were thrown at us. Day 25, we are introduced to the Ankylosaurus, which was the most challenging dino of this world. And I say that with hesitation because it wasn't very challenging, just more than the others. The Anky uses its tail to launch the zombie at the closest plant, and in turn knocks the plant back 1 lane, so like a super raptor. Also, it's a great metal farmer for any Ark survival fans. On day 26, there were 2 columns of mold colonies, which overall didn't affect anything, so this level was pretty easy. Day 27, I prepped some defenses. Day 28, the game was just trying its best and threw everything at the Torchwoods, and they still beat the level. Day 30, the final level of Jurassic Marsh, didn't contain any special challenges or any difficulty, but it did have this funny looking gargantuar. That ends off the Jurassic Marsh, and now on to big weight. First, we'll visit Modern Day. Okay, so Modern Day was definitely the most fun world of this challenge. It felt like a perfect balance between challenge and enjoyment. I didn't really know what to expect in any level because it was just a mix of everything, which made for some scary situations and some big brain solutions. On day 1, we saw the basic zombies as well as some pirates, and also this guy. Yep, on day 1, we were sent this guy, but the lawnmower took care of it this time. Day 2 starts with some Egypt zombies and shows us our very first nemesis from Egypt, the Explorer zombie, which I still remember the strategy to beating, but this level also threw at us the Octo zombie. We outmaneuvered it this time by placing a Torchwood behind it, forcing the Gargantuar at the same location to kill it, and proc its death rattle, taking out the Octo zombie. And then we just had to face the 2 more Explorer zombies, who one I was able to kill with Torchwood, but the other one had to be taken out by a lawnmower. Day 4 starts with a few imps and a regular conehead, and next up the invincible roller skater. But after, and I was not expecting it so soon, the game sent the Dragon Imp. And you wouldn't believe it, they didn't just send 1 Dragon Imp, or even 2, but 7. Yeah, it was starting to look pretty bad, and some of you might be wondering, how am I supposed to beat these guys? And the answer is the lawnmowers. I have to stall out the level until the last flag, just in case there is another Dragon Imp sent, and then let the lawnmowers handle everything else. Which is exactly what I did to beat this level. It's crazy to think that a tiny imp like this is theoretically the biggest problem in this challenge. On day 5, we again start the level with some basic imps. Seems like the developers love to send these first, but then we saw one of the more important zombies of modern day, the newspaper zombie, who can take out a whole level 10 Torchwood just by itself. And the newspaper zombie isn't important this level, but just keep the fact that he can solo a Torchwood by himself in the back of your mind. The rest of day 5 was pretty simple, though it is annoying that the neon mixtape tour zombies are always dancing. Day 7, again with the imps, and then infinite octo zombies. And the main problem is this 4th lane, in which 3 octo zombies are sent and 1 lawnmower can't be timed to beat all of them. So I ended up losing twice, but then it clicked in my mind, that newspaper zombie from the previous level. There is a newspaper zombie sent behind the first octo zombie, so I just had to catch him before he got in front of the octo zombie, which in return would result in that Torchwood dying and proccing its death rattle, killing the octo zombie, which was exactly what was needed to beat day 7. Day 10 had some power tiles and included zombies from both the far future levels and the Frostbite cave levels. The only potential challenge of this level shows up on the 3rd flag, and it's the football pushy zombie. but thankfully the disco bot that was a couple columns ahead of it destroyed one of the Torchwoods, which in turn did massive damage to the pushy zombie, and I was able to kill it off using the explorer zombie strategy. Day 11 is the level that shows the true terror of the pushy zombie. In the bottom lane, one is sent towards the beginning of the level, and it is dealt with using the lawnmower. But on the final flag, a second one is sent on that same lane, and I panicked. But I still had a little hope, so I tested out how many hits were possible per Torchwood, and it was 2. I was timing it perfectly where every Torchwood got off 2 hits, and sadly 18 total hits still wasn't enough to beat it. Then I had another idea. Why not just stall it and quickly purge every other zombie so that the second one comes in by the time the first one reaches the lawnmower? And thankfully, the strategy worked. Day 12 posed a whole nother challenge. We were allowed to lose 10 plants, which is pretty fair, but then the game sends this guy at the very beginning of the level. So on the first attempt, I allowed the lawnmower to take care of it, but then they sent another one in the same lane. So even though I was about to lose, I used the opportunity to see all the other zombies that the level contained to build my strategy for the next attempt. So on the last attempt, I stalled the first Dragon Imp until the second wave of them came in, and after they were vanquished, the rest of the level was pretty easy, and we ended the level with 3 plants still allowed. Day 15 is skipped, but I thought that I should still mention it because it goes under rule number 4 because the game pulls this scent off, technically forcing the use of a different plant because it's impossible for Torchwood to hit these zombies. On day 17, we first see the balloon zombies whose balloon pops after going over the first Torchwood, and then the second Torchwood is the one that kills them. Day 17 also had many insta-kill zombies, which is a good thing for Torchwood, so it ended up being a pretty easy level compared to the previous levels. Day 18 sent a bunch of balloons, surfers, and cowboys, and all were destroyed. Day 20, we were given some gold tiles, and I made use of them to pretty easily beat this level as well. The only annoying thing was the Mohawk zombies. Day 21 introduces the All-Star, who's pretty panic-inducing because of the speed they come in at. But put up against Torchwood, they both evenly trade their lives. There were many high damage dealing zombies this level, so not many Torchwood survived, but we made it through the level. Day 23 had a few Octo zombies that I was able to stall out until the last wave, and some lanes I could defend, but the other 3 were up to the lawnmowers. Day 24, we are introduced to the Imp Punt of PvZ2, which I personally think is a pretty cool mechanic. Day 26, we saw many disco zombies, as well as a few gargantuars from Neon Mixtape Tour, but they were pretty easy to deal with. Day 29, the game sends a Dragon Imp in the top lane right after the start, so we are once again forced to stall it out until every wave comes out, which included a few more Dragon Imps, but the lawnmowers were able to handle them. Day 30, we had to protect these flowers from being trampled, which was frightening at first because of the all-star zombies and all the high damage dealers, but it ended up being pretty easy as I just spammed the Torchwoods as soon as they recharged. Day 31 is the last day of Modern Day, and it consisted of 3 redirection pads and some explorer zombies, which aren't too big of a challenge anymore, so we swiftly beat this level. And next up, Big Wave Beach. Contrasting to Modern Day, Big Wave Beach was the most boring and unfun world of the whole challenge. Since I couldn't plant in the water, I was forced to wait for all the zombies to reach my Torchwood, which made all the levels last so much longer than usual. On day 1, I charged through the level as the basic zombies of the world were sent, out posing no threat. The exact same thing occurred on day 2, and on day 4, and day 6. Day 9 seemed like it would be a little challenging since we only had 1 lane to work with, but it was also long, boring, and simple. Day 11 had the surfer zombies, who made the levels go by a little faster by insta-killing the Torchwoods, which in turn killed the other zombies faster. Day 12 was a prepare your defenses level. Day 15 should be skipped according to the rules, but I thought that I should play it and allow myself lily pads just for this level, and I was able to beat it. Day 17 was the first level of Big Wave Beach with Octo zombies, but they were set in different lanes, so the lawnmowers took care of them. Day 19 was very similar to Day 17 as it only sent 2 Octo zombies who I tried to kill naturally but failed, so again was dependent on the lawnmowers. Day 22 introduced the Fisherman Zombie, who is equivalent to Octo Zombie in annoyance. I was able to stall out 22 and let the lawnmowers beat the remaining zombies. Day 23 felt like a release from the pain, because I was able to use another plant to attack and strategize. Day 25, the special challenges were pretty easy, but I died 1 time to Octo Zombies, but then was able to use a Surfer Zombie to my advantage to beat it on the second attempt. Day 28 at first felt impossible because we were only allowed to lose 5 plants, which we usually lose a lot more than that per level. But towards the end of the first attempt, this was the only threatening zombie, so it actually started to feel possible. And after 3 more failed attempts, we barely beat this level, as the last fisherman zombie committed self-dying. Day 30 of Big Wave Beach is technically the last level of this challenge, and you're not gonna believe it. It is the only level that takes us and the Torchwood Empire down. Crazy, isn't it? The very last level is the one that does it. I guess I should show you why it's not possible, and the main reason is that the rate at which the fisherman zombies hook the Torchwoods is too fast for the amount of sun that is produced, and how fast Torchwoods recharge. And though it's the fisherman that made me lose, I would have to say the Octa zombie was my least favorite zombie of this entire challenge, and I assure you that I will get my revenge. And next step is Applemortar, a pretty overpowered plant that lobs apple cores at zombies in its own and adjacent lanes, when landing, stunning the zombies if they manage to survive. So I thought, why not try to solo the entire game using only its max level form? But even at max level, it comes with some downsides such as sun cost, and even more importantly, its lobbing projectiles, which can sometimes be so slow that chickens or any other fast zombies just run circles around them. Oh, don't forget the umbrella and jester zombies. So let's see how it did. Ancient Egypt and Applemortar, we're gonna be skipping over both of them, but while they play in the background, I'm gonna go over the stats of the max level Applemortar. Its sun cost goes from 250 sun to 175 sun. Its recharge goes from 8 seconds to 5 seconds. Its health goes from 300 to 900. Its damage has a pretty big boost from 30 to 120 per apple core, plus the piercing bonus from the mastery. Its plant food power damage goes from 50 to 140, and the speed at which its bullets travel go from a 1x to a 1.6x boost. And lastly, one of the most important upgrades within the Applemortar, it's a stun effect, and its normal apple core stun goes from 0.75 seconds to 1.5 seconds, so it doubles. And its plant food power stun goes from 0.5 seconds to 1 full second, meaning that it also doubles. Oh, and of course there's that 20% chance it has to boost on placement because of its mastery levels. So overall, I'd say its stat boosts are pretty good, but that sun cost is still tremendous. But that aside, we had now beaten all of Ancient Egypt and Pirate Seas using just a max level Applemortar, but the difficulty definitely spikes in the Wild West is a world both good and bad for expensive plants like the Applemortar. On one hand, it's good because it has mine carts that allows you to place your expensive plants on top of them and maneuver them around if needed. The Applemortar, of course, has that 3-tile range, so it doesn't really need it most of the time, but even then, in some situations, they can be handy. And on the other hand, the Wild West is bad for expensive plants because of a certain enemy that we'll see later on, and most of you probably already know what it is. But for now, day 1 of Wild West had been beaten using just 2 Applemortars. Day 2, we went with the same placements of the 2 Applemortars in these 2 lanes, and you probably noticed this pattern when we're super speeding through Ancient Egypt and Pirate Seas as well. And that's because these 2 spots are usually the only placements we need to beat most of the levels in the early game, as these 2 Applemortars are most of the time enough. Day 3 of the Wild West, even with the addition of the piano zombie, we get the same exact result. Day 5, we go up to 2 flags, and the number of zombies definitely goes up as well, but the Applemortar can one-shot most zombies unless it's like a bucket head, or if it's a cone head, it can 2-shot it, which leads to this level only needing 2 apples as well. On day 6, we prepared some defenses. Day 7, we went back to normal for the first part, but I did end up adding a couple more Applemortars just to make the level go by faster. I think 2 would have been enough, but I wasn't really doing like a special challenge where I was only using 2, and any time I could save was definitely worth it because some of the levels later on take extremely long. And with that, day 7 had been swiftly beaten, and now here we were, the first difficult level of the entire challenge. And it started off normal by me quickly planting my first Applemortar as I got enough sun, and then the second one a little after. And as we've seen, normally these Applemortars are enough for the entire level, but then the chicken wrangler carrying the chickens came in, putting their winning streak to rest as the first one took out a lawnmower by itself. And this definitely wasn't the end, as a second chicken wrangler appeared in the very top lane, accompanied with almost 10 chickens in that very top lane who also took a lawnmower. And then the same thing happened in the very bottom lane. And then even with 2 Applemortars in that top middle lane, inevitably some chickens leaked through 2 making it all the way to the end, defeating me for the first time. And at this moment, I knew that the Wild West was going to be painful, as this was probably the easiest level that has chickens in it. But nevertheless, I jumped straight into my second attempt. This time, I tried to stall this very first zombie for as long as possible, but then very unluckily, I placed my first Applemortar that plant fooded right away. That was definitely the worst thing that could happen, as it makes her stalling very ineffective. But even then, I stalled this other zombie in the very bottom lane as best as I could, and then planted an Applemortar when I felt it was right. And this was strategic because I knew I had enough sun for a third Applemortar for the very middle lane, as I knew from the previous level that the chicken wrangler appears in the very middle lane. And due to this, as you just saw, we're able to pretty easily take out those chickens. But then quickly after, another one appeared in the very top lane just like last time and took the lawnmower. And the same exact thing happened in the very bottom lane. But even with this, things seem to be going well, as I had some plant food to use if things got too bad. And since the plant food is splash damage, it does pretty well. But if you look in the very top lane, a massive army of chickens was sent, and before my plant food could get to them, they made it all the way, taking the Applemortar out, and since there wasn't a lawnmower, they were able to defeat me for a second time. As I jumped into the third attempt, I made sure that this time the first zombie wouldn't get destroyed by the Applemortar's plant food by letting it just take the lawnmower in the middle this time. My goal was to just stall as long as possible so I could collect as much sun as was possible as well. But once again, unfortunately, my third Applemortar that I placed down that wasn't supposed to hit any zombies ended up plant fooding itself, killing the two zombies right after sending in the chicken wrangler, and I knew I wasn't going to be able to defend one of the lanes, so the bottom middle lane lawnmower got taken. But on the right side, we did have 4 Applemortars down, with the 5th one quickly approaching as we're at 150 sun. And I made sure to place the 5th one in the lane that I had just lost the lawnmower in. And this was a good maneuver, as some chickens got sent into that lane and the Applemortar was able to body block with me using plant food on it. But in that process, I lost a lawnmower in the very bottom lane as well. So things were looking good, but at the same time, they were looking very bad. A big army of chickens in the 3 bottom lanes is all the zombies needed to win. And if you look in the very bottom lane, the chickens made it all the way to the end very easily, as they only had 1 Applemortar attacking them. And so for the 3rd time, I had been outmaneuvered. But the 4th attempt, jumping in, definitely had a different presence to it, as I knew I had enough knowledge of the level to defeat it. The only thing I needed was the game to be in my favor and not plant for the Applemortars as I placed them down, because though that effect is very helpful, it's very detrimental in this level because of the stalling that we need to do in the beginning. And of course, again, the first zombie I let take the lawnmower, and then as the second one was nearing the end, I placed Applemortar to take it out, doing the same exact thing with the 3rd and 4th. And these placements of the Applemortars are actually very good. As you can see, the chicken wrangler is in that middle lane and they can't hit him, which in return just allows for more stalling. But also in this situation, I knew that I was guaranteed to lose another lawnmower. So in trying to defend one of the lawnmowers, I placed Applemortar pretty early and then placed the second Applemortar in that top middle lane to defend it against the chickens body blocking against them, which of course had meant that I'd sacrificed the bottom middle lawnmower. But now we had collected and stalled enough that we could get an Applemortar in every single lane. And this was the plan. Having an Applemortar in every single lane guarantees that 3 of the lanes have 3 Applemortars attacking inside them, and then the outer lanes have 2 Applemortars attacking inside them, making our odds in defeating the chickens much higher. Because if you remember in the previous attempts, the lanes that we lost in most of the time didn't have an Applemortar planted in them, or there was only one attacking the chickens in those lanes. But that aside, I was strategically using my plant foods to body block against the chickens wherever needed, and in doing so, we made it to the final wave, which doesn't have any chickens in it. So we had basically guaranteed our win. And with these last zombies falling to the ground, day 10 had finally been defeated. But don't worry, like I mentioned, this is the easiest of the chicken levels. Day 11 thankfully doesn't have any chickens, but it does have a 500 sun limit, which restricts us to using only 2 Applemortars. But their handy 3-tile range makes this level much easier than it's supposed to be. And day 11 was defeated as per usual. Day 13 again is a level with no chickens, and this time there's no other restrictions as well, mainly due to the reason that this is the level that introduces the mechanical bulls. But the Applemortar's high damage paired with its stun effect make the bulls basically useless. And day 13 was also beaten. Day 14 is the return of the chickens. And as I was aware of this, I stalled the first few zombies, strategically placing my Applemortar in the very top lane so I wouldn't hit the bottom zombie in accident. And I did the same thing for the bottom zombie as well. But as the zombies started being sent in bigger numbers, I planted an Applemortar in the very middle lane, now covering covering all 5 lanes, and very quickly a chicken wrangler was sent within the top middle lane, but luckily I had just gotten enough sun to cover that top middle lane with the Applemortar as well, and this left the bottom middle lane completely open to the chickens, and we're almost able to defeat all the ones sent in that lane, but one got through and made it all the way to the lawnmower. But the timing was just good enough that when I was about to get taken out by an army of chickens in that bottom middle lane, I got enough sun for an Applemortar, plant fooding it right away, which allowed for protection and also taking out the insane amount of zombie chickens that were on the map. And now the only threat that we had to deal with was the very final wave, and we had 4 plant food in hand. And thankfully we still had 4 of our mowers intact, so I knew that the main lane that I'd be plant fooding and defending was that bottom middle lane without the lawnmower. And in doing so, we actually beat day 14 on our very first attempt. I guess the knowledge that I acquired from the previous level made it easier. Day 15 we go back to a little bit of normalcy with only 1 flag, and the challenge being that we couldn't lose more than 2 plants. And as there was no chickens and the zombies were sent in very minimal numbers, this challenge was completed very easily. Day 16 we have to protect this walnut in the front from the zombies, and once again there's no chickens that we have to worry about, so we pretty easily won. Day 17 has 2 flags, and things are a little dangerous as we have to protect these flowers in the middle from being trampled on, but as I've said this numerous times, this level again didn't have chickens, and I keep mentioning this as the chickens are literally the only enemy in this world that could defeat me. So again, day 17 was beaten. Day 18 we first prepared defenses, but this time things go a lot worse as the chickens completely overwhelm me, with one making it to the end in the very top lane. On my second attempt I realized that this level had so many chickens on it that I was going to have to use my coins to buy plant food, which is exactly what I did, not buying just 1 or 2 but on 3 different occasions, and this was probably the worst choice that I made in this entire challenge, as I had just wasted 3,000 coins because the chicken ended up making it to the end anyways, so I knew that I was gonna have to redeem myself in the next attempt. So on the third try I placed my defenses basically in the same areas, and the mistake that I made last time was buying the plant food kinda later on, so this time I made sure to buy the plant food as soon as I needed it so I could protect as many Applemortars as I could before that final wave. And this was because the more Applemortars that I had, the easier it would be to make use of the lawnmowers in the back. And I truly thought that even with the use of the 6,000 coins for the plant food, I was still going to need to use the lawnmowers in the end, but we're actually able to take out all the chickens and we didn't have to use any of them. And day 18 had been beat, but at the cost of 9,000 coins, and I would soon come to regret this. Day 19 had 2 flags, a losing 2 plants limit, and also a 2,000 sun limit, but luckily no chickens, so we pretty easily won. Day 21, again we had to protect flowers from being trampled on, and we also had a 1750 sun limit, but this was another instance of no chickens, so of course we pretty easily beat it. Day 23 had a similar layout but was a whole different monster as it contained chickens. And just to put it into perspective, the Wild West itself took me 2 hours to beat, and 1 full hour of that 2 hours was spent on just this level, and you're about to see how and why. And to explain the basics of this level, we have to protect these flowers from being trampled on, and there's also the challenge of not being able to lose more than 2 plants. And you might have already guessed it, this level contains chickens, and I didn't really know when or where the chicken wranglers came in, so I wasn't really stalling to the best of my ability to start off, and wanted this attempt to be where we just gauge the threat of the zombies on this level. And at first it seemed like things were going pretty well as we got down 4 Applemortars, but very quickly things did a 180 as chickens in the very bottom lane trampled the flowers there. On the second try, the goal was to try and prevent what had just happened, and the plan was just to stall the zombies a little bit better in the beginning so that we had enough sun to place down all 5 Applemortars before things got too bad. So in doing this, I stalled these 2 zombies in the middle lane until they got very close to the flowers, placing an Applemortar to take care of them. And from that first attempt, I'd learned that the first chicken wrangler appears in the top middle lane, so I have to have the top 3 lanes covered with apples before it comes in, which is exactly what I did. And because of this, we're able to defend against those chickens pretty easily, and we even got down a 4th Applemortar in the process. But that's the easy part part, as around this area in the level is where difficulty definitely spikes up. And this is because it's impossible to stall good enough that we have all 5 apple mortars, so we have to use a lawnmower to take care of the chickens in one of the lanes. But even then, it's nearly impossible because even after using a lawnmower, another chicken wrangler appears a couple seconds later, and the plant food ability just isn't fast enough. But of course, I still wanted to keep on trying. Again, on the 3rd try, I stalled these first zombies as long as I could. Same with the middle 2, getting down 3rd apple mortar in that top middle lane for the first chicken wrangler. But this time, my 4th apple mortar was in a different placement, being the very bottom lane instead of the bottom middle lane. And there is a reason behind this. This makes it to where the empty lane without the apple mortar actually has 2 apple mortars shooting within it, because if the bottom lane is empty, it means that there's only 1 apple mortar shooting in it, and this makes the chances of us beating the chickens slightly better. And as planned, when the chickens started rolling in, I quickly used my lawnmower launch on them, and since this placement of the apple mortars defended so well, we're able to get our 5th apple mortar down, and this definitely gave me hope in that this level was possible. But there was a problem. One, we didn't have any coins and we didn't have any plant food, so the apple mortar in the bottom lane got eaten by the chickens and they trampled the flowers. And of course, we couldn't use the lawnmower launch there because we'd already used it in the bottom middle lane. On the 4th try, the beginning of the level was identical, with my placements also being identical. Even the lawnmower launch went well, but this time we ran into a problem in the fact that we're just 25 sun away from our 5th apple mortar and we just couldn't get it in time. The 5th try is a little embarrassing because this happened. On the 6th attempt, things actually were going pretty well, but just as I was about to get my 5th apple mortar down, the apple mortar in the very bottom lane got eaten by the chickens, and the chickens were once again able to defeat me. And then the 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th attempts all went horrifically as the chickens just kept on overwhelming me over and over again. And at this point, even though I felt like the level was possible, I was still a little bit frustrated. So for now, I just skipped day 23 and went to day 24. But don't worry, we go back to day 23 very quickly and it still hasn't completely counted as a loss yet. And I thought that day 24 would be a little bit easier than day 23, and in a way it was, but it still ended up being the 2nd most difficult level of the Wild West, because once again it had chickens, and even though we don't have to protect flowers from being trampled on this time, we still have to defend the walnuts in the front. And this is still very problematic as the chickens deal a crazy amount of damage and can tear through the walnuts if we're not careful. And this is exactly what happened on the 1st attempt, as in the very bottom lane, a chicken army built up on the walnut and I hadn't realized it, and with some insane speed, the chickens just completely tore through that walnut, defeating me on my 1st try. On the 2nd try, I lost a lawnmower to some chickens in the very top lane, and then a couple seconds later I moved a walnut to that top lane to defend it since it didn't have a lawnmower or an apple mortar, but then some chickens started eating away at it, so I moved it away, and somehow the apple mortar there just kept missing the chicken. I didn't even know that it was possible for the apple mortar to miss, so this one chicken took me out on my 2nd attempt. On the 3rd try, things were going well with my apple mortars, but I lost track in the very middle lane and some chickens tore through another walnut. On the 4th try, some chickens got through in the top middle lane. 5th try, once again a walnut got eaten. On the 6th try, I just had an abysmal start as one of my apple mortars that I placed in the very top lane ended up plant fooding itself as I planted it, which ended up hitting a chicken wrangler in the very bottom lane, so I lost 2 lawnmowers right off the bat. And then a couple seconds later, I lost a lawnmower to a singular chicken in the top middle lane once again. And at this point, I realized that the attempt was cooked, so I decided to restart. On the 7th try, a walnut got eaten. On the 8th try, there was another unlucky apple mortar plant food, so I restarted. On the 9th try, it happened again, and this time I didn't even give it a chance and just restarted right away. On the 10th attempt, thankfully no unlucky plant food, and this time I came in with a different strategy in mind. I realized that I've been trying to defeat all the chickens by plant fooding my apple mortars, but realized that it might be a better strategy to instead use my plant food on the walnuts. And I did exactly that, plant fooding 2 of my walnuts and then getting my 3rd one planted plant fooded as well as the final wave came in. And this final wave was where I was losing most of the time, but this time it was a whole different result as we didn't struggle at all, and the small change of planting the walnuts ended up making this level much easier, and we had finally beaten day 24. But of course we now had to go back to day 23, and the starting strategy was the exact same, but the difference this time was that over the many failed attempts I'd accumulated 2,000 gold. And remember when I said I was going to regret using my gold on that one level? And this was the level that I was starting to regret that decision, because if I had just saved some of it, this level would have been much easier. As on this attempt I got down my 4 apple mortars in the placements that I'd come up with, and then launched that lawnmower when the chickens started coming in, and I'd stalled well enough that I was able to get down my 5th apple mortar without a problem. And this honestly felt crazy because I hadn't made it this far before, and realizing that I might not get this opportunity again, I made the decision as the final wave was about to come in to spend my last 2,000 coins on 2 more plant food, and I ended up using one of them to defend the top lane apple mortar, and then a second one to defend the very middle apple mortar, now leaving us with only 1 plant food. And it was definitely the correct decision to buy him because that last plant food took out the majority of chickens on this level. And now with only the couple of chickens left, we had finally beaten day 23 of Wild West. And if I hadn't wasted my gold on that previous level, this level would have taken me nowhere near an hour to beat. But of course I can't complain as I'd finally beaten it, and now we had beaten all of Wild West using just the max level apple mortar. Next up, the Frostbite Caves is another world that poses some challenges, one in the form of snowstorms that freeze your plants, and a second one that we see towards the end of the world, which is the weasel zombies, who are very similar to the chickens in style. But for now, as day 1 didn't have any of these problems, it was beaten normally. Day 2 introduces the gimmick of the snowstorms, so we do have to be careful with those. But a cool thing about the apple mortar and its ability to shoot in its adjacent lanes was that I could freeze these repeaters in the back and then shovel them for more sun. And this little trick, paired with there not being too many snowstorms, we beat day 2 pretty easily as well. Day 4 had 2 flags and these 2 redirection tiles in the bottom 2 lanes, but once again no snowstorms, so we're pretty easily able to manage against the zombies here. Day 6 however definitely had the opposite effect, as the snowstorms this time caught me off guard and ended up freezing 2 of my apple mortars. But to counteract this, I was able to plant another apple mortar right in between them, who eventually was able to break them out of the ice when I used a plant food. And with that, day 6 had been beaten as well. Day 7, no special challenges. Day 9 as well. Day 11, however, throws at us 4 big waves and also a pretty insane amount of snowstorms. So this is a level, if not played correctly, could definitely defeat us. But as 2 of our apple mortars were frozen, I planted another one like that previous time in between them, eventually breaking them both out. And since this level was so long, we're able to get down a pretty hefty amount of apple mortars throughout the level. And honestly, with 5 apple mortars each in a different lane, it's pretty difficult for all of them to get frozen, as if one did get frozen, the others would just break it out. And with the usage of this combo, we beat day 11 on our first attempt. Day 12, we prepared a column of defenses. Day 13, we went back up to 4 flags, and we had to protect these flowers in the back from being trampled on. And this level is also a pretty snowstorm heavy one, so we do have to be careful with those. But the main thing about this level is it tries to catch us off guard with the redirection pads in the top and bottom lane, but then sends a Gargantuar in the very bottom lane, which ends up throwing its imps over the redirection pads. And a pretty easy defense against this was just planting the apple mortar in the tile that the imps would get launched into. But they ended up not even getting launched, and we beat day 13 pretty easily. Day 15, though, we have to protect these 2 pepper poults, and there's 4 flags. This ends up being one of the easier levels for apple mortar, since planting them in that top middle and bottom middle lane right next to the pepper poult ensures that they won't get frozen. And even better, I was able to get down 2 each right next to the pepper poult. And like I mentioned at the beginning of the level, it was pretty easily beaten. Day 17 has 2 flags and these pre-frozen fume shrooms and chard guards, but we quickly break out of the ice and then shovel for extra sun. And I keep mentioning the extra sun because in the case of apple mortar, the sun is very helpful, as it ensures that even if some of them get frozen, we still have a backup plan, and we're pretty easily carried through this level with the extra sun. Day 19 had 2 flags and 3 frozen walnuts, alongside frozen cabbage poults and twin sunflowers in the very back, but the apple mortar doesn't really have the ability to shoot behind itself even when using its plant food, so those were going to stay frozen for the entire level. And this level also introduced the caveman ice pushers, who push the imps frozen frozen in the ice, but with our combo of these 4 Applemortars, they're able to keep each other unfrozen at the same time dealing with all the zombies, defeating day 19. Day 20 has 3 big waves and also 3 redirection pads in the middle, and a caveman ice pusher in the bottom lane made it pretty far with its frozen imps. After using a plant food on one of my Applemortars, all the cavemen were taken out, which left just the imps, and then those were all broken out of their ice with another plant food, and those basically being the last of the zombies, day 20 was beaten as well. Day 22, however, is where the weasels come in, and just like the chickens had done in the Wild West, right as the weasels came in, the first one took out my lawnmower in the very middle, and then a couple more took out the lawnmower in the very bottom. And the annoying part about the weasels is that they just completely skip over the redirection pads, but I don't know if the number of weasels was just a lot less, because this time we're able to beat this level on our first attempt. When we first saw the chickens, it was definitely much more difficult. Day 23 has 3 flags, and we have to protect these 5 charred guard at the back, and this level also contains weasels. And the only problem we really ran into was the charred guard in the very top losing all of its flaps because a couple zombies were sent right on top of it, but I was able to get down Applemortars in front of every single one, so we pretty easily beat the level on our first attempt. And day 26 is definitely an annoying one because it has 4 flags, but mainly it has these 3 weasel hoarders in the very front frozen in ice. And since the Applemortar has this 3 tile range, it basically guarantees that wherever I plant it, I'm guaranteed to hit one of them. So I stalled as long as I could at first, collecting as much sun as I could as well, so I could have enough Applemortars to try and defend against them once they broke out of the ice. And the first one to break out was the very middle one, but at the same time, another weasel hoarder was sent in the very bottom lane. So some weasels ended up overwhelming me and took the lawnmower in the very bottom lane. And also at the same time, our Applemortar in the top middle lane got frozen, which allowed another weasel in the very top lane to take that mower as well. And it got pretty crazy right after the second big wave as an army of weasels started approaching in the very bottom lane, so I had to quickly shovel my Applemortar in the middle lane to plant another one in that very bottom lane. And this small shoveling maneuver ended up saving the Applemortars, and they lived to see another day, because afterwards we didn't see any more weasels, and day 26 had thankfully been beaten on the very first attempt. Day 27, we have to protect these 3 Rotobagas in the back against a bunch of gargantuars, but thankfully there's no snowstorms, so I can comfortably plant my Applemortars wherever needed. And of course I knew there was going to be a bunch of tanky zombies being sent within the final couple of waves, so I was spamming as many Applemortars as I could and taking out these last couple of caveman zombies and gargantuars. Day 27 was pretty easily defeated. Day 28, we first prepped defenses, and we lost 2 lawnmowers to some weasels because a couple of our Applemortars got frozen and they just ran right past them. But after that, I extra protected and basically ensured our victory. And since this was the very final level of Frostbite Caves, it now meant that we beat all of Frostbite Caves using just a max level Applemortar. This world honestly ended up being easier than I thought it was going to be, but we're not as lucky in the... And I say not as lucky only for the reason that the umbrella zombie exists, because in other ways like the gold tiles we are pretty lucky as they provide us with extra sun and we're able to get down a lot more Applemortars than we usually would. And due to this, days 1, 2, 4, and 6 were all beaten fairly easily, but on day 7 the umbrella zombie is introduced in the very top lane. And honestly I thought that we'd have to just stall and let the lawnmowers handle them, but then an extremely lucky coincidence happened, revealing another way to beat the umbrella zombie. I plant footed the Applemortar, and at the exact same time a parachute fell down right on top of the Applemortar, which the Applemortar hit, but they also hit the umbrella zombie because of its splash damage. And this was a very helpful thing to figure out because it gave us a lot more leeway against levels that had tons of these guys. But if you do look at this umbrella zombie, there's no other zombies near it, so I can't hit the plant food splash damage onto it, so we're forced to let it just walk all the way down the lawn all the way to the lawnmower. And as it was the last zombie, we beat day 7. Day 10 had 3 flags and also more umbrella zombies, and the very first one didn't really give me an opportunity to use plant food and take it out, so I had to just use the Applemortars to body block it until the very final wave, which by then 2 more umbrella zombies had come in, all of which were defeated by lawnmowers. Day 11, again 3 flags, and for most of the levels we didn't see an umbrella zombie even though they existed within the level. But then towards the end, one appeared in the top middle lane, and as a dragonfly was approaching, I used a plant food which took the umbrella out as well, and so we ended up beating day 11 without the need of a lawnmower. Day 15 15 has 3 flags, and we have to protect these 2 at key from the zombies. And of course, there's more umbrella zombies, and these ones we aren't really given an opportunity to use our plant food against, so we have to let the lawnmowers take them, but these were the last of the umbrellas. So I thought I'd won, but I made a big mistake in the very bottom lane as I didn't realize a zombie dropped onto the key, and I tried mowering it, but I was too late and it took out the key. And I actually ended up losing on my first attempt on that level. That was kind of embarrassing, but we redeemed ourselves on the second try. Day 17, once again, 3 flags and umbrella zombies, but there's only 2 of them, each of them in different lanes, so the lawnmowers were able to handle them. Days 19, 20, and 23 were all beaten on the very first attempt, even though we lost a lot of our lawnmowers on day 23 specifically. But with day 24, we had run into another painful level. In this level, we had to protect these flowers from being trampled on, of course, mainly against the umbrella zombies. And this was definitely a ruthless one, as the very first zombie is an umbrella zombie that has no adjacent or zombies on top of it. And I knew I could just use a mower launch for this first one, but there would be many more, so I had to prepare against them as well. But on this first attempt, my brain kind of lagged and the umbrella zombie made it to the flowers pretty easily. On the second attempt, I was able to stall all the way until the first big wave, which revealed 3 more umbrellas in 3 different lanes. But by this point, I didn't have enough sun and the umbrella made it to the flowers once again. And I knew I wasn't going to win on these first few attempts, so my main goal here was just collecting information on when and where they come into the map, just so I know when to use my plant food. And on my third attempt, I don't use the mower launch on the very middle umbrella zombie, because if you look to the right of it, you'll see more zombies approaching towards it who I'd be able to use with the plant food of the Applemortar to take out that umbrella. So instead, I used the mower launch on the umbrella zombie in the very bottom lane, as there aren't any zombies near or approaching it. And then I knew that these 2 other umbrellas had tent zombies right behind them, so if I plant fooded right as they came out, they'd be taken out with the tents, which for now only left us with this middle umbrella zombie and these Indiana Jones, and I didn't really have enough sun to defend. But even then, I managed to take out an umbrella with a plant food, but like I said, I didn't have enough sun, and an Indiana Jones in the very bottom made it to the flowers. And since I was having such difficulty with collecting enough sun, I decided to try something different on my 4th attempt. The main reason I didn't have a lot of sun was because I had to sacrifice a lot of Applemortars to this first umbrella, so I decided to just mower launch it right away. I thought maybe this would be more helpful in reducing my sun usage, and for a pretty long time it was, but this time for some reason the tent zombie in the very top lane came out a little later than usual, so that Applemortar's plant food didn't hit that umbrella. And also, since I used that mower launch in the middle lane, the umbrella in the bottom lane was free as well, which now led to me having to deal with 2 umbrellas. And if you look in the top left, I only have 150 sun, so once again one of the umbrellas was able to trample the flowers. But even with all these failed attempts, I felt like I was getting closer to the solution, and the 5th attempt was the proof of that, as we again decided to use the mower launch against the first umbrella zombie. And when the 2 mid lane umbrellas came in, I placed the Applemortar that plant fooded right away, but this time I got unlucky in the bottom lane. But opposite to that, I got lucky in the lane underneath it, as Indiana Jones jumped onto the Applemortar where an umbrella zombie was, so I was able to use the splash damage to take it out. And then I saw a shovel zombie approaching the umbrella in the bottom middle lane, which I'd used the plant food for that one, but then somehow, again very luckily, it took out 2 more umbrellas in the back. I didn't even know those existed, as I hadn't made it this far yet, but with that, we had beaten day 24 in 5 attempts. This was definitely a very lucky run. And afterwards, days 25, 26, 27, and 29 were all easily beaten, and now we made it to the final level that we play of Lost City, day 30, which unfortunately starts off with 2 umbrella zombies, but luckily no other umbrellas spawn in those top 2 lanes, so we don't have to worry about preserving those lawnmowers. And then the final one appears in the bottom middle lane, who again we just let stroll all the way to the end to the lawnmower, which takes it out, and now we'd be in all of Lost City using just the max level Applemortar. But next up, we take a little break in the far future. We're just going to be speeding past, as it's one of the worlds that's pretty easy and it doesn't really have anything that's challenging for the Applemortar. It's basically like ancient Egypt and the Pirate Seas. The only problem usually within the far future are the tanky zombies like the Robocone mechs and the football mechs, but since the Applemortar can stall and it deals a ton of damage, they aren't very much of a problem. And on top of that, if they were a problem, we had the power tiles to help us. And with that, we had beaten all the far future using just the max level Applemortar. Next up, The Dark Ages is annoying in a couple of ways, one of which is being the sun and the high cost of the Applemortar, but I do allow the use of Gold Bloom and paired up with the Applemortar's 3-tile range, that's not too big of a problem. The second problem is much bigger, but that comes in later on, and fast forwarding to that problem, nights 1, 2, and 3 were all very easy, but night 5, the second problem is introduced in the Jester Zombie, who is immune to the Applemortar's attacks for the most part. And I say for the most part because something really weird happens when the Jester gets to that last tile right by the Applemortars. For some reason, the Applemortars just gained the ability to hit the Jester, and I couldn't really figure out why this happens, and I even ran some tests in some later levels, but it was a reliable way to take out the Jesters, and I only had to wait until they got to that last tile. Oh, and if you look at the top lane, you can also beat the Jesters like the Umbrella Zombies by using a plant food on the Applemortar, and then his splash damage takes the Jester out. So there are a couple of tricks you can use. Like I said, I tested some things out because I thought that maybe it happened when the Jesters were right adjacent to the Applemortar, but I placed an Applemortar in that second tile from the back and it didn't do anything to the Jesters, but when the Jesters got to the last tile, they got stunned by the Applemortar. So for some odd reason, they do have to be in that last column. But with the help of these weird features, we beat night 5. Night 6, we had to prep some defenses. Night 7, we went back to normal, but this level didn't have any Jesters, so we took it down pretty easily. Night 9 did have Jesters, but I made use of the strategy of just having my Applemortars in that last column, which guaranteed the Jesters defeat. Night 11 was pretty easy as well, but night 12, things get dangerous as we have to protect these Puff Shroom in the back. And this placement of Puff Shroom means that we can't use the strategy of trying to beat the Jesters by having them reach that final column, and we can't really use the mowers besides one launch, so we have to try and time our plant foods perfectly. But another problem was that I couldn't have my Applemortars on screen at all time, because if one of their normal shots hit the Jesters, then the Puff Shroom would be taken out. And as the Jester appeared in that very top lane, I plant fooded an Applemortar, which insta plant fooded, and that wasn't supposed to happen, so the Jester took a couple of shots at the Puff Shroom, and luckily the Puff Shroom survived the shot that it took. But now I was in kind of a pickle with this Jester, as there wasn't really a way for me to beat it, so I had to use a mower launch for this one. And right after, I quickly shoveled my Applemortars just in case more Jesters were to appear, and 2 did in the very 2 top lanes, and the one in the very top lane survived again, shooting a shot at the Puff Shroom, but thankfully since we plant fooded the Puff Shrooms to keep them alive, that one regained its health back and was able to tank another shot. And then I was able to beat the Jester using a plant food of the Applemortar, and the splash damage hit the Jester. And now as the final wave was coming in and there were no Jesters and only wizards and other tanky zombies, we had basically beaten the level. And taking out these last 2 zombies, night 12 was beaten, and I was honestly pretty surprised that I was able to do it on the first attempt. Also, I was surprised that the Puff Shroom survived one shot. But that aside, once again on night 15 we prepare defenses. Night 16 has Jesters, but they're all surrounded by a lot of gravestones, so you can just use your plant foods whenever to take them out, which allowed us to beat the level very easily. Night 17 was easy as well, and now we made it to the last level that we play of the Dark Ages, Night 19. And in this level, we have to protect these 3 magnet shrooms in the front from the zombies, and there are a couple of times that a Jester appears in the lanes of the magnet shroom. And as they did appear in the top and the middle lane, the top lane Jester I was able to take out with the plant food, but the middle lane one I had to resort to using a mower launch. And in the face of Applemortars, those are the only 2 threatening zombies that actually appear on this level, as the Gargantuars kind of just get taken out in the very first tile. And with that, we had beaten all of Dark Ages using just the max level Applemortar. And next up, the Neon Mixtape Tour and the Jurassic Marsh were just going to be super speeding through as well, because they ended up being much easier than I expected. The Neon Mixtape Tour, I guess I wasn't expecting to be too difficult, as there aren't really any zombies that can be threatening to the Applemortar, because its long range just allows it to take care of the annoying ones like the microphone whippers. And the other annoying zombie in the Neon Mixtape Tour is the Gargantuar of that world, but as we've seen in the previous worlds, the Gargantuars don't pose a threat in the face of Applemortar because the stun's just too powerful. And paired with their pretty high damage, the Gargantuars are very easily defeated. The Jurassic Marsh, on the other hand, I did expect to be a little bit difficult because of the annoying dinosaurs like the T-Rexes or the Ankylosauruses, or basically just all the dinosaurs since they speed up the zombies. But even with their support, every level in the Jurassic Marsh was beaten on the first attempt and very easily. The T-Rexes, again, were countered by the stun of the apple cores, and once a zombie was stunned, even though it had the boost of the dinosaurs, source still on it, it was going to say stunned until it died because of how long it lasts and how fast the Applemortar shoot. But yapping aside, we had now beaten all of the Neon Mixtape Tour and Jurassic Marsh using just the max level Applemortar. Next up we have the Big Wave Beach. Though usually known as a difficult level, most of it was pretty easy with Applemortar, mainly because even the scuba zombies who are underneath the water could be hit with the apple cores since it's a lobbing plant. And the zombies in the water are slower, so it gives the apples that much more time to work with. And due to this, days 1, 2, 4, and 6 were all easily beaten. Day 7 is a little bit more difficult because we aren't given any land to work with, and we have to use the lily pads on the tiles that are eventually going to be covered in water. But as the strongest of zombies still were just bucket heads, we won pretty easily. And then days 9, 11, 12, 17, and 19 weren't threatening either. 20 was once again a level that had no land tiles and were reliant on the lily pads that were already placed. And this time octo zombies were in the level as well, so we had to make sure that our apples didn't get covered. And thankfully the octo zombies targeted the lily pads in the front first, so we got away with beating the level using just 2 apples, and they never got covered with an octopus. Day 22 we had some land to work with, and it was the introduction level of the fisherman zombie, but we easily beat them as well. Day 23 is usually an interesting one where we have to protect these bananas mainly from the fishermen and them getting pulled into the water. And at first I just stalled for sun because my main goal was getting an Applemortar in front of each banana just for that extra protection. And honestly, after getting these 3 and 2 more apples in the back, the zombies on this level were kind of just getting eradicated. So day 23 ended up being pretty easy as well. Day 25 we have a 3000 sun limit and we have to defeat a pretty good amount of zombies in a certain amount of time, and I used 700 sun from the limit, and the other challenge was beat without me even noticing because the Applemortar was just that strong. Day 27 is once again one of those levels where there's no land and only lily pads to place on, and this time one of my apples got covered by an octopus in the very middle lane, and I couldn't really get it uncovered in any way, but we honestly didn't need to as the other 3 handled the level pretty easily. Day 28 we had a challenge where we couldn't lose more than 5 plants, and we didn't lose any. Day 29 was pretty easy as well, and now we're on the last level that we play of the Big Wave Beach, day 30. And in this level you're most likely already familiar, but we have to protect these guacodiles in the back from the zombies, mainly making sure that the fishermen's hooks don't latch on to the guacodiles. And mainly the only problems in this level were sometimes that my Applemortars got pulled forward and I was scared of the water, so I just shovel them for the sun, placing another one in his place. And at some point I got enough Applemortars that the fishermen's became a non-threat because they're basically just stunned forever. And now with only this Gargantuar left in the bottom lane, we had beaten all of Big Wave Beach using just a max level Applemortar. Next we faced the final world, which is Modern Day. Was definitely one of the more difficult levels as we once again had to revisit the annoying zombies such as the chickens, umbrellas, and the jesters, alongside an actual new annoying zombie that we see a little later on. But for now, day 1 was beaten pretty easily. Same with days 2 and 4, but day 5 definitely wasn't easy as it brought back the umbrellas, but also sent them in kind of sporadic and annoying ways where we had to just let these first 2 take the lawnmowers even though we weren't on the final wave. And then as we're approaching the final wave, 3 more umbrellas came in, again sporadically, and there were no other zombies near them, so I couldn't even use plant food to take them out. And I tried stalling as long as I could, but eventually I ran out of sun and the umbrella got through, making it to the end. On my second attempt, literally the same exact thing happened, but on the third attempt I realized I was gonna have to stall the first 2 umbrellas, and I had to do everything in my power to not let them reach the lawnmowers until the second wave of umbrellas came in. And a good thing about this level was that this first wave of umbrellas and the second wave were the only waves of umbrella zombies, and eventually shoveling and replacing the Applemortars enough, we're able to stall the umbrella zombies long enough. And I actually panic bought some plant food, but it wasn't really needed, as right after I bought it the other 3 umbrellas came in, and we were finally able to get rid of all of them in one fell swoop, beating day 5. Day 7 had jesters, but the main tactic of course against them was just waiting until they got to that last column. And days 10 and 11 are pretty easy, but day 12 is pretty bad, as it once again has the umbrella zombies, but it also has the main threat to the Applemortars, which is the chickens. And on the first try, this level completely obliterated me, and on the second try I almost had it with only 2 umbrellas being kept alive, and I just didn't have the lawnmowers or the right plant food placements to get rid of them. The third attempt however went much more differently because I was able to buy some plant food and defend against the chickens, and defending against the chickens allowed me to preserve the lawnmowers in the top lanes, which were needed to defeat defeat the last couple of umbrellas. And with that, we ended up beating level 12. Days 15, 17, 18, and 20 were all kind of a calm before a storm as they're beaten pretty easily, but day 21 introduced a new threat to the Applemortar, which was the football zombies, because they're so fast that the Applemortars just can't hit them. So anytime that a football zombie would come in, it basically meant that I was going to either lose my Applemortar or the lawnmower. And due to this, I kind of got overwhelmed and I shoveled an Applemortar, not realizing there's an all-star approaching in that lane, and then that all-star ended up making it all the way to the end. My second attempt, I did much better as I made it all the way to the final wave, but then I kind of ran out of sun and there was no more Applemortars on the field for me to even plant food, so a surfer zombie in the very bottom lane actually ended up taking me out. The third try was much more different, and my main strategy against the all-stars was just plant fooding my Applemortars last second so that they wouldn't get insta-killed by the all-stars charge. In employing this strategy, we beat day 21 on our third try. Day 23 was just an insane amount of big wave beach zombies, mainly the gargantuars and the octo zombies, and after losing some lawnmowers, we were able to beat it. Day 24, the all-stars came back, and these three all-stars, since I didn't have any plant food, took out all three of my Applemortars. But since this was the final wave, I only had to beat the newspaper in the bottom lane as the top lane I launched the lawnmower for. So in a way, the level was nice by sending the footballs in the final wave. Day 26 had more all-stars, but we kind of knew how to counter them now, so we beat it as well. Day 29 was the first level in a while that we beat without using a lawnmower, and now we're on probably the most difficult level of modern day, which is day 30. And I knew that this level I was going to have to spam my plant foods and buy them with my coins, because there's just a decent amount of all-stars that appear, and there's no way that I'm going to be able to collect enough sun that I can just keep placing my Applemortars down whenever they get taken out. So this is exactly what I did, plant fooding my Applemortars right as the all-stars were about to make impact. But at some point in the level, my brain kind of glitched, and instead of plant fooding my Applemortar, I ended up shoveling it instead, which of course gave the all-star that was running down the lane a free path over the flowers. On the second try, I made sure that this didn't happen and things went much smoother, and we were able to beat day 30. And now we're on the final level that we play of the entire challenge, modern day, day 31. And it contains a couple of jesters and all-stars, but it's nothing dangerous enough that I really have to worry about it, as I know the lawnmowers would be able to handle them. But even the all-stars, I didn't let do that, as I was using my Applemortars to body block against them, getting lucky with them instant plant fooding. And now with only this cannon and its imps left in the very bottom lane, it meant that we had beaten all of modern day and all of Plants vs Zombies 2 using just a max level Applemortar. And even though there were some pretty big challenges, we ended up beating every single level. And next step is Homing Thistle, a pretty fun and easy to use plant as it can literally reach any tile on the entire map, but I wanted to test out just how good it was, so I maxed it out and put it up against the entirety of PvZ2, and along the way there were some challenges that really showcased the gaps in the Homing Thistle's abilities. So let's see if Homing Thistle can truly solo the entire game by itself. Ancient Egypt, though normally we'd super speed past it, this time I actually decided to do a special challenge on its own, and that special challenge was trying to beat every single level of Ancient Egypt using a singular Homing Thistle. And all of day 1 was pretty easily defeated, as I didn't even have to use a singular plant food. But as day 3 plays out in the background, let me go over the stats of the max level Homing Thistle. Its sun cost goes from 250 to 150. Its recharge goes down from 15 to 5 seconds. Its starting recharge also goes from 10 to 5 seconds. Its health, like most other plants, goes from 300 to 900. Its damage has a pretty significant increase from 40 to 140 per shot, and like the Peashooter, the Homing Thistle also has a projectile velocity increase, but this one's a little bit less at 1.6x. And of course there's the two mastery buffs, one which has a 20% chance to boost on placement, and then the pierce buff that makes it do more damage. And with that, day 3 was beaten. Next we skip straight to day 7, where we have a ton of gravestones, but since the Homing Thistle can actually just ignore them, they aren't much of a problem at all. In a way, the gravestones don't really even exist when it's the Homing Thistle shooting. The only potential problem the gravestones could cause is just taking up the space of my Homing Thistles, but since we don't produce nearly enough sun, that'll never be a problem. And after taking out this camel one by one, day 7 had also been defeated. Day 8 introduces the Explorer Zombies, but since you can just plant your Homing Thistles in a different lanes, they aren't a threat, and this level was quickly taken down as well. And same with days 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and lastly 17. Day 18 we take a little stop to prep a singular defense, and since this is a prep your defense defenses level, there ends up being a lot of zombies sent at once, so I'm forced to use a plant food here. But even then, it was beaten using a singular homing thistle. And days 19, 20, 21, 22, and even 23 with this gargantuar followed in the same footsteps of being beaten using a singular homing thistle. And now we made it to the final level of Ancient Egypt, which was day 24, and first we again prepped the singular defense. And at times the zombies did get close to the homing thistle on this level, but they were pretty spread out and I had a lot of plant food in my arsenal, so they were all eventually destroyed without losing a singular lawnmower. And after taking out this last coffin zombie, we had now beaten all of Ancient Egypt using just a singular max level homing thistle on every single level. Pretty cool. But the next world is the Pirate Seas. We're just going to be super speeding past because similarly to Ancient Egypt, it was a very easy world. And I did try to continue the one plant challenge for Pirate Seas, but I kind of got bored of using it, so I started spamming them. And of course, with the help of spamming, there really wasn't any zombie that was going to get through these homing thistles. And with that, we had now beaten all of Pirate Seas using just a max level homing thistle. But we faced a little bit more difficulty in the difficulty within the Wild West comes with only one zombie, which is the chickens. But as days 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, and lastly 7 didn't have any chickens, they were all defeated very easily. Day 10, however, is the first level that the chickens appear in. And the chickens are a massive problem for the homing thistle because it has strong singular shots. But since the chickens come in massive hordes, the homing thistle most of the time can't shoot enough bullets to take them all out. And like you just saw, they end up taking the lawnmowers very easily. And you can see as these other chickens were coming in, I had my button already clicked on the plant food just in case I needed to use it, because very thankfully the homing thistle does have a plant food that's very good at dealing with chickens. And if things ever get too close, I can just use a plant food to take out all the chickens. But right here you can see that sometimes the plant food even misses and some chickens can get through if you get unlucky. And this time, one by one, the chickens almost took every single lawnmower besides the top middle one, but we had made it to the final wave of this level, which doesn't have any more chickens, so we did end up winning on our very first attempt. Days 11 and 13 were simple, but 14 we see the chickens again. And this time the strategy changed a little bit because I stalled these first zombies out for a while, which allowed me to have down 3 homing thistles by the time the first chickens even came in. Eventually getting down 5 all in that back column, and at times things did get close, but I would just use a plant food to take care of most of the chickens. Even these insane looking hordes were dealt with using 2 plant food at the same exact time. And with this change of strategy, we're able to beat this level without losing a single lawnmower. But day 18, which is a prepare your defenses level, did not go the same way. Even though we're able to get down 10 homing thistle before starting the round, there was just so many chickens that they'd get eaten almost immediately. And eventually the chickens took the lawnmowers and entered the house, making the homing thistle lose for the first time. But of course I went in for the second attempt, but there is something important that I completely forgot to mention earlier, and that was the fact that I completely forgot to reset my coins on this run. And so I started off with 13,000 coins already in the bank. So technically I'm only allowed to use 8,000 of the coins in my bank right now to get plant food. And if the coins ever went below 13,000, it would technically mean that I cheated, but of course I was cautious of this and made sure that I didn't go underneath. And I mentioned this on this level because I ended up using all my available coins here because I thought that a couple of plant food would be enough, but then I realized it wasn't, so I ended up just spamming more plant food. And somehow even after buying 8 plant food, I couldn't beat all the chickens in this level. And this is when I realized that this level was impossible without buying plant food. And since I didn't have enough coins, I would for now be skipping this level and returning to it at the end, because it was definitely possible, I just needed enough coins. But moving on to day 19, it was a much easier level since it didn't consist of any chickens, so we won pretty easily. And the same went for day 21, but day 23, like usual, was a scary one because we had to protect these flowers from being trampled on, and this level has chickens in it. But I had a strategy in mind, which was stalling the first zombies, and after I took one of them out, I would shovel the homing thistle. This basically allowed me to have more time to stall the next zombie, because if I didn't shovel it, that homing thistle would have taken this zombie out as well. And it might seem like a waste, but in the end, it does get me more sun. And in using this strategy, I was able to get down 4 homing thistles before the first chickens appeared. And this level, though it is scary with the flowers and chickens, the chickens are sent in numbers that are very little. And since all the homing thistles target the furthest zombie, it kind of allows them to take all the chicken wranglers down one by one, unless, of course, I plant food, in which it becomes pure chaos, and then I just used all of my plant food at once. and it just ended up working. But I knew to not make that mistake again since it would unleash all the chickens and I didn't have enough plant food this time. And with the final wave having these 3 chicken wranglers left and me having 3 plant food left, it had meant that we took down day 23. And now we're on the final level that we play of the Wild West, which is day 24. We have to protect these walnuts in the front, and at first it may seem easy, but once the chickens start getting sent out, you have to be careful because the walnuts can die very quickly. The walnuts were definitely annoying, but they were also helpful because they kept my homing thistle in the back alive at the same time. I just had to make sure that I was maneuvering them into the right spots. And one of the walnuts in the middle got heavily damaged, so I decided to plant food it just in case, and right after I plant fooded the very front one as well. And at this point I'd basically guaranteed my win as I had many homing thistle down and my walnuts were very heavily protected. And taking out these last few chickens, it meant that we beat most of the Wild West using just the max level homing thistle. We just have to come back to day 18 at the end. But that aside, next step is the Frostbite Caves. Though not too dangerous of a world, there are some parts about it that are a little annoying, and the main thing is the freezing of the plants. But even the freezing isn't too bad because even if the homing thistles get frozen, we can just plant food one of the other ones and it usually breaks the ice. And so days 2, 4, 6, 7, and 9 were all beaten very easily. Day 11 things definitely pick up a little bit because we're already up against 4 big waves, and this level in particular just has a massive amount of windstorms that freeze your plants. And at some point most of my homing thistle were frozen and I was having to rely on a few to take out the zombies. But luckily before the very final wave there was this period where there were no zombies on the screen, so the homing thistle actually targeted the ice, which broke free all the frozen ones and allowed us to beat day 11. Day 12 was pretty easy. Day 13 we have to protect these flowers in the back from being trampled on, and in the final wave of this level the Gargantuar is introduced, who gets absolutely decimated, and then after the level is beat. Day 15 in itself isn't too difficult either because we have to protect these pepperpolt against 4 big waves, but the pepperpolts make it to, if our homing thistles are frozen, they get unfrozen pretty quickly. Day 17 had all these frozen plants, which helped us a lot because I was able to shovel them and get extra sun to place down more homing thistles. And this level also had the caveman ice pushers, but the homing thistle makes it pretty easy to go up against these guys as well, as the cavemen are targeted before the ice. And so day 17 was beaten very easily as well. Day 19, again a ton of frozen plants, which allowed me to just spam my homing thistles, completely demolishing all the zombies. Day 20 was definitely slower because there weren't any frozen plants, so we had to get all our sun naturally, and at one point all 3 of my homing thistles got frozen, but as soon as I got my 4th one down I plant fooded it immediately to unfreeze the others, which only unfroze one, so I had to plant food again to break out another one. And this level didn't have too many zombies in it, so we were eventually able to win. Day 22 has the 3 frozen guacodiles and introduces the weasels, but these guys are much easier than the chickens because they have more health but they come in smaller numbers, and the homing thistle is very easily able to thin their numbers down, and we were able to beat this level without losing a single lawnmower. Day 23 we have to protect these chard guards, and as this level doesn't have any freezing winds, we were able to do so pretty easily. 26 wasn't too difficult. 27, again no freezing winds and mainly just a ton of tanky zombies who once again didn't stand a chance against the homing thistle, so of course we won. And now we made it to the final level of the Frostbite Caves where we have to prep defenses. And we actually ended up losing a couple lawnmowers on this level because our homing thistle got frozen, but afterwards I had some extra sun, so I started spamming more homing thistles, which basically guaranteed our win, and with that we had beaten all of Frostbite Caves using just a max level homing thistle. And the next world is... Of course, theoretically, the main problem in Lost City is the shovel zombie, and when being attacked head-on by the homing thistle, you can see that it takes no damage. But if you place the homing thistle in a position where it'll shoot behind the shovel zombie, it can actually take it out. So this strategy ends up making a zombie who should be difficult pretty easy, which allowed us to beat day 4. And of course, another good thing about Lost City is that we have gold tiles to work with, and these just allow us to spam homing thistles. And honestly, this ended up being one of the easier worlds that we went up against because 1, we had an abundance of sun, and 2, there weren't any zombies that countered the homing thistle. Even levels like day 15 where we have to protect these Aki, and it can be a little dangerous because the shovel zombies approach in their lanes, they still didn't pose much of a threat, and this allowed me to just wipe through basically every single level, making it to the last level without any problems. And taking out these final waves of zombies, we had now beaten all of Lost City using just the max level homing thistle, and it ends up being even easier in the far future. We're just going to super speed past because like normal, it's one of the easiest worlds in the entire game. The only scary zombies within it are very tanky ones, but since my plants are always max level, they never struggle with them. And as always, if there is something that we would struggle with, the power tiles are there to help us. And with that, we had now beaten all of far future using just a max level homing thistle, but it gets extremely devastating in the The Dark Ages is definitely the world where everything starts to go south, and this pattern starts on night 5, and this is the level that the Jesters introduced. And the Homing Thistle happens to be literally the worst plant that goes up against the Jester. I thought maybe you could use the same strategy as I did with the Shovel Zombie by placing the Homing Thistle behind the Jesters, but this doesn't work either. And the worst part is you can't even stall against the Jesters because the Homing Thistle shots home to the furthest up zombie, which is almost always a Jester since they can't deal damage to him. So trying to body block until the very final wave is literally impossible, and the Jesters just get through without a problem. And I tried this level a couple of times but realized that there was no way I was beating it. So night 5 of the Dark Ages is the very first impossible level with the Homing Thistle. But don't worry, it gets even worse. Night 6, thankfully, even though there are Jesters, they all happen to appear in different lanes, and so they take all the lawnmowers, but then we're able to defeat the rest of the zombies normally, allowing us to take down Night 6. Night 7 was an anomaly because it didn't have any Jesters, so we're able to beat it without losing a single lawnmower. Night 9, however, we're back to seeing Jesters, and the Jesters in this level specifically are extremely spaced out, and like I mentioned earlier, you can't stall or body block with the Homing Thistle since their shots always home to the Jesters, making them speed up by a lot, and eventually they make it to the end. And Night 9 was the second level that was impossible with Homing Thistle. Night 11, the pattern does not stop. There's even more Jesters sent in who first take the lawnmowers in the very bottom lane, middle lane, and very top lane, and then way later on there's another Jester sent in the middle lane, making this level impossible as well. Night 12 is literally the most impossible level with the Homing Thistle because we have to protect these puff shrooms in the very back, and since Jesters appear and our only way to defeat them is with the lawnmowers, we can't do anything against them. Night 15, we're sent a Jester in every single lane right off the bat, and then 3 more Jesters nearing the end, making this the 5th impossible level. Night 16, thankfully, we have a little bit of a break because even though Jesters do exist in the level, they're only sent once and in these 3 lanes, so we're finally able to win. Night 17, we go back to an impossible level, and this time we didn't even make it to the first big wave. And now the very final level of the Dark Ages, which is Night 19, and by this special challenge, you've probably already guessed that this level is impossible as well. The Jester in the bottom middle lane was the one that ended up making us lose, but if that Jester didn't do it, the one in the very bottom lane would have, because there's no way we can defeat it and it would have taken out the Magnet Shroom. And with that, the Homing Thistle had lost to 7 levels in the Dark Ages, but we still have 4 more worlds that we can test it out against, with the next ones being we're super speeding through the Neon Mixtape Tour, Jurassic Marsh, and the Big Wave Beach because they're just extremely easy. None of the 3 worlds have a zombie that counters the Homing Thistle like the Jester did, and they didn't have any world specific features like the winds and frostbite caves that were annoying. The Big Wave Beach sometimes is annoying because of the water, but Homing Thistle is literally built for the Big Wave Beach. And talking about the Big Wave Beach, there's actually something special about it, because though we super speed through most of it, there is one level that I want to show you, which is the boss level of the Big Wave Beach. And I'm showing you this level because the Homing Thistle actually appears in the conveyor, and there are times that it actually seems a little tough because the zombies just seem to be overwhelming in numbers, but then I'm just able to use my plant food to decimate all of them. And also, when it's only Zomboss on the screen, if you use your plant food, they'll all target the boss, dealing insane amounts of damage to it. And using this strategy, we're able to take down the boss of the Big Wave Beach very easily. And with that, we had beaten all of the Neon Mixtape Tour, Jurassic Marsh, and Big Wave Beach using just the max level Homing Thistle. And next up, Modern Day, though not too bad overall, has a couple of levels that can be a little annoying. The first of which was Day 7, and this level had a combination of the Dark Ages Jesters and also the Octo Zombies from the Big Wave Beach. And mainly, I lost on my first attempt on this level because I couldn't stall the Jesters at all, and they got through without a problem. On my second attempt, I made sure that as soon as the Dark Ages portal spawned, that I went and shoveled my Homing Thistles. And shoveling them makes it to where the Jesters actually slow down, and I had to make like a strategic decision here where I just constantly plant fooded my Homing Thistles, trying to body block as best as possible, even though it wasn't really working, but I was able to do it just good enough that I got all 3 Jesters from the portal. And now all we had to pray for was that there wasn't another Dark Ages portal in the same exact lane. And thankfully, as the final wave came in, another Dark Ages portal did appear, but it was in a different lane. And I just used the same exact strategy, which took out all the Jesters. And then to deal with these last 2 Octo Zombies, I placed a homing thistle, and day 7 was defeated. The next semi-annoying level was day 12, because first they sent in a shovel zombie right off the bat, and then it also had chicken wranglers in the top 2 lanes. And the main threat here was the chickens, but as soon as they got too close, I just plant fooded to take them out. But since there was a second chicken wrangler, the chickens from that one were able to take my lawnmower in the top middle lane. But since that was the last of the chickens, the rest of the level was beaten very easily. And the next annoying level would be day 23, and the main annoyance this level is again the octo zombies. They just kept on covering my homing thistles over and over again. So I had to start using shoveling strategies where I would just shovel the homing thistle if it was about to get covered, and using this we were able to beat the level. And the next level we're going to cover is day 30, which is the second to last level of modern day that we play. And this level actually wasn't difficult, I just wanted to show it because we didn't end up using any of our coins to buy plant food here. And normally this is a level where we have to spam buy plant food because of all the rushing all-stars. But the homing thistle's damage was good enough that we beat it without using any plant food, and now we made it to the final level that we play of modern day. And this level, though it does have 2 jesters, they both appear in different lanes, so the lawnmowers are able to take care of them, and the rest of the level is beaten very easily. But this isn't the end, because if you remember, there's still a level in Wild West that we have to cover now that we have coins. So going back to day 18, we prepped our defenses in these spots, and I learned throughout my experience that it was better that I don't use my plant food right off the bat, even sacrificing a couple of homing thistle to the chickens, because if I was to use my plant food, I'd lose a lot more. But when things started looking very bad, I would use my plant food. And then around the time that we passed the halfway mark and lost our very first lawnmower, I realized that this was around the time that I was gonna have to start using my coins. But on this attempt, I actually didn't use any coins and kind of just used it as a test to gauge how far I could get without the coins and see where I would need to use them. However, on the second attempt, like I mentioned, by the halfway point, I knew that I was gonna have to start spamming my plant foods, and before even reaching the very final wave, I'd spent 10,000 coins, and buying 3 more and spamming them whenever I needed, I was finally able to beat day 18 of the Wild West. And that is the end of this challenge, meaning that the homing thistle lost to 7 levels, all of which were in the Dark Ages against the Jester. So honestly, not too bad. And next up is Rotobaga, a very underrated plant that shoots in 4 directions diagonally, and sometimes gets overshadowed by the star fruit as it can shoot in 5 directions and is a little bit more OG. But personally, I side with Rotobaga, so I wanted to see if it could solo the entire game by itself at max level. But before we begin, let me tell you all the rules. Only Rotobaga, no power-ups or Zen Garden, skip all levels that force the use of another plant, pre-placed plants are fine, and lastly, coins earned throughout the challenge can be used to buy plant food, but no replaying levels to farm coins. Oh, and about 89% of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed, so if you end up enjoying the video, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later, okay?
Let's begin the Rotobaga's path of destruction.
For ancient Egypt and pirate seas, Rotobaga completely sweeps through both of them. So while we super speed through them, let me tell y'all the stats of the max level Rotobaga. Its sun cost goes from 150 to 100. Its recharge goes from 5 seconds to 3 seconds. Its health goes from 300 to 900. Its damage goes from 10 to 40. Its projectile velocity has a multiplier of 1.6. And a pretty interesting upgrade is that its plant food power, instead of having a damage increase, it actually has a projectile count increase, and it goes from 15 to 45. So basically, instead of shooting 15 shots with this plant food power, it shoots 45. And lastly, there's the mastery damage boost and also the 20% chance to plant food on placement. And with that, all of ancient Egypt and pirate seas had been beaten using just the max level Rotobaga. Up next, Wild West itself doesn't have too threatening of a start, so days 1, 2, 3, and 5 were all very easily beaten. Day 6 is the first prep your defenses level, so of course we prep defenses. Day 7, we go back to normal with 2 flags and just using these 3 Rotobagas in their front because it allows them to hit all 5 lanes. Even 2 could do the job, but 3 is just much more efficient. Day 10, however, we do have to change the strategy a little bit because it's the introduction of the chickens. And I wasn't prepared for them at all at first because I just didn't have enough sun, so chickens in the top lane actually made it all the way to the end taking a lawnmower. And then a couple seconds later, I ran into the same debacle of not having enough sun, so I thought I was going to lose in the very top top lane, but I collected a sun and got a Rotobaga down last second and it plant fooded, taking the chickens out. But while that was happening, and you might have missed it, one of the Rotobagas in the front got eaten, so the lawnmower in that lane got taken by chickens, and then I had to constantly plant food the one in the top lane so it wouldn't get eaten itself. And then while defending the top 2 lanes, again I didn't have enough sun, so chickens in the very bottom lane took a lawnmower as well. And since I was running into these problems of not having a Rotobaga in certain lanes, I decided it'd be smart to place one on the minecart so I could move it around into a lane it needed to be in. But by this time we'd beaten all the chickens and all that was left were the zombies in the top lane, and after defeating them pretty easily, day 10 had been beaten. Day 11 thankfully is much easier with 1 flag and a 500 sun limit, but that's more than enough as we're able to beat the level using 300 sun. Day 13 isn't anything special either. It has 2 flags and no special challenges, so I start off with the 3 Rotobaga in the front, but since the mechanical bulls were introduced, I added a couple more Rotobaga just to deal with them faster. In the end, taking down day 13. Day 14 though is the return of the chickens, and this time I was much smarter as I stalled the first zombie pretty heavily until I felt like I had enough sun. And in doing this, I was able to get down 5 Rotobaga before the first chicken wrangler was even sent in. And the stalling strategy is pretty effective with Rotobaga because if you remember, its recharge is only 3 seconds, so that's not a problem. The main problem is the sun cost. And sometimes the chickens would make it all the way to the Rotobaga, slowly eating away at them, but they weren't doing too much damage, and if they did, I would just plant food to replenish its health. And in doing this, day 14 had been beat. Days 15, 16, and 17 were all taken down very easily. Day 18, we once again prepped defenses. Day 19 has 2 flags, and the special challenges are a 2000 sun limit and also that we can't lose more than 2 plants. And with literally 0 threatening zombies in this level, we won without losing a single Rotobaga. Day 21 has the special challenge of protecting flowers from being trampled on, and this one, though the challenge is scary, it doesn't have any chicken wranglers, which makes our task much simpler and pretty easily accomplished. Day 23, however, is the exact opposite as it has the trample flower challenge, but this time we can't lose more than 2 plants, and there's also chickens in this level. And as you can see on the screen right now, I employed the same strategy of stalling the first zombie until I felt like I had enough sun, and once again in doing this we're able to get down 5 Rotobaga before the first chicken wrangler was even sent in. And thankfully whenever the chicken wranglers are sent in, it's not too crazy of an amount, so the first column of Rotobaga are able to handle them pretty easily, and this allows us to add more Rotobaga behind them just for extra protection in the future. And with the help of some plant food, we're able to beat day 23 on our first attempt. And now we're on the last level that we play of the Wild West, day 24. And in this level, we have the special task of defending these 3 walnuts on these 3 minecarts. Of course, mainly against chickens, and this time I didn't do any stalling and I actually ended up losing a lawnmower in the very bottom lane to start off. But as soon as I got enough sun, I planted a Rotobaga in that bottom lane to protect it against the chickens. And then I thought the Rotobaga in the very top lane was about to get eaten, so I plant fooded it just in case, because even though the lawnmower would protect that lane, losing a Rotobaga is pretty detrimental as it cost 100 sun. And once I got the full column of Rotobaga down, I knew that the rest of the level would be pretty easy. I would just have to make sure that there weren't any chickens sneakily eating away at the walnuts. And I saw that the front walnut was actually getting damaged, so I ended up plant fooding it just in case. But with the rest of the level going pretty smoothly, we beat day 24, and that was all of Wild West beaten using just a max level Rotobaga. Next up, Frostbite Caves day 1 is pretty easy, but day 2 introduces the gimmick of snowstorms, which can be very annoying in some cases, but on this level none of my Rotobaga got frozen, so it was beaten pretty easily. Day 4 was the same. Day 6, however, I'd placed these 4 Rotobaga in the front, but as the first big wave was being sent in, a windstorm blew past, freezing all 4 of them. So I had to place a couple other ones to break the ice. But then, as the final wave came in, 4 more of the Rotobaga got frozen. But thankfully, as 2 of them didn't get frozen, they were able to break the other Rotobaga out of the ice, and we beat day 6. Day 7 didn't really have any freezing, same with day 9, but day 11 is pretty notorious for its windstorms. But I realized that since the Rotobaga can shoot in 4 different directions, and that if you have a compact pair of them planted down, it's basically impossible for all of them to get frozen, because most of the time it's only half of them frozen, but then the other ones break them out, and it's kind of just an infinite cycle of that. And due to this group of Rotobaga in the front was basically unbeatable, and day 11 had actually been beaten pretty easily on the very first attempt. In day 12 we prepped defenses. Day 13 has 4 flags, and we have to protect these flowers from being trampled on in the very back. And the only threat this time is this Gargantuar in the very bottom lane and the imps it throws, but they were taken out pretty easily as well, beating Day 13. Day 15 we have Pepper Pulse to support us against the ice, but as I mentioned earlier, that if you have a group of Rotobaga, they can just break the ice off of each other, and so I was able to beat Day 15 without even the need or the help of the Pepper Pulse. Days 17, 19, and 20 were pretty easy. Day 22 we do have to be a little wary and start diversifying our placements, because this level introduces the Weasel Hoarders and the Weasels, which are of course basically the chickens of the Frostbite Caves, but they weren't too threatening this time, so we beat them pretty easily. Day 23 has some annoying snowstorms that carry zombies right onto the endangered plants, but those are pretty easily dealt with, and the second threat is of course the Weasel Hoarders, but we got down so many Rotobaga that they weren't much of a challenge, making Day 23 pretty simple. Day 25 is the first time we have to play this level because the Rotobaga appears in the conveyor, and normally conveyor levels that have the max level plant in them are pretty difficult because you can't really control how many you're going to get, but this time, even in the face of annoying sandstorms, we got through the level because the conveyor was being pretty generous. As Day 26 started, I definitely made a mistake in planting this Rotobaga right by the Weasel Hoarders because I thought it might be able to take care of them, but then it plant fooded, releasing weasels, and they ended up taking the 2 lawnmowers in the bottom 2 lanes. And then 1 weasel each ended up making it past my Rotobaga in the top 2 lanes, which also made it to the lawnmowers, taking those out as well. And now the only lane we had with the lawnmower was the middle one, and it was looking pretty bad as we only had the Rotobaga in the bottom 2 lanes and the one in the top middle lane was frozen. But as I got enough sun, I placed a Rotobaga to unfreeze the frozen one, and then as the third big wave was about to be sent in, I got enough sun for my 5th Rotobaga, making it so I could cover all the lanes. And it got a little scary in the top 2 lanes because they got frozen up there, so I quickly got enough sun and planted a Rotobaga to unfreeze them. And thankfully with this setup and all the lost lawnmowers, we're still able to beat Day 26. Day 27, we have 3 Rotobaga to protect in the very back alongside 4 big waves, but this level doesn't have any snowstorms and it's basically just a bunch of tanky zombies. But the Rotobaga kind of specializes in dealing with tanky zombies as it has insane damage. So Day 27 was a non-threat. Day 28 is normally the last level that we play of Frostbite Caves where we have to prep defenses, but this time it isn't the last level. So first, let's prep defenses. And after beating Day 28, we hop into Day 29 because even though it chooses our plants for us, Rotobaga is one of the plants. And this level ended up having no snowstorms either, and all the zombies were beaten very easily. But this still wasn't the last level, as now we have to face the boss of the Frostbite Caves. And although it is a conveyor level, the Rotobaga does end up appearing in it. And this conveyor is actually a lot less generous than the previous one, as the Rotobaga are pretty rare to get in it. But the good thing was that we didn't need too many Rotobaga, as when the plant food of the Rotobaga hit the boss, it literally took out half of his health. So after using a couple more plant food, we're pretty easily able to beat Day 30 and the boss of the Frostbite Caves, and that was all of the Frostbite Caves beaten using just a max level Rotobaga. Oh, and a cool little bug happened here where a zombie still existed even after beating the level. But that aside, next up is Lost City, a world which has helpful things like the gold tiles, but also hurtful things like the shovel zombies. And Day 1 only consists of the helpful things, so it's pretty easy to beat. Same with Day 2. Day 4, however, does introduce the pesky shovel zombie, who I thought that we would struggle with heavily, but since the Rotobaga can actually shoot backwards, and if you hit the shovel zombie from behind, it actually just ends up dying like a normal zombie, which made Days 4, 6, 7, 10, and 11 all very simple to beat, as they didn't have any special challenges. Day 15, we do have to protect these key in the top and bottom lane. Normally the shovel zombies can cause a problem, but we just place our Rotobagas a little up front, so when the shovel zombies walk past them, they instantly get defeated, making Day 15 very easy. Day 17, 19, and 20 were no problem either. Day 23 isn't too bad, but it does introduce a pretty annoying zombie, which is the Indiana Jones zombie, who is basically like a pirate swinging zombie from the pirate sea these, but these guys are much tankier and do more damage, I believe. And they're mainly annoying due to the reason that I have to readjust where I place my Rotobagas. And due to my plants being so far spread out, I actually ended up losing 2 of them in the very front. But even so, the rest of them were able to defeat day 23. Day 24 has 2 flags, and we have to protect flowers in the back from being trampled on. And the shovel zombies can be semi-scary, but we just have to make sure that we have the Rotobagas planted far up front so the shovel zombies don't make it far enough to trample the flowers. And an Indiana Jones in the very bottom lane actually almost made it all the way to the flowers, but my Rotobaga were able to get him last second. And then the rest of the level wasn't a problem. Days 25, 26, 27, and 29 weren't much of a threat either. And now we're on day 30, which is the last level that we play of Lost City. And like you might have guessed, we completely annihilated the entire level, with now beating all of Lost City using just a max level Rotobaga. Next up, the far future, we're going to just be super speeding past, as it's a really easy world with no difficult challenges for the Rotobaga, and it kind of acts as a calm before the storm that we see in the dark futures and the jester zombies within it. Even the tanky zombies of the far future, like the Robocone mech and the All-Star mech, aren't difficult at all, and if a level were to pose a threat, we could just use the power tiles that are basically provided in every single level to take care of them, but that's basically never needed. And that was all of far future beaten using just a max level Rotobaga. Next up, the Dark Ages, a world where I do allow Gold Bloom, but for the first couple of levels we don't really need them, as we had Sun Gravestones to support us in Sun production. And the extent to zombies stops at Conehead, and they aren't very strong, but they come in pretty big numbers, but that's not a big problem for Rotobaga. So night 1 was cleanly swept through. Night 2, again, we had the Sun Gravestones for Sun, and the level did introduce Bucket Heads, but they die just as fast as Conehead if you have enough Rotobaga, so this level didn't pose a threat either. Night 3, the Sun Gravestone support stopped, so we do have to end up using Gold Bloom. And Gold Bloom is pretty annoying to use, as its long recharge makes it so I can only have 4 Rotobaga for most of the level. And by the time we could get a second Gold Bloom, the level was basically already done. Night 5 is normally where the threat and the danger starts of Dark Ages, because it introduces the Diabolical Jester. But very similarly to the Shovel Zombie, if you hit the Jester from behind, it's actually just a normal zombie and dies pretty quickly. The main problem comes in when you end up shooting them at the wrong time and they just sweep through all your Rotobaga. And thankfully it was only these 2 Jesters, and even though they took out a lot of my plants, I was able to take them out. And also my Gold Bloom recharge had replenished. But I wanted to see if these 2 Rotobagas could beat the level by themselves, but then the middle lane one got taken out and I realized that this was not happening. So I placed a couple more down and finished off the level. Night 6 was pretty easy. Night 7 has 2 flags, and I placed my Rotobaga in these 2 spots to start off, and this kind of just ensures that I don't lose too many against the Jesters whenever they appear, but they actually weren't on this level, and we beat it using just these 4 Rotobaga. Night 9 is definitely a level you have to be careful of, since it introduces the health and speed potions, and if you aren't able to take out the gravestones on the map, the necromancy effect will happen and definitely spawn Jesters. But thankfully this plant is able to hit Jesters, so it's not too big of a deal. We just have to be careful that they don't get speed boosted and make it all the way to the lawnmower. And though this level does have annoying gravestones that spawn in frequently, it also spawns in Sun Gravestones, which means that even if we do end up losing a lot of our Rotobaga, we can just replant them because we have enough Sun to do so. And due to this, we beat this normally annoying level pretty easily. Night 11 definitely had some annoyances as well, as a couple of the Jesters that spawned in were taking out my Rotobagas, and then there's also the gravestone in the very back that I forgot to take out, and it spawned a Conehead which took my lawnmower. But of course I quickly planted a Rotobaga in a position that could take the gravestone out, and now all that was left was this final wave and the full column of wizards, which aren't much of a threat to the Rotobaga, allowing us to beat Night 11. Night 12 I would say is definitely the scariest level in the Dark Ages for Rotobaga, and as you can see we have to protect these Puff Shroom in the very back, and the main problem is that Jesters spawn in this level. Now in all the other levels, Jester wasn't too big of a problem, as though even if the Rotobagas got taken out, we could just replace them in a different spot that could hit the Jester. But this time we have to be much more careful, because if the Jester ends up catching dodging the Rotobaga's shots, it'll just launch them at the Puff Shroom, taking them out instantly. And of course, I knew of this, so my main strategy, as you can see on the screen, was planting a Rotobaga to take out only the necessary zombies and then shoveling it just in case a Jester was about to spawn. And within the first big wave, the first 2 Jesters came in the top 2 lanes. And to take them out, I planted a Rotobaga behind them and then I plant fooded it, which pretty easily was able to handle them. Of course, shoveling the Rotobaga right after. But right here is where I got a little careless, as I planted 2 Rotobagas and I didn't shovel them immediately. And just as I mentioned earlier, that if a Jester gets a hold of the Rotobaga shots, it's gonna launch them right at the Puff Shroom, which is exactly what happened, and they took me out on my first attempt. On the second attempt, I knew the basic layout of the zombies that would be coming in and when they'd be coming in, so I took out the first 2 Jesters using the same method. And then as the second horde of Jesters appeared, I made sure I didn't have any Rotobaga and then placed 1, plant fooding it, taking them all out at once. And that was actually the last of the Jesters and the zombies, and we had beaten Night 12. Night 15 was a prepare your defenses level, and we had a pretty decent amount of sun in the bank, and I carefully used it, maneuvering my way through the entire level with the Jesters in mind, pretty easily beating Night 15. Night 16 only had these 2 Jesters, which got taken out, and the rest of the level was a non-threat. Night 17 is a pretty interesting one because it spawns in a lot of gravestones and Jesters from the gravestones, but the cool thing is that the Jesters only appear from the gravestones, so if you place your Rotobaga in this position where they can only hit the Jesters from the behind, it makes the level very easy to deal with. And taking out these last couple of wizards, Night 17 had been beat, and now we're on the final level of the Dark Ages, Night 19. And once again, I would say that this is the second most dangerous level of the Dark Ages, as we have to protect these Magnet Shrooms, and Jesters appear in the lanes of the Magnet Shroom. But there's only 2 lanes that we have to worry about, and the first is the middle lane where a Jester appears alongside 2 others, but the 2 others we kind of just let go, and the middle Jester is the one we have to take out since there's a Magnet Shroom in that lane. And the second lane we have to worry about is the very top one, as the Jester appears near the end, and right as I placed a Rotobaga behind it, it plant fooded and pretty easily took it out. And with that, we had beaten all of Dark Ages using just a max level Rotobaga. Next up, the Neon Mixtape Tour, a world that we're going to be super speeding through because it doesn't have many difficulties when in face of the Rotobaga. Normally, the most difficult zombies are the Microphone Whippers and the Gargantuars that have a long range attack. The Microphone Whippers are just dealt with using the Rotobaga's long range attack, and the Gargantuars themselves don't really stand a chance, as the Rotobaga are usually in different lanes attacking the Gargantuar, and the Gargantuar's attack actually doesn't usually hit the Rotobaga. And the difficulty within the Neon Mixtape Tour usually just comes from the amount of zombies that are sent in, but since this plant is pretty easily able to deal with a large amount of zombies, it isn't very much of a threat. And that was all the Neon Mixtape Tour beat using just a max level Rotobaga. Next up, Jurassic Marsh wasn't too difficult either, and the early levels were extremely easy. So days 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 17, 18, and 21 all got easily eviscerated by the Rotobaga. Day 22, I prepped defenses. Days 23, 24, and 25 were all pretty easy as well. Day 26, we did have a little problem with the Ankylosaurus in the top lane combined with the T-Rex and the fossil zombie that got launched and then sped up by the T-Rex, taking out that lawnmower. But that was basically the only thing, and the rest of the level was very easily beaten. Day 27, we prepped more defenses. Day 28, we completely annihilated, and now we're on the last level of the Jurassic Marsh, day 30. And you might have noticed the only reason I really went over the Jurassic Marsh was just to show you guys the prep your defenses levels, as truthfully this world wasn't a problem at all and could have just been sped up like the Neon Mixtape Tour, but I thought the prep your defenses levels were pretty cool this time. And with that, all of Jurassic Marsh had been beat using just a max level Rotobaga. Next up, Big Wave Beach has a pretty cool mechanic with the Rotobaga, as you can place it on top of the water, as the Rotobaga is a flying plant. And this makes the normally very slow-paced beginning levels of Big Wave Beach actually go by pretty fast. So days 1, 2, 4, 6, 7, 9, and lastly 11 were all beaten pretty easily, as the Rotobaga are just overpowered in the Big Wave Beach. Day 12, we prepped some defenses. Days 17, 19, 20, and 22 were a non-threat. Day 23 is normally a difficult level because it introduces the fisherman zombies, but I wanted to stop here specifically to show y'all that the Rotobaga completely just counters the fisherman. And this is due to the reason that you can just place the Rotobaga right up front without the need of a lily pad, and their insane damage is just good against the tanky fisherman. So it's very easy to defend the banana launchers on day 23. 25, 27, and 28 followed. Day 29, we prepped defenses into a very unfortunate shape. And now we're on the last level of the Big Wave Beach, day 30, where we have to protect these crocodiles in the back, mainly from the fishermen. So my first move was covering the front column with Rotobaga so the fishermen weren't able to hook the crocodiles. Unfortunately, a deep sea guard did take out a Rotobaga in the top middle lane, but thankfully a fisherman didn't appear in the time slot that there was no plant in that lane, so I was able to get 100 sun and plant another Rotobaga. And after, things got a little chaotic in the very bottom lane as a deep sea guard launched his imp, and I had enough sun but I didn't realize it and went to buy a plant food, but by that time a Rotobaga in a different lane actually took the imp out. A pretty hectic moment, but the turnout was in our favor. And after taking out this last octo zombie, it meant that day 30 had been beaten, and also all of Big Wave Beach had been beaten using just a max level Rotobaga. Next up, modern day, a world which is mostly pretty easy, but there are a couple levels that pose a problem. Like day 12 for example, where we see shovel zombies to start off, and they get taken care of pretty easily once they get behind the Rotobagas, but then there's also chickens and chicken wranglers sent in the top lanes, and in the very top lane, the chickens end up taking the lawnmower. And then there's a stego in the bottom lane that launches a shovel and umbrella into the very middle lane, and the Rotobaga shoots at them but only gets the umbrella, and then the shovel zombie ends up making it all the way to the lawnmower alongside another shovel zombie that got T-Rex speed boosted in the lane above. And the situation was looking a little dire, but thankfully this was the final wave, and all we had to worry about was this last shovel zombie in Gargantuar, which got taken out instantly after I used a plant food, and day 12 had been beaten. And the next problematic level was day 24, and it was only due to one reason, and that was my placement of the Rotobaga, because I had forgotten that the football stars would charge in and take them out way before they were able to take the all-stars out. One all-star in the top lane even ended up tanking a lot of the Rotobaga shots and made it all the way to the lawnmower. But things got even worse as the only two Rotobaga I had on the map got instantly taken out by the all-stars. And now we only had the one in the very top lane to work with. And the all-stars are actually pretty easy to deal with as they're slowed down, but the only problem would be the newspaper zombie, and I was able to get down a second Rotobaga just in case it did anything, and it didn't, so we beat day 24. Day 30 can also be problematic because there's flowers that we have to protect from being trampled on, and there's also speedy zombies like the newspapers and the all-stars. And for the all-stars, we have to use plant food as the Rotobagas just don't deal enough damage, and one actually almost trampled the flowers but thankfully was beaten last second. And that was kind of the extent of the level, me just plant fooding Rotobagas whenever I felt the need, and pretty easily day 30 was beaten. Now we're on day 31, the last level of modern day and the last level that we play in the entire challenge. And compared to the previous modern day levels, day 31 isn't much of a challenge, so it's pretty easily beaten. But that also means that the max level Rotobaga had now beaten the entirety of PvZ2, losing to literally 0 levels. And next step is, can a max level solo the entirety of So normally, Potato Mine is a 25 sun cost plant with an obnoxious recharge rate of 20 seconds. But what if it was a 0 cost plant with a recharge of only 5 seconds and also a secret ability? Now this may seem overpowered, but there are many different zombies that could still easily overwhelm the Potato Mine. So let's see how it puts up against them. Day 1 of Ancient Egypt starts off pretty normal, but if you take a closer look at my Potato Mine, you might notice a slight difference compared to my previous max level plant solos. The Potato Mine is Mastery 200, the true max level. Normally, I prefer avoiding Mastery levels because they are honestly too broken and end up making the challenge kind of boring. But this time, it was needed because I didn't want to say this, but Potato Mine kind of sucks by itself. But with Mastery, it gives itself a chance to plant food on placement. And with a couple of plant food Potato Mines, I was easily able to beat day 1. Day 2 wants you to use power-ups, so it sends zombies pretty far forward right off the start. So the Potato Mines actually got a little overwhelmed, but as the this level has unlimited lawnmowers, we inevitably made it through this level. Day 3, the zombies walked along the lanes carrying a hefty amount of plant food, and with its help, Day 3 was beat. Day 5 itself was pretty easy, so I'm going to take the time to say, if you end up enjoying the video, consider subscribing. Day 7, you can see where this plant will start to face problems because we see this insane camel who is just making its way down the lane with ease. We're actually able to take this one out with potato mines, but since all the mines were focused on this lane, the other 2 lanes had to be dealt with using lawnmowers. Day 8 starts with me shoveling the walnut and iceberg lettuce, leaving the pre-placed potato mines on the board. And thankfully, the potato mines are able to explode the explorer zombies before they get torched. Otherwise, this would have been an awful experience. And with that, day 8 was beat. Day 9, we got some early placement plant foods, giving us a solid defense for the early game of this level, which also carried through to the end with our victory. Day 10, the Tomb Raiser displays one of the more annoying parts of only having potato mines. That is the grid items on the screen, which I have no way of getting rid of, and they just end up staying on the screen till the end of the level. But aside from that, day 10 was beat. Day 11 was the first level with 2 flags. This didn't really affect the difficulty, but I thought that I should still mention it. The Pharaoh zombies are actually pretty useless against the potato mines since it literally costs 0 sun. Day 12 has now come around, and I've only told y'all about the potato mine sun cost and recharge, so I should show y'all its other stats. We have the 0 cost and 5-second recharge, and then 2400 damage, which is insane in itself, but I'm pretty sure the mastery makes it do even more. It has 900 health and 9-second arming time, 2 damage pierce, which I'll be honest, I don't actually know what it does. And lastly, one of the most important stats is the about 1 in 5 chance to boost when placing it down. This is especially overpowered because the plant food of the potato mine completely skips over its arming time, which is extremely important later on. And with that, day 12 was beat. Day 13 actually has one of the scarier challenge levels for potato mine, being the mold colonies. This level particularly wasn't too tough as it's ancient Egypt, but later on they become a semi-problem as they limit a good chunk of the map, which is very detrimental to the effectiveness of the potato mine. But again, as this was in ancient Egypt, day 13 was beat. As we've reached day 14 and have a little over 2,000 coins, I should mention another thing I've added to these challenges, and that is I'll be starting all of them with 0 coins, and we'll be allowing the buying of plant food using the coins, since the plants themselves have technically earned them. Power-ups are still banned as those would just kill the entire point of the challenge, but plant food still relies on the attacker being the plant that is being put through the test. And with that, day 14 was beat. Day 15, we're given the task of protecting these 3 sunflowers, which are probably the worst plants we could be given to protect since they're extremely feeble, and since the potato mine costs 0 sun, the sun production from the flowers literally is useless. But with some lucky plant food, we're easily able to beat day 15. Day 16 wasn't anything special with 2 flags and pretty simple zombies. The only annoyance was the tombstones taking up half the map, but otherwise the level was fairly straightforward and easy. Day 17, we could only have 14 potato mines on the screen at once, which seemed scary at first, but ended up being pretty easy. This only a certain number of plants on the screen was one of the challenges I was very worried about, but in the later world, something kind of weird happens. I won't spoil what yet, but just keep this in mind for later on. Day 18 came with the sad realization. Since the potato mine costs 0 sun, I can't pre-plant it as a defense, which means I can't bombard y'all with Minecraft dirt sounds. I know there are some people who don't really like the whole placing ritual that comes with these levels, so for this challenge, you guys win. But for those who enjoy the editing, I promise it'll be back next time. But with that aside, these levels actually became very challenging since we're already supposed to have defenses placed, and the game just sends an instant bombardment of zombies completely overwhelming us. Thankfully, this level, I was able to just stall until the last flag and the lawnmowers helped us win. But these might become a problem in the future worlds. Day 19, again, was a little scary, having the mold colony and 16 plants on screen restriction, but as it only contained 1 flag, I was able to beat it pretty easily. Day 20 would have been a nightmare if we couldn't hit the explorer zombies, but as we could. This level paired with some lucky plant foods, and I was able to beat it on my first attempt. I remember this being one of the worst levels when I did the very first max level challenge with Torchwood. Day 21 had a lot of gravestones, but only sent 2 Tomb Raisers hazards in the entire level, so it wasn't too big of a problem and was beat easily. Day 22 had 1 layer of mold colonies and a 17 plant restriction, but this time 2 flags and both flags were decimated. Day 23 represents how insane the potato mines damage is, as this gargantuar comes on the screen with a whole lot of potato mines waiting to take it out. But just this one mine is enough to make the Garg just vanish into thin air. Not even a death animation or imp throne. Day 24 is the last day we play of Ancient Egypt, and it got a little scary halfway through the level, but we're able to make a comeback and beat this level. And that was all of Ancient Egypt. And next up, the legit worst world of this entire challenge, the Pirate Seas. Day 1 of Pirate Seas introduces the first reason Pirate Seas is the worst world, which is that the upper half of the map is unusable because a potato mine can't be planted on it. So we're forced to use only the back 5 lanes, and this time there were enough to beat the level. Day 2 introduces the second and most lethal reason that Pirate Seas is the worst world, which is the Seagull Zombie. Since it's a flying zombie, the potato mine literally can't hit it. We just have to pray that only one is sent per lane so that the lawnmowers can handle them. But since this is the only lane with no tiles, all the seagulls are sent here. So we ultimately lose this level with no possible way to beat it. And since there's nothing the potato mine can do against these types of levels, I'll be labeling them as impossible and skipping over them. But I will mention at the end of the video how many impossible levels were skipped. Now, some of you guys might say that this is unfair to the Peashooter or Cabbage Pole since they had zombies like the Shovel Zombie and Umbrella Zombie, and we still counted those. But the difference there was that they still had the ability to stall the zombies for the lawnmowers to take them out. But in Potato Mine's case, it literally can't make any contact. Almost like it doesn't even exist. So again, I'll keep track of all the skipped impossible levels, and you guys can let me know in the comments whether these should be counted in the overall score for the Potato Mine. Day 3 was an easy level as we filled up the back 5 columns with potato mines, and since there were no seagull zombies and only the rope swing pirates, we were able to beat this level with 0 worries. Day 4 was basically the same with only pirate rope swingers and 2 flags, so we pretty easily beat it. Afterwards, we jumped straight to day 9 as the previous 4 levels were impossible. And day 9 had a pretty interesting setup, with 3 lanes being plankless and only 2 lanes that most of the zombies were spawning in, which made me think that I would get overwhelmed at first, but it ended up being pretty easy as the pacing of the zombies coming in was fairly slow. Day 10 seemed to be going pretty well for the first half, but then the second flag brought in seagulls, and then inevitably more seagulls in the same lanes, making this level also impossible. Days 11 and 14 were the same. Day 15 was interesting as we had to stop the zombies from trampling these flowers, and as they were 1 lane from the back, we're given even less space to work with. For some reason, I started off by planting potato mines in the very back, which makes them pointless, so later I started planting them in front of the flowers, and the imp cannons this level were definitely the scariest thing, but we were able to get down a decent amount of potato mines and ended up beating day 15. Day 16, things got even more interesting because we had to protect these 2 spring beans, and of course we couldn't place the potato mines in front of them, leaving us to the only option of using the spring beans themselves and their plant food to defeat the pirates of this level. The first few zombies were pretty easy, but then they started coming in groups, and it was the barrel rollers who, even if they are thrown into the sea, the imps still pop out, giving the sleeping beans another hurdle to climb over. Even though we're given enough plant food for the most part, we got ourselves into a bit of a pickle with this situation. 0 plant food and too many zombies for the spring beans to handle themselves, so as they launched their first zombie, I had to quickly make a decision to use our very first 1,000 coins to buy a plant food, and using it basically at the last second to take out this horde, who thankfully were carrying 2 more plant food themselves, making the rest of this level pretty easy to beat. 17 through 21 are skipped. Day 22 was the first true challenge level, as it's a prep your defenses level, but since we can't prep, the zombies start to overwhelm the potato mines like crazy. On the first attempt, it seemed to be going okay, and then the imp cannons start exploding and sending out too many imps, and before even reaching the final wave, all the lawnmowers had been taken and our house had been breached. So I instantly knew that I was going to have to use my coins to buy plant food. And this is exactly what I did on the second attempt, buying plant food whenever necessary. And doing this, I actually used up all 6,000 coins. And we made it to the last wave. But with no lawnmowers, no coins for plant food, and too many imp cannons ready to explode, we still lost. And I was forced to give up because I had no more coins to spend, and buying 6 plant food still wasn't enough. So day 22 is the first level that I would call a true loss for Potato Mine. But we have many more levels to test it out on, so let's keep going. Day 23 was very intimidating, with these flowers giving us only 2 lanes to work with. But it was seeming kinda possible until seagulls were sent, forcing us to skip it. Day 24, again, I was a little excited to play because it was another protecting spring beans level. But again, the seagulls took us down, and that was all of Pirate Seas. Next up, the Wild West, which thankfully has no flying zombies, but some devastating other ones. Wild West also has some annoyances of its own, like the railways, blocking a lot of the tiles, but it's not as bad as the Pirate Seas planks. So day 1 was beat pretty easily. Day 2 blocked 5 tiles in total and only had 1 flag. So a couple plant-fooded potato mines were able to basically take down the entire level. Day 3 starts with my first potato mine, insta plant fooding, which I don't really know if it's a good thing, because on one hand, yes, I get more potato mines, but on the other hand, the potato mines are so far up front that they end up killing the zombies too fast, making more zombies spawn faster. So it's like a double-edged sword, but aside from that, I was still able to easily beat day 3. Day 5 definitely picked up the pace on how many zombies it was sending, but many plant-fooded potato mines were able to handle them. There was something semi-interesting with the dynamite zombie again. In the cabbage bolt video, I hypothesized that it was being hit mid-air and then landing, which was what made it die instantly. But for some reason, this one died as well, and potato mine did not hit it at all. So once again, I'm confused. But day 5 was still beat. Day 6 was again a prepare your defenses level, and the back 3 lanes were blocked by rails. So this actually ended up being pretty challenging, especially combined with the piano zombies, who would move zombies last second, leading to me losing lawnmowers. But for the rest of the zombies in the level, I was able to properly maneuver all the potato mines and take them out. And then 1 more potato mine for this last piano zombie. Day 7 was nothing special, with 2 lanes blocked off and 2 flags that didn't contain too many zombies. The potato mines plant food is a little annoying when the last wave of zombies are already halfway down the lanes and the potato mines get launched to the front of the lanes, becoming basically pointless. We're still able to beat day 7. Day 10 started off with an early plant food, and then we saw the nightmares of the Wild West, the chickens. With these first ones we defeated, but then all at once, too many were sent, taking us down on the first attempt, and then also on the second, and also the third, on so many attempts that I was forced to give up, making day 10 of Wild West unbeatable with the max level potato mine. And this is supposed to be the level with the lowest number of chickens. I'm definitely cooked in the near future. Day 11 has the easiest challenge level, which is spending only 500 sun, and because the potato mines cost 0, this does nothing. So we beat it with 0 problems. Day 13 contains bulls who get 1 shot and then some annoying prospector zombies, but it was also beat fairly easily. Day 14 is the return of the chicken wranglers, and we won't waste any time on this one. It was also extremely impossible just because of the sheer amount of chickens, and the potato mines could only take out a couple at a time. So we lost, and day 14 of Wild West was also unbeatable. Day 16 slowed things down a bit with no chickens and the challenge to defend this walnut. And with the non-problematic zombies that enveloped this level, we're able to push through with close to no resistance. Day 17, I again was being a little slow and started off by placing the potato mines in the back when we had to protect these flowers, but before placing the 5th one, I caught myself and started placing them in front of the flowers. And honestly, this level was pretty easy itself as well. Day 18, however, was the exact opposite, being a prep your defenses level, and the chickens were being sent so early that legit with anything I would do, I couldn't make it past the first third of the level. And so, day 18 of Wild West was also unbeatable. Honestly, it's looking pretty bad for the potato mine. I don't know if there's any chance if it can even come close to the Peashooter or cabbage pole at this point. But let's keep going and find out. Day 21 was a spending a certain amount of sun and protect the flowers level, and it was pretty simple most of the level, and then at the end, these prospectors got a little scary when they jumped over, but I was able to quickly plant some potato mines, take care of them, and day 21. Day 22 had a lot of rail tracks and chickens, and this being the worst combo, the potato mines got kinda decimated on this level as well, counting towards another loss for them. Day 24, you might have guessed it, contained more chickens, and I tried everything from plant fooding the potato mines to even plant fooding the walnuts, but nothing seemed to work, making for another potato mine loss. And that was all the Wild West. Hopefully Frostbite Caves serves the potato mine better. Day 1 of Frostbite Caves is pretty easy, as it only sends in a couple of zombies with no special challenges thrown our way. Day 2 of Frostbite Caves introduces the freezing wind winds mechanic, but it didn't do too much as it only froze 2 of my potato mines, so it was also easily beat. Day 4 had 2 flags, which meant an increase in zombies, but again with no winds. Many plant-fooded potatoes were able to easily take it down. Day 6 had 2 flags and was very heavy on the winds, as by the second flag was approaching, most of my potato mines had been frozen. There was something pretty cool about the potato mines though, and that was the fact that the snowball throwing zombie couldn't attack the potato mine. I don't really know why, but this was honestly a major help in this challenge. And with that, day 6 was beat. Day 7 had some frozen split peas and yeti imps, and I should probably mention that if anything on the map is frozen or gets frozen, there's literally no possible way for me to unfreeze it because the potato mine can only hit in its own tile. So any frozen plant or zombie will stay frozen till the level ends, making the placements for the potato mine much more strategic for some levels. This level, however, only had a singular measly wind that half froze our potato mine, so it was beat easily with an army of potatoes still left over. Day 9 was pretty easy in itself as it had no windstorms, but it did introduce another challenge within Frostbite Caves, which were the dodo zombies, who thankfully don't infinitely fly like the seagulls, so the few sent this time were easily defeated. Day 11 was a whole different story because I was not prepared for the amount of dodos that would be sent in the top 2 lanes alongside some pretty well placed windstorms by the game. And this disastrous combo took me out on my first attempt, and on the second attempt it got extremely close in the middle lane, but thankfully the dodo ran out of steam and the potato mine was able to defeat it. And then the rest of the level were just normal zombies who we easily beat. Day 12 was a fairly simple level with only 1 flag. There was this wind that froze a lot of our potato mines, but this wasn't too big of a deal with all the space left, so we eventually beat day 12. Day 13 was a little spooky because we had to protect these flowers in the back, and there were 4 flags to deal with, and also windstorms. Thankfully, only 2 tiles and the important 3 rows were frozen, and the rest were frozen behind these redirection pads. So I was able to continuously plant the mines, and with many plant foods, I was able to take down day 13. Day 15 should have been a straightforward level, but for the first time in forever, the redirection pads actually threw me off, shifting this one zombie downwards, which took out the potato mine meant for the cone head that was approaching, and I didn't realize this. So the cone head actually ended up eating the pepper pole as I tried to plant food to protect it, but as everyone knows, pepper pole's extremely mid, so it didn't save itself and I lost on this attempt. On the second attempt though, I was able to account for my mistakes and beat day 15. Day 17 introduces the big ice pushing zombies who seem intimidating at first because they block so many lanes. But if you just wait for the pusher to reach the first tile and then proc a potato mine plant food, you can easily get rid of them, leaving the lane still half occupied but still enough space remaining that we beat day 17. Day 19 again had some frozen plants that I can't really do much about, and honestly, even though this level only had 2 flags, the amount of pushers was kinda worrisome, but again I was able to time a couple plant food and take care of basically the entirety of day 19. Day 20 was very wind heavy, so I had to be strategic about when and where I was placing the mines, and for the most part it worked out. Except for this bottom lane, where the pushers overwhelmed everything and left basically an entire lane of frozen imps. But thankfully, it was the last flag and these were the last zombies, so the lawnmower that I'd upkept saved the day. And after I killed a few more zombies, day 20 was beat. Day 22 arrived with straight PTSD as the weasels came in. If you remember, in the Wild West, I literally couldn't beat a single level that contained chickens. And these weasels are basically the same thing. The first 2 waves were smaller as they basically tore through my defenses with some close calls, but thankfully by the time the big horde of weasels was sent, it was the last wave of the level, so even though they got through all the potato mines, the lawnmowers were still able to take care of them. And day 22. Day 23, we have to defend these charred guards, and this level was scary for a few reasons. The first was the zombies that get carried by the tornadoes onto the charred guards, and the second reason was the weasels. But thankfully the charred guards have the ability to damage the weasels, but I was still forced to use plant food on the charred guards to protect them and defeat this level. Day 26 was again intimidating from the very start as it contained 4 flags, weasels, dodos, and windstorms. Basically the worst combo of enemies possible. And this combo didn't come free of cost. On the first attempt, 2 dodos felt like they needed to be the heroes and flew right over my defenses and defeated me. On the second attempt, these weasels at the bottom took me down. On the third attempt, again, the weasels took me down in the lower lanes. But thankfully, I didn't give up hope and truly believed that this level was beatable. And on the fourth attempt, I was able to defeat the early dodos and the bottom lane weasels without my lawnmowers, saving them to the last flag, in which they were able to defeat the remaining zombies, beating day 26. Day 27 was pretty crazy as it contained 4 flags and we had to protect these Rotobaga. Thankfully, there were no windstorms, and for some reason, this was probably the luckiest level I had with the potato mines plant fooding themselves. It was just one after another, and this kind of made me overconfident, but then these Gargantuars showed up out of nowhere, and these should have been easy as they get one shot, but this bottom potato mine meant for the Garg got body blocked by this ice head, which led to the Garg having easy access to the Rotobaga, defeating me on the first attempt. On the second attempt, I put aside my hubris and took down day 27 with ease. Day 28 is the last level of Frostbite Caves, and again, it's the worst type, being the prep your defenses one. And it feels weird calling these the worst levels, as they're usually the easiest, but unfortunately, there are just too many weasels for the potato mines to deal with, and once again, they lost. But we still have 7 more worlds to test out. And next up, Lost City. Lost City usually is a world that is very helpful to us because it has the gold tiles for sign of production. But in Potato Mine's case, the tiles aren't helpful at all. And also, a zombie is introduced in the near future that is pretty similar to the seagulls in Pirate Seas. But they don't exist on day 1, so we beat it pretty easily. Day 2 was a pretty straightforward and simple level containing no threats. Just these bungee zombies, and day 2 was also beat. Day 4 was pretty much the same, introducing the shovel zombies, who are usually annoying, but in the face of Potato Mine, they're the same as a basic zombie with no abilities. So again, day 4 was beat. Day 6 started off pretty easy, but then the second flag actually sent in way too many zombies, almost overwhelming the mines. We're able to push back and beat day 6. Day 7 was a similar level with 3 flags and introduced the umbrella zombie, who very similarly to the shovel zombies is basically useless in the face of Potato Mine, again making day 7 easy to beat. Day 10 had 3 flags and no new threats, so it was easily beat. Day 11 again had 3 flags, but this time it also contained the dragonfly zombies, who very similarly to the seagulls can't be stalled or damaged. And of course, the game sent 2 in the same lane, so these levels will also be going under the impossible category. Day 15 again 3 flags. I don't know why there are so many 3 flag levels, and again it contained dragonflies, which annoyed me at first, but it seemed like they're all in different lanes this time. So the mowers took out these 2, and then these last 2 I kinda sold on, because they died right as they reached a key, and the zombies they were carrying ended up eating the top lane a key. But on the second attempt, I accounted for this, plant fooding the key right as they came in, beating day 15. Day 17, again, 3 flags, and this time they introduced the tent zombies, which wasn't scary at first, but then this last tent was a little spooky because I was thinking, how do I hit this with potato mines? And realistically, I can't. And just as I was about to restart, I remembered that I could just launch the lawnmowers, and this helped me beat day 17. Days 19 through 24 were all impossible. Day 25, thankfully, only contained 1 dragonfly, and so I was able to finally have a playable and beatable level. Day 26 had a few Indiana Jones and some scary zombies that spawned on the last flag, but a quick plant food was able to take them down before they did too much damage. Day 27, we're back to 3 flags and impossible levels. So 27 through 29 were skipped. Thankfully, day 30 was an actual, possible, yet scary level because of the mold colonies. But even after losing 3 lawnmowers, we're able to beat it. And that was the last level of Lost City. And next up, the far future. And as most of you already guessed, this world also had flyers that we can't do anything against. So day 1 was skipped. Day 2 had no flyers, and with the overpowered power tiles, it was beat with ease. And honestly, these first 2 levels are the entire representation of what the far future holds. Either the levels are too easy because of the power tiles, or they're impossible because of the flyers. And for this reason, I'm just going to speed past it. Thankfully, after Far Future, there are no more devastating flyers, so we actually get some normal gameplay. And next up, the Dark Ages. Normally in the Dark Ages, I allow the use of Gold Bloom as a sun production, but this time there's no need. So for the first time, this is a true only one plant challenge. And like any other Night 1, Dark Ages was also beat very easily. Night 2 also only had one flag. You can definitely tell that the number of zombies in Dark Ages is a lot higher than the previous worlds, but so far there haven't been anything too challenging, so Night 2 was also beat. Night 3 of Dark Ages consisted of a lot of gravestones towards the front of the level, which is very similar to the mold colonies in some of the other levels that we've played, because the graves are unbreakable, basically blocking the lanes forever. But since, again, only straightforward zombies were sent, I was able to beat Night 3 as well. Night 5 consisted of a lot less gravestones, which was nice, but as the level went on, more would spawn. This level also had 2 flags, which meant more zombies, as well as the introduction of jesters. Thankfully, for the first time in a while, the jesters weren't actually able to do anything, so we beat Night 5 as well. Night 6 contained too many gravestones for my liking all over the map, but thankfully the very front lane was free, which allowed for the plant-footed potatoes to make easy work of the zombies, and they did it pretty fast, beating Night 6. Night 7 started with less graves, but again, added more as the level progressed, basically covering half of the map by the end. But of course, by the end, the lawnmowers are there for security, but we beat the level without their need. Night 9 had 2 flags and introduced potions, who at times can be difficult in normal runs, but again, in the face of potato mines, they aren't very dangerous to go up against. Even the armored knights don't do anything as they get one-shotted no matter what. And although, again, half the map was gravestones, by the end of the level, Night 9 was still beat. Night 11 was an interesting one, as usually it's considered impossible because of this one gravestone in the very back that basically can't be destroyed by some plants and just ends up spawning 2 zombies that defeat us. But this time, it ended up being a sun gravestone, which I didn't know was possible. And we're actually able to beat this level as no zombies spawn from it. This is very good to know for the future challenges, as this makes this annoying level actually kind of doable. Night 12 is one of the more intimidating levels of the Dark Ages, as we have to protect these puff shrooms. And with both jesters and wizards being sent, this becomes very annoying because we have to try and keep the jesters out of the puff shroom's range. But of course, the game blocks off the front 3 columns with gravestones, so it makes for too many close calls. And right here, I thought that I almost lost, as most of my potatoes had turned to sheep. But with some quick thinking, I bought a plant food with our reserved 12,000 coins and plant fooded the puff shrooms, taking out the wizards and basically making a pathway into beating the rest of Night 12. Day 15 has 1 flag and sends an early horde of jesters, who are quickly dealt with by my plant fooded potato mine, and a little after halfway through the level, I actually end up losing some lawnmowers because some wizards were being a little annoying. But after defending against this, the last wave was sent and I had to buy 1 plant food to take care of these 3 zombies that were almost at the end of the lane with no lawnmowers. And I was about to do the same for these wizards, but missed the front one by the smallest margin, forcing me to restart this level. On the second attempt, however, I was prepared for the wizards and this level became much easier and was beat. Night 16 consisted of 2 flags and introduced the king zombie, which at first I was like, oh no, it's just gonna make infinite knights. But then I realized that the knights are basically the same as basic zombies when put up against a potato mine. So the king became pointless and committed self-beheading at the end of the level. Night 17 was basically the same, with a couple wizards and jesters who didn't do much. Night 19 is the last level we play in the Dark Ages, and honestly, it was the most challenging one because we really only have 3 lanes to work with. And by the time the first flag comes in, we only have a singular lane to make use of our potato mines to protect the magnet shroom. And on the first attempt, this one zombie made it to my magnet shroom, and this made me think that maybe this level wasn't beatable because of the limited space. But I gave it another shot, and by some wondrous reason, we actually ended up beating it, having some situations where the magnet shrooms and my potatoes were sheep, and the zombies just walked right past. And thankfully, the 2 gargs are sent in the lanes without magnet shrooms, so we ended up beating Night 19, and that was all of the Dark Ages. Next up, the Neon Mixtape Tour. Neon Mixtape Tour is a pretty interesting world as it doesn't really have anything that hard counters the potato mine, but there are still some pretty challenging levels. Day 1, of course, not very challenging as we built up a wall of potato mines and was beat very easily. Day 2 has the Mohawk zombies, who are probably my least favorite in this entire world on a normal basis, but against potato mine, they actually can't do much. So as they come close, they get decimated like any other normal zombie. And with this, the entirety of day 2 was pretty easily beat. Day 4 was a little weird as it's only day 4 but already has 3 flags. In comparison, the last level of Dark Ages had 2 flags. But anyways, the 3 flags sent weren't actually anything too difficult, so they were beaten pretty easily. Day 5 was pretty interesting as it contained 3 flags and we had to protect these Phat Beets as well as these walnuts. But this top walnut that didn't have a potato mine protecting it had a Mohawk coming towards it, which I didn't realize at first. And by the time I did, it was too late and the potato mine I planted did nothing, letting the Mohawk kick the walnut into the stratosphere. On the second attempt, I accounted for this Mohawk and pre-planted a mine in the back, which worked. But then another was sent, and thankfully I still had enough time to get a mine down. I ran into a little pickle in that same lane with this conehead, who kept eating the mine before it sprouted. But eventually the mastery kicked in, plant fooding the mine, and we finally beat day 5. Day 7 made me realize that I wasn't truly safe from the Mohawk, because if my potato mines aren't sprouted, they still get destroyed. And this middle one took a lawnmower. But this wasn't even my biggest problem this level. The biggest problem in reality were these rainbow skaters who made everything behind them invincible. And this is especially bad for potato mine, because when it gets plant fooded, it usually sends its mines behind the zombies or towards the front of the map. And because these are invincible, the mines end up exploding but doing no damage. So the only solution is to individually destroy the rainbow skaters first and then target those behind it. And as I wasn't ready for this at first, this middle lane of zombies actually made it all the way through to the house, taking us down. On the second attempt, I was prepared for that first Mohawk who I took down without losing a lawnmower. And then I tried my best to beat the rainbow skaters without the use of lawnmowers, but there were too many, so both the top and bottom lanes were forced to use the lawnmowers. And by the time the second flag was about to come in, it was looking a little scary, but as the big wave came in, the potato mines, plant foods procced at the perfect times, landing in the front right as the skaters came in, taking them out and making the rest of day 7 very possible to beat, which we did. Day 8 had 3 flags and again a lot more rainbow skaters. This first one was beat instantly, and thankfully the first big wave sent the other 2 in the lanes that had potato mines waiting for them. But another scary sight were all these Mohawks just ready to tear through the lanes all the way to the lawnmowers. But they didn't this time. But when the third flag came in, it sent in way too many Mohawks, which of course ended up making it all the way to the mowers. But as these were the last zombies of the level, they were beat, and in return beating day 8. Day 11 went back down to 2 flags, and we had some early lucky plant-fooded potato mines, which made the first flag very easy. And honestly, I was very worried about these microphone zombies because there was a chance that they just used their range to take out the mine, and in a way being unkillable. But for some reason, they didn't make use of their range and were pretty easily beat, which also made day 11 very easy. Day 12 also had 2 flags, and as some easy zombies were sent in the beginning of the level, I was able to build up a lot of potato mines for the first wave. And by the second wave, nothing was going to get through, especially this Gargantuar, who was of course one shot, and we beat day 12. Day 13 was a prepare your defenses level, the first one in a while. And you can see by this first wave, it wasn't going to be easy to beat, and we're going to need a lot of luck with the potato mines. The first flag literally took all the lawnmowers, and as this was a horrific setup for the upcoming zombies, I ended up losing on this attempt. On the second attempt, my plant food luck was atrocious, as by the time I planted 6 mines, none got the plant food effect. And I used one of my own, but as I explained earlier, with how the potatoes land in the very front, most of the zombies were invincible and just didn't die. So I decided to just restart. On the third attempt, I was much luckier as both my second and third potato mine plant fooded themselves, which led to me beating some of the rainbow skaters. But the outcome was still the same as the first attempt, as I ended up taking all the mowers and the next horde of zombies got through, making me once again lose. But I was still determined and felt like this level was very beatable. The fourth attempt attempt, again, was the same as the first and third attempt. The fifth attempt, however, was where things shifted, as the first two mines I still placed in the back, and after one plant fooded itself, I shifted my placements closer to the front, and this actually made a difference as we beat the skaters a little earlier than normal. I started to make use of my saved up coins to buy plant food, and it's made it so we only lost 2 mowers instead of all 5 to the first flag. As the last wave was approaching, there was a lot of zombies on the screen, but I only really had to worry about the bottom 2 lanes because the top 3 lanes still had their mowers. And as the top 3 were taken care of, the bottom middle only had 1 bucket head left, and the very bottom lane had a few zombies left, but as there weren't any more skaters, they were all beaten without a problem, finally allowing us to beat day 13. Day 15, we're tasked to protect these 5 Phat Beets, and this in a way is very limiting for the potato mines because we only have the front 4 lanes to work with, as planting behind the Phat Beets does basically nothing. And this is also bad because it makes the lawnmowers pointless. The first few mohawks that came in kicking were very frightening, but we dealt with them and most of the other zombies in this level. The only truly scary thing was this top lane last wave that had a skater who was insta-killing my planted mines, but thankfully one sprouted that took care of it, and then I was able to plant a mine that took care of the rest of the zombies in the top lane, and with this, day 15 was beat. Day 17 only had 2 flags and sent in an unnecessary amount of mohawk imps who were quickly destroyed, but then we saw another menace of the Neon Mixtape Tour, and that was this dancer zombie who kicks forward zombies a couple tiles, similar to the raptor in the Jurassic Marsh. This level in particular, it wasn't really that annoying, so we ended up beating them and the other normal mohawks with ease. But later on, these dancers get very annoying to go up against, and with that, day 17 was beat. Day 18 started off with a couple imps, which allowed for me to build up my defenses for the skaters that were sent a little later on. This level only had 1 flag and very sporadically placed zombies, so it's actually a perfect level for potato mine, and we beat it very easily. Day 20 started off menacingly as the very first zombie set in was a rainbow skater, and the next 3 zombies were 2 mohawks and another rainbow skater. But thankfully, an early plant-footed potato mine got rid of most of these before they became a problem. The first flag was very awkward as it only sent 2 dancers, 5 skaters, a microphone whipper, and of course the flag zombie, making this kind of scary, but not really scary at the same time because the skaters couldn't really even protect anything, and the dancers couldn't really kick anything forward. The last wave, however, was a little more normal, sending in a good amount of zombies, but nothing that the potato mines couldn't handle. Besides the top lane, the potato there couldn't handle the zombies, so we lost the mower there, but besides that, day 20 was beat. Day 21 again seemed scary at first, because it limited us to the front 6 columns to defend these flowers. But with not too many zombies being sent within the 2 flags, and with some pretty consistent mastery plant foods, we're able to successfully defend the flowers from being trampled on, beating day 21. Day 23 had only 2 flags and introduced the arcade machine pushers. And in my opinion, these are a little more annoying than the pusher we saw in the Frostbite Caves, because the arcade machines spawn zombies until destroyed, and of course the potato mines can't destroy them. So we have to defend till the last wave is sent and have to let the lawnmowers take care of them. There's a good thing in the fact that we can place a mine between the machine and the pusher zombie, which allows for the potato mine to kill the pusher and stall the machine from being pushed forward. And this level was beat using the stalling till last wave and making use of the lawnmower strategy. Day 24 starts off with 3 brave mohawks who we easily defend against, but then the level starts to apply consistent pressure on us as the first flag approaches with dancers and arcade machines. And as soon as we beat the dancers, the second wave is sent, and halfway to beating the second wave, the third wave is sent. And in the moment, this felt horrifying, but then came the realization that this was a good thing, because it basically compacts the level into a bundle that allows the lawnmowers to take out all the zombies at once. And that's exactly what happened. And day 24 was beat. Day 25 was a little unnerving as it was day 25 but only had 1 flag, and it was sending zombies at a very slow pace at first, which told me that I was about to get bombarded at the end. But honestly, even the last wave wasn't too bad, and we beat day 25. Day 26, I remembered that the mohawks are sent in the spore shroom lanes, so I let the mohawks push the shrooms back a little before placing mines. And after the fact, I started spamming potato mines, and day 26 was beat pretty easily easily, successfully defending the Spore Shroom. Day 28 introduced another semi-annoying zombie, which was a zombie that carries the radio and basically hypnotizes your plants for a short period of time, making them useless. The first few radio zombies were pretty easily beat as the potato mines didn't even give them a chance to thrive, but after the first flag, a small group of zombies and radio heads took some of our lawnmowers. I wasn't too worried about this as we were doing pretty well against the second big wave, but I ran into a bit of a problem in the bottom lane with this dancer as it was constantly eating all the mines I would place down. And I could have very easily bought plant food and plant fooded it, but I wanted to save my coins and bet on the mastery levels to come in clutch. But then this happened. Yep, I completely forgot about this happening. So I lost on the first attempt. On the second attempt, I focused the radio zombies in hopes of preserving my lawnmowers until the last wave, which worked, and this time we pretty easily beat day 28 without any problems. Day 29 wasn't difficult at all as it had 2 flags and was just sending various zombies that exist in Neon Mixtape Tour. This radio zombie was a little annoying, but besides that, I was able to defeat the rest of the zombies pretty easily, including the big Gargantuar, who can actually destroy the potato mines with his long-ranged attack. And with that, day 29 was beat. And now we're on day 30 of the Neon Mixtape Tour, which was the last level. I don't know if you remember me saying to keep these types of levels in mind, you can only place an X number of plants down levels, because I don't really know why, but these levels completely stopped counting the potato mine as a plant for some reason. And I don't think this actually makes too big of a difference, but I thought I should mention it because it's pretty interesting. And day 30 was pretty easy in itself. That was all of the Neon Mixtape Tour. Next up, the Jurassic Marsh. The first day of Jurassic Marsh starts off pretty easy because most of the difficulty within Jurassic Marsh comes from the dinos, and as day 1 doesn't have any, is beat fairly easily. Day 2, we see our first dino, the Raptor, who is actually putting some pressure on us even on day 2. But as I slowly survived to the last big wave, I spammed all my remaining plant food, which was enough to beat the level. Day 4 was basically the same as day 2, with the Raptors being the only dinos in the level. The amount of Raptors definitely picked up a bit, but my wall of potato mines was able to handle all the zombies sent in. Day 5, again, had only 2 flags and less zombies and raptors than the previous couple levels, so it was also beaten very easily. Day 6 had an early plant-fooded potato mine, which led to the next wave of zombies being sent in early, and this included the Stegosaurus, who also launches zombies forward, but can also throw them into a different lane. But again, this power of the Stego isn't too scary, so all the zombies on day 6 were also defeated without a problem. Day 8 showed up with an early raptor and conehead who terrorized the middle lane. But I was able to get a potato mine off in time that took care of the conehead, and that was the only zombie that the raptor boosted as it left right after. The first big wave had a couple of raptors and not too many zombies, so it was easily dealt with, and the second big wave showed up with similar forces with the addition of a Stego, and day 8 was easily beat. Day 9 actually chose our plants for us, and somehow potato mine was one of them, so I ended up having to play a level that is usually skipped. It was also the level that introduced the pterodactyls, who aren't actually too big of a threat to the potato mine since it can hit zombies both that are approaching from the front and from the behind. There were also raptors and pretty much the basic zombies, so 3 flags of day 9 were beat without too much hassle. Day 10 was literally identical to day 9. But this time I was able to choose my own plants. I don't know why I mentioned that, it's kind of a useless fact. Nevertheless, we beat day 10. Day 11 was also nothing special, with the density of zombies and dinosaurs being a lot less than the previous couple levels, so we beat it with ease. Day 13 starts with an early Stego that tries to get a 1-up on us, but one of the potato mines procced its plant food, catching the zombie before it got launched. Nothing else too special happened this level. What was impressive was that the middle Stego that appeared in the very beginning of the level stayed launching the zombies basically until the end of the level. A hard worker, that one. But obviously, Potato Mine just mogged it and we beat day 13. Day 15, there are 2 primal walnuts placed towards the middle that we have to protect, so we do exactly that by overplanting potato mines in front of them, all while neglecting the other lanes. This level isn't too bad in general. You just have to be a little careful that the raptor doesn't kick a zombie right onto the primal walnut, which would make it impossible for the potato mine to hit them. And thankfully that didn't happen this time, and I was able to beat this level with only the loss of one lawnmower in the bottom lane. Day 17 starts with a singular basic zombie that somehow 2 plant-fooded potato mines missed, so by the time the next zombies were sent in, I already had a lot of defenses to deal with them, which made the level go by really fast. Day 18 introduces my least favorite dino in the Jurassic Marsh, the T-Rex, who function-wise makes all the zombies go super speed mode, which can be deadly if you aren't prepared for it. But even though the T-Rex's function is deadly, PopCap really did it dirty by making it look so happy. I never would have guessed that this was a T-Rex back in the day without having looked it up. Aside from the T-Rex slander, on the final big wave, I placed a potato mine for the singular zombie, which I thought was enough, but right as it sprouted, the zombie ended up eating it. So I lost one lawnmower, but I did beat the rest of the level. Day 21 starts off with an intimidating but very slow caveman zombie who trudged through the lane as I placed down my potato mines and then was speed boosted out of nowhere when the 2 Rexes came into play. The pacing of the zombies on this level was much crazier than usual because I couldn't really get down a sufficient amount of potato mines, almost losing too many mowers. But we only lost one, and as the last zombie approached the last potato mine, day 21 was beat. Day 22 was a prepare your defenses level, so you know it was about to be awful. But this one actually felt much easier than all the other ones we played. And I think it's because the level focused so much on the dinos that the number of actual zombies was much less than normal, making it very easy to maneuver, and we beat day 22. Day 23 had 3 flags and no new zombies or dinos, so there wasn't anything that could really compete against the potato mines, making this level easy. Day 24, again, 3 flags and a lot of dinos with every flag that approached, but with no particular challenge, all the flags were taken down with ease. Day 25 introduces the last dino of the marsh, the Ankylosaurus. And I know I've mentioned that I'm a big Ark survival enjoyer, and as I was looking at the PvZ2 Dino Wiki, I saw that the Chinese version also has a Brontosaurus, which made me extremely jealous. So I just wanted to say, PopCap, please give us the Bronto. That would be cool and amazing. Also, the Beelzebufo would be peak while you're at it. One of my personal favorite Arc Tims. But with that aside, day 25 was beat. Day 26 actually took me by surprise at first because the Anki launched a zombie that took the lawnmower, and then another 2, which ended up defeating me on my first attempt. But on the second attempt, I hard focused that top lane, making sure there was always a potato mine sprouted so that nothing got past, and it ended up working out. Day 27 was only 1 flag with a lot of imps, pterodactyls, and Ankies, which actually led to us losing 3 mowers, but we still won. Day 28 started off really fast paced, but as the level went on, the pace kind of dimmed down, and we're pretty easily able to beat the 2 big waves. Day 30 is the last level of the Jurassic Marsh, and it contained 4 flags, with the first one being pretty easy, but the other 3 threw Gargs at us, which were actually also pretty easy, and that was all of the Jurassic Marsh. Next up, the Big Wave Beach. Big Wave Beach was honestly one of the most painful yet interesting experiences of this entire run. The painful part was waiting for literally every zombie to make its way down the lane to get exploded, and then having to wait again for the next ones, and the same awful cycle repeating. But the interesting part was that even though the pace was slow, which would make it easier on us, the space that we had to work with was also limited, with some levels giving us literally 1 tile to work with in every lane. But as day 1 gave us a solid 4 tiles per lane, we beat it pretty easily. Day 2 was even more limiting, with only 3 guaranteed columns to work with, and sometimes when the water would go back, we could use some of those tiles, but I don't really trust those. Oh, and for anyone wondering, you can't place potato mines on lily pads, which honestly makes perfect sense. The zombies being sent on day 2 were still on the most basic class, so we beat it pretty easily as well. Day 4, again with 3 columns and 3 flags. These Big Wave Beach levels were basically taking twice as long to beat compared to all the other levels. It's becoming a try not to sleep challenge in these early levels, but it gets much more interesting when the dangerous zombies start to come in. But again, day 4 was beat without any problem. Day 6 got even more limiting, with only 2 main columns to work with. Thankfully, the pacing of the zombies was still the same, so I could constantly place the mine when destroyed and not have to worry about any close calls. There was a lot of scuba zombies this level who don't really make much difference against Potato Mine, as basically every zombie is a scuba zombie put up against Potato Mine, or I guess you could say that every scuba zombie is a basic zombie. Either or. Day 6 only had 2 flags, so it was beat a little faster than the previous ones. And then day 7 took all of our lanes. And even though I knew it was most likely an impossible level, I still gave it a shot. And it was working up until we got towards the end, where the water took up all the lanes and the zombies got through with no defenses against them. These levels will also be going under the impossible category. Day 9, however, can't go under the impossible category because we do have 1 tile to work with in every lane, which truly seemed insane and impossible at first, but as the first 2 big waves went by, I realized that this might actually be doable. The 3rd flag swept back all the water, which temporarily gave us more space to work with, and that was truly all we needed, because even though the water had basically swallowed up all the columns by the 4th flag, we still had our lawnmowers as backup. But surprisingly, those weren't even needed to beat all the zombies because the plant food is just that good. Day 11 thankfully gave us 3 columns again, because on this level the surfers were sent in. In the previous 2 challenges, the surfers have been pretty easy, but this time they were becoming a problem, as they would almost always leave a surfboard behind after dying, and the only way to get rid of these was with the mowers. I was able to stall and preserve all the mowers until the last flag, where there were surfers in every lane, but as these were the last zombies, they were beat with ease. Day 12 sent in 2 surfers right at the start of the level, which seemed bad at first, but it actually ended up being a blessing in disguise, as I planted 2 mines in the back to take out the surfers. And to my surprise, the planting the potatoes in the back led to the surfers not leaving their boards behind. So the strategy to take them out was just planting in the back 2 lanes and leaving the 3rd one open to give the potato mines time to destroy them. And with this newfound strategy and only 1 big wave being sent this level, we ended up beating it without any problems. Day 15 is impossible. Day 17 limited us to 2 columns and unfortunately introduced the worst zombie that the potato mine has to face in Big Wave Beach, the Octo Zombie, who was given too much free time as it walks through the water to just freely throw the octopus onto my mines. And the worst part is definitely the fact that these octopus don't disappear even after the Octo Zombie is killed. So I ended up losing a lawnmower in the middle lane, and the last wave sent in 2 more octopus zombies, and for a second I thought it was GG's because they were just going to throw the things onto my middle lane potato mines. But with some quick thinking, I realized that I could just shovel these 2 and wait for the zombies to reach the tiles and then plant a potato mine, instantly plant fooding it so that the Octo Zombie doesn't have enough time to enclose it. And with this simple yet effective strategy, I was able to beat day 17. Day 19 also limited us to 2 columns, which was a little annoying against the surfer zombie, but not too many were sent, so we're good on that part. There was an Octo Zombie near the 2nd flag who we kind of barely outmaneuvered right here, and then the Octo itself was dealt with pretty easily, and then another spawned out of nowhere. But a very lucky plant food took it out, making the rest of this level very easy. Day 20 again, no tiles, so it was impossible. Day 22, back to 3 columns, and also the fisherman zombie was introduced. This was the zombie that I was most worried about entering this world, but to my surprise, it can't actually hit the potato mine. So it's basically like it doesn't even exist. There were 3 octo zombies in total sent this level, who we were able to beat using the previously mentioned strategies, and we beat day 22. Day 23 normally is very easy, as the bananas are a big help in the zombie fighting cause. But there was a big problem. Because the fisherman can't target the potato mines, it skips right to the banana launchers. And as I don't know the exact timings they spawn at, I had to be very fast and careful with using the banana launchers, specifically on the fisherman. And as I made many mistakes in doing this, day 26 took me 6 attempts to beat, constantly losing to the fisherman, deep sea gargs, and some basic zombies. But again, on the 6th attempt, I was finally able to time everything well enough to beat the level, spending some coins on plant food along the way. Day 25 was also trouble because of the challenges thrown at us. The 3000 sun spending limit wasn't anything, but this challenge of defeating 10 zombies within 5 seconds was a huge problem, as the zombies are sent very sporadically and the potato mine doesn't really specialize in beating a lot of zombies at once. And even though I beat all the zombies in the level, this challenge made us lose. But I realized that the last big wave, which sweeps back all the water, would be my opportunity to make this work. So as the last flag approached on the 2nd attempt, I just started spamming plant food, buying more with coins, and this ended up working, allowing us to beat day 25. And next up, we skip straight to day 30, which is the last level of Big Wave Beach, and it's sad to say, but this level is just completely impossible because the fishermen just skipped the lily pads and potato mines straight to the crocodiles, which is an insta loss. And that was all of Big Wave Beach. Next up, Modern Day. Modern Day, as I always mention, is my favorite world to play because of the sheer amount of variety that exists within it. Like Day 1 spawned a Pirate Seeds portal, and at first it was only a barrel roller, making me think I was safe. And then 2 seagulls were sent back to back, but thankfully the lawnmower took care of them, and as the last few robots were destroyed in the top lane, we beat Day 1. Day 2, I was also thankful that I could finally use the full map and didn't have to wait for the zombies to reach the back of the map. Day 2 specifically focused on Ancient Egypt zombies, who were all pretty easy, but then also sent in Big Wave Beach zombies. And as we know how annoying the Octo zombies are, they put up a fight, but we're still able to win against them, beating Day 2. Day 4 started with a lot of imps, and then sent in another strong enemy in the Rainbow Roller Skater. But I was cautious and heavy focused on getting rid of them first, and then the rest of the non-troublesome zombies. It's still funny to me how the Gargantuars just vanished from the potato mines, insane damage. Day 4 was also easily beat. Day 5, another annoying zombie from the Neon Mixtape tour appeared, and it was the Dancer, who just kept pushing zombies forward, but this level didn't seem to have too many zombies, so minimal amounts of potato mines were able to beat the entirety of the level. Day 7 combined 3 of the more dangerous worlds in Neon Mixtape tour, Big Wave Beach, and the Dark Ages. The most annoying were definitely still the octopus zombies, as they covered so many of my potato mines. But by the time they're getting their advantage, it was already too late, and I'd basically already won. Day 10 started off awful with flying zombies, but then it kind of put a pause on the flying zombies, making me believe that maybe this level was actually going to be possible. But then, as we're getting close to the final flag, they sent more flyers and also a Discotron that spawned even more. Very overkill, making this level impossible. Day 11 started off maybe in the most perfect way possible, as I was just spamming potato mines like normal, and a few of them plant-footed perfectly, avoiding the 2 early zombies, which allowed for a crazy defensive setup. Another cool thing is the newspaper zombie just instantly dying and not having its second annoying phase. The front defenses were used up pretty fast. I noticed that the football pusher mech also instantly disappears just like the Gargantuars, and with our pretty crazy amount of potato mines, the zombies couldn't really make a comeback this level, and we ended up winning. Day 15 is impossible, as the game just throws zombies onto the primal walnuts, and I can mower launch one of them, but the second one I can't do anything about, so we have to skip this level. Day 17 was a pretty slow start, with me getting unlucky with the mastery plant food effect, but thankfully all the zombies sent this level were pretty easy. There actually was this one balloon zombie who I couldn't do anything against and had to let the mower handle it, but besides that we beat the level. Day 18 was impossible because of the balloons, so was 20 and 21. I honestly thought day 23 was also going to be impossible because of the amount of balloons sent, but they were all in different lanes. So after putting up a fight against the octo zombies of the level, we actually ended up winning. Day 24 I got scared at first because power tiles usually means far future zombies, which means flyers. But I was wrong, and we again only saw balloons that all appeared in different lanes, and the all-stars are pretty scary, but they just trade with the mine, and so we beat day 24 as well. 26 was impossible, and 29, and 30, but thankfully the very last level only sent balloons all in different lanes, so we could actually play it and ended up beating it. And that was basically the entire challenge. So let's see how the potato mine performed. If you remember, the Peashooter and cabbage pult both lost to 5 levels, and potato mine lost to 7. But these 7 were levels I considered fair, and now there were also the impossible levels such as the flyer levels or the water levels in Big Wave Beach. And there were a total of 63 of these, which means that there were 70 levels out of 312 that the potato mine couldn't beat. Now this may seem horrible, but if we look at percentages, that means that Potato Mine beat 77.6% of levels. And if we look at this in American school terms, that's a high C. And as far as I know, that's a passing grade. Alright, that's enough defending Potato Mine for me. And next up is one of the OG overpowered plants added into PvZ, but though it is overpowered, could it beat the entire game with 0 sun producers and some very detrimental zombies that hard counter it? Well, let's find out. But before we begin, let me lay down the rules for you. Only Mega Gatling Pea, no power-ups or Zen Garden, skip all levels that force the use of another plant, pre-placed plants are fine, and lastly, coins earned throughout the challenge can be used to buy plant food, but no replaying levels to farm coins. Oh, and about 92% of people who watched my videos viewers aren't actually subscribed, so if you end up enjoying the video, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Alright, let's begin the journey. Day 1 starts and I already knew it was going to be a rough one because I was already having to implement strategies to take out all the zombies. And the strategy basically consisted of me taking out a zombie and then shoveling the Gatling Pea from the lane and placing it in a different one to take out the other zombies. And throughout this entire challenge, you're going to see that this is the main strategy that we use, because even though being max level reduces the Mega Gatling Pea's sun cost by half, a 200 sun cost is still pretty crazy. And since I've already mentioned sun cost, let me tell you the other stats of the max level Mega Gatling Pea. Its recharge goes from 5 seconds to 2.5 seconds. Its health goes from 300 to 900. Its damage per P goes from 20 to 120. And you can multiply that by 4 for the Ps, making it 480. And the damage per P for the plant food power up of the Mega Gatling Pea goes from 20 to 50. So the damage of the normal Ps and the plant fooded Ps do differ a little bit. But there is another upside to the plant food power, and that's the duration of it goes from 2 seconds to 3 seconds. It's basically a 50% buff. With the mastery levels, it also has a 20% chance to boost on placement, as well as the damage buff from the pierce. And lastly, a pretty important buff, the chance to plant food for the Mega Gatling Pea goes from 2% to 10%. And if you're unfamiliar with the Mega Gatling Pea, you'll see that while it's placed, it'll just randomly plant food. And that's what that buff is talking about. And that 10% chance comes in pretty clutch in the later worlds. And it's pretty interesting why this is clutch, because it's not actually the damage output, but it's something else. But I'll mention it when we get to that specific part in the run, because for now, day 3 of Ancient Egypt had been beaten. Day 7 is actually pretty nice because it gives us a pretty handy boost of sun at the start, which allows us to get down 4 Gatlings without having to use any shovel tactics. But then, as there are no more zombies left in the bottom middle lane, I shoveled that Gatling Pea and moved it to the top middle lane because there's still zombies there that needed to be taken care of. And with that, day 7 had been beat. Day 8, we first shoveled the walnut, the iceberg lettuce, and the 2 potato mines, which do give us some sun, but not nearly enough to make a big effect. In this level, I also started implementing other tactics, as first I took out the 2 explorer zombies, but then as zombies came into the top and bottom lanes, I just left them alone and stalled for sun. Because if you're unfamiliar, if you don't do a damage to the zombies, it does delay the next round of zombies by a pretty good amount. And that, alongside the shovel tactic, is the most useful strategy that we use. Oh, and a lot of lawnmowers get used in this run as well, as they are basically a necessity in a lot of the levels. Day 9, you can see that I first stalled the zombie in the middle lane until I felt like I had enough sun. And using some shovel tactics, I took out the zombies in the bottom 2 lanes, and then farming enough sun to get a 3rd Gatling for this explorer zombie in the middle lane. And as the level was coming to an end, I knew I wasn't going to get a 4th Gatling down, and it would be just most efficient to shovel and replace, which is exactly what I did for the bottom lane. But for the middle lane, I just launched my lawnmower, saving me some time and beating day 9. Day 10, I stalled pretty heavy in the beginning, as before even the halfway point, I'd gotten down 3 Gatlings. And by the halfway point, the raw zombie was getting really close, and I got a 4th Gatling to take it out. But sadly, as the final wave was coming in, I couldn't get down the 5th one, as I just defaulted to using the shovel, beating day 10. Day 12, no flags, and it starts off normally with me stalling for sun, but then we see our first coffin zombie, which very quickly helps us learn that damage isn't the problem with Gatling Pea, as the coffin zombie just gets bursted down within a second. Like for example, in the top lane, this Gatling Pea plant fooded and bursted down the entire lane without a problem, beating day 12. Day 13 had 1 flag and the mold colonies in the back. And the mold colonies are a little bit of a hindrance because they give us less time and space to work with. But since we still are in Ancient Egypt, the zombies weren't too big of a deal, as they were being sent at very slow paces, allowing me to shovel and replant my Gatling Peas very easily, and beating day 13. Day 14 had 2 flags, and the number of flags can be a good thing, but also a bad thing. And it all depends on how fast the zombies are being sent. Because if there's multiple flags and the entire level is very slow, it's a good thing for us because we're able to get down more Gatling Peas. But on the other hand, if it's multiple flags and the zombies are being sent in very quickly, it can be a very big problem because there's a chance we don't get our Gatling Peas down fast enough, or the sun falling from the sky isn't good enough for the shoveling and replanting tactics. Because if you haven't noticed, every time time we shovel and replant, we're losing 50 sun. Like for example, the Gatling Pea costs 200, but when we shovel, we only get 150 sun back. And day 14 was a pretty slow level, so it was easily beat. Day 15 is my second favorite type of level in this Gatling Pea challenge, in which we have to protect endangered plants, but the endangered plants are sunflowers, which provide us enough sun to get down 5 Gatling Peas and then not have to worry about micromanaging them. It's sort of a break from the chaos. But day 16, we went back to normal with 2 flags and no additional support, starting with stalling this first zombie for a little while, and then also the second zombie until it got halfway through the map, and then semi-stalling these two, as the first one I took out pretty early, and the second one got pretty far, but I took it out as I was getting too close. And by the time the final wave was about to be sent in, there was an explorer getting too close in the top lane, but thankfully we acquired 200 sun and took it out. And now the only lane we had to worry about was the bottom middle one, and we just shoveled and replanted a Gatling Pea to take him out, beating day 16. Day 17 only had 1 flag, and there was a special challenge that we could only place 14 plants on the map, but I'm pretty sure that's impossible with the Mega Gatling Pea and its insane cost, so we can kind of just ignore the challenge and play the level normally. And this was a very slow 1 flag level, because before the final wave was even sent in, we had 4 Mega Gatling Peas down and halfway to the 5th one. And as all the other lanes took out the zombies, the bottom middle lane was the only one left, and we actually got our 5th Gatling Pea down on a 1 flag level, which is pretty crazy. And day 18 is my favorite type of level because all I do is prep defenses. Day 19 had 1 flag, and the main challenge was the 2 mold colonies in the back. To start off, I stalled as long as possible with the first zombie, but that actually also took out the second zombie, which was a little bit of a hindrance because it kind of interferes with our stalling strategy, and the zombies just get sent in way faster. But since we had gotten 3 Gatling Peas down already, we were in a pretty good spot, and the rest of the level was just me shuffling the 3 around in the lanes that they were needed in. And you have to be careful with the explorer zombies because if they get too close and you plant the Gatling Pea too late, they can just instantly burn the Gatling Pea, basically making for a 200 sun loss. As that didn't happen, day 19 was beaten. Day 20 was even better than the first endangered plants level because this time we had 4 sunflowers, and this level had 2 flags, but way before we even made it to that first big wave, we got down 5 Mega Gatling Peas. And the rest of the level was just complete annihilation of the zombies by all the Gatling Peas, and very easily day 20 was beaten. But day 21, of course, we go back to normal with 1 flag and having to install the stalling tactics once again, and after getting down 3 Gatling Peas, the shoveling tactics were put into place. And my goal was always to get down 3 Gatling Peas and then try doing the shoveling, because it basically makes it to where I don't have to worry about 2 lanes and it's only 3 lanes that I have to prioritize, which basically just makes it much easier on me and it gets harder for me to get overwhelmed. And applying this strategy, day 21 was taken down. Day 22 had 2 flags and only 1 mold colony column in the very back, which isn't much of a hindrance at all since there's only 1 tile of time that gets taken out, and the stalling tactics still work very well. And once again, getting down the 3 Gatlings, I started shoveling and replanting, but I wasn't having to do too much of it, so by the time the first big wave came in, I'd saved up enough sun to get a 4th Gatling down, making my job even easier. And even better, by the final wave, I'd gotten enough sun to get my 5th one down, taking out the final zombies and beating day 22. Day 23 had once again 2 flags, but no mold colonies this time. And by the time the first big wave came in, I had 3 Gatling Peas down, and by the time the final wave came in, I got my 4th one down. And remember when I said the explorer zombie could be a problem if it gets too far? Well, in the top lane this happened, where I placed a Gatling Pea and it just got instantly burned, so I had to let the explorer get through to the lawnmower to take out all the zombies. But that was the only hiccup in this level, as the last zombie was a bucket head and day 23 was beaten. And now we're in the last level of Ancient Egypt, day 24, where we get to prep our defenses. And there we have it, all of Ancient Egypt was beaten using just a max level Gatling Pea. Next up, Pirate Seas day 1 starts, and for the most part, Pirate Seas is pretty similar to Ancient Egypt, but there is one major difference that can be a little bit problematic, and it's these guys, the pirate swinging zombies that swing and skip 4 tiles. And they can be a problem, not particularly on this level, but the future levels where there's too many of them, and a lot of swinging pirates can cause problems in me micromanaging my Gatling Peas. But this level itself isn't too big of a problem, and day 1 was beaten fairly easily. Day 2 starts off with again only 1 flag and only 1 lane being a water lane, and I stall this first zombie until it gets to that 3rd to last tile and then take it out using a Gatling Pea. And I thought about stalling out this zombie as well, but then I figured that I didn't really need to, and I just placed a Gatling Pea taking it out. And another zombie in the Pirate Seas who can be a little annoying is the Seagull, because it's just a little bit faster than the normal zombies. And that speed, of course, also gives us less time to work with. But nevertheless, micromanaging my 3 Gatling Peas, I took out all the zombies and beat day 2. Day 3 had the same exact layout as day 1 with the one flag in the middle lane missing its tiles. And I about half stalled this first zombie that was coming in until I could afford my second Gatling Pea. And then not stalling really the second zombie, I realized I was being a little too hasty. So I did stall out these other 2 zombies for a little bit until I could afford a third Gatling Pea. But after getting 3, I wasn't really trying to save up for another one and started shoveling and replanting. And in doing so, this last long line of zombies was taken out and day 3 was defeated. Day 4 picked it up a little bit with now having 2 flags, but it was still only one lane that was a water lane. And I did stall the first zombie for a pretty long time, but then the second one came in without me even damaging it. So I knew the pace of the game was definitely picking up as well. And through the first big wave, and basically up until the final wave, I was just using my 3 Gatling Peas, shuffling them around whenever needed. But by the time the final wave came in, I had enough sun for a 4th one, so I placed it down, only leaving the bottom middle lane to deal with, so I shoveled and replanted the Gatling Pea, quickly taking down the zombies. And day 4. Day 5 had the same 2 flags, but this time the number of tiles that were water tiles was 3. So a pretty big jump and a lot more tiles that we have to worry about the swinging zombies in. But there's also a semi-good thing that happens with this, and that's the fact that most of the zombies in this level will be focused on the 2 lanes that aren't water lanes. But as you can see, as the pirates start swinging in, it does get a little annoying as I have to consistently start micromanaging my Gatling Peas. And with most other plants, this long line of zombies in the 2 middle lanes would be a big problem. But thankfully, the Gatling Pea has insane damage and it can just quickly take them all out. I just have to make sure that I place a Gatling Pea there before the zombies make it all the way to the lawnmowers. They got a little close in this top middle lane, but I was able to get a Gatling Pea down and it took out all 4 zombies in one shot. And then the rest of the zombies in the bottom lane were easily defeated as well, and we beat day 5. Day 6 had the same exact lineup with 2 flags and 3 water lanes being in the same exact positions. And I heavily stalled the first zombie until it basically made it to the end, and I tried doing the same with the second zombie, but then a conehead came into the other lane and my Gatling Pea took it out, forcing the next horde of zombies to come in, which made me panic a little bit. But thankfully I had enough sun to get down my 3rd Gatling Pea, and then I just shoveled one of my other ones and replanted it in the very top lane to take out that pirate swinging zombie. And then I just let the 2 lanes that didn't have any peas in them marinate until the zombies built up, and then instantly took them all out. It's pretty satisfying when there's a long line of zombies and my Gatling Pea instantly plant foods, taking them all out. And when the final wave came in, I got down my 4th Gatling Pea, making this level much easier to deal with. And this last horde of zombies was taken out as my Gatling Pea plant fooded on its own, and day 6 was beaten. Day 7 had the same 2 flags, but this time the number of water tiles went down by 1. And again, I very heavily stalled the first zombie as well as the second zombie, and then even tried stalling this 3rd conehead, but then some zombies appeared in another lane that had a Gatling Pea in it already, which caused a seagull zombie to spawn in the very top lane. But by this point, I now had enough sun to place my 4th Gatling Pea down, and I didn't have to micromanage anything because the bottom lane didn't have any zombies spawning in it. Of course, until the first big wave came in, and by that time, I'd gotten enough sun and placed down my 5th Gatling Pea. And this allowed me to not worry about anything as I knew the Gatling Peas would handle all the zombies, conquering day 7. Day 9, again 2 flags, and we went back to 3 water tiles, and I stalled the first 2 zombies pretty well, getting enough sun for my 3rd Gatling Pea for this pirate swinging zombie in the bottom lane. But then out of nowhere, 3 more pirates appeared in the 3 water lanes, so I quickly had to shovel the top lane one and place it in the bottom middle lane, and then shoveling the other top lane one, placing it in the very middle lane for the pirate. And even though all these zombies were now approaching, I realized that I actually had some time and stalled a little bit more. And by the time they almost reached the end, I had enough for a 4th Gatling Pea, and then shoveled and replanted it to take out the very top lane as well. And with one last switcheroo on the final wave, all the zombies were defeated and we beat day 9. Day 10, things picked up a little with still 3 water tiles, but now also 3 flags. And I don't really know what I did here with the second zombie, but I placed my Gatling Pea right on top of it, but the Gatling Peas were just going through it and not hitting it at all. So then I had to shovel it, placing it farther back. As I'm making the script, I literally don't remember the reason I did that. I think my brain just malfunctioned or something. But that aside, the rest of day 10 was pretty fast paced, so I was having to just use my 3 Gatling Peas and shuffle them around. There wasn't really a point in the level where I could save up more sun and get a 4th one down, but 3 was more than enough to take out all the zombies and beat the level. Day 11, we went back down to 2 flags, but still 3 water tiles. And then in the process of stalling the first couple of zombies, a swinging zombie appeared in the very top lane, so I had to handle it with my 3rd Gatling Pea, and it actually worked out because seagull zombies spawned right behind it. But then another annoyance appeared, which was the imp cannons. But I did use this as an opportunity to stall for sun and get a 4th one down, which plant fooded and instantly took out the imp cannon. I then shuffled one of my Gatling Peas to the top middle lane to take care of the pirates there, and by the time the final line of zombies were approaching the end, I got a 5th Gatling Pea down, taking out all the zombies and beating day 11. Day 14, I got a little break as defenses were prepped. Day 15, I first have to shovel this Threepeater, which actually gives us an extra 225 sun, but alongside that, there's also another challenge added, which is protecting these flowers in the back from being trampled on. And this challenge can actually be a big problem because a lot of the times we don't have enough sun to cover each lane with the Mega Gatling Peas. And just if these flowers happen to be far up front and we didn't have that Threepeater for extra sun, this would have been a little more troublesome. But as we had a generous amount of sun and the flowers were way in the back, I was able to get down a Mega Gatling Pea in every single lane before things got crazy. And there's nothing in Pirate Seas that's gonna get past these Mega Gatling Peas, so day 15 was beaten pretty easily. Day 16 was the return of the endangered plants level, and we have to protect these 2 spring beans in the middle. And at first, I just let the zombie get all the way to the spring bean because I knew the spring bean was gonna toss it off the map, and as I stalled for more sun, I did the same thing with the 2nd zombie, even the 3rd and 4th zombies that came in simultaneously and got launched by the spring beans. But then as zombies started appearing into the other lanes, I started placing my Gatling Peas down as well. And then I saw the barrel rollers coming in, and I knew the spring beans couldn't handle them on their own, so I placed Gatling Peas to counteract them. And for the very bottom lane, I could have just shoveled and replanted a Gatling Pea into the lane to take care of the pirates, but I realized I didn't really need to and just let the lawnmower take care of them. And then as the zombies and the other lanes were defeated, the spring beans survived, beating day 16. Day 17, we had 2 flags and 3 water lanes, and also the challenge of defeating a certain amount of zombies in a certain amount of time. I don't actually remember the exact amount of zombies that we had to beat or the time that we had to beat it in, but I do know that we did it pretty easily. And another thing that I forgot to mention about the Gatling Pea was that it upgrades itself whenever it plant foods. If you look at the hats of the top 3 Gatling Peas and the bottom one, you'll see that the top 3 only have 1 star and the bottom one has 3 stars with the 3 lines. And this upgrade isn't anything too monumental, it basically just makes the Gatling Pea fire 5 peas instead of 4. But that aside, day 17 was easily defeated. Day 22 was a prep your defenses level. And in the face of the Mega Gatling Pea, the imp cannons are basically pointless, allowing me to easily take down day 22. But day 23 on the other hand was actually a pretty scary level, due to the reason that it was a protect the flowers from being trampled on level, and they were actually a little more far forward than the previous time. But thankfully we did have about half the map to work with and stall for sun, which is exactly what I did with the first 2 zombies, and even the 3rd zombie getting down a 3rd Mega Gatling Pea. And I got a little scared right here because there was a seagull zombie and a normal zombie approaching, and I didn't know which one to battle, but I realized the seagull actually couldn't trample the flowers, so I decided to focus on the other zombie, letting the seagull get taken out by the lawnmower. But then as more seagulls came in and there was no lawnmower and I did have 200 sun, I placed my 4th Gatling in that water lane. And now all I had to do was just micromanage the middle lane, which I pretty easily did, taking out all the zombies and defeating day 23. And here we were, the last day of Pirate Seas, day 24, where we once again have to protect these 2 spring beans from the zombies. And I knew this could be a problem if I get too hasty, so I did stall the zombies for a pretty long time in the beginning, even stalling the seagull zombie, letting it run over the spring bean and planting a Mega Gatling Pea when it got close to the lawnmower. And then once again I had to choose between the bottom lane or the top middle lane, and this time I just chose the bottom lane because I was scared of the pirate swinging zombie that was coming on to the spring bean. And this did lead me to losing the lawnmower in that top middle lane, and as other zombies were sent into that lane, I shuffled a Gatling Pea upwards into the lane, and by the time the final wave came in, we only had that 1 lane to worry about, as the other 4 had been easily handled. And getting 200 sun, I placed my 5th Gatling Pea, which took out all the zombies, and we had now beaten all of Pirate Seas with just a max level Mega Gatling Pea. Next up, probably my favorite world of the entire run. The Wild West, and it's only my favorite world for one reason, and it's this, the minecarts, which make my job of micromanaging the Gatling Pea much easier, as in this level, I can literally just beat it using one Mega Gatling Pea, and using these minecarts, I'm literally not wasting any sun either. And another pretty cool thing with the minecarts is that you can just plant food a Mega Gatling Pea and then move it across the entire map, and it basically takes out all the zombies, with that beating day 1. And that strategy of plant fooding and moving the Mega Gatling Pea around is actually very handy for some of the levels that come in later on. But for now, day 2 only had one flag and 2 minecarts that covered all 5 lanes. So of course I planted 2 Gatling Peas in those 2 minecarts and moved them around as needed to take out all the zombies, beating day 2. Day 3 had one flag and once again 2 minecarts that covered all 5 lanes. So I stalled the first zombie a little bit until I had enough sun for my 2 Gatling Peas, and after planting them I didn't try to stall anymore and was just taking out all the zombies whenever they came in. The piano zombie was also introduced, but it was instantly taken out and we beat day 3. Day 5 had one minecart that had access to all 5 lanes, and the Mega Gatling Pea is literally perfect for this because with every shot it has that 10% chance of just boosting, and whenever boosted you can just move it around, taking out all the zombies without a worry. And in doing this, all the zombies of day 5 were beaten, completely annihilating this level. Day 6 was even better because we could prep defenses. Day 7 had 2 flags and 2 minecarts that had access to all 5 lanes, and I only planted a Gatling Pea in the front minecart because it was closer to the zombies, meaning it would destroy the zombies faster. And of course, if things ever got hectic, I would just plant food and take out all the zombies in all the lanes. And day 7 was beaten with just one Gatling Pea. Day 10 only had one flag, but once again had a minecart that had access to all 5 lanes, but I can't just use this one Gatling Pea on this level because I'm very familiar with it, and I was already aware that this level would have the chickens. So I stalled this top lane zombie until I could get my second Gatling Pea, but then jumped in the main problem, which was the chicken wrangler. And honestly, I was pretty confident in beating it, so I let the Mega Gatling Pea hit it, but then I realized there's too many chickens, so I was quickly having to maneuver it up and down, barely getting all the chickens. And that was only one chicken wrangler, so I was definitely gonna have to be more careful with the future ones, because if multiple are sent at once, it could definitely become a problem. Like right here in the top middle lane where the chickens almost made it to the lawnmower with me catching them at the last second. But with too many chicken wranglers on the screen, I applied my superpower and plant fooded the front lane Gatling Pea, allowing it to take out almost all the chickens with a second superpower. And as the final wave came in, I was prepared and plant fooded right away, but the final wave actually didn't send any chickens and day 10 was beat. Day 11 doesn't specifically have any chicken wranglers, but there is another problem in which we can only spend 500 sun. And we're very lucky that this minecart in the back exists, because if it didn't, we'd only be able to plant 2 Mega Gatling Peas and it would be basically impossible to beat this level. But maneuvering the Gatling Pea up and down, we beat all the zombies, and day 11 was handled pretty easily. Day 13 has 2 flags and also is pretty generous with the 2 minecarts in the back. But once again, I only make use of one and just constantly plant food it to take out all the zombies, which this time also included the mechanical bulls, but they also just get one bursted. And as the final wave came in, I used the plant food, moving the Gatling Pea up and down in every single lane, taking out all the zombies and defeating day 13 very easily. Day 14, like day 10, I was aware of, and it had chicken wranglers. So to start off, I heavily stalled the first zombie until it was basically at the end, and then I also stalled the next 2 zombies in the middle and bottom lanes, and by the time the first chicken wrangler came in, I did have 3 Gatling Peas down. And right after I attacked it, my Mega Gatling Pea actually plant fooded on its own, so I used the opportunity to take out all the chickens. But this actually led to more chicken spawning for more chicken wranglers, so I had to use another plant food for the rest of the chickens. But this took out another chicken wrangler, making even more chickens spawn, so I had to use another plant food. And now as the final wave was approaching, I did have plenty of plant food stocked up, so I used one right away, and then also a second one for the remaining chickens. But in doing this, one chicken actually survived right on top of the Mega Gatling Pea, and the Mega Gatling Pea actually couldn't hit it at all. So I planted one right behind it and we beat day 14. Day 15 did only have one flag, but it also had the special challenge in which we couldn't lose more than 2 plants. But once again, we got pretty lucky with the minecarts because they could access all 5 lanes. Because as you know, my main strategy is just shoveling and replanting the Gatling Peas, but in this case, I couldn't shovel them because shoveling counts as losing a plant. So if the minecarts didn't exist, I basically would have lost. But since they do exist, day 15 was easily beaten. Day 16 was a return of the endangered plants level where we had to protect this walnut, but we can maneuver it around if we need to. And I began the level off by stalling the first zombie, and then with a little more stalling, I'd gotten down 4 Gatling Peas. But in my attempt attempts to get a fourth one down, things actually got a little chaotic with the dynamite zombies, and I actually ended up having to sacrifice my lawnmower in the very bottom lane. And then I planted a Mega Gatling Pea in the bottom lane to take care of this dynamite zombie, but the dynamite zombie was right enough behind it that the Gatling Pea couldn't hit it, so I had to shovel it and then wait for the dynamite to go forward. But at the same time, I realized that the dynamite was the only zombie left in that lane, so I just planted the Gatling Pea above it, which in the end forced the dynamite zombie to eviscerate itself, and day 16 was defeated. Day 17 was the return of the protective flowers from being trampled on level, but we had once again generously been given 2 minecarts with access to all 5 lanes, which makes it to where I don't have to worry about stalling and collecting sun. And with the plant food ability, all the zombies weren't much of a threat, allowing me to protect the flowers pretty easily and beating day 17. Day 18, I prepped defenses. Day 19 again was another level in which we couldn't lose more than 2 plants, but thankfully we're given another minecart that could access all 5 lanes. So I made use of it and the plant food ability to take out all the zombies, beating day 19. Day 21 has 1 flag, and also we have to protect flowers from being trampled on, but this level itself isn't too scary since we have the 2 minecarts accessing all 5 lanes, and thankfully no pesky chicken zombies, so we're easily able to beat the level. Contrasting to day 21, day 23 also we have to protect flowers from being trampled on, but this time the level contains chickens. But on the bright side, we are given 2 minecarts that each can access all 5 lanes. Yet in the back of my mind, I still knew that these 2 wouldn't be enough by themselves. So I did plant another Gatling Pea in the very top lane, and as the chickens came in, things got actually pretty close with the middle lane, and the chickens almost made it to the flowers. And thankfully, I was able to take them out before they made it to the flowers. And as the next horde of chickens came in, I plant fooded my Mega Gatling Pea, taking them out as well before they made it to the flowers. And truthfully, without this plant food power up, I would have been screwed against the chickens and we definitely would have lost. It felt like things were just aligning perfectly, allowing the Mega Gatling Pea to beat a lot of the levels in the Wild West. And we had now finally made it to the last level that we play of the Wild West, day 24, in which we have to protect these 3 walnuts from being eaten by the zombies. And once again, the biggest threat against us is the chickens, so I take the time to stall in the beginning. And by the time I attacked the first chicken wrangler, I did have 3 Gatling Peas down, but I did have to sacrifice the bottom middle lawnmower to the zombies, and I could have shoveled and replanted a Mega Gatling Pea to take out the zombies in the very bottom lane, but I felt like it would be more useful if I stalled for time and got more sun, just so I could plant Mega Gatling Peas in the bottom 2 lanes, and then we wouldn't even need to use the lawnmowers. But this plan actually completely backfired, as 2 chicken wranglers were sent into that bottom middle lane with the 3rd one right behind them. But I thought, oh, I could just place a Mega Gatling Pea in the very bottom lane and not trigger the chicken wranglers until I needed to and had my 5th Gatling. But very unluckily, a chicken wrangler spawned in that very bottom lane and chickens spawned in the lane right above. And right as I got my Mega Gatling Pea, a chicken made it through all the way, taking me down for the first time. On the second attempt, however, my strategy was a little different because I stalled even harder, and before the first chicken wrangler came in, I already had 3 of my Gatling Peas down. And around this time in the last attempt, I'd gotten my 3rd Gatling Pea down, but on this attempt, I already had a 4th one down. And I did still sacrifice the lawnmower in the very bottom lane to just stall for more time, and this almost went bad once again as the Mega Gatling Pea in the bottom middle lane triggered one of the chicken wranglers in its lane, and the chicken spawned in that bottom lane, but thankfully I was able to catch them with the walnut and then plant food the walnut to stall them just long enough for me to get that 5th Gatling Pea down. And after getting this 5th Gatling Pea down, it's basically GG's because no zombie is going to get through them. And at last, with the walnuts defended and the zombies defeated, we beat all of Wild West with just a max level Mega Gatling Pea. Next up, Frostbite Caves, a world full of snowstorms, which in most cases will freeze your plants, and that can be a very big annoyance for the expensive plants like the Mega Gatling Pea. But the first day doesn't have this, and we only have to place Mega Gatling Peas in these 3 lanes because there's 2 redirection pads that make all the zombies funnel into those lanes. Day 2, however, does bring in the snowstorms, but thankfully the snowstorms take 2 hits from them to completely freeze your plants, so I can just shovel them when they get get hit once. And in this process, I do lose 50 sun per Mega Gatling Pea, but it's better than losing the full 200. So whenever needed, I just shoveled them and then replanted them in the lanes that needed them. And using this strategy, day 2 was beat. Day 4 has 2 flags, and for some reason, I didn't really stall in the beginning of the level, which brought in the next horde of zombies very quickly, which for most of the level forced me to just go back and forth with 2 Mega Gatling Peas. But thankfully, right before the final wave, I was able to get my third one down, which made it much easier to deal with all the zombies. And eventually, day 4 was beaten. Day 6 basically had the same setup as day 1 with the 2 redirection pads pointing them towards the 3 middle lanes. The differences, of course, were the 2 flags, the winds, and also the 2 sunflowers frozen behind the redirection pads. And the snowstorms this time were a little bit more annoying because one of my Gatling Peas actually got frozen, and since there's no space behind it for me to plant a Gatling Pea to break the ice, it had to stay frozen throughout the entire level. And with a few zombies left at the end, the top lane snowball thrower got a shot off on my Gatling Pea and actually froze a second one. So I had to shovel and replant my other Gatling Pea to take care of the snowball thrower, doing the same thing once again for this last snowball thrower, finally beating day 6. Day 7 had 2 flags, 2 frozen split peas, and 2 frozen Yeti imps with 4 redirection pads. And the redirection pads are basically the same as last time, as at the end they point towards the 3 middle lanes. So once again, of course, my focus was to plant my Gatling Peas in those lanes. Oh, and once the split peas broke from the ice, I shoveled them and got some nice extra sun, which helped me plant some more Gatling Peas and have some sun in my bank for, just in case a Gatling Pea got frozen or something. But even though this day did have snowstorms, it seemed like they were very minimal and not annoying as day 6's. So we actually ended up beating day 7 pretty easily. And day 9 was the first level with 3 flags, and it seemed at first that the focus would be in the top 3 lanes because the redirection pads pointed towards there, but this was completely counteracted when the Dodo Imps came in, and the Dodo Imps can actually fly over the redirection pads. So to take care of them, we would have to plant Gatling Peas in the bottom 2 lanes, which actually wasn't too bad because this level didn't have any snowstorms at all. And taking out the zombies in the top middle lane, day 9 had been beaten. Day 11 picked things up even more because it had 4 flags and the redirection pads pointed all towards the bottom lane, which in hindsight seems really easy because all you have to do is just plant a Gatling Pea in that bottom lane. But then you realize that the level has Dodo Imps as well as a constant flurry of snowstorms. So you have to be very wary of your placements and just be careful that your plants don't get frozen and the Dodo Imps don't make it too far. And I did kind of feel at this in the very bottom lane as my Gatling Pea actually ended up getting frozen. But within the final wave, I was able to bring it back, taking out all the zombies and day 11. For day 12, I prepped defenses. Day 13, we had 4 flags, and also we had to protect these flowers in the back from being trampled on. And I remember this being a little bit of a tricky level because it also introduces the Gargantuar or Frostbite Caves, which if you're not prepared, can catch you off guard, launching its imps, which sometimes trample the flowers. Oh, and there's also snowstorms that you have to be careful of. But also, similarly to some previous levels, the redirection pads make it to where we only have to worry about the middle 3 lanes, which I was able to do pretty easily throughout the entire level. But then within the final wave, the Gargantuar came in and it was in the bottom lane, so I knew I was gonna have to plant a Gatling Pea there, and I instantly plant fooded it, which immediately took out the Gargantuar. And that really just shows you the power of the Mega Gatling Pea, and I don't really have to worry about even the tankiest of zombies. I just have to make sure that there is a Gatling Pea in that lane that the tanky zombies are in. Day 15 is a pretty interesting one because it has 4 flags and 2 pepper pults that we have to protect, and the pepper pults are a nice addition because they warm up your plants that are nearby them and you don't have to worry about the snowstorms for those plants. But a problem did occur where I was so focused on the middle lane because the dodo had gotten really far, so I planted a Mega Gatling Pea there, but I didn't realize that in the bottom lane a zombie made it to my pepper pole, and soon as I tried to plant food it, the pepper pole got eaten, which made me lose on my first attempt. On the second attempt, however, I made sure to plant a Gatling Pea behind that pepper pole so this wouldn't happen again, but then it almost happened in the very top top lane, so I quickly shoveled my Gatling Pea in the middle lane, planting a Gatling Pea in that top lane. And now with the Pepper Pulse semi-safe, I was maneuvering my Gatling Peas around to take care of the rest of the zombies. And on our second attempt, we're very easily able to beat day 15. Day 17 had 2 flags and also alongside it 3 frozen fume shrooms and 2 charred guards. And these were actually pretty nice because as soon as the ice broke, I would just shovel the fume shrooms and the charred guards for some extra sun. And this sun was actually very much needed in this level because the amount of snowstorms was crazy. And the snowstorms were making me constantly shovel all my Gatling Peas, making me lose a lot of sun. And the thing about frostbite caves and the snowstorms is that you don't want to have 5 Gatling Peas down at once. You want to try to keep it to either 2 or 3 and then maybe sometimes 4. And this is due to the reason that if you have too many, it's very hard to keep track, and then sometimes you'll end up losing your Gatling Peas to the snowstorms. But if there's only 2 or 3, it's very easy to shovel them very quickly and just replant them. But aside from that, day 17 was beat. Day 19 had 3 frozen walnuts and a lot of frozen plants in the very back that sadly we couldn't unfreeze, but if we could, we would have gotten a hefty amount of sun, which would have been nice this level because it also had a lot of snowstorms like the previous level. And these zombies in the top middle lane almost made it past that final tile, but I got sun at the last second, planting my Gatling Pea down and taking them out. But then I had a dodo to worry about in that top lane, so I shoveled a Gatling Pea from that bottom lane, replacing it in that top lane. But then a problem occurred where we had 2 back-to-back snowstorms and I wasn't able to shovel all my Gatling Peas fast enough, and I ended up losing 2 of them, costing me 400 sun in total. And at first I had to just defend with 1 Gatling Pea, but then I got enough sun for a second one as well. But then unfortunately another snowstorm took out one of my other Gatling Peas, and then the final wave started coming in. And since there wasn't any time to recuperate, I knew I was gonna have to just use this 1 Gatling Pea to take out all 5 lanes. So I was shoveling and replanting it as fast as I could. And this actually ended up working out pretty well as I had just enough sun to get this last bucket head, and after taking it out, day 19 had somehow been beaten. Day 20 is a pretty annoying level because it has 3 flags, too many snowstorms, and lastly, these 3 redirection pads are pretty useless as they still make me focus on 4 of the lanes. Mathematically, the only lane that we don't have to worry about is the bottom middle lane because the redirection pad redirects zombies out of it and there's no other redirection pad leading the zombies into it. I hope that makes sense. If it doesn't, it's not too big of a deal because eventually a dodo appears in that lane, making us focus on it as well. And like any other Frostbite Caves level, there was a lot of maneuvering around of the Gatling Peas as I was never able to get enough sun to fill up all the lanes. But even so, day 20 had been beaten on the first attempt. Day 22 has 2 flags alongside 3 frozen guacodiles. And the guacodiles are nice as they give us 90 sun each when we shovel them, but there is another annoyance in the level, which is the weasels. But unlike the chickens in the Wild West, it seems like the weasels actually spawn in lesser numbers. So even though we don't have the mine carts, the weasels are easier to deal with. Well, I say that, but then I actually ended up losing a lawnmower in the very bottom lane, but it was the last one, so we beat day 22. Day 23 has 3 flags, 3 frozen twin sunflowers, and also 5 charred guards that we have to protect. And this level isn't actually too bad because as soon as we break the ice from the twin sunflowers, they immediately produce us sun, and then I also shovel them to get even more sun. That's not really me abusing the power of the twin sunflowers, it's just that as soon as the ice breaks, for some reason they instantly produce sun. And by the time this snowstorm of zombies that land right on the charred guards did come in, I was able to get down 5 Gatling Peas in every single lane. And with no snowstorms in sight, day 23 was beat. But then day 26 is maybe the worst level in the Frostbite Caves for the Mega Gatling Pea. And it's mainly due to the 3 frozen weasel hoarders in the very front. And they're very annoying because I can't really place Mega Gatling Peas right in front of them because as they break from the ice, the weasels will come out and I won't be able to defend against them. So my plan was to save up enough sun for 3 Gatling Peas and then instantaneously place them all so I could take out the weasels as soon as they came out. This actually ended up working out pretty well up until in the bottom lane the zombie got too far, so I had to shovel the Gatling Pea and then sacrifice the lawnmower. But then there's the other problem of the snowstorm, so I did have to shovel my Gatling Peas that were half frozen just in case they were fully frozen later on. And as the third big wave is coming in, my main goal was just having a Mega Gatling Pea in the lane without the lawnmowers, just so they'd have extra protection and a zombie couldn't fully get through. But then as the level started progressing even more, I did did have to switch them around a little bit, but the final wave was very generous and it didn't have any weasels in it, so I knew we were safe and could just plant the Gatling Peas wherever they were needed. And in doing this, day 26 was beaten. Day 27 is pretty nice because it doesn't have any snowstorms and I can just get a Gatling Pea down in every single lane. For some other plants, this level is a little annoying because the zombies in this level are very tanky with the cavemans and the gargantuars, but if we're able to get down the Gatling Pea in every single lane, there's no zombie that's going to get past them. And after getting down a Gatling Pea in every single lane, this is exactly what happened as the gargantuars couldn't even make it past the first tile. Day 27 was beaten, with us now being on day 28, the last level we play of Frostbite Caves, where we first prep some defenses. And I did lose some lawnmowers in this level because my Gatling Peas got frozen and then the weasels kind of ran over them all the way to the lawnmowers. But then I just planted more Gatling Peas and this helped me beat the rest of day 28 and all of Frostbite Caves with just a max level Mega Gatling Pea. Next up, Lost City, maybe the biggest double-edged sword in this entire challenge. On one hand, basically every level has these gold leaf tiles in the ground that give us extra sun, and this makes planting the Gatling Peas very easy and I don't really ever have to stall. But on the other hand, we're introduced to one of the more annoying zombies against the Mega Gatling Pea, which is the Shovel Zombie, which against the Mega Gatling Pea's attacks is invulnerable and we can't hit it in any way. But nonetheless, there still is a strategy that we can use to defeat the levels that have those guys in them. But as day 1 didn't have them, we beat it pretty easily. Day 2, we quickly shovel these 3 red stingers that give us a pretty hefty amount of extra sun, and then we take the opportunity to plant our Mega Gatling Peas as quickly as we can on the gold tile so they start producing a sun as fast as possible. And in doing this, we got down our 5th Gatling Pea before the final wave even came in, and even faster the level was beat. But then we stumbled upon day 4. Again, a pretty decent amount of gold tiles for the sun production, but the very first zombie introduced was the Shovel Zombie. And for now, since I can't really do any damage to it, I kinda just let it get all the way through to the lawnmower. But then a second one appeared in the bottom middle lane, and you can see that the Gatling Pea doesn't do any damage to it. So I shoveled it and replanted it in the bottom lane, letting the Shovel Zombie get to the mower and being taken out. But as the final wave came in, we had 3 Shovel Zombies, each in the 3 lanes that still had the mowers. So for now, we're technically saved by the mowers and the fact that each lane only got 1 Shovel Zombie in the entire level. The main problem comes in when we have a Shovel Zombie that comes in very early on into one lane, and then we end up letting it take the lawnmower, but then later in that level, another Shovel Zombie appears in the same exact lane. And at that point, we basically can't do anything about this second Shovel Zombie, and it makes it all the way to the end, taking us down. But there is a way to counteract this, so let's see what it is. The main way to counteract this is that whenever the Shovel Zombie comes into the lane for the first time, we to our best abilities plant a Mega Gatling Pea right behind it so it can't shovel it backwards, but instead has to hit the Gatling Pea trying to take it out fully. But then as the Mega Gatling Pea gets low in health, we shovel it and then replant it right behind it again. And this allows us to semi-stall that first Shovel Zombie until the second one comes in. Installing all the Shovel Zombies until the final wave basically guarantees that we win since we have all the lawnmowers intact. And that's basically the only way we can counter the Shovel Zombie. And if you remember the only max level Peashooter run, this was a little bit easier because the Peashooter literally cost 25 sun. But contrasting to that, the Gatling Pea costs 200, so it's much more difficult to try to get them down and still preserve our sun. But nevertheless, day 6 was beaten after the lawnmowers took out the zombies. Day 7 had 3 flags and 3 gold tiles, which more gold tiles are preferred, but they aren't too bad, so we try to make do with them. But there's just so much micromanaging that goes on with these levels when there's multiple Shovel Zombies on the screen at once. And I actually kind of just gave up on the Shovel Zombie in the top middle lane, letting it take that lawnmower. But I highly came to regret this as soon after a second Shovel Zombie appeared in its lane. And knowing I couldn't do anything, I just chose to restart on my own. On the second attempt, I did know know that I was definitely gonna have to stall the beginning of the level, which is exactly what I did, as a conehead appeared in that middle lane, but I quickly shoveled my Gatling Pea just so another horde of zombies wouldn't come in. And in doing so, by the time the shovel zombie came in, I did have a pretty decent amount of sun to where I could have 3 Gatling Peas on the gold tile and still stall the other shovel zombies. And as the second shovel zombie came in, I could also stall it as well. And micromanaging between the first 2 shovel zombies, by the time we reached the final wave, I realized that it actually wasn't too difficult. Even though there's a crazy amount of shovel zombies on the map right now, I realized that the only problem was that I didn't have information on whether they existed in the previous attempt. But once I knew their numbers, it was pretty easy to prepare for them. Day 10 also has 3 flags, and this time it provides us with 5 gold tiles, which is much nicer. But with the extreme pacing of the level, we actually aren't able to make use of all 5 and only end up using 2 to 3 at a time. But on the brighter side, we actually did get pretty lucky this level, as only 1 shovel zombie appeared early on in that middle lane, and then the second one only appeared into the second to final wave. And then as the third and fourth appeared on the final wave in 2 different lanes, I realized there was actually no point installing the shovel zombies in this level, and I could have just let them get to the lawnmowers right off the bat. But there's no real point in really worrying about that since we beat day 10. Day 11 did have some nice gold tile placements with 1 in each lane. This is nice because while we're stalling the shovel zombies, we also have to defeat the other zombies in the other lanes, because defeating them is what makes the level progress faster, and our main priority is always getting to that final wave as fast as possible. The previous couple of levels were a little annoying because there wasn't a gold tile in each lane, and I was having to kind of micromanage defeating the other zombies as well. But on this level, we can just have a Gatling Pea on each gold tile, which will allow us to defeat the zombies and also get more sun than normal. This level though only had 2 shovel zombies, one of which came in on that second flag and the third one on the final flag, and since there was only 1 of each in different lanes, the lawnmowers took him out very easily, beating day 11. Day 15 has 3 flags, some pretty nice gold tile placements, and also 2 Aki in the top and bottom lane that we have to protect. And these Aki are actually very nice because they're just able to defeat the shovel zombies on their own. And if things happen to get too hectic, I could just plant food the Aki and they basically clear the map. And now, as there's only 1 zombie left, I planted a Gatling Pea behind the Aki, taking the zombie out and pretty easily defeating day 15. Day 7 has a pretty decent amount of gold tile placements and also 3 flags, but most importantly introduces these tent imps, which I have to take out immediately because if they happen to get to that gold tile that was right in front of it, it's able to place down a tent that infinitely spawns zombies. And this level wasn't too bad with the shovel zombies either, as the first one was introduced in the first big wave, and I was actually failing installing it as it got pretty far. But luckily, it was the only shovel zombie that appeared until basically the final wave was coming in. And as the final wave came in, I let the lawnmowers do their job, taking out all the zombies. Day 19 only had 2 flags and some pretty sporadic gold tile placements, but most importantly, the first big wave introduced a shovel zombie in the top middle lane and the very top lane. So we had to stall them both to the best of our abilities, but then a third one walked into the bottom middle lane, and by this time, I didn't really have any more sun or Gatling Peas to shovel, running out of basically all materials. So all the shovel zombies took the lawnmowers before the final wave even came in. And I thought I had lost because if a shovel zombie appears in those 3 lanes, I basically just lose with nothing else to do. But very luckily, as the final wave came in, I realized there weren't any more shovel zombies and it was only dragonflies with 2 basic zombies. But there was a problem. Even though there weren't any shovel zombies, I still had to beat the dragonflies that were in the lanes without the lawnmowers. And I had gotten all of them with basically that top one left, but I just didn't have enough sun. And then right as I planted my Gatling Pea, it couldn't hit it and the dragonfly made it past, making it all the way to the end. On the second attempt, however, I already knew that the shovel zombies each appear in different lanes, so I don't have to worry about stalling them. So contrasting to the last attempt, I just let them get to the lawnmowers. And in doing this, by the time the final wave came in, I had a Gatling Pea in every single lane, which made that final wave much easier than previous, and day 19 was beaten. But then we're put up against one of my least favorite levels in Lost City, day 20, in which we did get a lot of gold tile placements in this Z pattern, but we couldn't really utilize them that well because the first 2 zombies that come in are these spider zombies right on top top of the gold tiles, so I have to place a Gatling Pea farther back to take care of him. And then the next zombie introduced is that shovel zombie with the umbrella and the imp tent right behind it. And that top lane is very annoying because that shovel zombie kind of comes in too early and I don't have enough sun to stall it very well alongside taking care of the other zombies. So I kind of just let it get to the lawnmowers, hoping that no more shovel zombies appear in that lane. But as we're nearing the end of the level, another shovel zombie did appear there. And with nothing in my power, that shovel zombie pretty easily made it to the end, taking me out on my first attempt. On the second attempt, I chose to first ignore the parachute zombies and place a Gatling Pea in the top lane so I could just get more sun to start off. And it seemed to be working as I was able to get down more Gatling Peas and more sun than I had on my previous attempt by this time. But then I kind of messed up because in the top lane, the Gatling Pea that I'd placed to stall the shovel zombie actually got beaten by the shovel zombie before I could shovel it. And at that point, I basically made the decision to restart because I felt like I wasn't going to win. On the third attempt, however, something pretty cool happened, because if you remember from the very start of this challenge, I mentioned that 10% chance of the Gatling Pea plant footing itself is very important later on. Well, now was that later on that I was talking about, because I planted a Gatling Pea in that top lane to stall the shovel zombie, and normally I'd have to shovel it because it was getting low on health. But that Gatling Pea ended up plant footing itself twice in a row by itself, basically healing itself to full health. And that's very helpful because even though it's not doing any damage, it healing itself is important because I don't have to shovel it or use a plant food of my own to stall that shovel zombie for longer. And that 2 times that it plant fooded itself was just enough that all the shovel zombies were now on the screen and we could leave the rest of the job to the lawnmowers. And as all the zombies got taken out, there's only this one 10 temp left, which I took out by placing a Gatling Pea, and we finally beat day 20. But I actually did buy plant food on this level with my coins, and I was just praying that I didn't have to spend all my coins on Lost City because we still have the Dark Ages and the Jesters to go up against. Because if you thought that the shovel zombies were bad, well, the Jesters are even worse. But getting back to Lost City, day 23, there was another annoying zombie introduced, which were the Indiana Jones zombies, who basically skip half the map like the pirates from the Pirate Seas. And if too many jump in at once, it can be a little chaotic with me having to shovel and replant my Gatling Peas. But the good thing about day 23 was that the shovel zombies didn't come in until very late, and I was able to get down a lot of Gatling Peas and even have some sun by the time they came in. And I didn't have to stall them either, as by the time they got near the end, the final wave had already come in. So I just allowed the lawnmowers to take care of them, beating day 23. But then we had to go up against, which was the impossibility of day 24. And I say that it's impossible because we have to protect these flowers from being trampled on. And since our only way to beat the shovel zombies is with the mowers, we can't actually beat this level. I mean, we can launch the lawnmower for this first shovel zombie, but as the game only allows you to launch one lawnmower per level, we can't do anything about these other 3 that come in. And so they always inevitably trample the flowers, and I can't beat this level in any way with the max level Gatling Pea. And this is actually the first level that we lost on with the Gatling Pea. So that's 1 level added to the count of lost levels, but let's keep on playing and try the rest of the game. You know, we can't just stop. We have to see how it fares against all the other zombies and all the other worlds. Day 25 was thankfully much easier as there's only 3 shovel zombies each in all different lanes, so no stalling was needed and it was easily beaten. Day 26 actually seemed pretty bad at first as it only had 1 gold tile to work with, but thankfully it only had 2 flags, so it was going to be a shorter level. And even better, the first shovel zombie actually came in pretty far into the level, and I stalled it a little bit, but I didn't really need to as the final wave basically already came in, bringing a shovel zombie but in a completely different lane. So day 26, even though it looked pretty bad at first, was beaten pretty easily. Day 27 had 3 flags and 3 gold tiles, and I at first stalled these zombies so I could farm for some sun, as 3 gold tiles isn't a lot and going up against 3 flags could be bad. But as I played on, the first shovel zombie only came in that second big wave, and barely stalling it with a couple of Gatling Peas, the final wave came in as well. And within the final wave, things seemed pretty overwhelming, but we did have our lawnmowers all intact. which took out all the zombies, beating day 27 on our first attempt. Day 29 was a little more generous with the gold tiles, but it also still had 3 flags. So I stalled for sun at first, but the first shovel zombie actually came in a little bit earlier than last time, so I did have to implement the stalling tactics, but then a Gargantuar also appeared, which was pretty easily taken out with the Mega Gatling Pea. But aside from the Gargantuar, we now had 6 shovel zombies on the screen at once, and we hadn't even made it to the final wave. And 6 is basically unmanageable, but thankfully the final wave came in at the last second. So I tried stalling the best I could, but I had to just let the shovel zombies get taken out by the lawnmowers, and thankfully there weren't any crazy behind stragglers, so we were able to beat this chaotic level on the first attempt. And then we started day 30, which is the last level we play of Lost City. And to start off, it looks insanely bad, even though we are given a generous amount of gold tiles, but looking in the back 3 columns, you can see that they're full of mold colonies. And this is bad because it gives us less time to stall for sun, as well as less time to stall the shovel zombies. And very unluckily, the shovel zombie appears very early on, and it's not just one, it's actually 2 in that top lane and the bottom middle lane. And I tried stalling them to the best of my ability, but 2 at once this early on is very hard to manage, and they kind of just slip through getting to the mold colonies and then eventually making it all the way to the lawnmowers. And now I basically just had to pray that the final wave didn't bring in any more shovel zombies in those 2 lanes. And thankfully, no shovel zombies appeared in those 2 lanes. It was only in these 2 lanes which the lawnmowers were going to handle. And with this lawnmower taking out this final shovel zombie, we'd be in all but 1 level of Lost City with the max level Mega Gatling Pea. Next up, the far future, which is kind of like a break that we get between Lost City and the Dark Ages, so I'm pretty thankful for it. And it's just nice because there aren't any zombies that can counter the Gatling Pea. The only kind of letdown with the far future compared to Lost City is that we don't have the gold tiles anymore, and we're just purely dependent on the Sky Sun once again. Oh, and you might have realized that we're on day 2 and not day 1, and that's just because I forgot to record day 1, but I can confirm that it was very easily beat, and same with day 2 as well. Day 3 had 1 flag, and I pretty heavily stalled the first 2 zombies, but then after that I'd gotten enough sun for another Gatling Pea and just started shuffling them around whenever I needed to. And in doing this, day 3 was beaten very easily. Day 4 actually has a challenge which is very nice for the Gatling Pea, and it's the Sun Bomb challenge. And it's nice because it has sun falling from the sky, but they come down at a much faster pace, which allowed me to get down 5 Gatling Peas, 1 in each lane, before the first big wave even came in. And after this, it was basically just GG's. Days 5, 7, 9, and 10 were all basically beat using the same methods very easily. Day 11, we stopped to prepare some defenses. Days 12, 13, and 14 were no threat either. Day 15 had the challenge where we had to protect these 3 endangered citrons, which at first you're like, oh, the citron are going to be able to handle themselves and take care of the zombies approaching them, which they can and they will. But the problem is that them taking out the zombies also makes the other zombies come in even faster, which makes it so that you can't really stall for sun like I do in the previous levels. And due to this, I actually lost the lawnmowers in the top and bottom lanes. And this was due to the reason that I wanted my Mega Gatling Peas first placed behind the citrons so they'd have protection. But after I had a secure amount of sun, I started shuffling my Gatling Peas to the other lanes to take care of the zombies that were approaching there. And though it looked a little bad at first, day 15 was beaten on the first attempt. Day 19, we have another nice sun bomb level, and I was able to get down all 5 Gatling Peas by the time we're almost reaching the halfway point of the level. And then all the zombies were annihilated. Day 20, similar to that previous day with the citrons, has the challenge of defending the starfruit, but it also has the same problem where it hits the zombies, so the next horde of zombies come in even faster and I can't stall for sun. And this was a problem because the imps dropped down in those bottom 2 lanes, and I got so focused on them that I didn't realize that a buckethead was approaching my starfruit, and in doing so, the buckethead ended up eating the starfruit, taking me out on my first attempt. On the second attempt, almost the same exact thing happened in that bottom lane, but I realized it and plant fooded my starfruit right away. And after this, I ended up losing even more lawnmowers, but I did have enough Gatling Peas and enough sun to shuffle them around and beat the level pretty safely. Day 22, I prepped defenses. Day 23 had 2 flags and the challenge where we couldn't have 15 plants on the map and also a limit of 2,250 sun. And on basically every other challenge, the sun limit wasn't a problem, but since we're shuffling our Gatling Peas back and forth between the lanes, we lose that sun limit pretty fast. And by the end, it gotten close as I only had 450 sun limit left and we hadn't even reached the final wave. And as the final wave dropped in, I had a Gatling Pea in 4 of the lanes, but only the middle lane was left, but I just used the lawnmower to take care of the zombies there. But now we're here, the last level we play in the far future, day 24. And very generously, it's a sun bomb level. So you know we just got a Gatling Pea in every single lane and just bursted through all the zombies. And that was all of far future beaten with just the max level Gatling Pea. Next up, the Dark Ages, a world full of pain, and that pain comes in many forms, one of which is of course the Jester zombies that come in later on, but there's also the fact that we have to use the gold bloom for sun production since there's no sun dropping from the sky, which basically forces us to wait for its long recharge. And night 1, it wasn't too big of a problem as it had a lot of sun gravestones that provided me with extra sun, but the levels that don't have the sun gravestones are a much bigger problem. Day 2 did have some sun gravestones, so I utilized some of them at the start to get down 2 Gatling Peas, but I didn't have enough sun for the top middle lane and bottom middle lane, so the zombies there ended up taking the lawnmowers. But thankfully, before more zombies would come into those lanes, I was able to use a gold bloom and get down the rest of the Gatling Peas, beating night 2. Night 3, however, does not have any sun gravestones. So to start off, I do use my gold bloom, getting 475 sun, but I don't plant down my Gatling Peas right away, using the time to stall and just letting this first zombie reach the lawnmower. And I almost do the same thing in the top lane, but I decide that I should preserve that lawnmower, placing a Gatling Pea there, and then I got my second gold bloom for more sun, which allowed me to counteract the imps that were about to reach the end. But even that second gold bloom only gave me enough sun to have 2 more Gatling Peas, so that top middle lane I didn't have enough sun for. And honestly here, I could have shoveled and replanted into that lane, but I thought it was better to just stall and let the lawnmower handle them until another gold bloom got recharged. Oh, and I see a lot of people commenting this in some of the videos about using plant food to recharge the gold bloom, but the gold bloom is only there to imitate the sun falling from the sky like in the other worlds, because someone had done the math a while back saying that the gold bloom and its recharge produces the same amount of sun that the sky also produces in the other worlds, and using the plant food on the gold bloom would technically kind of break that rule, and that's why I don't use plant food on the gold blooms, just to keep it fair. But that aside, I let this last lawnmower take out these last 3 zombies, beating night 3. But now we're on night 5 where the Jesters are introduced. And the level started off normally with me using my gold bloom and then planting Gatling Peas in the lanes that had the sun gravestones. And then as the first Jester zombie walked into the middle lane, I didn't do anything to it and just let the zombie take the lawnmower and the Jester with it. But then 2 more Jesters appeared in the top middle lane and bottom middle lane, and you're about to see why the Jester is a big problem. And it's basically because it throws back the peas at the Mega Gatling Pea, and there's just so many of them that the Mega Gatling Peas get 2-shotted. The shovel zombie didn't have the ability to do this, and so I just let the Jesters reach the lawnmowers, but then another Jester appeared in the bottom lane, and that Mega Gatling Pea plant fooded by itself and just got completely annihilated before I could even shovel it. The Jester just turns into a zombie machine gun. But after that Jester was taken out, we had no more lawnmowers left, but then more Jesters appeared in the top 3 lanes, and without lawnmowers we can't beat these guys, so I decided to just restart the level on my own accord. And the way to try and beat the Jesters is the same as the shovel zombies, where you plant the Mega Gatling Pea right behind them, letting them do damage to the Gatling Pea and trying to stall them until the very final wave. And even though we shovel the Mega Gatling Peas right as they're about to die from the Jester's damage, this strategy is kind of atrocious in the Dark Ages because we don't have a consistent sun production. And even worse, in Lost City we had the gold tiles which gave us extra sun, and so not wanting to waste any more sun, I had to just let the Jester go. And I knew this basically meant that I lost since a Jester ends up appearing in that middle lane in the final wave, but I wanted to just test how long it takes for that last Jester to come in. And even with me pretty consistently beating the zombies that were being sent, the amount of time it took for that second Jester to come in was 45 seconds. And doing the math, the amount of sun compared to the amount amount of time that it takes between the two jesters and at the same time trying to defeat all the other zombies, it's literally impossible for me to stall that first jester long enough for me to be able to beat this level. So this is actually the second level that we fully lose to without a way to win. But let's keep going as it still gets worse. Night 6 we first prep defenses, and then two jesters appear in the top and bottom middle lanes, and one Gatling Pea I was able to shovel, but the other one I just missed and couldn't get the sun back from it. I then planted two more Gatling Peas right behind the jesters to try and stall them, but then I realized that I don't really know how the rest of the level plays out, so I kind of just let the lawnmowers take them and was prepared for this attempt to just be kind of an information attempt and try to see where the jesters appear. And the next three jesters appeared in the top, middle, and bottom lanes, taking up the Gatling Peas there, so I let the lawnmowers take them as well, and now it was only the final wave we had to worry about and praying that it didn't have any jesters, and very luckily it didn't. So I was able to just shovel my Gatling Peas around, defeating all the zombies and luckily beating Night 6 on my first try. Night 7 actually doesn't have any jesters, but I still stalled this first zombie just to make it easier on myself later on in the level. And as my gold bloom was recharging and I didn't want to shovel and waste sun, I let the zombie in the top middle lane get dealt with by the lawnmower. And then with my second gold bloom, I had enough sun to plant down two more Gatlings and then just enough sun to defend against that top middle lane. And as the final wave came in, the bottom four lanes were defended with the Gatling Peas, but I didn't have any sun for that top lane, but luckily the lawnmower took them all out. Night 9 introduced the potions which give the zombies a speed and health buff if they walk over them, and there were some sun gravestones that gave us a little bit of extra sun to work with. But as it wasn't really enough, I let this first zombie reach the lawnmower as I wanted to stall for time, and a good thing was that sun gravestones were actually respawning in some of the other lanes, but one of the sun gravestones actually spawned a jester with the necromancy effect, which very quickly made it to that lawnmower. And then another jester appeared in the very bottom lane, and it got double speed buffed by the two orange potions, which is a very bad combo for me. And I tried to stall it to the best of my ability, but I kind of just let it get through at the end. And then somehow two jesters appeared in the two lanes that still had the lawnmowers intact. And now once again, I had my hands together praying that another jester wouldn't appear in any lane, because if it did, it meant that I automatically lost. And fortunately, no jester appeared, and all five of my Gatlings were able to burst down the zombies, beating Night 9. Night 11 was a level that introduces the wizard zombie, and it did have some sun gravestones, so I did have a little bit of hope, but then the jesters walked in, and for some reason this level has something where you have to take out this jester in order for that first big wave to come in, which of course brings in more jesters and we end up losing. I did give it a second attempt, but then realized that this level was impossible due to the fact that that first big wave doesn't come in until this jester is defeated, which is a big problem because it means that it doesn't matter that if I stall it, it won't bring in the other zombies until it's dealt with. And a jester just so happens to spawn in its lane, so I realized that it was impossible and just exited. Jumping into Night 12, which is actually another impossible level, and it's due to the fact that we have to protect these puff shrooms, which basically blocks access to the lawnmowers, which normally isn't a problem. But with jesters coming in and me only having access to the Mega Gatling Pea and puff shrooms, this level is impossible because the puff shroom inevitably gets taken out, and that makes this the fourth level we can't beat. Night 15, we're given sun to prepare our defenses, but this level sends in 5 jesters, one in each lane right off the bat, and with no means to produce sun and there being 5 jesters, I just don't have the facilities to stall these guys long enough. And what I mean by that is that they take the lawnmowers and then 3 more jesters are sent in the 3 middle lanes and I can't do anything about them, making this the 5th level that we can't beat. And that 5 number is actually pretty important because that's the amount of levels that the regular Peashooter at max level lost to. And it's looking like the Mega Gatling Pea actually might lose to more levels than the normal Peashooter did. But let's see how it plays out before we make any assumptions. Day 16 started off with me stalling for sun, and then right as I got all 5 Gatling Peas down, I did have to shovel 3 of them because 3 jesters appeared, but thankfully they didn't reach the lawnmowers before the final wave came in, which basically guaranteed our win, and Night 16 was beaten. But then thrown at us was Night 17, which at first seems like it's going to be a very doable level because we get so many sun gravestones to work with, but then we see our first jester pop out of the gravestone, and this isn't too bad, and the real problem comes in with the fact that throughout the level, more jesters spawn. But most importantly, the time between that first jester and the second jester in the top middle lane was a full minute. which basically makes it impossible for me to stall and micromanage the first gestures long enough that we reach that final wave before losing any lawnmowers, officially making this the 6th level that we can't beat and the Gatling Pea technically worse than the Peashooter in this challenge. But don't worry, it gets even worse, because night 19, where we have to protect these 3 magnet shrooms, gestures actually appear in the lanes of the magnet shrooms, making it impossible to defeat or defend them. And that was actually all of Dark Ages not beat completely with the max level Mega Gatling Pea. But hopefully the future worlds hold something brighter, with next step being the Neon Mixtape Tour, a world that can sometimes deceivingly be difficult. And normally it's whenever this fire sparks up on the top and the bottom and the music starts playing even heavier in-game, which makes the zombies a bit faster. And the fast zombies for Mega Gatling P are definitely a problem because it means less stalling for Sun. But day 1 only had 1 flag and the zombies weren't too problematic, so I just shuffled my Gatling Ps around whenever needed, taking down day 1 pretty easily. Day 2 already had 2 flags and also introduced this annoying Mohawk zombie. It's mainly annoying for its speed, but also we have to be careful because we can't plant our Gatling P too late, because if we do, the Mohawk will just yeet it off the map. But day 2 didn't have too many zombies to start off, and I was able to get a decent amount of Gatling Ps down as well. By the end, having 4 and only having to shuffle 1 Gatling P downwards to take care of this lane, beating day 2. Day 4, an even further increase in difficulty with now 3 flags. And it wasn't too bad for the most part until right before the final wave where it got a little heated and I had to sacrifice this lawnmower in the bottom middle lane. But right after, we're able to recuperate, taking down day 4. Day 5 had 3 flags and also the scarier challenge within the Neon Mixtape Tour, which is where we have to protect endangered plants from being eaten. And one is problematic because the Phat Beets do damage to the zombies, allowing me to not stall for Sun, which causes zombies to spawn in the other endangered plant lanes. And because of me not having enough Sun, I just sacrificed this middle lane for now to the lawnmower and actually almost losing the walnut in the top lane, but I got a Gatling Pea down and took care of the zombies there. But I was kind of overwhelmed and didn't realize what was happening, and a zombie ended up eating my Phat Beet. On the second attempt, however, I made it my priority to protect the Phat Beets since the walnuts do have some extra health and they don't need too much protection. And in doing so, we beat day 5 on the second attempt pretty easily. Day 7 at first had 2 flags and it seemed like things slowed down a little bit, so I once again tried the stalling tactics, but then the game made me quickly realize the stalling tactics weren't going to work anymore as they spawned zombies in 3 other lanes. So now I literally had 400 Sun and 4 lanes to deal with, which I dealt with 3 of them, but chose to just let that zombie in the top middle lane get taken by the lawnmower, which bought me some time and I was able to recuperate using my Gatling Ps and shuffling them around to take care of the other lanes. And as we reached the final wave, the only lane I had to worry about was that top middle lane since it didn't have a lawnmower, so I placed a Gatling P there and pretty easily defeated the rest of the zombies, beating day 7. Day 8 had 3 flags and started off annoying with the Mohawk kicker zombie, but thankfully after taking it out, zombies didn't just start spawning in every other lane, but only in the middle lane to start off, which was nice for more stalling. And I did exactly that until I had enough Sun to get 3 Gatling Ps down. And with 3, I knew I could just start shuffling my Gatling Ps and it wouldn't be a problem. And in doing so, we made it to the final wave without losing any lawnmowers, and then took out this last lane of zombies with the last of my Sun, beating day 8. Day 12 had 2 flags and also the microphone whippers that if we let them get too close, we'll just one-shot my Mega Gatling Ps, so we don't want to do that. And this forces me to stall a little bit less just so I can take them out a little bit earlier. But aside from the microphone whippers, day 12 also introduced the Gargantuar of the Neon Mixtape Tour. And I mentioned this Gargantuar because it's actually the only one that can be a little problematic for the Mega Gatling P. And it's due to its power where it smashes this guitar on the ground and sends a shockwave that instantly kills the Mega Gatling P. But luckily the Mega Gatling P that I placed right in front of it this time instantly plant fooded, taking it out, and I didn't have to worry about its smashing power. And now with the final wave coming in, I let the top lane zombies just reach the lawnmower and that lane would be handled by that, and then the rest would be handled by the Mega Gatling P, making day 12 pretty simple. Day 13, defenses were prepped. Day 15 at first seems nice because we have these 5 Phat Beets to support us, but if you remember the Starfruit level from Far Future, it's kind of the same concept where the Phat Beets hit the zombies and make the next ones come in faster, which allows me to stall for less sun. But at the same time, it does work out as the first couple of zombies are just basic zombies and the Phat Beets are able to handle them themselves. We only had to start worrying when the Coneheads started coming in, but then right after it got even worse as 3 bucket heads were sent in the other 3 lanes and I had to act quick, shoveling and replanting my Gatling Peas to the 3 middle lanes to take out the bucket heads. And if I hadn't done that, I definitely would have lost a Phat Beet and lost a level. And then there's also the microphone whippers that we have to worry about, and we have to take them out before they get too close to the Phat Beets. And carefully shuffling my Gatling Peas around, we were able to beat day 15 on the first attempt defending the Phat Beet. Day 17 had 2 flags and nothing new was introduced either, so we're able to beat it pretty easily. Day 18 only had 1 flag, and once again nothing too threatening, making it an easy level. Day 20 hit us with a pump fake as at first it seemed easy, but in the midst of me stalling, zombies appeared in 4 other lanes, and I only had enough sun for 1 more Gatling Pea, so I was having to quickly shuffle them around and barely got to all the zombies. And after beating those zombies, I let these ones stall out a little bit to collect some sun, because if I hadn't, the final wave would have been detrimental. And then as the zombies were getting closer, I shuffled them to the other lanes, taking them all out, and now within the final wave, we only had to worry about the middle 3 lanes, and they were all pretty easily handled, and day 20 was beaten on the first attempt. Day 21 though seemed like a little bit of a scary level as it had 2 flags and we had to protect these flowers from being trampled on. The flowers weren't too far forward, so we could stall for sun a little bit, but I did have to be careful as the zombies are faster than normal and I don't want to accidentally lose. And it got really scary here in the bottom middle lane as the kicker dancer zombies kicked forward a conehead almost right onto the flowers, but I was able to plant food my Gatling Pea, taking out all the zombies in that lane. And this level had actually gotten pretty bad as I didn't really have any sun and was still having to shuffle these 2 Gatling Peas around. And I thought I might lose in that top middle lane as my sun situation was looking detrimental and there was a Gargantuar approaching, but thankfully I was able to handle that top middle lane, and then after getting 1 more sun, I took out the Gargantuar lane as well, thankfully beating day 21 on my first attempt. Day 23 had 2 flags and introduced the arcade pusher zombies, and against weaker plants, those guys can be annoying, but against the Gatling Pea, they're even worse than the basic zombies as they're very slow and get annihilated instantly. We did have a bit of a close call in the very bottom lane as I almost didn't get a Gatling Pea down in time, but then I planted one and plant fooded it, taking out that entire lane. And by the time the final wave came in, we actually had 4 Gatling Peas down, a rare sight in this world, and we're able to take out all the zombies without a problem, defeating day 23. Day 24 at prep defenses. Day 25 had 1 flag and a ton of zombies, but none too problematic, so we're pretty easily able to win. Day 26 on the other hand is definitely a scary one as we have to protect these 4 spore shrooms from the zombies. And to start off, I usually let the conehead in the middle get taken by the lawnmower and then the mohawks kick the spore shrooms back so it gives us more space to work with. But like any other endangered plant level, the spore shrooms are a problem to themselves as they damage the zombies, bringing in the other ones quicker. And due to this, I was only really able to get down 2 Gatling Peas and then already had to shuffle them around because the zombies in the other lanes started getting too close to the spore shrooms, and the spore shrooms are pretty feeble, so I needed to protect them right away. And when the final wave comes in, I have to make sure there's a mega Gatling Pea in the top middle and bottom middle lanes as microphone whippers and the dancing kickers are sent. And if the microphone whippers are kicked too close to the spore shrooms, they're going to completely annihilate them, but thankfully I was able to take them out before they even got close. And now we only had to worry about the Gargantuar, the zombies in the top lane, and then lastly the bottom lane, and as we took them all out, day 26 had been beaten. Day 28 had 2 flags and also introduces a zombie that can hypnotize your plants, so we have to be careful because if the music goes off and my plants don't defeat them in time, they will be hypnotized and useless for a set amount of time. And on this level, to start off, I kind of just let all the lawnmowers get taken so I could just farm as much sun as possible, and in doing so I lost 4 of my lawnmowers but then had enough sun to get down 4 mega Gatling Peas. And by the time the final wave came in, for the first time I believe in the Neon Mixtape Tour, we actually had a Gatling Pea down in every single lane. Of course, besides the prep your defenses levels, but aside from that, day 28 was beat. Day 29, I didn't really implement the same strategy and just tried to save my lawnmowers for the end. And shuffling 3 Gatling Peas around, I was able to take out the entire level, and pretty easily, day 29 had been taken down as well. And we'd finally made it to the last level of the Neon Mixtape Tour, day 30, which for the most part was pretty simple as all the zombies zombies aren't much of a threat, but then things got hectic in the very bottom lane as the Mega Gatling Pea took out all the zombies besides one, so I was forced to just let the lawnmower handle that one. And then slowly but surely, I took out all the other zombies in all the other lanes. And now, with only these zombies left in the very bottom lane, we had beaten all of Neon Mixtape Tour with just the max level Mega Gatling Pea. In a world which is a little bit more annoying having the name. The Jurassic Marsh is definitely similar to the Neon Mixtape Tour in that the zombies start coming in too early and not allowing me to stall for sun. And already on day 1 there's 2 flags and I'm forced to shuffle around 2 to 3 Gatling Peas for all the zombies. But nevertheless, the hardest part was yet to come and we beat Jurassic Marsh day 1 pretty easily. Day 2 had 2 flags and introduced quote unquote the hardest part that I was talking about, which was of course the dinosaurs. And right now it's only the blue raptor, but this one is one of the more annoying ones because it pushes the zombies 3 to 4 tiles forward. And every single dinosaur in the Jurassic Marsh is annoying because all they do is push the zombies forward or in some way make them faster. And as I've mentioned many times earlier, the zombies being faster is the worst thing that can happen to the Mega Gatling Pea. They don't care about the health nor the damage they do, it's just the speed that's most detrimental. And on this level, I only had enough time and sun to get down 2 Gatling Peas and then shuffle them around. But somehow, we still made it through on our first attempt. Day 4, we're already up to 3 flags, and right off the bat, it had a basic zombie and a raptor right behind it. And normally, I stall till I have enough sun for either 2 to 3 Gatling Peas, but this time, I couldn't even get to 2. And with the first big wave rapidly approaching, I only had enough sun for 1 more Gatling Pea, and I could really only shuffle them around when 1 sun would drop. Now I was starting to realize that the future levels of this world were going to be awful to play. But thankfully, even though we only had 2 Gatling Peas right before the final wave came in, we did have a small time period where we could get some sun and stall. And this time actually allowed us to pretty easily defeat the zombies that were within the final wave and not have to worry about our sun too much. And at last, day 4 had been defeated. Day 5 had 2 flags and the start was a little bit more graceful than the last one because it had the basic zombie but no raptor behind it. So this time I was able to stall until I had enough sun for 2 Gatling Peas. But right after I got my second Gatling Pea, the zombies started coming in very fast. So I knew that a third one would be nearly impossible and I was just going to have to shuffle these ones around, which is exactly what I did up until the very final wave where I actually got my third one down. And shuffling a couple more Gatling Peas around, we're able to defeat all the zombies and beat day 5. Day 6, once again 2 flags and a generous start with only a basic zombie and no dinosaur behind it, allowing me to pretty safely get down 2 Gatling Peas. But right after was introduced another nuisance in the Stegosaurus, which is even worse than the raptor because when it launches its zombies, there's a chance that it goes into different lanes, and that basically just forces me to micromanage even more. And this is bad because it burns through my sun faster and it makes it so that it's harder to shuffle them around. And for these zombies in the bottom middle lane, I didn't have enough suns, so I let the lawnmower just take them. But as the final wave came in, I was able to handle all the zombies and I did have enough sun to shuffle a Gatling Pea to the bottom lane, so day 6 was beat. Day 8 again had 2 flags, but this time it was a conehead followed by a raptor. And so the raptor kicked forward the conehead, forcing me to plant my Gatling Pea a little bit sooner than I would have preferred. And then even more annoyingly, 2 imps appeared, but each in different lanes. So I first planted a Gatling Pea in the top lane to take care of that imp, and then right after, as I got a sun, I shoveled that Gatling Pea and placed it in the bottom lane to take care of that imp. But as I got done with that, zombies appeared in 2 lanes that didn't have a Gatling Pea one more time. But since they weren't imps and they were a bit slower, I chose to just stall a little bit to collect some sun. And then as they got near the end, I planted a Gatling Pea to take out the bottom lane, and then another Gatling Pea in the top middle lane to take out that conehead. And though the final wave brought in a lot of dinosaurs, I did have 3 Gatling Peas going to work, and they were pretty easily able to handle the rest of day 8. Day 10 had 3 flags and a basic zombie with no raptor or stego behind it. So once again, I took the chance to stall for sun, and then 2 more zombies appeared in 2 different lanes, and then once again, I was stalling for even more sun. And while the first big wave was approaching, I was able to get down my 3rd Gatling Pea with no problem. But then as the final wave was about to come in, we were introduced to a new dinosaur, the pterodactyl, who isn't necessarily too bad because it's basically like the dynamite zombie in the Wild West and can only be a problem if you're not looking at the screen and the zombie somehow eats the Gatling Pea. But since this fossil head was the last zombie left and there's no way for it to beat us, it basically beheaded itself, and day 10 was beaten pretty easily. Day 11 had 2 flags and annoyingly started off with an imp, and the imp start, even though they don't have too much health, they are more annoying than the basic zombie because they're much faster. The game throwing the imp at me is basically the same thing as a basic zombie with a raptor behind it, and due to this atrocious start, I was forced to just shuffle around my 2 Gatling Peas over and over again throughout the entire level. But there was a good thing about this level, and it was the fact that the only dinosaur in it was the pterodactyl, so I didn't have to worry about the raptor or the stegosaurus pushing the zombies forward, and only had to strategize for the zombies being carried by the pterodactyl. And in doing this, we beat the last 2 zombies in the bottom lane, and then the other 2 walking backwards beheaded themselves, and day 11 was beat. Day 6 had a nice start with only a basic zombie, but it had 2 flags and the challenge that we couldn't lose more than 6 plants, and I had to make sure that I was stalling to the best of my abilities, because if y'all remember, shoveling a Gatling Pea actually counts towards me losing a plant. Thankfully, this level was actually very short and I didn't have to shovel too much, and by the end I had 3 shovels left and it was the final wave. And with this last gargantuar being taken out by my Gatling Pea, we had 2 shovels left and day 12 had been beat. Day 13 had 2 flags and an annoying start with the stego and a basic zombie, which got launched, forcing me to place a Gatling Pea to take it out, and then even more annoyingly, 2 imps were introduced in 2 different lanes, but thankfully the stego launched one of them into the lane that already had a Gatling Pea, so I only needed to plant 1 more Gatling Pea to take out the other imp. But then this activated the first big wave, bringing a zombie into every single lane, which is when I had to start shuffling my Gatling Peas around, but then the stegos were again being annoying and launching the zombies into other lanes. But somehow the pace that we're getting the sun from the sky was good enough for me to shuffle the Gatling Peas perfectly to take out all the zombies without losing a lawnmower. And taking out this last lane of zombies with my Gatling Pea, day 13 was defeated. Day 15 had 2 flags and we had to protect these 2 endangered primal walnuts in the middle, and the only dinosaur in this level seemed to be the raptor, which truthfully wasn't too overwhelming, but then some pterodactyls came in into the final wave, but by then we'd already defeated all the zombies and successfully protected the primal walnuts. Day 17 had 2 flags and I stalled the first zombie for a pretty long time, but then 2 zombies came in before I even defeated that one, so I had to just take it out. And then right after getting my second Gatling Pea down, zombies were sent into basically every lane, and I was once again being forced to only use 2 Gatling Peas and shuffle them around wherever needed. Aside from Lost City and the Dark Ages, so far Jurassic Marsh was definitely the most annoying world, because for example on this level I was micromanaging so much that I only had 1 Mega Gatling Pea left by the end, but even so day 17 was defeated. Next up was day 18, which had 3 flags and very annoyingly sent 2 zombies to start off in 2 different lanes, and I think that's actually the first level that we see that in, where 2 zombies are sent in as the first ones. But then right after was introduced the most annoying dinosaur of the Jurassic Marsh, which is the T-Rex, and what the T-Rex does is basically mega speed boost the zombies that are in its lane. And for the Mega Gatling Pea, this is literally the worst thing besides the shovel and the jester zombies. And for some reason the game doesn't go easy with the T-Rexes, as they're sent in literally in 4 of the 5 lanes within the final wave. But my strategy here was blocking the lanes that didn't have lawnmowers with Gatling Peas and then letting the other 2 just get taken by the lawnmowers. And in doing so, the only zombie that was left in a lane without a lawnmower was this fossil head, which I just placed the 4th Gatling Pea down and took it out, somehow beating day 18 on the first attempt. Day 21 has 3 flags and started off with the new zombie, which was the caveman zombie. And this zombie isn't too bad as it's really slow, and even though it's tanky, the health doesn't really mean anything against the Gatling Pea, so it's a good zombie to stall sun against. But of course the game wasn't going to let me do this, and it sent T-Rex with 2 bucket heads in the top middle lane, so I had to take care of them immediately, but then 2 more T-Rexes in the 2 lanes under it were sent. So I quickly shuffled my Gatling Peas around to take care of them, but then the caveman was getting too close, so I had to beat that guy as well. And for some reason the T-Rex in the middle lane would not go away, so I had to keep a Gatling Pea down until it did. And this basically forced me to just shuffle that 1 Gatling Pea around for all the other lanes. But then thankfully, as the second big wave came in, that T-Rex in the middle lane went away, and I was able to shuffle my Gatling Pea in the middle lane upwards. But in the process of doing this, I did lose the lawnmower in the very bottom lane, lane, but I saw this as a good opportunity to stall for more sun, so I let the bottom middle lane take the lawnmower as well. And this had put me in a place where I had enough sun for 3 Gatling Peas, and within the final wave came in 2 more T-Rexes, but my first job was just placing Gatling Peas in the lanes without lawnmowers. And this worked out perfectly, as the last zombie left was the one in the very top lane, and I let it just walk to its demise straight into the lawnmower, beating day 21. Day 22, I finally got a break as I prepared defenses. Day 23, we went back to normal with 3 flags and a cone head to start off, which instinctively I used to stall for sun, but the game had other plans and sent a cone head in the top middle lane with a raptor and then in the bottom middle lane with a T-Rex, so I took out the T-Rex one first and then started shuffling Gatling Peas around wherever needed. And there were some close calls like in the middle lane and the very top lane, but I was able to get my Gatling Peas shuffled there quick enough to take the zombies out. But with everything getting so hectic here and the final wave approaching, my only goal was protecting the lawnmowers until all the zombies had come onto the map. But then somehow I defeated all the zombies without even the need of the lawnmower, and day 23 had been defeated. Day 24 had 3 flags and started off strong with the bucket head, but once again, it doesn't matter how much health the zombie has, we just need it to be a slow zombie in order to farm for sun. But as we're farming and stalling, 2 more zombies were sent in the bottom 2 lanes, and as I took them out, 2 T-Rexes in the top and bottom lane accompanied by a Stego in the very middle lane and a bunch of cone heads and bucket heads. A pretty devious combo of dinosaurs and zombies if you ask me. But by the second big wave, I was able to get down 3 Gatling Peas and only lost a lawnmower in the very top lane, but then also lost a lawnmower in the very middle lane. But the second one was definitely purposeful, as I was just using it to stall for time, and I knew as the final wave came in, all I had to do was just plant a Gatling Pea in the 2 lanes that didn't have lawnmowers and it would guarantee my win, which is exactly what happened as we took out the zombies in the bottom lane, beating day 24. Day 25 had 3 flags and brought in the second most annoying dinosaur of the Jurassic Marsh, and it's the Ankylosaurus. And the Anky's really annoying because it pushes the zombies forward basically up until there's a plant in front of them, or if there's no plant, it pushes them forward to that third to last lane from the back. And the game really felt like showing off the Anky because it set one in basically every lane. And a big problem occurred with the cone head in the bottom middle lane as I tried to place a Gatling Pea on top of it, but then the Gatling Pea couldn't hit the cone head, which meant that I'd lost as there was no lawnmower behind it. And inevitably, the cone head made it all the way to the end. On my second attempt, I realized I couldn't really stall and try to wait for a second Gatling Pea, and I was gonna have to start shuffling just this one. And it's exactly what I did as I was shuffling my Gatling Pea around, trying to preserve all my lawnmowers as they would be the most important thing when the final wave came in. And though I was trying my best, the zombie in the very bottom lane did get through, and then another one in the very top lane as I didn't have enough sun to try to get it. But then as the final wave came in, I realized that the only 2 lanes that I had to worry about were the top and bottom lane, as they didn't have any lawnmowers, and I could basically just leave the other 3 lanes wide open as the lawnmowers would take care of all the zombies there. But for some reason, I felt like risking it and trying to preserve the 3 lawnmowers, almost losing in the very bottom lane and getting the Gatling Pea down last second to take out the caveman zombies, and thankfully beating day 25. I was actually kind of worried at first that it might be impossible. Day 26 only had 2 flags, but there's these 2 columns in the back with mold colonies, and this can be a very bad combination when paired with the Ankylosaurus, especially in that top lane, because it launches the zombies right in front of the mold colonies if there isn't a plant there. And in dealing with the other lanes, I didn't realize that a zombie got launched far forward and it took out the lawnmower, so I knew I was going to have to defend that lane, but right as I saw the imp approach in that lane, I was about to plant a Gatling Pea there, but I was just a little too late. And in this position, it's impossible for me to take out that imp, so I had to just let it go and allow it to reach the end, taking me out. On my second attempt, I made sure that as soon as I saw a zombie in that very top lane, I placed a Mega Gatling Pea there, and then I just left the Mega Gatling Pea on that top lane and was only shuffling the other one around to take care of the other 4 lanes. And as the final wave came in, I basically guaranteed my win, and I lost the lawnmower in the middle lane, bottom lane, and launched the lawnmower by myself in the bottom middle lane. And day 26 was beat. Day 27 was another nice level, and we prepped defenses. Day 28 had 2 flags and started off with 2 basic zombies accompanied by a blue raptor right behind one of them, and like usual this forced me to only shuffle 2 Gatling Peas around, and with an awful sun situation I'd sacrificed a lawnmower in the bottom middle lane, but with that day 28 had been beaten. And now we're on the last level of the Jurassic Marsh, which had 4 flags and very annoyingly started off with an imp in the middle lane. And stalling as much as I could, I took out the middle lane imp, but then 2 more were sent in the lane above and below. But then a couple seconds later, the first big wave was sent in, sending a zombie in every single lane. And from this point on, I knew that I was going to have to just use the 2 Gatling Peas once again. But thankfully, the dinosaur situation for the most part wasn't too crazy, and shuffling the Gatling Peas around wasn't too hectic either. And we actually pretty easily got to the final wave where we saw our first annoying dinosaur in the T-Rex. But right as I saw it, I shuffled my Gatling Pea upwards and took care of that lane, with now only the lanes that didn't have any dinosaurs and only zombies in it. And with that, all of Jurassic Marsh had now been beaten using only a max Mega Gatling Pea. But contrasting to the Jurassic Marsh, we're now going into a very slow world named... And believe it or not, Big Wave Beach to start off was actually one of the easiest worlds in the entire challenge. And this was due to the reason that the zombies come in very slowly due to the water. And because of this, days 1, 2, 4, 6, 7, 9, 11, 12, 17, 19, 20, and lastly, day 22 were all beaten fairly easily. The real challenge starts on day 23 where we have 4 flags and have to protect these 3 banana launchers in the middle, mainly from the fishermen. And to start off, I mainly just stall for sun as I know things are going to get hectic very quickly. And right as I have enough sun for 3 Mega Gatling Peas, I place one down each behind one of the banana launchers because I knew I could still use the lawnmowers in the other 2 lanes if needed, which I did end up needing in the very bottom lane, but right after I got my 5th Gatling Pea down. And after this, it was basically GG's as all the zombies were getting annihilated. And with the 3 bananas protected, day 23 was beaten. Day 25 has 4 flags, and the main challenge is defeating a certain amount of zombies in a certain amount of time, which as we had 4 lanes covered with Gatling Pea, it was very easy to get that goal. And after taking out the rest of the zombies, day 25 was defeated. And day 27 was pretty easy as well. Day 28 has 2 flags and the challenge where we can't lose more than 5 plants. And this challenge is annoying because we can't rely on shoveling the Gatling Peas and moving them around. But as I mentioned earlier, the Big Wave Beach and the zombies in it are very slow, and with sacrificing this lawnmower in the very bottom lane, I was able to get down a Gatling Pea in all 5 lanes before the final wave came in. And in the end, I beat the entire level without losing or shoveling a single plant. 29 was pretty easy, but day 30 was definitely the scariest and most difficult one. And in day 30, we have 4 flags and we have to protect these 5 guacodiles. Once again, mainly from the fisherman zombies, because if the hook even touches the guacodiles die and we lose. And stalling in this level is basically non-existent because the guacodiles just shoot any zombie in their sight. So I have to make sure, like in the middle lane, whenever I see a fisherman zombie, that I shuffle a Gatling Pea into that lane to take out the fisherman immediately. And this is doable for the most part, but I am pretty familiar with this level, and I know on the 3rd big wave that a fisherman zombie is sent into every lane. So by then, I'll need to have at least 4 Gatling Peas down to take care of them and just shuffle one around if needed. But as we're getting closer to that 3rd big wave, things were not going as planned, so I bought some plant food, and right as the fisherman zombies jumped up, I started plant fooding the 2 guacodiles in the bottom 2 lanes because they didn't have a Gatling Pea in front of them, and the plant food, even though it took 2, it did help in not losing them on the first hit from the hook. And after getting through that fisherman attack, this level becomes a little more simpler. We just have to be careful of any stragglers. But pretty quickly, the rest of the zombies were defeated, and we had now beaten all of Big Wave Beach using just a max level Mega Gatling Pea. And next up, modern day, which usually isn't too bad of a world for these max level plants, but for the Mega Gatling Pea, there are some atrocious levels because they bring back the shovel and jester zombies. But day 1 doesn't, so it's beaten pretty easily. And same with levels 2, 4, and 5, but level 7 is a little different as it has 4 flags and also spawns in a Dark Ages portal in that top middle lane, and of course comes out of it the jester zombie. And at first this seems really bad, but I do know that most most of the times, the portals only spawn 3 zombies. So my main focus here was to try to stall out the jesters and that imp until that 3rd jester came out, and then I would let the lawnmower go, and perfectly I was able to plant a Gatling Pea, and then the jester took the lawnmower, beating all 3 jesters at once. But that wasn't the end of it, as the final wave brought in a horde of zombies and also another Dark Ages portal that instantly spawned a jester. But it seemed like this portal was spawning in the zombies a little bit faster, and I wouldn't even need to stall them, which is exactly what happened, as I placed a Gatling Pea to stall, but even if I hadn't, the zombies would have been taken out by the lawnmower anyways, and somehow we'd beaten day 7. And afterwards, day 10 and day 11 were beaten pretty easily, but then day 12 introduced another problem, the shovel zombie. But not only the shovel zombie, because in the top 2 lanes, the chicken wranglers were sent in. And very unluckily, a shovel zombie had taken the mower in the middle lane, and then a stego in the very bottom lane launched another shovel zombie perfectly into the middle lane. But that's not how I even lost, because a zombie reached the mower in that top lane, releasing the chickens, and then the chickens were the ones that took me out instead of the shovel zombie in the middle lane. But that wasn't even the worst part, as on my 2nd attempt, I realized this level was also impossible to beat with just the max level Mega Gatling Pea. Because at first it seemed simple enough and we only have to stall these 2 shovel zombies, but then you realize that the shovel zombies actually come in 3 different waves. And comboed with the chicken wrangler and also not having the help of gold tiles from Lost City, this level is impossible, mainly due to the reason that we just don't have enough sun, making this the 8th level that the Gatling Pea couldn't beat. Day 15 on the other hand, we had to defend these 2 primal walnuts in the middle, and honestly it wasn't too difficult. Same with days 17, 18, 20, 21, and 23, but day 24 on my first attempt we ran into a problem, which was this football zombie in the middle lane that I didn't really bother taking out and just let the lawnmower handle it for now. But then in a very unlucky turn of events, as the final wave was approaching, I got my last sun for a 4th Gatling Pea and I placed it in that top lane, but then I quickly realized there was an all-star approaching in the middle lane, but I didn't have enough sun, so I quickly tried to shovel and get sun, but it reached the end before I could do anything, making me lose on my first attempt. On the 2nd attempt, however, I handled business. And then day 26, though I lost a lot of lawnmowers, it was beaten pretty easily. And day 29 was even easier, but day 30 is a bit of a problem, as we have to protect these flowers in the front for being trampled on. And of course, it exists the all-stars in the level, but then I realized that we had access to a minecart like we did in Wild West, and also all the coins that we'd saved up throughout the entire challenge. And the time had come once again for me to plant food my Gatling Pea and move it up and down the minecart as rapidly as I could. And in doing this, literally not a single zombie stood a chance, besides maybe the imps that made it past as they were thrown by the gargantuars. Some all-stars did get shockingly close, but none ever made it completely to the flowers. And taking out this last imp in the top lane, day 30 was defeated. And now we're on the last level of the entire challenge, modern day 31, which does have 2 jesters, but they're literally in different lanes, so the lawnmowers easily handle them. And aside from that, the level's beaten pretty easily. And that means that the challenge had finally been completed, and the max level Mega Gatling Pea officially lost to 8 levels out of 312, which is honestly pretty amazing. But if we want to look at it a different way, it did lose to 3 more levels than the normal Peashooter did, which just shows you how wonky the leveling system gets. But that's basically it. And next step is... Jack-o'-lantern, the OG Halloween plant, and since it's Halloween, I thought why not try to solo the game with it. But even at max level, there are a couple things like sun cost, recharge time, and most importantly the dragon imp who is immune to fire attacks that make the jack-o'-lantern struggle even at max level. But let's see how it does. Day 1 starts, and as soon as I planted my first jack-o'-lantern, I realized that this challenge wasn't going to be as easy that I initially thought. And that's due to the reason that the second jack-o'-lantern took 15 seconds to recharge, and alongside that 15-second recharge, the sun cost is also pretty big, 175. And while I'm telling you the stats, let me mention the other ones as well. Its health goes from 300 to 900, its damage goes from 300 to 550, its plant food damage goes from 120 to 350 per second, and it lasts for 7.5 seconds. And like I mentioned a couple of seconds ago, its sun cost goes from 200 225 to 175, so not that big of a difference. Also, its recharge goes from 20 seconds to 15 seconds. Again, not that big of a difference for a max level plant. With the mastery levels, it has the damage boost and also a 20% chance to boost on placement. And last but not least, what makes the max level jack-o'-lantern so special, its flame attack goes from a 3 tile range to a 5 tile range. And so far, the jack-o'-lantern is probably the plant that gets the least buffed from being max level. And honestly, it makes sense because even at level 1, the jack-o'-lantern is pretty overpowered, mainly because of its insane damage. But aside from the stats, we had now beaten day 3 of Ancient Egypt. And like I mentioned earlier, the main problems with the jack-o'-lantern are its high sun cost and also its high recharge time. And that just makes it so when faster zombies or special challenges come in, the jack-o'-lantern is going to struggle a little bit. But thankfully, we have something that's pretty overpowered in our arsenal, and that's the jack-o'-lantern's plant food. And when used, it spawns 5 to 9 wisps that target random zombies on the map. And this plant food ability becomes the most important asset when we start facing much more difficult levels. And on the topic of difficulty, days 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, and 14 were all beaten very easily. Day 15 was in no way difficult either, and it was actually much easier because it gave us these 3 sunflowers to work with. And I stopped here just to mention that these were my favorite levels because it made it very easy to farm sun and get the jack-o'-lanterns down very fast. And in doing so, day 15 was beat alongside days 16 and 17, but day 18 is our first prep your defenses level, so we prep defenses. Day 19 is one of the levels with the mold colonies, which can be a little annoying, but they're not too hindering, so day 19 was beaten pretty easily as well. Day 20, again an easy level with 4 sunflowers to support us, and days 21, 22, and 23 weren't difficult either, as Gargantua introduced in the top level got taken out very quickly with the jack-o'-lanterns. And now we're on the last level of Ancient Egypt, day 24, where we have to prep defenses. And just like that, all of Ancient Egypt had been beaten. Next up, Pirate Seas, we're going to be super speeding past because like Ancient Egypt, it was a very easy world and nothing special really happened. We were introduced to the special challenge where we have to protect flowers from being trampled on, and those can be problematic if they're too far forward, but the farthest forward they were in Pirate Seas was about halfway through the map. So though still a little challenging, it was pretty easily beaten. And that was all of Pirate Seas beaten with just a max level jack-o'-lantern. Next up, the Wild West, one of the better worlds for expensive plants because you have access to the mine carts, which allow you to move the plants around without having to shovel them, which makes it very easy to take out all the zombies without having to worry about not having enough sun. And in doing so, days 2, 3, and 5 were quickly defeated. Day 6, I prepped defenses. Day 7 itself was pretty easy as well, but day 10, although we're given a very generous minecart in the middle that has access to all 5 lanes, this level is the start of genuine difficulty in the run, and it's due to one singular reason: the chicken zombies, who though the jack-o'-lantern has a pretty effective attack against, they can still be problematic if you're not fast enough in maneuvering the jack-o'-lantern. And due to this, I lost the lawnmower in the very top lane, but then a plant food ability triggered another chicken wrangler, so I saw chickens in the top middle lane, so I moved the jack-o'-lantern down, but then in doing so, some chickens got through in that top lane, making it all the way across and defeating me for the first time. On my second attempt, my plan was to use stalling tactics and collect sun early on, but then right as I placed my first jack-o'-lantern in a different lane, it plant fooded and took the zombie out, hindering my plan of stalling. But throwing the stalling away, I stuck to my normal plan and planted 3 jack-o'-lanterns in the top 3 lanes because I knew the chicken wranglers first appear there, and if I had those covered, I wouldn't have to worry about the chickens getting through at all. And this worked out pretty well, as none of the chickens were getting through. There were some scary things when the chickens started attacking the jack-o'-lantern, so I'd plant food them to get rid of them, but then I completely forgot to do that for this middle jack-o'-lantern, and the chickens ate it, getting all the way to the lawnmower. But thankfully the final wave came in, and I say thankfully because the final wave of day 10 doesn't have any chicken wranglers. So we took out this last conehead, and day 10 had been defeated on our second attempt. Day 11 is pretty annoying because it has a 500 sun limit, limit, meaning we can only plant 2 jack-o'-lanterns. But making use of the 2 minecarts and maneuvering the jack-o'-lanterns around, and then spamming plant food for the final wave, we're able to win pretty easily. Day 13 was pretty easy as well. Day 14 is where the chickens once again returned. But the first chicken wrangler came in pretty late and we already had 4 jack-o'-lanterns down. And by the time we started seeing a lot more of the chicken wranglers, we had a jack-o'-lantern in every single lane. Now all it would take to beat this level would be just making sure that the plants don't get eaten. But I completely failed as there's too many chickens in the top middle lane and they ate through getting to the lawnmower. But luckily, once again, that was the last of the zombies and day 14 had been defeated. Day 15, we couldn't lose more than 2 plants, which wasn't too hard of a task. Day 16, we had to protect a walnut on a minecart. Once again, pretty easy. Day 17, like I mentioned in the Pirate Seas, is a don't let the zombies trample your flowers level. But this level in particular is pretty easy because it gives us a minecart with access to all 5 lanes, so it's nearly impossible for the zombies to even get close. And we took down day 17. Day 18 was a prep your defenses level. Day 19, we couldn't lose more than 2 plants and also had a 2000 sun limit, so nothing too difficult. Day 21 ramped up the pace a little bit because it protect your flowers from being trampled on level, but this time we didn't have the minecart in front to work with. So I stalled the zombie until the last second and then placed a lantern on top of it just to collect more sun, doing the exact same thing for the second zombie as well. And I was getting pretty lucky this level in planting my lanterns and them plant fooding immediately, which was helping tremendously in me not getting overwhelmed. And as the zombies were approaching in the middle lane, I used a plant food to take them out and we had effectively beaten day 21, but now we're on day 23, an even more insane version of that previous level. Basically, we have to protect the flowers from being trampled on, but the catch is that this level has chicken wranglers in it. And if you look in the top lane, you'll see that sometimes the lantern and their fires just glitch out and the chickens don't take damage from it, so the chickens got through trampling my flowers and defeating me. So I knew to counteract this, I was gonna have to pay close attention and perfectly time my plant foods, which of course give the lanterns invulnerability for the duration that they're using the plant food ability and also heals them alongside doing the attack itself. Strategically, it's sort of a 3-way buff. And in this level, I ended up using 2000 coins to buy plant food and we beat it on the second attempt. And now we're on day 24, the last level of the Wild West. And in this level, we have to protect the walnuts from the hordes of chicken wranglers and all the other zombies. So I semi-stalled this first zombie until I got about halfway through, but this was a mistake and I should have stalled it more as I got overwhelmed pretty quickly and 2 of the lanes lost their lawnmowers. And normally whenever I use the plant food ability, it targets the most upfront zombie, but then when I did it here, it just completely ignored that top lane chicken, so it got through and defeated me on my first attempt. On my second try, I stalled that first zombie until it got almost to the end, and this time I was able to get down 5 jack-o'-lanterns before things got too hectic. And knowing I would need them, I started planting a second column as well. And this second column of jack-o'-lanterns was 2 lanes up front, and this was mainly due to the reason so they could protect the walnuts from any zombies that were biting them, because the range of the farther back lanterns don't reach all the walnuts. And using this strategy, we had now beaten all of Wild West using just a max level jack-o'-lantern. Next up, the Frostbite Caves, a world which is usually difficult for most plants, but since jack-o'-lantern is a fire plant, the freezing effect of the world doesn't do anything against it. So due to this, days 1, 2, 4, 6, and lastly 7 were all defeated without difficulty. But then we ran into day 9, which introduces the Dodo Mechs, which are a bit more speedy than normal zombies, so this first one took out this bottom middle lawnmower, and then more in the very bottom lane took that second lawnmower. But then as the last of them came into that bottom lane, I got down my last jack-o'-lantern and we beat day 9. Day 11 is usually a pretty big difficulty spike since it has 4 flags and also there's a lot of freezing winds. But since jack-o'-lantern has infinite pierce and counters the winds, day 11 wasn't a problem either. Day 12, defenses were prepped. Day 13, we couldn't let the zombies trample these flowers in the back, so I stalled the first zombie until I got about halfway and then placed my jack-o'-lantern down, doing the same with other zombies that were walking in. But then, by the time we got down 5 jack-o'-lanterns, there wasn't much else that was going to defeat us, besides maybe this gargantuar in the bottom lane, which launched into imp, but then I was able to plant food and take it out as well. And taking out this last Yeti imp in the top middle lane, we beat day 13. Day 15 has 4 flags, and we have to protect these pepper bolts from the zombies. zombies, and everything seemed to be going well, but then I didn't realize that the jack-o'-lantern in the top lane had a cone head on top of it that had just eaten through it and then made it to the pepper pool. And I tried launching my lawnmower, but before I got there, the cone head took out the pepper pool, taking me out. But this was a very easy fix, and on the second attempt, we won pretty easily. And after this, days 17, 19, 20, 22, 23, 26, and lastly 27 were all defeated very easily. And now we're on day 28, the last level of Frostbite Caves, where we first have to prepare defenses. And just like that, we had beaten all of Frostbite Caves using just a max level jack-o'-lantern. Next up, Lost City, we're just going to be super speeding through because we're given the gold tiles to work with in basically every single level, which makes it so that the sun isn't a problem and we're more so just dependent on the recharge of the jack-o'-lantern. And within Lost City, there's only really one level that was kind of a threat because we lost 4 lawnmowers, but even then we're able to defeat it on our first attempt. And that was all of Lost City beaten using just a max level jack-o'-lantern. Next up, Far Future, we're also just going to be super speeding through because I could say there were some levels, but in all honesty, it wasn't difficult at all. And if I was to cover all the levels, it'd be a lot of repetitiveness. And the biggest threats in Far Future to Jack-o'-lantern were either just jetpack zombies for their speed or the robo imps because they land in further into the map. But besides that, everything else was pretty easy. And that was all of Far Future beaten using just a max level Jack-o'-lantern. Next up, the Dark Ages, which is definitely an annoying world because of the high sun cost of jack-o'-lantern. And even though we do have the gold bloom to support us, even that at some points isn't enough sun. But nights 1 and 2, we had sun gravestones to break and get sun out of, so it was actually pretty easy to defeat them. Day 3, however, doesn't have any sun gravestones, so it's pretty treacherous as we literally have to let multiple lanes get all the way to the lawnmower. But then we got pretty lucky with our jack-o'-lantern placement as it plant fooded and only one lane had to use a lawnmower. And like I'd mentioned back in ancient Egypt, the plant food ability is definitely the saver of this run, as it was the main source of damage for the lanes that didn't have a jack-o'-lantern in them. But as the final wave came in, I was able to get down a 5th jack-o'-lantern and we took down night 3. Night 5 introduces the Jester, a usual annoying zombie, but in face of the jack-o'-lantern, they're taken out very quickly. And night 5 actually spawned some sun gravestones throughout the level, so I was able to get down my 5 jack-o'-lanterns pretty quickly, and we defeated night 5. Night 6 was a prepare your defenses level, so it was actually pretty easy as we had a lot of sun to work with. As the final wave was decimated, night 6 was taken down. Night 7 was definitely a struggle, as in the top lane we lost our lawnmower and we couldn't even get a jack-o'-lantern down in the bottom middle lane, and we ended up defeating the zombies using the plant food. Night 9, though it had the potions that make the zombies stronger and faster, it also gave us sun gravestones, so we're able to make use of those and get down our 5 jack-o'-lanterns by the time that the first big wave was coming in. And after this, nothing was a problem. Night 11 can sometimes be annoying because of that gravestone in the very back that can sometimes spawn 2 zombies and take you out that way, but thankfully my jack-o'-lantern's plant food was able to take it out. But then we're also introduced to the wizard zombie, who can genuinely be annoying if you're not playing against it in the right way. And what I mean by right way is basically just having your placements in the correct spot. And by placements, I mean you just want to have your jack-o'-lanterns up front so that they can hit that very beginning tile so the wizards don't have any time to do their attack. And employing this strategy, we took out all the wizards of the final wave and night 11 had been defeated. Night 12, we have to protect these puff shrooms in the back, and some zombies got pretty close in the very beginning, but I was able to just use a plant food on the puff shroom to take them out. Our only main priority this level was making sure that we had jack-o'-lanterns in every single lane before the jesters came in, and I was successfully able to do this. And alongside that, our placements were perfect for the wizards as well, as they didn't have any time to do anything. And as the final wave of zombies was annihilated, we successfully protected the puff shrooms, defeating night 12. Night 15, I prepped defenses. Night 16, we had some sun gravestone support, so our win was pretty simple. Night 17's even easier, as we literally have too much sun to work with, and though the zombies are mega boosted, they basically stand no chance of the insane damage of the lantern. The kings also don't even get a chance to make any knights as they're taken out instantly, but somehow some wizards were able to turn my jack-o'-lanterns into sheep, and I could have used my plant food to take them out, but I kind of just let them sheepify all of my lanterns and then slowly walk their way all the way to the lawnmower. lawnmowers. And we had beaten this level with an insane 2600 sun left over in the bank. But now we're on the final level of the Dark Ages, Night 19, where we're tasked to protect these 3 magnet shrooms from the oncoming zombies. And this actually was a little scary because the recharge of the jack-o'-lantern wasn't fast enough, so I was having to use plant food to take out zombies in that top lane. But then as I got down a lantern behind every magnet shroom, I felt pretty safe. And slowly but surely I was able to get down lanterns in the other lanes as well. And just like that, we had beaten all of Dark Ages using just a max level jack-o'-lantern. Next up, the Neon Mixtape Tour, another world which is pretty easy, but instead of super speeding through all of it, I'm instead just gonna jump to the levels that were semi-difficult. Like day 5 for example, where we have to protect these Phat Beets and 2 walnuts, and I had to make some awkward choices in where to place my lanterns at first. And with the recharge of the lantern being so slow, that walnut in the top lane was actually in danger. So as zombies started approaching it, I thankfully was able to get down another jack-o'-lantern to protect the walnut up top. But in doing so, the Phat Beet right under almost got eaten by the zombie, so I used a plant food on it to take him out. And then I'd completely forgotten that I didn't have a lawnmower in that middle lane, and the zombies almost got through as one of my plant foods didn't hit the one zombie, but thankfully a second one did, and we beat day 5. And the next genuinely difficult level was day 21, where we had to protect these flowers in the back from being trampled on. You'd think at first that this wouldn't be too difficult, as we have a lot of space to work with in front of the flowers, but this level, just to start off, sends off 2 zombies in 2 different lanes. This very quickly causes a problem as we can't get down 2 jack-o'-lanterns fast enough for the 2 zombies. But even worse, as I have to take out one of the zombies, more zombies come into every other lane. And this mostly included the speedy zombies like the mohawk and the dancing kickers, and I used a lawnmower for the mohawk and then used a plant food for the dancing kickers. But this of course left that cone head in the top lane, so I had to shovel my lantern in the middle to get that cone head in that top lane. But then as you see on screen, we had a Gargantuar come in, and the best thing here would have been using a mower launch, but since I already used it, I couldn't do that, so I planted a jack-o'-lantern, plant fooded it, but then somehow the Gargantuar still took it out even though the lantern was plant fooded. And this was detrimental as now some zombies were quickly approaching the flowers, and I tried to buy a plant food and use it, but the plant food didn't hit the dancing kicker in the middle lane and ended up trampling the flowers. And at this point, I definitely knew this level was going to be rough, and we're gonna have to use our coins to buy plant food. On the second attempt, I completely mistimed when to place my lantern, so the zombie in the middle lane ended up just almost trampling the flowers, so I just restarted. On the third attempt, I didn't mistime it, but it was still looking pretty treacherous right off the bat. So I ended up using a mower launch, but then my lantern also plant fooded, and the mower launch was kind of just wasted, but nevertheless, I kept going. And I kind of just left it up to luck, because this time I didn't use a shovel to move my lantern up top and nearly lost to the cone head that was about to trample the flowers. And then right after, a imp got launched right over my middle lantern, but I kind of just let it go. And as the final wave was about to come in, I used a plant food, and luckily it took out the exact zombies I needed it to. And now with only the final wave left, the bottom 3 lanes were easily dealt with because we had lanterns in them. And there was a pretty close call in the top lane, but thankfully the plant food hit the zombies and I was able to get a lantern down, finally defeating day 21. Day 26 wasn't difficult, but I did have a very close call because I forgot that I didn't have a mower in the middle lane, and then I tried to shovel a lantern for sun, but the lantern was on recharge, so I had to buy a plant food and very luckily got it off at the very last moment, taking out the Gargantuar and the imp, beating day 26. And now we're on day 30, the last level that we play of the Neon Mixtape Tour. And because of this microphone whipper in the bottom middle lane, I had to shovel one of my lanterns, which basically sets me back a little bit, and due to this I ended up losing a lawnmower in that bottom middle lane, the middle lane, and also the very bottom lane. And there was once again a slight problem with this Gargantuar in the middle lane as I didn't have a lawnmower, but a plant food ability was able to take it out and the imp that was launched. But then due to 2 more Gargs in the very top 2 lanes, I ended up losing the mowers in all the lanes. But that had also meant that we had beaten all of Neon Mixtape Tour using just a max level jack-o'-lantern. Next up, the Jurassic Marsh. And like I did for the Neon Mixtape Tour, I'm going to be doing for the last 3 worlds as well, as I just jump from difficult level to difficult level. And the Jurassic Marsh becomes very painful with the introduction of the T-Rex dinosaur, which super speeds the zombies that are in its lane. And these two I couldn't do anything against, so they just ended up taking the lawnmower. But I quickly developed a strategy, as losing a lawnmower isn't the end of the world, as the jack-o'-lantern is very strong, so all I have to do is just make sure I have a jack-o'-lantern placed in the lane that doesn't have the lawnmower. And I knew that as long as I had a lantern in the lane, there wasn't going to be any zombie that got past it. And employing this strategy, day 18 was defeated. And day 25 was also a difficulty spike, as it introduced the Ankylosaurus dinosaur alongside having T-Rexes, which is a pretty bad combo to have, as one super speeds the zombies and the other one launches them across the map. And in the process of beating this level, I was only able to get down 3 jack-o'-lanterns and ended up losing 4 lawnmowers, but we did beat it on the first attempt. And the next level, day 26, is usually made problem by an Ankylosaurus in the very top lane, so I made sure that my first move was placing a lantern 2 tiles in front of the mold colonies in the very top lane. And this basically just counters Ankylosaurus in that lane. And in doing so, we beat day 26 pretty easily. And now there's no more difficult levels in the Jurassic Marsh. We jumped to the last level, day 30, in which we almost lost a lot of lawnmowers, but we're able to use a plant food to fend off the zombies for just a little bit longer. But this didn't help much, as by the end I'd lost 4 lawnmowers and I had a pretty close call with the imp in the very top lane, and then losing my very last lawnmower to the caveman zombie in the middle lane due to the T-Rex. But even so, we had now beaten all of Jurassic Marsh using just a max level jack-o'-lantern. Next up, the Big Wave Beach, and I jumped straight to day 23 because it's one of the 2 levels that are genuinely difficult. And in this level, we have to protect the banana launchers from being destroyed, and our main threats are the fishermen. And though the jack-o'-lanterns do have a 5 tile range, it isn't enough this time, because when you plant them on the land, they don't reach that last tile to hit the fishermen. So our only options in this level are either 1, using the banana launchers to take out the fishermen, or 2, planting the jack-o'-lanterns on top of the lily pads. And I used a mix of both, as I did mainly use the banana launchers for the fishermen, but also planted a lantern on that middle lily pad. But there was a problem, as the fisherman in the top middle lane pulled forward my banana launcher 1 tile, and I was too slow targeting a banana launcher onto a fisherman that appeared in the same lane, and it ended up taking my banana into water territory. But I was very lucky, as this was the final wave and the water wasn't going to move up anymore, and as we took out the zombies, we thankfully beat day 23 on our first attempt. But then we jumped straight to the last level of Big Wave Beach, day 30, which is probably the most difficult level of the entire challenge. And the difficulty comes from 4 factors. 1, we have to defend these guacodiles in the back, and even if they get touched once, they die. The second thing is that we have to worry and try to predict where the fishermen are going to pop up, because even the hook, if it touches the guacodiles, they take out the guacodiles. And the third and fourth layers of difficulty are, of course, the lantern's sun cost and recharge. And due to this, I actually had to plant food a guacodile in the very bottom lane, because otherwise I would have lost. And somehow, slowly but surely, I was able to get down my lanterns at a pretty good pace, because I knew that the third big wave would be a problem, as it spawns a fisherman in every single lane. But before they popped up, I was able to get down a jack-o'-lantern in every single lane. And as soon as they did pop up, all of them got taken out instantly. And taking out this final deep sea gargantuar and the imp that was with it, we had now beaten all of Big Wave Beach using just a max level jack-o'-lantern. Next up, modern day, where we finally have to face the dragon imps, and they're honestly devious, as there's literally nothing I can do with the jack-o'-lanterns that deal damage to the imps. So our only option is stalling until the very last wave and then just using the lawnmowers to take them out. But you've maybe noticed on this level, in the very top lane, I don't have a mower and there's dragon imps in that lane, so I do inevitably end up losing to them. On the second attempt, however, I knew that I couldn't sacrifice any lawnmowers to stall in the beginning, and I almost lost the lawnmower in that top lane, but I got a jack-o'-lantern down last second. And you've probably noticed my lantern placement here. It's mostly in the very back, and this is just so that I had more time to work with and I could stall for more sun, and the dragon imps would come in a little bit later. But then as the first dragon imps do come in, I have to start defeating the other zombies as fast as possible so that the next wave will come in faster. But I already knew from the last attempt that the only other dragon imp that appears in this level is in the bottom middle lane. So now I don't have to worry about the top, middle, and very bottom lane, and basically only had to focus on the middle lane since it didn't have a lawnmower. And in doing so, we defended pretty easily, and I launched the lawnmower by myself in the end, beating day 4. But this wasn't the last of the dragon imps, as they once again appear on day 12. Not only that, the first zombie is a dragon imp, and this is the worst case possible because it means that we have to stall this dragon imp until the very end. But for the time being, I kind of just let it get all the way to the lawnmower, as my goal on this first attempt wasn't winning. It was more so just trying to see where and when the other dragon imps spawn in, and also what other zombies the level had, which if you see on the screen, it had some shovels, umbrellas, and also chicken wranglers, and of course the dinosaurs. And an annoying T-Rex appeared in a lane I didn't have a mower in or a lantern in, and the zombies made it all the way to the end. But this wasn't all that bad, because from that attempt I got the feeling that this level only sends one dragon imp each in each of the lanes, so I don't actually have to stall the dragon imps until the very end, and I can just let a mower take them out whenever they come in. And my only goal this level should be just defeating all the other zombies and not letting them get through. So this was exactly what I did, and my theory ended up being correct, as these 3 dragon imps came in, and after the mowers took them out, the final wave was sent in as well, and the final wave didn't contain any more dragon imps. And due to this, all the zombies in the final wave were taken out very easily, and day 12 was defeated. And though the dragon imps weren't going to annoy us anymore, we still had some annoying levels, with one being day 23. And this was basically a big wave beach level that sent in a bunch of octo zombies, and somehow they just kept on covering all my lanterns up. And due to this, I'd actually lost all my lawnmowers before the final wave was sent in. And there was a very close call with this deep sea garg, but I plant fooded, which hit the gargantuar, and then I planted a lantern right on top of it, which thankfully was able to take it out. And somehow, even with all the annoyances in the level, we beat day 23. And remember when I said that the dragon imps aren't going to annoy us anymore? Well, I kind of lied a little bit, because they appear again on day 29. And once again, the dragon imp was the first zombie that was sent in. And this time, this is actually a problem, because more imps are sent in that same lane a little later on. So I do have to stall that first imp and can't just sacrifice the lawnmower right away. And even though we were about to lose, there was a good thing that came out of this attempt, and that was that I knew that now the only lanes I had to worry about were the middle lane and bottom middle lane, as those are the only lanes with imps in them. And on the second attempt, I planted a lantern right in front of the dragon imp, and I knew that this was the third to last level of the entire challenge, so I could also use my coins. So my way to stall this first dragon imp was basically just plant fooding the lantern whenever I felt like it was low on health. And this was good because one, it healed the lantern and also took out the zombies in the other lanes. And as the final wave came in, it was basically GG's, as I still had all my mowers intact. And with these last 2 zombies taken out by the mower, we beat day 29 on our second attempt. But right after, we had to face another difficult level. And day 30 of Modern Day is definitely evil because it places the flowers so up front, and then it sends in literally the most annoying zombies throughout the entire level. And honestly, though there were a lot of zombies, I was able to consistently use plant food, having to buy some, but it wasn't too big of a problem as I had 16,000 coins to work with. But you're probably noticing on the screen that an imp is very close to the end, and I haven't realized it, and the imp actually ended up taking me out this time. I had completely forgotten that the balloon zombie in the beginning took out the lawnmower. On the second attempt, however, things went a little differently, as my lantern plant fooded and took out the balloon zombie, which was actually unplanned. And as I was taking out the hordes of all the other zombies, I realized that was actually good for me, as I don't have to worry about the imps anymore. And this time I can just let the cowboy imp get all the way to the mower, and I only needed to worry about the other annoying zombies. And in doing so, I was able to beat day 30 on my second attempt, and we used about 4,000 coins in doing so. But now we're on the very last level of the entire challenge, day 23 of Modern Day. And this is honestly a very easy level. And taking out this last imp, we had now beaten all of Modern Day and all of Plants vs. Zombies 2 using just the max level jack-o'-lantern, which when we started the challenge, I honestly didn't think we're going to beat every single level since it has a high recharge and cost. But somehow we did it. And next step is... I'm a fire Laserbeam, I would say, is one of the GOATs within the franchise. And I know what some of you are thinking. This is going to be too easy because Laserbeam has crazy damage and comboed with this infinite pierce, it's literally unbeatable. And for the most part, you'd be correct. But what if I told you there are actually several roadblocks that it faces when going solo? So let's see how we actually get over these roadblocks. Ancient Egypt was actually a little too easy and no challenges really posed a threat to the Laserbeam. And for this reason, we're going to be super speeding through Ancient Egypt, but while this happens, I'll explain the stats of the Laserbeam. At max level, its cost goes from 200 to 100, its recharge rate goes from 5 seconds to 3 seconds, its health triples from 300 to 900, its normal attack damage goes from 40 to 180, but if you apply the mastery buff, it multiplies it by 3, making it 540. But in-game, you can multiply that even more by the amount of zombies that are being hit. So for example, if there's 10 zombies being pierced by one laser, it would mean that one laser beam's one shot did 5,400 damage. But that aside, its plant food power also gets boosted from 1,800 to 3,200. And lastly, every time you place it down, because of its mastery buff, it has a 20% chance to boost on spot. So it's a pretty powerful plant, but you'll start to notice in the later worlds that it falls off with its sun cost. The 100 sun without any sunflowers can be detrimental in some levels, but this wasn't a problem in Ancient Egypt, so of course we beat it all very easily. Next up, Day 1 of Pirate Seas started, and throughout this entire challenge, you're going to notice a pattern with my laser beam placements. And this pattern was that I would only use 5 laser beam per level. Since the laser beam is so overpowered, I wanted to do a little mini challenge and see if it's possible for only 5 laser beam to beat the entirety of the game. And this was also very easily accomplished for days 2 and 3 because they only sent in the most basic of zombies. Day 4, we get our first level in the Pirate Seas with 2 flags and bucket heads in that bottom lane, but you can see that even the bucket heads get 3-shotted by the laser beam, making day 4 easily beatable as well. Days 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, and 11 followed, posing no threats to the laser beam. Day 14, I prepped some defenses. And again, these 5 laser beam were more than enough, with even the barrels not posing any threat to them. Day 15, we had to protect these flowers from being trampled on. And I don't know why, but I placed the laser beam behind the flowers when I should have placed them in front. And we're also introduced to imp cannons this level, but the laser beam's range is just so good and the damage is also so powerful that the cannons get instantly taken out. Day 16, we have to protect these 2 spring beans with 1 flag. So of course, I immediately placed 2 laser beams right behind the spring beans, slowly filling in the other lanes whenever I got enough sun. And day 16 was easily beat. Day 17, we have to defeat 20 zombies in 10 seconds. And since the laser beams damage the zombies so quickly, the next waves get sent in very quickly as well, which made this challenge very easy to beat. Day 22 is probably one of the best prep your defenses levels in the game. And of course, I prepped defenses. And we didn't even get to see any of the imps make it across the water because the laser beams were just taking out the cannons instantly, making day 22 simple. Day 23, we had to protect more flowers from being trampled on, but this time the flowers were a little farther forward. But even here, I was confident in the laser beam's ability and placed them in the very far back. But this ended up costing me because I couldn't get the last sun that I needed in time and place the laser beam quick enough, and that one zombie trampled the flowers, causing me to actually lose on a very easy level. On the second attempt, I was much more careful, and instead of planting the laser beam in the bottom lane where that seagull was heading, I planted a laser beam in that top lane where the zombie had trampled the flowers. But because of this, I actually had to sacrifice the lawnmower to the seagull. And these are the types of levels that are very bad for the laser beam because they send in the zombies too fast, and I can't get all of my laser beam down because the sun production is just very slow. But that aside, day 23 was beat on this attempt. Day 24, we have to protect these 2 spring beans on the outer lanes, and the first thing I did was planting the laser beams right behind them, later filling in the rest of the lanes as I got enough sun. And normally the threats here are the swinging pirates or the imp cannons, but the swinging pirates get damaged and killed before they land, and the same goes with the imp cannons, that they get destroyed before they can even launch an imp onto the spring beans. And that was actually all of Pirate Seas beat with the laser beam. Next up, Wild West was actually an interesting one because whenever the levels allowed it, I tried to use only one laser beam. And this was of course possible due to the fact that the minecarts existed and then there was one minecart that could reach all 5 lanes. And on day 1, I would move the laser beam wherever it was needed and it would just easily end up taking out all the zombies in the lane because the strongest ones were the coneheads who needed 2 shots to beat and the rest were of course 1 shot, allowing us to beat day 1 using only one laser beam. Day 2 wasn't actually possible with only one laser beam because the minecarts didn't allow it, so I used 2 laser beam this time. But even this allowed some enjoyment of the levels because it felt like I had to micromanage the laser beams, making it somewhat of a puzzle level, which was also very easily defeated. Day 3 was the same as day 2 and I had to use 2 laser beams. This level also introduced a piano zombie who instantly got shot down. Day 5 we had a minecart that could allow me to use only 1 laser beam. And day 5 had a lot more zombies than day 1, so it was actually more of a challenge as I was having to constantly move my laser beam around and try to target the dynamite zombies so that they didn't jump over before I could get to them. And this also allowed for some pretty satisfying moments with some zombies in the entire lane getting one-shotted by the laser beam. And defeating this last armored zombie, day 5 had been beaten with only 1 laser beam. Day 6, defenses were prepped. And I abandoned the minecarts for this one and just went with the regular 5 laser beam placement. And these guys completely dominated every zombie that was sent at us. Day 7, I'd gotten pretty tired of just moving the laser beam around on the minecart, so I just went back to using 5 laser beam per level. And this was of course enough to beat day 7. Day 10, however, was where another threat to the laser beam and its high sun cost came in. The chicken wrangler, which actually this first one was very easy to beat as I had laser beams in those 3 lanes. And one was sent in this bottom middle lane and I didn't realize it. So the laser beam actually proc the chickens, allowing them to make it all the way to the end since I didn't have enough sun for laser beam. And then another one was sent and the chickens in the bottom lane made it all the way because I didn't have a laser beam there to protect it, causing me to lose one more time. And then on the second attempt, I actually had to start implementing some stalling tactics. And the stalling tactic was just saving up sun and not killing this first zombie for as long as possible. And then slowly getting my laser beams down, but then also stalling the second zombie to farm more sun. And then as soon as we had a laser beam in every lane, it was basically GG's even for the chickens because the infinite pierce of the laser beam makes the chickens themselves very easy. The only problem was not having a laser beam in the lane, which allowed the chickens to make it to the end last time. So this time day 10 was beat very easily. Day 11 only allowed me to use 500 sun, but this was actually perfect as a laser beam only costs 100 and I could place one in every lane. Day 13 gave me 2 mine carts that had full lane coverage, so I actually went back to only using 2 laser beam this time. And it was pretty cool because these dynamite zombies would jump, but the laser beam would get a shot off right before, so the dynamite would actually die right as it lands. Once again, El Bozo. The mechanical bulls were also sent this level, but similar to the bucket heads, they get 3-shotted by the laser beam. Day 14 was another chicken level, but this time the chicken wranglers get sent in pretty late, so I had enough time to place all my laser beams down, allowing me to completely decimate the chickens without a problem. Days 15, 16, and 17 were all 3 very easily beaten. Day 18, defenses were prepped. And there were again a lot of chickens in this level, but since we had the laser beam in every lane, the chickens were completely dominated. And with those being the only threat, day 18 was easily beaten. Days 19, 21, and 23 were all very easily beaten with minimal strategy required. The hardest of these was day 23 because I had to place my laser beams in front of the flowers since there were a lot of chickens, but even this wasn't a problem. And here we were, day 24, the last level that we play of the Wild West. And the first thing I did was combine all the walnuts that we had to protect into one lane, and then afterwards placing a laser beam right behind them. I also stalled this first zombie until I had a decent amount of sun since I knew that this level also had chickens in it. And this allowed me to beat the entirety of the levels, including the chickens, on the very first attempt. And that was all of Wild West beaten with only a max level laser beam. Next up, Frostbite Caves was probably the most difficult world of this entire challenge, and as you've most likely already guessed, it's mainly due to the freezing mechanic of this world. Day 1 doesn't have any freezing though, so we breezed past it. And normally, even though plants aren't freeze resistant in these max level challenges, it's pretty easy to go against the frozen mechanic because we can just place another plant behind them to unfreeze the frozen plant. But with the laser beam, this becomes a lot more difficult because the laser beam just costs so much, and at most times we don't don't have enough to pull that off. But luckily, day 2 only one of our laser beans froze, so we were able to beat it pretty easily. Day 4 didn't have any freezing. Day 6, however, went horrifically at the start because the 3 laser beans that I placed in the back that were half frozen got fully frozen after the first flag. But then I got a couple more laser bean down. As the last wave was being sent in, all of them got frozen, and now I was only left with 1 laser bean. By using some shoveling strats, I was able to shovel the laser bean and then place it in another lane to take out the zombies that were approaching. And I did this a couple of times, but then I was able to buy another laser bean organically for the other zombies. This bottom laser bean actually completely sold against a snowball thrower and got frozen, so I had to shovel the top laser bean and then place another one to take care of the snowball thrower, finally beating day 6 with all my frozen beans. Day 7, however, I developed another strat. If I saw that a laser bean was half frozen, I would just shovel it up and get the sun back instead, because I knew if it got fully frozen, it was completely cooked. So it's better that I got 75 sun back instead of just leaving it frozen. In using the strategy, I kept my laser bean pretty healthy throughout the entirety of day 7, allowing me to beat it. Day 9 actually didn't have any snowstorms. Day 11 actually had a lot of snowstorms, so I was having to micromanage my shoveling a lot with the laser beans, because as I'd shovel more and place them down again, the other laser bean would get frozen, so I'd have to shovel those and replace those as well. But with some pretty aggressive and consistent micromanaging, I took out the 4 big waves of day 11. Day 12, I prepped some defenses, and I chose to plant this first column in the middle-ish area because I was positive that they were going to get frozen by a snowstorm. And as some of them did, I started planting a column of laser bean behind them to try and unfreeze them, since I actually had enough sun for this level. Oh yeah, I should also mention that the 5 laser bean rule was completely off the table for Frostbite Caves, and I won't be trying to do it for the levels that seem like it's not possible. But aside from that, day 12 was beat. Day 13 had 4 flags again, and we had to protect these flowers in the back from being trampled on. And this was also a level that was making me micromanage my shoveling a lot, because a lot of consistent snowstorms were coming in right as I'd place my laser bean down. And slowly but surely, my laser bean were able to take out all the zombies within this level, including this gargantuar that was sent in the final wave that I used a plant food for, and it got completely decimated without throwing any imps. Day 15 is a nice level because we get these 2 pepper poults to keep our laser beans warm. The only actual lane we have to worry about is the middle lane because it doesn't have any fire plants to warm the beans up. But even then, this wasn't too difficult of a challenge to deal with. 17 was beaten very easily. Day 19, I actually kind of failed with my shoveling strats, so by the time the final wave was sent in, most of my laser beans were frozen. But a pretty cool thing was happening with these frozen laser beans. You can see that there's just a laser beam stuck out of the laser beam that was frozen, and it was just on the screen. Sadly, it didn't do any damage to the zombies, but it was a cool visual effect. It was cool because the laser beam in the bottom middle lane also had a laser glowing out of it, but it was a much dimmer one because it was in the earlier stages of shooting. But visual glitches aside, day 19 was beat. Day 20 with 3 flags was also very micromanage heavy, but besides 1 laser beam getting frozen, the others I was able to keep warm. Day 22 also introduced the weasels, which are similar to the chickens, but they were also very easy to beat with the laser beam's max pierce. Day 23 was a nice level because right as the twin sunflower gets unfrozen, it automatically produces 2 sun for us. I of course shovel them right after, but it's too fast for me to shovel them before they produce the sun, so I end up just taking it. And with the help of that sun, I get a column of laser beam down very fast, allowing me to power through day 23. Day 26 actually got very close because similar to one of the days on the Wild West, the weasel hoarders in this level were sent in very early. And as I didn't have enough sun for a laser beam, a few of them in that bottom lane made it to the end. And then at the same time, a couple of dodos in the very top lane took that lawnmower as well. And then right after this, weasels were being sent into that top lane without a laser beam, so I had to shovel the laser beam in the bottom to get enough sun to place one in that top lane to defend against those weasels. But while doing this, some weasels spawned in the bottom lane, but by that time I did have enough sun for that last laser beam, so I placed it there. But then I shoveled it to defend another lane, but I had to place it down again and plant food it for more weasels. And thankfully this was the last of our headache, as no more weasel hoarders were sent within this level, and the final wave was beaten very easily. Day 27 doesn't have any snowstorms, but can be a problem due to the caveman ice pushers. But as the laser beam's pierce is so good, the caveman ice pushers actually can't do much against it. And of course, the only other problem this level is the gargantuar, which even without the use of a plant food is very easily defeated with just 1 laser beam. And as the last 2 gargantuars are also taken down and the Rotobagas are safe, day 27 was beat. Day 28 is the last level of Frostbite Caves and defenses were prepped. And there were some snowstorms with this level, but as I had enough sun, I would just plant more laser beans in the back to unfreeze the frozen ones, which made this level very easy. And that was all of Frostbite Caves beat with the max level laser bean. Next up, opposing to Frostbite Caves, Lost City actually met a very tragic fate. Not for the laser beam, of course, but for the zombies. Lost City was actually so easy due to the reason that we actually had a way to produce sun with the gold tiles. And this is the reason for me super speeding past it. I would even go as far as to say that Lost City was even easier than Ancient Egypt, and that is a very rare occurrence. There we have it. Lost City was beat with only a max level laser beam. Next up, and now we're in the far future, the home of Laserbeam. And far future itself was actually pretty easy for the most part, besides this one level that actually got pretty annoying. So days 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 were easily taken down. But here we were, day 8, the only annoying level within far future. And you might have already guessed this, but the annoying factor was that I was dependent on the conveyor level to give me enough Laserbeam to beat this level. And on my first attempt, I was only given 2 Laserbeam, and this one jetpack zombie in the bottom lane made it all the way to the end. On my second attempt, things got very close as this conehead almost made it to the end, but I got a laser beam at the final second, defeating it. And the same thing happened as the second conehead was about to approach the end, and I got a laser beam at the very last second. But then the game rage baited me, as the most basic of zombies was reaching the end, and it didn't give me a laser beam as it made it past the lawn, but right as I was about to reach the house, it gave me my last laser beam that I needed. But of course, with this beam, I couldn't do anything, and I was taken down on this attempt as well. The next attempt was actually pretty cool, as I got 2 almost back-to-back laser beams that I quickly planted down, and I got 2 more laser beams that I was able to get down very fast. But then the same exact thing as last time happened. The basic zombie was reaching the end, and the game didn't give me a laser beam until it already made it past the lawn. On the 4th attempt, I was able to get 4 laser beam down without even killing a single zombie at first, and a couple of seconds later, I thankfully got my final laser beam. And with these 5, my defense basically became unstoppable, and I actually didn't have to plant anymore, and day 8 was finally taken down. And as I said before, most far future was very easy, so I'm going to super speed to the next interesting level, which is the boss level of the far future. Yep, I actually get to play the boss of this world because laser beam appears in its conveyor. In my very first laser beam instantly plant fooded and took out about 1/4 of its health. And somehow I got 4 laser beams back to back to back to back. And my placements were semi-strategic, with them being in the top middle lane and bottom middle lane, which ensured that at all times there was 2 laser beams hitting the boss. And of course, right as I got plant food, I'd use it on the boss, taking out a good chunk of its health. And I actually noticed that the laser beam didn't really do much damage to the boss, and I was mostly just dependent on the plant food ability, which did a lot more damage. And even though I lost a couple of lawnmowers due to my placements, I beat the far future boss on my first attempt, and that was all of far future beaten with just the max level laser beam. Next up, Dark Ages, the first couple of days are pretty interesting because we're provided with sun gravestones, and we have to one by one place laser beams in lanes with sun gravestones so that we have enough sun for the next laser beam. And in doing this, it makes night 1 and night 2 possible without the need of any additional sun support. But night 3, we do have to start using the gold bloom because there's no sun gravestones on this level. And the gold bloom actually poses a little bit of a problem because it gives me enough sun to plant 4 laser beams, leaving one lane completely open. So I have to shovel one of my laser beams to plant another one in that other lane so it's able to take out the zombie there. And throughout most of the level, I have to keep repeating the same tactic until I finally get my second gold bloom and I'm able to plant all 5 of my laser beams safely, which then allows me to beat night 3 and 5, 6, 7, 9, 11, and even 12, where we have to protect these puff shrooms from the oncoming zombies. Day 15, defenses have to be prepped, and I chose to go with the 5 bean strat, and thankfully the laser beams are able to one-shot the wizards before they can sheepify any of them, making them a non-threat. Day 16 introduces the king, who is also very quickly taken down by the laser beams. Day 17 has the speed and health pots and a gargantuar that I took out using a plant food, and now we're on night 19, where we have to protect these 3 magnet shrooms. And normally the gravestones in the very front pose a threat because they take up the space where we usually plant our plants, but since all the laser beams are enough in the very back, they aren't a problem. And this allows us to safely beat the Dark Ages with only a max level laser beam, with of course sun support from a gold bloom. And next up, Neon Mixtape Tour days 1, 2, 4, and 5 were all very easily beaten without any special things happening. I wanted to just stop on day 7 because it probably had one of the most satisfying laser beams of this entire challenge. And that was right here in this middle lane where a bunch of zombies had gathered up. So right at the end, I placed a laser beam that instantly plant fooded, taking them all out. But besides that, day 7 was also easy. And days 8, 12, 13, 15, 17, 18, and lastly 20 weren't much of a threat either. Day 21 shouldn't have been a problem either, but I had a big skill issue, and that was that I completely mistimed my placement of my laser beam in the top lane, and the zombie somehow trampled the flowers. So of course, on the second attempt,
I made sure to completely obliterate that zombie.
and proceeded to decimate the rest of the level. And after that loss on day 21, there wasn't really a level in the Neon Mixtape Tour that posed much of a threat. So days 23, 24, 25, 26, 28, 29, and the last level of day 30 were all beaten very easily. Of course, normally the microphone whippers or even the arcade machine zombies can be a problem, but the long range of the laser beam completely negates these guys. And that was all of Neon Mixtape Tour, beat with only a max level laser beam. Next up, Jurassic Marsh is another level that we're just gonna super speed through because it was very easy and there weren't any levels that posed much of a threat. There were some towards the end that had the T-Rex dinosaur that makes the zombies very fast, but even then the lawnmowers were able to back the laser beams up and were able to beat them pretty easily. And that was all of Jurassic Marsh, beat with only a max level laser beam. Next up, in the Big Wave Beach, the laser beam was very nice to have because when the plants have a shorter range, these levels take forever as the zombies themselves take forever to make it across the water. But the laser beams are able to instantaneously take out all the zombies, speeding up the levels by a lot. And due to this, days 1, 2, 4, and 6 were swiftly beaten. Day 7, however, only limited us to these lily pads. But thankfully, there was a lily pad in each lane, so I was able to get down a laser beam for every zombie that was on the map. And with a couple of laser beams taking some damage from the scuba zombies, this level, even with its restrictions, was beaten easily. Day 9 gave us sufficient space as well, so it wasn't much of a problem. Same went for day 11. Day 12, I prepped some defenses, and I stuck with the 5 beam placement as I was positive it was going to be more than enough to beat this level. And of course it was. Days 17, 19, 20, and 22 were all easily beaten. Day 23 is of course the level where we have to protect these banana launchers, and the early fishermen can be a problem, but thankfully I'm able to get laser beams down in front of the banana launchers before any of the fishermen are able to do any damage. There was one laser beam that got an octopus stuck on it, so I used the banana launcher's banana and got rid of the octopus from on top of it. And things actually did get a little close, so I ended up using a couple of plant foods in order to take out the gargantuars, and this allowed me to easily beat day 23. Day 25 was also very easy to beat, but day 27 was actually a little bit of a threat because the octo zombies, although they do get beaten easily, were able to get octopus on 4 of my laser beams. But thankfully this was by the end of the very final wave, and even though I ended up losing 4 lawnmowers, I was still able to beat day 27. Day 28, we're only allowed to lose 5 plants, but we beat it without losing a single plant. 29 was pretty easy as well, but day 30 is the level of doom and despair where we have to protect these guacodiles from the fishermen. And I got laser beam down in all the lanes on all the lily pads that existed, but things quickly went south as a couple of surfers spawned and took out one of my laser beams. And this imp was getting very close to the guacodile, so I actually had to plant food the guacodile to protect it. But while this was happening, my laser beam in the top middle lane got smashed by the gargantuar, so I quickly shoveled the laser beam in the bottom lane and planted it in that top lane and then plant fooded it to take out the gargantuar. And after this, there weren't any more problems that we ran into within this level. And that was all of Big Wave Beach beaten with a max level laser beam. Next up, and I know we're doing a lot of super speeding with the max level laser beam, but y'all gotta trust me, most of modern day was just very easy until one level towards the end. But before we get to that level, back to the super speeding thing, because I just wanted to mention that the plant for next week is much more interesting. It's a plant that you'd think is very overpowered, but actually kind of just struggles against some of the zombies. And I know this because I've already played the first 3 worlds with it, and it's already starting to struggle within the Pirate Seas and Wild West. But no spoilers, and you're gonna have to wait until next week to see what plant I'm talking about. But here we were, the most difficult level of modern day. And you probably noticed that I've been saving up my coins and haven't bought any plant food, and that was just for this level, because this level contains all-stars and newspaper zombies who we have to use plant food to defeat Otherwise, I'd just lose every time. But something pretty weird happened with this one newspaper zombie that was coming in, because I planted a laser bean in order to try to defeat it, and I was able to get it down to its non-newspaper form, but right after, it was able to quickly take out the laser bean, but then it stepped right over the flowers, but somehow it didn't count as me losing. And then it ran into the lawnmower, which took out the all-star, which almost trampled the flowers, but somehow I got saved. But after this, I was completely cooked because there was a bucket head in that top lane, and I didn't have enough sun to plant another laser bean, so the bucket head made it and trampled the flowers. On the second attempt, the first thing I did was buy 3 plant food, because with the amount of newspapers and all-stars, I knew I was going to need it. I stalled this imp a little bit and tried to farm as much sun as I could before the heavy zombies started coming in. I even planted around this bloom zombie and let it get past the flowers, making it all the way to the lawnmower just so I could farm and collect more sun. And this actually gave me enough sun to where I could have 5 laser beans on the map before the big threats started getting spammed. And as the all-stars would get close, I'd plant food my laser beans. Same thing with the gargantuars just to be safe. And in doing so, I pretty easily made it to the final wave of this level, which of course again started with an all-star that got plant fooded, and then 2 more gargantuars that I used 2 more plant food for. I actually ended up wasting some coins on plant food, but it's okay because this was the last difficult level of the entire challenge. And as we neared the end of day 31, we had now beaten all of PvZ2 with just a max level laser beam. Subscribe if you enjoyed. Okay, bye bye.